They called him a lazy noble, a failure hiding from his past. But every night he dreamed of a man who trained with the sword for 37 years and died holding it. That man wasn't a stranger, he was the part of his soul. Through those dreams, the blade found him again. Not as punishment, but as purpose. Step by step, effort replaced fear and discipline replaced despair. This isn't a story about talent, it's about perseverance. How far can someone go when he finally stops running from himself? Let's find out. The story began with an old diary entry by a villager. A new resident had arrived in their village. His expression was uninviting, his eyes angry, as if something terrible had happened. He personally didn't want him living there, but the good-natured village elder took the stranger in. There was nothing left to do but ignore what had happened. 3 days had passed since the young man had settled in their village. He was so quiet that sometimes he forgot he existed. A couple of curious villagers began to show interest in the stranger, but he, as before, remained indifferent. A week passed, then another 10 days since the stranger's arrival. He found out what he was doing. Children peeked over the fence and told him. The stranger trained with a sword every day, looking as if he had a whole bag of stories behind him. He still didn't care at all. A month passed. The young man continued to train in his yard. No, he didn't see him, but he heard him. Another month has passed. No change. The stranger is still learning swordsmanship, and the villagers are gossiping about him. Some say he's plotting revenge, others say he's a fallen knight or some famous mercenary. There's a lot of buzz, but he's genuinely uninterested. He'll have to go watch him train tomorrow. His daily training for 6 months has piqued his curiosity. Anyone would be overwhelmed. How fast is he? How strong? What sword techniques is he honing? It's not for nothing that he's a regular at the neighbors' gossip. He thinks everything will be cleared up tomorrow. He's been utterly disappointed. The villagers, who know nothing of swordsmanship, might have thought the young man incredible, but he disagrees. He's had the chance to meet a couple of knights while he was trading. He's far from incredible, just a C. He must have some reason for not stopping, so compelling that they torment the soul and fill the heart. Judging by what he saw, one can say the youth hasn't figured out how to resolve them. A foolish fellow, I pity him. Now, having satisfied his curiosity, he can forget about him. A new family has appeared in the village, a retired mercenary, his son, and his daughter. The daughter's name is Lemma, and she is very beautiful. Her smile turns her into a true angel. Tomorrow he will need to start a conversation with her. And one more thing. A trifle, of course, but he will write it down. That young man still swings his sword, for the 3rd year now. An inexplicably strange mood has driven him to pen and paper for the first time in a long time. He courted Lemma for 2 years, and finally she agreed to become his wife. On days like these, he needs nothing more to be happy. However, no matter how strange it may be, that guy with whom he has absolutely nothing in common continues to appear in his thoughts. 5 years is a long time. While others live, rejoice, get angry, feel sad, seek their happiness, he still waves his sword indifferently day after day. How much longer will his asceticism continue? Tomorrow he will begin to observe them daily. 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days the young man trains with a sword. 5 years, 4 months, and 15 days, the young man trains with a sword. 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days, the young man trains with a sword. 6 years, 9 months, and 3 days. A lot of snow fell. The young man still trains with a sword. He and Lemma had a child, a beautiful daughter named Lola. All the villagers came to congratulate them, and the young man continues to train. 7 years, 10 months, and 27 days. 15 years have passed. He forgot today to check if he was still training as usual. He thinks he is. His training is as natural as the sunrise in the morning and the moon in the sky at night. It's time to stop doing useless things. After a while, the old man opened his eyes and heard the child calling him. "Grandpa!" He opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Oh, grandson." Yonsok smiled and said, "Well, he's a sleepyhead. It's time to get up." At that moment, Lola came up to them and told her son not to disturb his grandfather. He should go get ready. They'll be leaving soon. He ran to the door and shouted, "Okay." Then the old man sat up and called his daughter. She asked, "Father, is he awake yet?" He asked, "Are they going somewhere?" She said she wanted to go with her son to the market in the neighboring village. Would he go with them? He waved his hand and told them to go alone. He would stay. After a while, he looked out the window and thought, well, maybe he should take a walk around the village. He went outside and, breathing in the fresh air, said, "The weather is simply beautiful." He passed some villagers who said, "Elder, good afternoon." He replied, "Good afternoon, any news?" Another villager asked, "Elder, are you out for a walk?" He confirmed it. A man said, "Elder, he has such a catch today. Will he come and taste it?" He replied, "No need, he must eat himself." He thought, time flies. Even the village has changed a lot, except for one place. With these thoughts, he stopped at the gate, changed by time. He thought about 37 years have passed. Then, surprised, he peered through the hole that had formed and ran through the gate. He stopped in surprise, noticing that the swordsman was kneeling, holding his sword. He sat there, his eyes wide, not letting go of the sword. For a moment, he couldn't tear his gaze away from this picture. When the silver light surrounding him faded, he laid the stranger on the ground and closed his eyes. Then he said, "I wish for him to find himself in a good place." After a while, Irene opened his eyes in surprise. He was lying in his bed and asked, What kind of dream was that? After a while, the Paria estate. The knight said, the Paria estate is located in the southern part of the Heil kingdom. It is a famous trading post that connects several nearby kingdoms. Baron Paria's disciples are the most popular people here. The others were surprised. Disciples? He answered, yes, sir, especially Princess Kirill. She's only 11, and she's already officially received the status of a sorceress. The knight asked, did the royal family really grant her the title? He shouted, it's true. He too should know how rare and valuable sorcerers are. He replied that he knows. He'd heard they were much harder to meet than the great lords of magic. He declared it true. Sorcerers couldn't even compare to the handful of magicians in the magic tower. Since the girl had awakened her own power, another knight sighed and asked, so what? They had an eldest son, a prince. Another knight shouted, why doesn't he watch his tongue in front of a newcomer? He replied that he was a stranger and needed to learn a lot about their land. He shouted, no, just look at him. The eldest knight told him to shut up, but he kept on chattering. The newcomer laughed awkwardly and thought he knew what he was talking about, but he had to play along. Princess Kirill was indeed famous, but the eldest son, Irene, was far more famous. He was nicknamed a careless aristocrat. After losing his mother at a young age, he did nothing until his 15th birthday. He slept for days on end, huddled under the blanket, which is how he got his nickname. Irene's mother died right before his eyes, so it's understandable. At that moment, Kirill approached them and asked what they were doing here. The knight turned around in fear and shouted, ouch. He thought, Amelia and Kirill's second wife? The girl asked who gave permission to make noise at their post. They shouted that they were asking for forgiveness. She folded her arms across her chest and coming closer said, why do something that will require an apology? The knight shouted that it wouldn't happen again. She asked, did they think they apologized and that was it? How were they going to answer for their misdeed? They hesitantly said, well, then the mother put her hand on the girl's shoulder and said, no need. She turned and said, Mom, but they. She smiled and said that would be enough. She was sure they had already realized their mistake. Was she right? They answered, of course. She said, fine. She doesn't know what they were talking about, but it's better to focus on the service, not on idle chatter. They answered, yes, sir. They moved on and the knight sighed with relief. They began to chatter. Yeah, Princess Kirill is something else. Lady Amelia also gave him the creeps. They were both strong, so there was no need to worry about the future of the estate. He didn't even know it. The prince was their complete opposite. At that moment, Irene, slapping the blanket with his hand, shouted, this is infuriating. It's strange he can't fall asleep. Usually he sleeps at this time, or rather he almost always sleeps all day. But after that dream, something had changed. The salty taste in his mouth from fatigue and the screaming pain in his muscles felt all too real. And more importantly, his body kept itching. He looked at his hands in bewilderment and, breathing heavily, thought that he couldn't even stand still. Then he asked, is anyone there? Marcus appeared from behind the door and said, yes, Prince. What does he want? He began to answer hesitantly, and Marcus looked at him in surprise. Irene said he wanted to train with a sword. Marcus looked at him in confusion and exclaimed, excuse me, what? A short time later, they arrived at the Paria family's training grounds. The knight looked ahead and asked, hey, are his eyes deceiving him? His companion was surprised. What? The man said, well, they should see for themselves. He wasn't lying. The girl next to him was surprised. Wow, the lazy prince really did come out onto the training grounds. The knight said, usually it's hard to even catch his face. His partner asked, what was wrong with him? Was he really planning on taking up fencing? No way, he wasn't thinking about it. What? Seriously? At that moment, Marcus approached the protagonist and said, sir, each sword has its own characteristics depending on its size, shape, and length. He doesn't understand swordsmanship, so if he waits a little, they'll bring him a good fencing expert. He replied, no need. Then the protagonist looked at the wall of weapons and, picking up the largest sword, said he'll take it. The knight asked in surprise, is this a dream? They should pinch him. And Marcus said, but. The knight grabbed his colleague by the arm and he shouted that this wasn't a dream. He had to let go. Then they turned around in surprise and asked, what? Marcus said, wow. MC, breathing heavily, raised his enormous sword, then swung it and slammed it in front of him. Those watching began to discuss the situation. Well, the outcome was expected. The worst possible outcome. Naturally, a lazybones who spends all day sleeping won't succeed. But for a first-timer, his stance was pretty good. Where is the reason that came to him, which is why the prince decided to train. He thinks it's that young Lord Chiron from the neighboring estate. The man was surprised. What do you mean? He asked, have you forgotten? He openly disgraced the prince last month. He answered, exactly, it happened. The prince never answered, probably just tolerated it. He said, it's logical. Or maybe he's basically incapable of anything. Then the boy turned around and said, okay, I need to get to work. How long did he think his hobby would last? His friend guessed 3 days? He replied, more like half an hour. Then they laughed. Marcus, turning slightly, thought he'd heard everything, the bastards. Then he turned to the protagonist and said, Prince, mastering the art of the sword requires daily, grueling training. It would be very difficult for him to cope alone. He offered to find him a talented swordsman so he could begin training tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, he was surprised. Prince? The protagonist swung his weapon again and thought, with each swing, the muscles in his arms and entire body literally screamed with tension. But why? Why? He didn't notice how he fell to the floor and thought, is this such a calm feeling in my soul? After that, he sat up and thought, repeating over and over what he had seen in his dream. He began to feel the heaviness in his chest ease. With each swing, his hateful memories and the weight on his shoulders seemed to evaporate. He couldn't stop. At that moment, Marcus grabbed him and shouted, "Prince, your highness, that's enough." He was surprised. "It's getting dark? What the?" Before he could finish speaking, he began to fall to the floor. And Marcus, trying to catch him, shouted, "Prince, what's wrong with him?" He replied, "I have no more strength." He thought, how can this be? Marcus said he overdid it today. MC looked ahead and thought, is the sun really setting already? Has time flown by so quickly? He asked. Was he just standing there waiting? Should he have gone on business or called him early? Marcus replied that he wouldn't dare abandon him and go somewhere. Besides, he wasn't responding to his words. He would order everything to be cleaned up here. It was time for him to rest. And also, training is good, of course, but from now on, he should try not to overexert himself. The protagonist replied, okay, but he doesn't think he'll do it again. After a while, he lay on his bed and screamed in pain. He screamed that he was dying. His muscles hurt, his bones ache. Had he lost his mind? What kind of dream was that? Now he definitely won't be able to sleep. 5 minutes later, he finally fell asleep. A couple of days later, MC, sitting at the dinner table, enjoyed his meal, and Marcus, watching him, thought, here he is, looking at him, and still can't get used to it. He asked if he would go training today too. He confirmed it. The protagonist thought that since that day, the incomprehensible dream continued to haunt him. In order to get rid of the itch in his body, he continued training. It turned out that, how can I put it correctly, when he swings a sword, no unnecessary thoughts arise in his head, and there are benefits to the training, so it wasn't all in vain. He needs to eat a good meal if he plans to train. Then he shouted for him to please bring him more milk and sandwiches. Marcus replied, good, it'll be right there. After a while, the knight started chatting. Today? Yeah, he's even interested in seeing his results. He shouldn't expect much. He thinks he'll win. Hey, newbie, who do you think will win? He replied that he didn't even know. The older knights asked him what was wrong. At that moment, an old man approached them and said he begged their pardon. Could he ask them for directions to the training grounds? The knight turned and asked who he was to be heading there. He replied that he was a wandering knight. As a swordsman, he wanted to visit this estate and also stop by the training grounds. Oh, of course he had permission. Now, just a second, where did it go? The knight replied, no need. He should wait a bit until their shift was over. Then they would escort him to the platform. They were just about to go there too. He replied, thank you very much. He was counting on them. After a while, the knights approached the door and looked surprised. One of them said, that's it, so they should go quickly to find out who won. Then one of them shouted in confusion, what? How so? He's there? Right there, right. The prince has arrived. His comrades added, wow, really, this is already the 4th day in a row, right? The knight happily said that he had won. He should pay back what he had lost. The knight gave him a bag of money and told him to take it. You idiot. He replied that he was grateful. And then the knight said, unbelievable, he's been coming for 4 days in a row. His comrade, examining the gold coin, asked, didn't he just say that? Chiron had greatly embarrassed the prince. Perhaps his persistence would last another week. The knight screamed, oh, the bastard. He knew and kept quiet? He asked, is he stupid? Why would he reveal information to someone he'd argued with? The younger knight asked, headmaster, he needs to calm down. He asked, hey newbie, and he knew? He replied that he didn't. At that moment, Bran Somerville was watching the protagonist. He thought, surprisingly, he's not wasting his time. However, his skill level is terrible. He's so weak he can barely hold his sword. His stamina is also lacking. His breathing is ragged. I wonder how long it will last? Rumor has it that it's all due to a grudge against a young lord from a neighboring estate. But one can't approach swordsmanship with such lewd intentions. He thinks he'll soon give up. The next second, he was surprised, and the knights, looking around, said, the wind has picked up. One of them shouted, that's it. MC looked up at the sky and cried out in surprise, the legendary griffin? And Miss Kirill, a griffin, a creature from legend that doesn't exist in reality. A lion's body, eagle's wings, skin as strong as steel. Is that it? The next second, the creature landed on the ground, and Kirill, stepping down, stroked its skin, creating an animal with her own hands, then infusing it with energy to bring it to life. That was the sorceress Kirill's ability. At that moment, she pointed forward and said, hey, you. The knight cried out in fear. Yes. She looked at the other knight and added, and him. Then she looked at the older knight and also said, and him. They looked at her in fear, and then she looked at Bran and asked, who is he? He smiled affably and said he was a wandering knight, come to see the training grounds. She said, they're the ones who were doing other things at their post in their previous encounters, right? Isn't it work time? What are they hanging around here for? The knights replied that they had literally just finished their shift as expected. The senior knight smiled awkwardly and said that the guards who were on afternoon duty were already at their post. They hadn't done anything that could cause trouble. She was indignant. What was he saying? He could argue with her? He replied that wasn't true. She'd misunderstood. She asked, what do you mean? No, they were talking instead of training. At that moment, the protagonist approached her and asked what was wrong. She glanced at him, then looked away and told him to stop. He looked surprised. What exactly? She asked. What do you think? Stop engaging in useless nonsense. He looked ahead, then turned and grabbed his sword, and she shouted, Does he think swordsmanship is easy? All he's done all these years is sleep, and now he suddenly decides to swing a sword a little and expects something to change? He should see for himself. His skills are worthless. Even that newbie is 100 times better with a sword. Is all this circus really about something he was told 2 weeks ago? At that moment, Amelia came down the stairs and called her daughter. She told her to come here and not disturb her brother. She wanted to object, but her mother said, "Come on." They passed the knights, and she wished them good work. Irene, she saw that he had perked up, but she asked him not to overdo it. He replied, "Okay." Then the knights sighed with relief, but at that moment the griffin looked at them. One of the knights shouted, "Why didn't she take the bird with her?" At that moment, Bran thought, is this the Kirill they've been talking about? She was like a shockwave, suddenly washing over you from head to toe. It's worth noting that all this chaos didn't shake his concentration at all. He continued to watch the protagonist and wondered if perhaps he should observe the young man for a few more days. After a while, Kirill was walking down the corridor and was suddenly surprised to notice Marcus following her. He said the prince was sleeping now. She yelped, "Ouch!" She turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" He replied that he thought it would be better for her to come back tomorrow. She said she had business with him. He asked, "Can't it wait until the prince wakes up?" She released a powerful energy and asked, did he dare to be insolent now? He wondered, what's with that feeling of pressure? Then she told him not to even think about telling anyone what happened. He knows what will happen if he doesn't listen, right? Then he looked after her. And at that moment, MC was lying on his bed. The toy next to him suddenly started playing music. He opened his eyes and looked at it and then noticed the letter. He opened the letter and began to read it. It said, "She apologizes for not telling him this during the day. After learning that he isn't eating properly and is overexerting himself, she became very worried. She hands him a musical doll. It will help him relax. She hopes he will like it. He shouldn't tell their mother that she came. She asked her not to disturb him." He said, "Kirill." There was something on the back too. It said he should tell her if Kirill bothers him. Until then, she will pretend she knows nothing. A loving mother. The protagonist thought his mother and she are worried and caring about him. And he had just been lying in bed for over 10 years like a nobody. Then a voice came from behind the door. "Prince, dinner is served." He said, "Food." He wondered if he would really eat with his family today. At that moment, Marcus was happily walking down the hallway and thought, the prince has changed. After some time, the whole family was sitting at the table. Kirill, putting a piece of meat on a plate, said, "Brother, here he should take more." He replied, "Aha." Then she continued putting food on his plate and said, "And this, and this, and this too." He awkwardly said, "Okay." At that moment, the mother of the family called her daughter, and the protagonist said, "Thank them, father, mother, and sister." He always wanted to thank them. They are so kind to him, despite the fact that he does nothing but lie in bed. Before, he was even ashamed to say it. He apologizes. He loves them. Father said that they love him too, his son. The protagonist apologized again for the trouble he caused, and his father told him not to say that. He suggested going back to food. MC agreed. Then he said, "By the way, son?" He said, "Yes, father." He said, he heard that lately has been focusing his attention on fencing. Physical training is a commendable thing, albeit a little belated. He shouldn't overdo it. The protagonist said that everything is fine. He is not overexerting himself. Father said that it would be better for him to make small breaks in his training. He replied that everything is fine. He shouldn't worry. He thought that, in truth, compared to the training he saw in his dream, his was a mere trifle. After some time, the guy looked ahead and asked, "Which day is it today?" His companion paused and guessed, "He thinks it's been about a month, right?" He replied, "It's mind-boggling. The prince trains for so long and doesn't miss a day. Has his brain really slowed down?" He replied, "Nonsense." He was sure he'd soon reach his limit. He said he didn't think so. Then the boy looked away and asked, "By the way, who's that old man?" He'd been seeing him constantly at the training grounds for the past few days. His companion said he was the overseer. They said he'd received permission to enter. He asked, what was he looking at? He asked, how should he know? It was his 10th day of observing the prince's training. At first, he'd assumed his motivation for learning the sword was simply an inferiority complex and pride. That's why he thought he wouldn't last long, but in reality, his judgment was incorrect. A lazy aristocrat, he'd heard the nickname given to him for being lazy. How could someone who'd never exercised in his life tirelessly continue training without a hint of distaste? He went through each day with the mindset of a craftsman forging iron, without hesitation, as if he'd been living this way for decades. He'd looked back over his life and couldn't recall anyone with such a strong will. But wait, no matter how great a hero, such an iron will only develop in adulthood. And before him was a mere 15-year-old boy. If he continued his sword training and realized his potential as an apprentice under a good teacher, what heights could he reach? Then the protagonist swung his sword again, and Bran, turning to the man, raised a finger and, apologizing, said, "Mr. Guard, I'd like to ask you something." He replied, "Yes, of course." He asked, "What about the prince training over there? Doesn't he have a personal tutor?" He replied that the owner of the estate had just recently announced that he would soon assign a fencing master to the prince. He was working so hard, it would be a shame to leave him without proper supervision. The old man asked if he knew who exactly they wanted to hire as a tutor. He replied thoughtfully that, in fact, the information was not secret. The tutor would be the knight Ornjuker. Bran suddenly shouted, "No way." He was surprised. What? He thought. Such a precious child could never be entrusted to a libertine who guzzled alcohol by the bucket load the day before regular training and then yelled at the soldiers. He had to hurry. The boy had talent. He couldn't let it sink into oblivion. He must meet the owner of the estate. After a while, the head of the family asked, "Is that true?" Bran, standing opposite him, replied, "Yes, sir, absolutely." The father of the family wondered if his son really had such great potential. Just that. He looked at the letter in his hands. Chrono Fencing Academy. The best academy on the entire continent, which selects only the most talented people, regardless of gender, nationality, or status. Just becoming an official student is enough to be treated with far more respect than aristocrats. This place is renowned for its reputation, which surpasses that of the Royal Academy, he thought. But the greatness of Chrono is commensurate with the difficulty of admission, and being kicked out of it is as easy as pie. Will Irene be able to withstand that endless competition? After a while, MC asked in surprise, "What?" The father of the family gestured forward and said that he wouldn't insist. If he didn't want to, he should just say so. He was simply telling him about one of the paths, the choice of which was his. The protagonist asked for a few days to think about it. He replied that he understood, and that's what they would do. After a while, the protagonist was sitting on his bed. He wondered if he could do it. After all, he'd been lying in bed for 10 years. But he didn't want to continue marking time any longer. For his own sake and for the sake of his family, who loved him very much. After a while, he entered the room and called his father. He announced that he was going to the academy. After a while, he stood near the carriage and, turning to his family, said that it was time for him to leave. His sister folded her arms and wished him luck. And after a while, they set off. Marcus, looking out the window, said, "This is his first time leaving the estate, right?" MC confirmed it. Then Marcus handed him a necklace and said that Princess Carol asked him to give it to him. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and mentally thanked his sister, after which he put the jewelry around his neck. After a while, Marcus looked ahead and said, "Prince, they're here." The protagonist looked at the building and said in surprise, "Wow." Marcus stepped forward and said he would escort him to the entrance. He replied, "No need, I'll do it myself." He was surprised. "Excuse me?" The protagonist looked at his hand and said that from now on he was a student and needed to get used to acting alone. He looked at him with admiration and replied, "Sir." Then the protagonist smiled and said he was leaving. He turned around, and Marcus bowed and wished him great success. Then the protagonist stepped forward, and in front of him stood a young man, behind whom a knight said, "This gentleman is Prince Bart Lloyd, of the Earl Lloyd family, Kingdom of Kubera. He received a recommendation from a knight of high repute named Colesway." Then the guard said they were honored to meet such a gifted descendant in the Lloyd family. They should go quickly. At that moment, the academy instructor looked away in surprise. MC handed over the letter and, introducing himself, said he was from the baronial family of Peria. The letter of recommendation had been given to him by the wandering knight Bran Somerville. The instructor smiled and said, "Young lord of the Peria family, it is a great honor to meet you." They also know Knight Bran. This great lord led a raid in the mines for several decades. Since such an outstanding person recommended him, his successful passing of the exams would be an expected result. He should go straight to the audience. They wished him luck. The protagonist walked forward and thanked them for their support. At that moment, Ahmed looked after him and asked, "Did old Bran write the letter of recommendation? What's wrong with him?" The instructor replied, "By the way, isn't that guy a negligent aristocrat?" He was surprised. A careless aristocrat? Who is this? He was surprised. He doesn't know? The lazy Peria family. He replied that he didn't know, but judging by his build, he thought he was the one. Up close, he seemed even weaker. How did he manage to catch that picky old man's eye? He replied that they would find out soon. Meanwhile, the protagonist opened the door slightly and entered the room, where a huge number of students were looking at him. He thought everyone was staring at him with such disdain, he should maintain his composure. He looked ahead and, surprised, thought a familiar face. At that moment, Ahmed came onto the stage and said that he welcomed the 400 students who had passed the preliminary selection. He introduced himself and said that today was not the day he would be teaching and evaluating them. MC was surprised, thinking, is he an instructor? At that moment, he looked at the students and thought, there are some very interesting people among them. Of course, the second genius of the Lindsay family of swordsmen, Elia Lindsay, stood out the most. They say she's much more talented than her older brother. They'll see if that's true. At that moment, Bart looked at her and thought, Elia, what's she doing here? Damn, because of her, he'll never have a chance of reaching the top spot in the rankings. Then the instructor said, he says it right away. They're not students yet, just preliminaries. He thinks they know how tough the training at their academy is. If they survive 2 brutal tests and are still able to attend this place a year later, they'll become real students. However, after officially entering the Chrono Academy, even greater hell awaits them. They must leave all their belongings here and go outside. There's a place he'd like to show them. After a while, they went outside, and he said that from now on, physical training will take place here, where they'll develop the endurance of their hearts, lungs, and muscles. The uneven path surrounding this area is their usual running route. Well, they'll begin the endurance test. They have to run after him. At that moment, he instantly ran forward and, looking to the side, shouted, boredom. They have to pick up a little speed. He ran even faster faster and shouted, "Great, they're doing well." He underestimated them. Just a little faster. Bart, continuing to run forward, thought, this promises to be a long race. He needs to keep the rhythm. He'll run at the back and keep an eye on the situation. Then he turned and thought, where is their careless aristocrat? At that moment, the protagonist sank to his knees and held himself up with trembling hands. He said, no wonder they gave him such a nickname. MC thought his heart was going to explode. It's too heavy. He can't run anymore. At that moment, the instructor looked at him. He thought, everyone is gradually moving away. He can't take a step. However, he will get up. It's nothing compared to what the man in his dream went through. He wants to be like him. He wants to be his equal. For this, he must escape his lazy self. At that moment, Karaka looked at the protagonist and thought, unexpectedly. Then he looked ahead in surprise and thought something was wrong. At that moment, the protagonist, breathing heavily, continued to run forward and then overtook the instructor. After which, Karaka quickly ran after him and managed to pick him up. He placed him on the ground and, sighing, thought that he had fallen not from simple fatigue, but from complete exhaustion. He had squeezed out all the strength he could muster. Interesting young man. After some time, MC opened his eyes slightly and, sitting up in bed, wondered in surprise. Where is he? He looked to the side, and Run Tarhal was standing next to him. He noticed that he had woken up. He said that he didn't need to worry about his health. Everything was fine. He introduced himself and said that he was an instructor and also the head of the rehabilitation department. The protagonist replied that he was grateful to him. He said, naturally, he was grateful. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Something tells him they'll see each other often, Irene. The protagonist said he understood, and he handed him a scroll and said he was joking. He shouldn't answer with such a serious face, and here, he should take it. The protagonist asked what it was. He said it was the participants' ranking based on the results of the first test. He shouldn't worry about it. The midterm assessment, unlike the final one, doesn't have much of an impact on official admission to the academy. The first test was only needed to roughly determine the stamina level of the preliminary students. The MC looked in surprise at the last place where his name was visible, and the instructor smiled and said that the higher the place, the happier he felt. However, the lower the place, the greater the incentive to try harder, right? This ranking will change beyond recognition in a year. There's no point in being sad. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly thought in surprise. He wanted to cheer him up, but at that moment, the protagonist closed the scroll and said, I see. The instructor thought, he doesn't look like someone who needs this. The rumors of his extraordinary nature were true. Then he pulled the protagonist to his feet and said, okay, he has to get up. You can't skip classes on the first day. He replied, of course. After a while, Karaka greeted all the preliminaries. How did you sleep in your new place? Not bad. The others responded positively, and he smiled and, laughing slightly, said, thank goodness. He sees that they are cheerful today. Wonderful. They will be acquainted. His name is Karaka. He is one of the instructors responsible for their training. From now on, their day will follow this schedule. With these words, he pointed to the schedule for the preliminaries of the Chrono Academy. It said, wake up from 6 to 8 o'clock, breakfast. From 8 to 12 o'clock, training. From 12 to 1 p.m. lunch. From 1 to 3 p.m. training. From 3 to 6 p.m. dinner. From 1 to 7 p.m. training and general education lessons. He said that if anything changes, they will be informed. After 7 p.m. free time. From that day on, they have access to all the outdoor playgrounds, indoor gyms, and other training facilities available at the academy. The protagonist thought, great, today he can pick up a sword again. Then the instructor raised his index finger and added, however, training with weapons is prohibited. MC thought in surprise, what? As evening fell, a team of students approached the building. One of them, looking at Bart, said, sir, didn't you find the regular lessons boring? He almost fell asleep listening to the theory. His comrades smiled and said, it's just that they were using a bunch of words, the meaning of which he doesn't know. He said this, perplexed, but he understood him perfectly well, so he should shut up. Then they went inside and said in surprise, wow, it's quite spacious. They walked deeper into the training room, and one of them said, everyone's been working hard since day one, though he thinks their enthusiasm will wane after a couple of days. At that moment, Bart glanced to the side in surprise, where Ilya was doing a barbell exercise. He thought, Ilya, the rumors about her were, on the contrary, downplayed. You only have to look at her to immediately feel the pressure. The other students are no match for her. Standing next to her, you start to feel inferior, because they're on completely different levels. At that moment, his friend said, shock, they should pinch him. He wondered where she got such a physique. He heard she was younger than him. Then, one of them peeked out and, looking at the protagonist, asked, even their lazy aristocrat has taken up self-discipline? His comrade chuckled and said, yes, he really did work hard on the last test. People change, after all. He replied, that's absurd. He should have started a long time ago. Why had he been idle for so many years? He chuckled and told them to just watch. He looked like he was about to pass out. At that moment, Ilya wiped the sweat from her brow, looking at the protagonist, and Bart stepped forward and said, why waste time? They have to go. His comrades followed him. And then he looked away and thought, this girl is an ordinary commoner named Judith. She had displaced him from the second position in the rankings. It seems she had to work hard to get into the academy. However, he would not allow someone like her to steal his place again. He flexed his fist, and then Judith turned around and shouted, enough, stop looking. He was surprised. Was she talking to him? She asked indignantly. Is he blind or something? In his opinion, who was she looking into the eyes of right now? He was interrupting her concentration. He should leave. His comrades immediately ran up to her and began to complain. What did she just say? Sir, this is a noble lord from the Lloyd family of counts. She, a worthless creature, is not allowed to be rude to him, she asked. Who are they? His regular girlfriends. The guy indignantly shouted at her to quickly get down on her knees and beg her lord's forgiveness. She replied, his breath stinks. Are they sure they ate the same food? He had to be silent for 5 seconds. He was surprised. What? Bart also turned around in surprise. They watched as Ilya approached the main character and asked him to listen. He looked at her in surprise, and then they continued their conversation. She pointed out his actions, while the others watched in bewilderment. Then she stepped aside and then left the training room altogether. The protagonist watched her go, and then looked away, noticing how everyone who was looking at him suddenly turned around. Bart thought not a word was heard. At that moment, his friend grabbed the kettlebell from Judith's hands and indignantly shouted, where is she going? He wasn't finished yet. She moved on and, approaching the protagonist, called out to him. Hey, is he ignoring her? You have to answer when called. He looked up from his exercise and, looking at her, asked, he's apologizing? Did she want something? She said, nothing from him, he should say. He was surprised. What exactly? She came close to his face and said, Ilya, what were they talking about? Then she asked, surprised. What? She put her hands on her waist and asked, did she just explain how to bench press properly? He thought she'd believe him. The protagonist replied that he wasn't lying, nothing more. She asked, had they known each other before? Or maybe they were dating? He replied that wasn't true. They'd spoken for the first time today. She said thoughtfully, okay, by the way, he should make his face simpler, otherwise it felt like he was being bullied. He wondered what her problem was. She was pestering him. Damn it. He returned to his workout and thought, out with the thoughts, time to continue. He would try to do it right. At that moment, Bart approached him and said, hey. He was curious about what he'd been talking about with Ilya. A month later, Bart took a sip of water and his friend sat down on the ground, sighing, and said they'd been following the same routine for a whole month. Don't they think it's a little unfair that they're not getting swords? He glanced thoughtfully to the side and noticed Ilya standing next to the protagonist, telling him not to arch his back. She folded her arms across her chest and added that he should breathe more evenly. Bart thought, there's no point in paying attention to these two. In fact, he'll never surpass her. She'll take first place in the rankings again this time. And Irene will do the exact opposite. He's sure someone pushed him up there. Could a guy who'd never tried hard in his life defeat him if he suddenly decided to go all out in training? He didn't give up just because Ilya supported him. The ridicule of those around him motivated him. When he got used to it all, he'd return to his old self, the careless aristocrat. Then he told them to go to the stadium. He thought his goal was second place. Then he walked into the stadium and looked in surprise at Judith, who was running ahead. His comrades said she was tough, getting here before them every day. Their comrade added, obviously, after all, common people have to work hard to survive. Bart gritted his teeth in irritation and told them to run. His comrade was surprised already. He replied that they should drag behind if they were tired, but if they were capable of more, they should give it their all and catch up with him. With these words, he frowned and turned around. 3 months later, Ahmed folded his arms across his chest and, smiling, said that he knew it. Many were already exhausted. Karaka added, however, there are still some standouts this year. Their outstanding trio still maintains self-discipline. And the lazy one, no, you can't call him lazy anymore. After a while in the classroom, he told the students he had an announcement for them. The midterm assessment is approaching. Ahmed clapped his hands and added, here's the route they'll have to run. All they have to do is run it within the allotted time. One of the students exclaimed in despair, this is simply shocking. It's impossible to make it in time. The instructor folded his arms and replied that they'd been training them in running and swimming for 4 months. For them, this would be a piece of cake. The assessment system is simple. It doesn't matter what place they finish. The main thing is to meet the allotted time. Oh, and the first 5 to cross the finish line will receive their awards personally from the academy director. What a motivator, isn't it? The exam is in 10 days at 9 a.m. Until then, classes will be cancelled. They can use the time as they wish, but they mustn't forget about food. He wishes everyone good luck. After a while, Bart's comrade approached him and asked, sir, can he handle it? The guy replied, of course. Mr. is not a simpleton. At that moment, Bart thought Ilya, Judith, and a few others, even in the worst case scenario, nothing will stop him from entering the top 5. But why does his attention keep shifting to that guy? After a while, Judith lifted the barbell and then, lowering it, joyfully said, new record, we can finish for today. Then she turned around, hearing strange sounds, and saw the main character standing behind her on all fours, breathing heavily. She wondered if he had pushed himself to the limit again. His physical indicators had increased significantly compared to what they were when he entered. How can he squeeze so much out of himself? She clenched her fist and thought, is her will weaker than that of a negligent aristocrat or something? Oh no. With these thoughts, she picked up the barbell again. Karaka looked at the students and asked how many he thought there would be this year. Ahmed guessed about 30. At that moment, Ian approached them and asked, 30? Ahmed looked at him in surprise and asked, "Leader, what is he doing here?" The head of the academy replied that he decided not to repeat last year's mistakes and wanted to see everything with his own eyes, rather than listen to other people's stories. Then, smiling, he shook Karaka's hand and asked, "Oh, and he, as he understands, is the new instructor from the Kingdom of Adon, right?" He shook his hand in return and confirmed it. He said that their meeting was an honor for him. The leader approached and told him to tell how old he looked. He smiled awkwardly and asked, "What?" "Well, about 55. Ian laughed and, putting a hand on his shoulder, said, "Oh my god, he can't stand open sycophancy. He should expect double pay." Karaka thanked him awkwardly. Then Ian looked ahead and said, "The atmosphere here isn't the same as it was last year. Could this all be the result of good teaching?" Karaka said he was overpraising them. Then he looked at Ilya and added that the girl was the second best of the Lindsay family of swordsmen. She was incredibly smart and talented, as befits her family. Until now, she had ranked first in all her subjects. The instructor said, "Poor child. She should choose her own path. Why cling to what others had chosen for her? Was this how the world worked?" He hoped that one day she would get rid of these attachments. Then he looked at Judith and asked, "What about that girl they told you about last time?" The instructor replied that it was true. The supervisor smiled and asked if they had tried to stop her. Karaka replied that of course they had, but she wouldn't listen. Perhaps she could be considered the most persistent in this assessment. Ian stepped forward and said that they really needed to stop her. It would be a shame if such talent were to be wasted. Surely she had a reason for trying so hard. He would try to talk to her. He approached the student and Karaka asked his colleague if he thought he had a chance. Ahmed replied, of course, she couldn't disobey the supervisor. Then he was surprised to see the leader walk away from a student who was still training. He asked, "What?" Supervisor Ian came closer and sighing said, "What a stubborn child. She said she would stop if she heard a good reason." Then he turned and asked, "Where is Irene?" After a while, Ahmed whispered, "How much time has passed?" Karaka whispered back, "She's been standing like this for 30 minutes. The MC continued training, and the leader ordered him to leave. The instructors were surprised. "What? Just leave him?" He replied, "That's right. There's no way this young man can be stopped until he gives in." The young man's mind is now dominating his body. After a while, the protagonist sighed loudly as he lay on his bed. He thought, a lot of unusual things have happened in the last few days. The guys who had been ignoring and mocking him began to pay attention to him. Strange. Why was Ilya helping him? She wasn't the type to do anything out of sympathy. Okay, enough thinking about it. Then he fell asleep and thought, this place. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. A silhouette in red cloth hugged him tightly to his chest, and he thought he hadn't left his bed to be here. It wasn't a mother's hug, of course, but it was still very warm. He thought that sleep would be very welcome. The next second, a huge sword was pointed at them, and MC looked ahead in surprise. He turned around, felt a hand on his arm, smiled, and thanked him for everything. Then he walked forward and thought that now it was time for him to go. Then he got out of bed, and after a while, he went outside, passing students who were asking, what happened to his clothes? Didn't sleep all night or something? The guy said, infuriating guy. It's a shame they won't evaluate each one individually, otherwise he'd definitely screw up. Bart silently looked away and thought, Judith has been really overexerting herself for the last few days. Her condition right now is unenviable. If he stays vigilant, second place is in the bag. Then Ahmed shouted, so it's 8:55. He'll explain the midterm evaluation rules again. The route consists of 4 stages. Each one has an instructor. Only after completing a stage can they move on to the next one. It will be repeated. The only important thing for the evaluation is to meet the allotted time. They mustn't let others confuse them. They must show how much progress they've made recently. Okay, get ready. Let's go. Stage 1, power jab. Bart tensed, holding the barbell. He thought, fast as expected. Even if you try your best, you can't keep up with her. In any case, except for Ilya, the next second, his teammate shouted, damn. They looked in confusion at the protagonist, who was lifting the barbell non-stop. Bart gritted his teeth and thought, idiot, is he out of his mind? Does he plan to collapse at the very beginning? Then the instructor shouted, Ilya, the first stage is passed. She moved forward and Bart thought, what? Already? That was damn fast. Then the instructor shouted, Irene. He thought, oh well. The instructor shouted, the first stage is passed. The others were confused. How did this happen? They should forget about him. He'll be out by the end anyway. The protagonist continued to complete the tasks and thought they could laugh as much as they wanted. He had already reached the second stage, the box jumps. He thought he understood their confusion. Even he was shocked at himself. His body, something had changed. It was practically on fire, and the thought that this was his limit hadn't even entered his head. So he was doing everything at his own pace. He needed to move faster. His current speed wasn't enough. He had to be more agile, more. At that moment, Ahmed shouted in surprise, wow, Irene, the second stage is passed. The others were surprised. What? At that moment, Bart turned around and noticed Judith trying her best. After a while, the third stage, the long-distance race, began. The protagonist ran forward, trying to catch up with Ilya. He thought, what's going on? What a wonderful feeling. He wants to get Ilya out of his way. Then he looked to the side in surprise, noticing how Judith had overtaken the two of them. He thought in surprise, Judith? She thought there was no way she could lose. No way. What did it take for her to get here? During training, people were talking behind her back. Did she really apply to Chrono Academy? And she's not even from an aristocratic family. The girl builds castles in the air. She thinks she's different, special. She forgets what reality is and interferes when she shouldn't. Crossing the line. She wondered if she was butting in where she shouldn't, crossing the line. She'd worked like crazy to study at Chrono. She wouldn't give in to anyone, never, and under no circumstances. She pushed off from the shore and shouted that she wouldn't let anyone beat her. Stage 4, the long-distance swim had begun. She swam forward at a rapid pace until she felt pain in her leg. She screamed and thought, why now? Then she looked in surprise as Ilya began to overtake her, and she thought, it's all clear. She'd gotten way over her head. But even so, was she really going to fail? It was a bit of a shame. It was hard. I needed to rest. And with these thoughts, she began to sink, exhausted, to the bottom. Then she wondered, surprised, what was going on. She started coughing while the protagonist tried to pull her to shore. She wondered, who was this? She looked at him and asked, what was he doing? He's driving her crazy. He told her to calm down. They were almost to shore. Then he pulled her ashore and asked, Judith, is she okay? At that moment, the instructor ran up to them, shouting for him to leave it to him and run faster. The protagonist rose to his feet and replied that he was listening. The instructor shouted for him to move. Judith looked at him and sighed. Her eyes began to close, and she thought, what an idiot. After a while, one of the students dropped to all fours and said desperately, he tried so hard and still failed. Karaka approached him and said, don't get discouraged, student. He still has a second assessment ahead of him. Compared to the first, the criteria for this test are much more lenient. If he doesn't give up, he'll definitely pass. The students ran in the opposite direction, shouting, super. Then he'll definitely do it. Then Ahmed approached Karaka and said, no less was expected from this year's students. There were way more people passing than last year. He smiled and replied, yes, this year is different. They've certainly gained a lot of talent. But the main character, the rescuer, stood out the most, taking 34th place out of 35, Irene. At that moment, one of the students looked at the protagonist and thought, what a bummer. Why did you even do that on the exam? Did you want to seem kind? Well, thanks to him, he took 5th place. A guy approached him and asked how he managed to come in 5th. He put his hands on his waist and smiling, replied, hey, at times like this, it's customary to congratulate. Another guy approached them and said, dude, he congratulates him. He's getting a reward from the supervisor. He's lucky. Then Bart approached them and said, Lance, he congratulates him. He turned around, noticing him, and said that without him, none of this would have worked. Bart asked, did he do anything? He achieved everything himself. Then a few more students approached them and congratulated him on 2nd place. They believed in him. Bart replied, yeah, he thought about it. With his current abilities, he couldn't keep up with the level Irene had shown today. If Judith had distributed her forces correctly, he would have come in 4th. He admitted he was completely routed. The next day, MC was running along the road, then sat down, trying to catch his breath. Ilya approached him and asked why he did that. He was surprised. What? She asked. He understands what she means, right? He stood up and clarified. About saving Judith? She confirmed it, and then asked, why the hell did he do that? He looked down and answered, it just seemed like he had no other choice. She asked if he even heard the nonsense he was spouting. The instructors would have helped her. There was no point in interfering, and for such a stupid reason, he spit on the award from the head of the academy, considered the best on the entire continent, and the chance to strike back at everyone who mocked them and looked down on them. Did he realize it? The protagonist waved his hand and said, she knows he's been called a negligent aristocrat, right? She looked at him silently, and he added that in the past, he'd felt like he'd been trapped in a swamp for a long time, and he had some excuse, but he never even tried to get out. After all, such a pathetic man had been pulled out by his beloved family. Thanks to the help of a few people, he'd managed to reach the surface, so he couldn't pass by while she drowned, and that was all there was to it. Nothing more. She continued to stare at him silently and then turned around and said, he said he only picked up a sword last year, right? He confusedly confirmed it. And she said swordsmanship and physical training are two different things. Talent and diligence are necessary in both cases, but in mastering the art of the sword, talent plays a crucial role. Perhaps because of his outburst yesterday, he missed the chance to receive instruction directly from the head of the academy. She would no longer help him. If he suddenly fell in disrepute because of the ridicule of others, she wanted him not to regret his choice. He tried to call her and asked, why did she help him at all? She stopped and then said, she doesn't like it when someone talks about things they're amateurs at. He watched her go silently. After a while, the instructor announced that the results of the midterm assessment would be announced. 35 people passed the first exam, 78 passed the second. The total number of passers was 113. The 5 students who showed the most outstanding results on the first exam would be awarded prizes after a personal meeting with the head of the academy. Ian looked at Ahmed and said that he had forgotten something. He answered, exactly. They asked student number 311, Irene, to come up to the podium. Everyone present was surprised, and then the instructor said, rivalry is a funny thing. When you're bending over backwards to catch up with a competitor who's pulling ahead and not being overtaken by the one running behind, you can demonstrate stunning abilities you wouldn't expect. But by focusing too much on the result, you risk losing sight of something more important. But Irene wasn't like that. In a situation where a single mistake could have sent him straight to hell, he sacrificed his time and saved a drowning comrade. Opinions may vary regarding what happened, but he and all the instructors agreed that his action was worthwhile. So they asked Irene to come up to them. The other students began clapping hesitantly while the protagonist walked forward, smiling awkwardly. Sometime later, In the instructor's office, Bart sat in a chair and said, I see. Now he understood. He had been thinking too narrowly before. Ian said, there's no need to belittle yourself. A narrow-minded person wouldn't admit their own weaknesses. He replied that he was arrogant and stubborn, sticking to his own methods. As he had advised, if in the future he met someone from whom he could learn something, he would not miss the opportunity. Then he approached the door and, bowing, asked permission to take his leave. The young man was talented, clearly aware of his position, and demonstrating a willingness to overcome his own shortcomings. Moreover, he possessed excellent leadership skills. He certainly had his share of the stubbornness and self-confidence characteristic of the highest aristocrats, but it wasn't so bad as to be alarming. The manager reflected that another time he would have won first place. Then Ilya took the chair, and he thought, unfortunately, many talented students had arrived this year. She said that as a reward, she would like to spar with him. Ian replied, a wise choice. He would give her advice. She shouldn't allow others to control her. She needed to live her own life. She shouldn't waste her time here for the sake of affection. She needed to return home and learn her family's sword techniques. It would be far more beneficial for her. She repeated that she was asking to spar with him. He replied that it was foolish to expect any other reaction. His office was spacious. Would she agree to train here? She thanked him. After a while, the supervisor sighed desperately and finally spoke, his last words. He looked at his student and asked, does he want any reward? Even if it was something intangible, he should just say it. He thought his answer interested him most, Irene. MC replied that he wanted to make peace with someone. How should he do that? Then he lowered his gaze and added, he knew it sounded absurd, but he had no one else to ask for advice, so he apologized. The supervisor said he had no need to apologize. On the contrary, he was grateful for the sincerity. He thought that Irene hadn't left her room until she was 15, and now, finding himself among his peers, he was completely confused. So someone had actually gotten close to him, a child the others made fun of. He said, okay, he should tell him what happened. After a while, the protagonist thanked the leader and said he had been very helpful. He replied that if so, he was glad. He hadn't given advice unrelated to fencing in a long time. He thought that his desire to make peace with Ilya was unexpected. More and more surprising things were happening this year. Then he said, so, now that we've dealt with that, we need to get to the main point. The protagonist was surprised. The main point? He replied that he wouldn't count a little advice as a reward. He should let him be specific. He wanted to give him some advice regarding sword training. He was more competent in that matter. He should tell him what he wanted to know. The protagonist apologized and said he couldn't think of anything. In fact, he'd only practiced swordsmanship on his own for a month before joining the academy. So although it was embarrassing to admit, he didn't know what he wanted or what question he should ask. The leader said, Irene, and he said he was apologizing. Everyone was talking about how amazing the opportunity was to get a personal lesson from him, the leader. He apologized, but he couldn't take advantage of it. Then the leader approached him and, loudly clapping his hands, said, why is he always apologizing? He shouldn't do that. A good swordsman should be confident. Did he agree? MC agreed with him, and he added, fine, he'll exercise his right to a reward another time. If he felt something was missing, he could come to him with confidence. Or he could give him a lesson himself when he felt it was necessary. No objections? The protagonist replied in the negative and thanked the leader. He said, excellent, then he can go. Sometime later, the protagonist was walking in the courtyard, and the manager watching him from the window thought, he really is an unusual young man, but something doesn't add up. He doesn't show a shred of anxiety or worry about his ignorance of the sword. On the contrary, it feels as if he already has a clear goal, as if someone is guiding him. Come to think of it, he's met someone like this before. Talent, confidence, and unpredictable character. Although no, they are complete opposites. Sometime later, MC was training in the gym. Judith approached him and said, wow, she'd assumed he was training again, of course, but she was still surprised. Fencing lessons start tomorrow. From now on, they will train only with swords. He turned to her and asked why she came. She replied, well, does he understand? She wanted to tell him something. She was grateful. He was surprised. What? She came closer and said that she would definitely repay the debt, so he shouldn't worry. He replied that he hadn't thought about it. She said, in short, she was suggesting they get along. He was surprised again. What? She asked, what do you mean? She suggested they be friends. He always ate alone, and now they would be together, and they could practice swords too. Cool, right? He had to answer. He answered fearfully, yes, great. Then she turned around and, waving her hand, said that she wouldn't distract him. He should study, and she, his nunnum, would go. He looked at her and thought, but she was 3 years younger than him. But be that as it may, he was glad. After a while, Judith smiled and asked, hey, did you hear the song Turtle Turtle? Pull out your sword, otherwise I'll roast you and eat you? The protagonist answered negatively. The students looked at them in confusion. One of them asked, has she changed? Doesn't he find it strange, Mr. Lloyd? His friend added, it looks like she hit her head while drowning. The student said it, sending shivers down his spine. Bart thought, strange, this is completely different. Irene and Ilya drifted apart. What happened between them? A few seconds later, Ahmed folded his arms and said, attention everyone. As they know, fencing classes begin today, where they will experience the results of the past 4 months of training. From now on, everyone will have the opportunity to freely wield a sword for 2 hours. Under the instructor's supervision, they must choose their favorite wooden sword. Then Judith swung her sword and exclaimed, wow, even if you swing harder, your balance remains intact. Ahmed smiled and thought, yeah, right. They weren't just making them stronger and more resilient. Bart, swinging his sword, thought, even though it's wooden, it feels completely different than before. He felt it with his whole body. Then the protagonist walked up to a huge wooden sword and picked it up, while the others watched in surprise. The MC swung the sword and the student said, "Nothing special." He thought, no, maybe a little imprecise, but his stance is close to exemplary. The student said he'd never practiced fencing. His comrade said, "Did you just decide to pick up a huge sword and show off ignoramus?" Then Bart stepped forward. His comrades started calling out to him. Judith was surprised. "What?" he shouted. "Irene, he's challenging him to a duel." With these words, he pointed the sword at him, while the others watched in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at the leader, then turned to his opponent and said, "He accepts." Then Ahmed shouted, "Hey, what are those two up to? They're going to practice after class." Karaka wondered why Bart had called Irene last. Ahmed shouted, "Everything must be in order." Before he could finish speaking, the instructor stood up and said there were exceptions. The instructor was surprised. The instructor? He smiled and said that he allowed them to duel, but he would immediately stipulate that if anyone was in danger, he would intervene. Did they agree? The students agreed with him, and then he told them to begin. The next second, Bart held his sword in front of him and rushed to attack, while the protagonist watched in bewilderment. He shouted, "Ouch!" And then the opponent's sword slammed into his weapon. He shouted, "Wow!" Bart swung his sword again and lunged forward. The protagonist sharply ducked his head, but a few hairs were still cut off by the opponent's weapon. Then Bart delivered several more attacks, hitting the protagonist's sword. One of his comrades said in surprise, "Wow, he thought Mr. Lloyd would finish him off in one blow." The guy next to him said, "He's still holding on." At that moment, Judith folded her arms and thought irritably, "He's just testing Irene." Bart, after delivering another attack, stepped back and thought, Irene's reaction speed is pretty good, but the sword easily ruins his balance. His stances and movements were very inept. Is he really interested in fencing? Irene's skills were far worse than he imagined. If so, what about his strength? With these thoughts, he charged again, and the protagonist, sweating, raised his sword above himself and then pointed it at his opponent. Then Bart stepped aside, and with one swing of his weapon, knocked the sword out of the protagonist's hands. The MC looked desperately at the huge sword that fell to the ground, and Bart pointed the sword at his neck. The leader said, "The fight is over. Bart wins." After some time, Karaka, holding a piece of paper in his hands, said, "So, now the last point on their schedule for today." They divided them into classes. Starting tomorrow, fencing lessons will be held in a certain group. Class A, Ilya, Bart, Judith, 10 people in total. As befits a strong class, compared to the other guys, their training will be much tougher and more difficult, so they must prepare themselves mentally. Next, Mark Woodluff, Alfred, Amaya Kickland. 35 people in total. They are Class B. Now they will move on to Class C. At this moment, Judith looked at the protagonist and told him to trust her, his noonim from Class A. The protagonist awkwardly answered, "Yeah." Then Karaka said, "There will be 54 people in Class C." Judith was surprised. "What? Irene?" They didn't name him. Karaka said, "And lastly, Irene. He is assigned to Class F." After a while, Judith shouted in irritation, "Okay, that much is clear." But Bart, the idiot, behaved like a complete cretin. Bastard. She was sure he was using it to boast about his superiority over everyone else. Everyone already knew he was a damn aristocrat. Is it really only flaunting his status that strokes his ego? Anyway, he shouldn't be upset. They just need to grind the idiot into dust before the final evaluation. She even gets annoyed by those rats following him around like tails. Then she wondered, what was he staring at? The protagonist replied that she shouldn't be angry. He was really very grateful for her worries, but he felt uneasy when she was angry because of him. She wondered, what? Who said it was because of him? He yelled at her not to hit him. He was already covered in bruises. After a while, Bart dried his hair with a towel and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes. Then he opened his eyes and thought, at that moment, he was about to meet the man's attack head-on, but without realizing it, he dodged. It wasn't just the sword. At that moment, his eyes, his facial expression, everything about him expressed a power that was unstoppable. Irene focused his entire being on the vertical strike. He crouched and looking down thought, what about him? What expression did he have when he wielded the sword? After a while, Run stood in front of the protagonist, grasped the hilt of the sword and said, he says he doesn't know any strikes except the perpendicular and oblique ones. The protagonist confirmed this and apologized. He replied that he had no need to apologize. After all, he hadn't studied fencing properly. How could he show good results at the beginning? Okay, he would ask another question. What would it take for him so far behind the other guys in fencing to catch up? He supposed more effort? He replied that this was not so. Then he swung his weapon and said, talent. However, of course, effort is also important. Depending on his efforts, he could either stand on par with the other students or even surpass them by a wide margin. But this wasn't the case with him, since the others had only begun training in fencing several years ago. He gave him a week. During this time, he must learn all the basics of wielding a great sword. If he succeeded, he would immediately be assigned to Class C. The protagonist asked, what if he failed? He replied that nothing would change. He would stay in his class and continue training in fencing. However, He placed a hand on his shoulder and added that if he felt he lacked talent, it would be better for him to leave the academy himself. The protagonist clenched his fists and declared that he would try his best. Run stepped forward and said, okay, he must try. He was already convinced that he had no shortage of diligence. The second day of training, MC swung his sword, and Run said he needs to relax his shoulders. On the third day of training, he said, excellent, he's doing great. Then came the fifth and sixth days of training. Run folded his arms and thought, every day, he's improving faster and faster. His hard work played a big role in this. It may not seem like it at first glance, but this guy really does have a talent for fencing. After a while, the protagonist held the sword, breathing heavily. Looking at Judith, he asked if she'd like to take a look at it, because he had an evaluation tomorrow. She told him to take it into account. She's picky about that sort of thing. If it's bad, she'll beat him up. Then she smiled, looking at him. After that, she looked surprised, and MC sighed and asked, well, how is it? She smiled and gave him a thumbs up. After a while, a man holding a box entered the room and said, oh, Mr. Instructor. He sees that he's reported to work in the rehabilitation department today. Run took a sip of his drink and looking at him replied that it's true. That guy has entered Class C. Sometime later, Judith was eating food, emptying plate after plate. Then she looked at the protagonist and slamming her fists on the table shouted, hey, he should get more food. He knows as well as she does how important calories are. He studies harder than she does and eats very little. He replied, yes, that's true. At that moment, Lance passed by and said, dear mother, there's a hippopotamus in the academy. Judith turned around and asked, hey, he likes her, right? He shouted indignantly. What? She smirked, embarrassed. She apologizes, comrades, but nothing will work out with him. He asked, what did she just blurt out? Are you crazy? Then Bart walked forward and said, enough, they have to go. His comrade replied, yes, Mr. Lloyd. Bart added, and anyway, they should stop discussing others. It's no use to them. They replied that they understood. At that moment, Judith turned around and said, that impudent fellow has quieted down lately. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, noticing Ilya. Judith smiled and said, she sees that their communication these days isn't the best. Did they have a fight? He replied that wasn't the case. Why should they argue? Could what happened even be called a quarrel? She asked what he was thinking about. He said, she should listen to how Ilya is doing. After all, they go to the same class and see each other often. She folded her arms and replied, young man, he said that he had not quarreled with the lady, so he should go and ask her himself. He looked at her uncertainly, then she chuckled and added that she was joking, but she couldn't help but say it. His reaction was so funny. Okay, she'll tell you. Overall, nothing special. She still ranks first in her class and shows excellent results, which even the instructors can't help but acknowledge. However, due to the large difference in their abilities, the guys feel uncomfortable, so they don't even approach her. She heard that in the evenings, she goes to practice in the small training ground. Apparently, she's practicing her family's sword techniques or something. Since he's leveled up so quickly, he could hang out with her. He asked her to stop teasing him. After a while, Judith asked if he was ready. MC confirmed it. She abruptly launched an attack, and Bart, arms folded, watched him silently. They tried to hit each other with their weapons, but the protagonist, having parried her attack, thought that he expected nothing less from her. Her attacks are difficult to parry. He pushed her away and thought unimaginable power. Then he ran forward and swung his weapon. Judith thought vertical cross-section. She held the sword out in front of her, but at that moment, MC hit her from the side. She grinned and said, they should look at him. She squeezed her hands tighter on the sword hilt, then gritted her teeth and hit the protagonist, sending him flying to the floor. She said, wow, he really has grown. Clearly, he's made progress, but he's still far from her. Then she looked away and said they'd be done for today. He was surprised. So soon? She replied, brother, it's already like night. He should look around. They're the only ones left here. By the way, if he goes to the small training ground now, there's a good chance he'll find Ilya. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him and asked her to stop. Then he looked away. Meanwhile, Ilya was training. Suddenly, she turned around and asked, what the hell? The protagonist was standing behind her. Smiling awkwardly, he said hi. She asked, what's wrong? He handed her a scroll and a bag and said he had come to give her something. He asked to send a gift for her from his home, and here is a letter he wrote. A bit unexpected, right? She was surprised. Why would she need it? He replied that he had a younger sister. She wasn't good at communicating with people. They often argued over misunderstandings. However, the very next morning, he would find both the gift and the letter in his bed. He, too, lacked eloquence. He didn't even know how to start a conversation. Communication was difficult for him. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and added, so he thought it would be better to put his thoughts on paper, as his sister liked to do. She asked if he thought that she would start helping him again after reading. He answered, and she said she was fine with it. Then he turned and apologized for disturbing her. He was already leaving. She watched him go silently. As night fell, she opened the letter. She smiled and said, like a little child. Then she looked at the bag, and taking out an object from it, thought it was a bracelet. She was surprised and thought, this is Adonis. She pursed her lips, and the next second, a bright glow appeared in front of her. She thought, perhaps she was wrong to accuse him of something she herself did not know. After some time, Judith stretched her muscles and said that today would be more severe. The protagonist asked if perhaps they should take it slow. At that moment, Bart approached them, and Judith asked, what's wrong with the blue-haired guy? Has he come to be a jerk again? He approached her and said that he had something to talk to her about. that she should be patient. She was indignant. What? What was he talking about? Then he turned to the main character and told him to listen, that he would like to train together. During the midterm assessment and the last duel, he showed tremendous concentration, which he lacked. He would like him to teach him that. He placed his hand on his chest and added that, in exchange, he offered sword lessons. He suggested they help each other overcome their shortcomings and move forward together. Then Judith slung the sword over her shoulder and asked what the big deal was. Last time he'd challenged Irene to a duel, and now this. What was he trying to achieve? Did he want to use it to rise up? He asked. Use it? Yes, exactly. She screamed indignantly. Wow, what an insolent fool he was. He asked, what's wrong with that? He could achieve excellent results on his own, but that approach was ineffective at the academy. Besides, they would both use him, just as he would use them. Judith, she herself, instead of lessons, spent all her time training with Irene. He believed he should gain experience from many people. Their knowledge wasn't limited to the academy's curriculum. He suggested they think outside the box. This was their chance. He clenched his fist and added that, under the pressure of fierce competition, he would learn new things from other students here and achieve qualitative growth in his abilities. One of the students, looking at him, said, Wow, a student from Class A wants to study with a student from Class C. He clenched his fist and said, Cool. Then the protagonist said he agreed. Was he sure their idea was a good one? He was behind him in every way. What did he plan to learn from him? Bart smiled and said, Well, he did say that he had something in him that he lacked. He had been pondering this since the end of the midterm assessment. Not long before, he had asked, What the hell is the problem? He had tried just as hard. Why was there such a difference between them? And they spent roughly the same amount of time on training. So, Irene was different from him in something else. He got it. All the students were given a limited amount of time. However, the quality of their use of that time varied. Since the beginning of Irene's training, he hasn't lost focus once. He said that, in the present tense, he told him to teach him how to maintain a focused mindset all day long. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and then, lowering his gaze, said that he himself didn't know how it happened. He answered, the expected answer, all geniuses think alike. MC asked, what is he talking about? What kind of genius? He's not like that. Bart turned slightly and thought, no, one look is enough to see the talent in him. Constantly maintaining concentration at the same level is far from an easy task. Then he said that he had personal training today, so he went. Judith, she will join them tomorrow too, she shouted. Why on earth? She did not agree. He added, oh, and one more thing, he has advice for him. Irene, he should never belittle himself. He is a descendant of the noble blood of the Peria family. He's not sure about the beginning, but right now his actions and skills are quite befitting of a member of a noble family. Therefore, he should have pride and show others his confidence. Judith said, Is she the only one feeling sick? Then Bart walked on. After a while, he looked at the protagonist and said that he was in a hurry. He took a stance and added that his movements would only be precise when he achieved balance between his body. The protagonist said that he understood and then lunged forward and said, like this. After a while he said, Judith, they're already done. She doesn't want to fight? She passed by and shouted, she already said no. Bart smiled and asked how long he thought she would last. The protagonist smiled and said, well, since there were no curses, he thinks about a week. They laughed lightly, and sometime later, during lunch, MC looked to the side and noticed Ilya, who had passed by him. She walked on and said she had read his letter. Judith looked at the protagonist and asked, a success with the confession, huh? He blushed with embarrassment and shouted that she had misunderstood. As evening fell, he lay in his bed and thought, concentration, as Bart had said, it really was worth thinking about. But how could it be improved? If only he could do it. If only he could move forward even a little. Was this a dream? But he could clearly feel his hands. The dream was different from before. He felt not only his hands but his entire body. All the sensations of that man were as natural as day. Then he sat up abruptly in bed and sighed loudly. He looked out the window and thought, it's still night. I need to quickly pick up the sword before those sensations disappear. As morning came, Judith looked at him and asked, brother, what have you been doing all night? He told her to forget it. After a while, Bart stood in front of Judith and shouted at her not to relax. She replied, damn, stop showing off. Then he looked ahead in surprise. She shouted, is he kidding me? He told her not to relax. But what about him? Then she looked at the protagonist, who was lying down on the bench, and asked, what's wrong with him? Asleep? Hey Irene, get up. Bart told her to leave him. He looked tired. Then he looked surprised and asked, what? The protagonist suddenly stood up and swung his sword, then lay back down. He asked, what? Did he hit his head on the way here? And then Bart walked up to him and said, Irene, he apologizes for disturbing you, but what is he doing? The protagonist scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said that he was trying to improve his concentration. However, so far it hasn't been working very well. Well, he didn't expect quick results. Bart put his hand to his chest and asked, is he meditating or something? He'd heard of such things. He's calming his soul and looking back, right? He replied something like that. Then Bart lay down on the bench and said, great, then he'll try it too. He thought about it. It's not as bad as he thought. He needs to calm down even more, just a little bit more. After a while, his friend called him. He opened his eyes, and then Lance said that he thought he was sleeping. Bart replied that he wasn't sleeping, but meditating. Judith smiled and said, "So that means he's meditating there, snoring and drooling, right?" Bart quickly wiped his face. After a while, he was sitting on the floor and said that he got it. The problem was in the position. Usually they sit in the lotus position. Judith leaned towards him and said, "What a fool. He needs to understand, Irene. This is simply a given, and he suffers from nonsense. He said he'd try it first, and then decide whether it was crazy or not." She replied that he could do whatever he wanted. After a while, Ian walked forward and said, "Nothing interesting has happened lately?" Karaka replied in the negative. "Everything's going as usual. Oh, by the way, Irene moved up to Class B. It seems he's quickly improved his skills thanks to Judith and Bart's help." The leader said, "I see." The instructor smiled and said, "He was right, Mr. Leader. Bart has caused a small wave of changes this year." After a while, many students were sitting in the lotus field in the training hall. After a while, the sword flew to the side, and Ahmed, raising his hand, shouted, "Bart is the winner." Judith fell to the floor and cried out in pain. Then she got up and shouted, "Damn it, this doesn't count. They have to do it again." Ahmed looked at her and shouted, "Judith." She pointed at herself and, walking up to Bart, shouted, "After class, she's waiting for him for another fight. Got it?" He grinned and replied, "How much does she want?" Ahmed, watching them, smiled and thought, "These guys are amazing. They're both improving their skills at an incredible rate, especially Bart." A gap is slowly starting to appear between him and Judith, who were previously fighting for second place. At that moment, Bart, looking at his hand, thought, "Great. It feels like he's getting better. If he keeps this up." He clenched his fist and thought, "Maybe." After a while, MC swung his sword. He looked ahead and thought that meditation had helped him improve his performance. However, it was still not enough, just a little more. At that moment, Bart approached him and, calling him, asked if he was focusing too much on just a perpendicular strike. He should finish and go with them. The leader asks everyone to gather. He answered, "Okay." "In the assembly hall, right?" He answered, "No. In the large training ground." The protagonist asked, "In the arena?" After some time, the students gathered in the right place, and Ian, stepping forward, said that the 9 months since their arrival at the academy had flown by. He was incredibly happy that they had managed to endure the numerous exams and rigorous training. He was proud of their brilliant progress. They must get to the point. The conversation will be about the final assessment. It will be different from the midterm, in which they had to meet a certain standard in some discipline. It may sound a little abstract, but in the final assessment, he would like to discover their hidden talents. They must not be intimidated. There is no need to start frantically searching for meaning in his words. All that is required of them is to use the sword to demonstrate what they consider to be their best side. They can demonstrate some secret strike or an unusual maneuver to confuse the opponent. In other words, they are allowed to resort to any means to demonstrate their capabilities. He is confident that everyone here is capable of revealing their strengths. So, for the remaining 3 months, he asks them to give it their all. By the way, he has one modest gift for them. At that moment, he threw off his robe and picked up a weapon. He said that even if this was just an old man dancing with a sword in his own way, he would be grateful if they could take something from it for themselves. Then he opened his eyes and began his movements. The students watched him in surprise as he continued his dance. Then he looked to the side and pointed his sword forward. He said that was it. He wished everyone good luck. One of the students asked in surprise what he just saw. His comrade said, "His blade." He was surprised. What happened to his blade? After a while, Bart, sighing, said he suggested they take a little break. Judith silently agreed with him and sat down next to him on the bench. He said, "The leader's show-off performance yesterday was something, don't you think?" She remained silent, and he added, feeling a bit awkward, "Who was he even talking to right now, the wall?" She shouted indignantly, "Hey, he should shut up already." He asked, "Miss, are you in a bad mood? Because of Irene?" She shouted, "What does this have to do with him?" Then she looked down and said that they had the final assessment coming up, and he was completely immersed in meditation. "Will everything be okay?" He replied that he was 100% sure he would pass. Then he stood up. She shouted, "How did he know?" He asked, "What were the criteria for the final assessment?" She was surprised. "What do you mean?" "You need to show hidden talents." He turned around and said, "Exactly, hidden talents. In other words, they should demonstrate not their current abilities, but their future ones." "Who do you think, in the 9 months they spent at the academy, showed the most hidden talents and achieved the fastest progress?" She replied, "Well, naturally, who?" He said, "Yes, it's Irene, so she should stop worrying and get up." She shouted, "What? Who's worried? On the contrary, she'll demonstrate her skills to the fullest. First place in the final evaluation is hers." With these words, she took the sword in her hand, and Bart, standing next to her, said he was afraid nothing would come of it. "Ilya would do it this time too." She shouted, "Why her again?" He replied that she knew perfectly well that she came from an outstanding family of swordsmen. Such families on their continent could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The Lindsay family studies martial arts, which helped them earn the title of that family name. So she simply couldn't help but take first place in the final evaluation. Judith shouted, "Does he consider that reason enough not to even consider first place?" He replied, "Yeah, because it's not just her martial techniques themselves but also her tenacity." She shouted, "It's infuriating. Then why arrange an exam whose results were already predetermined? What's so great about their noble families and her older brother, who used to be called the most famous genius on the entire continent? They'll lose to a commoner orphan and won't even be able to look up in front of the others. Then she was surprised. What about him? Where was he looking? She turned sharply and noticed Ilya behind her. At that moment, Lance said, "Things are bad." His friend said, "Wow." Then Ilya approached Judith and said she didn't care that she was insulting her and her family. It didn't matter what people like her said behind her back. It didn't affect her in any way. Judith shouted, "Is that so? Then they should fight once." Bart held out his hand and told her to stop. Fighting between students could get you expelled. Ilya went further and said that this time she would still take first place, and would do so every time. Her family's sword techniques? She didn't need that. The academy's curriculum alone was enough to prove she was head and shoulders above them. Then Bart ran after her and shouted at her to wait. Lindsay's family sword technique was the Heavenly Sword. That name was established after they captured the Demon Dragon King 400 years ago, right? She turned around and asked, "So what?" He said he'd like to see how good the technique was. She turned back and told him not to dream. He asked, "Right? Too bad. Then she should remember this. If she doesn't demonstrate the Heavenly Sword technique, first place will go to him." She looked ahead in surprise. After a while, the protagonist was training again. He looked at his sword and thought that it didn't feel the same at all. He frowned and thought that he'd clearly imagined himself getting closer. However, lately it seemed as if, on the contrary, he was gradually drifting further away. He needed to concentrate. He sat down in the lotus position and thought about starting with meditation. Wait, what if, for the sake of similarity, he tried meditating with a sword in his hands? He assumed a stance, holding the sword in front of him, and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Lance knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. He spread his arms out to the sides and said, "I give up. I've lost." Bart looked at them, smiled and said, "They're hard workers." Lance turned and said, "Mr. Lloyd." Bart came closer and said that he felt like he'd been training harder. He replied, "Well, the final evaluation is coming soon." However, more importantly, he had made a huge impact on them. He was surprised. He replied, what he said to Ilya that day served as an excellent symbol for them. Bart looked away and said he didn't remember saying anything special. Just then, Judith approached them and said, "Stop making that face. She'll be sick. He should take the sword," blue-haired one. After a while, they began their fight. Bart pointed his sword at her face. She looked in surprise at the tip of the sword, aimed straight at her, and then sharply dodged. She thought he'd gotten faster. Then she screamed, "Damn it." Then she noticed a blow from the side and extended her sword. She thought he wasn't just perceptive. He had a calm he hadn't had before. She swung her sword and, breathing heavily, thought, maybe at this rate he really could overtake Ilya and take first place in the rankings. Although reluctantly, she admitted that she couldn't defeat him right now. However, the words to think outside the box had taught her a lesson. She wouldn't rush. Once she becomes an official student of the academy, then she will win over him. Then Bart sighed and, looking at Judith, suggested they call it a day. She shouldn't overexert herself too much before the final assessment. She looked at him silently, then threw her sweater over her shoulder and, moving on, said, "Okay." He asked, "Wow, what's wrong with her?" She wasn't even angry. "It looks like green snow is about to fall." She said she had things to do. He was surprised. "What?" She replied that curiosity would hurt him. Then he sighed, looking after her, and thought, okay, never mind, he really has changed. His goal isn't impossible. He thinks he can really aim for the place next to her now, and Irene too. He'll be able to withstand his blow too. Meanwhile, MC frowned, holding the sword in his hands. He thought he'd changed his stance, but there was no improvement. What should he do? He doesn't understand anything. At that moment, Judith approached him and asked if he wasn't tired of hanging around the training grounds all the time. She suggested they step outside for a bit to get some fresh air. After a while, Ilya emerged from the building and looked away in surprise. Then Judith lay down on the grass and said they'd take a rest here for a bit. The protagonist sat down next to her and asked if they could stay here. She said if they said anything, they'd leave. He agreed. Then she asked how his preparations were going. He looked at her and asked, "Prepared for what?" She replied, "For the final assessment. Less than half a month left." He replied that he was still training just as hard. She said, he answered somehow sluggishly. He asked, "What about her? Does she think she will pass?" She said, "What's there to think about? Of course she will pass." This is not what he should have asked, but whether she could overcome this scoundrel Ilya. He asked, could she? She was indignant. "Listen, brother, how tactless he is," he said. She herself said to ask. She shouted, "What?" He should listen. His answer was still unsure. Then she apologized, and he looked at her in surprise. She said she apologizes for not paying attention to him lately. She did say she would practice fighting with him and correct his improper stances. He smiled and said it was fine. No need to apologize. Before he could finish, she interrupted him and said she was an orphan. She hadn't brought this up to get pity. It was just that, as a small child, she had had to survive by any means necessary. The only things she knew how to do were stealing and pickpocketing. However, suddenly looking around, it became clear to her that other people were dragging out their existence in the same way. Living like this, up until now, she hadn't felt gratitude or said thank you to anyone. That's why, when he pulled her out of the lake, she should have thanked him for saving her. But she was angry. To be honest, even now she felt somehow uncomfortable saying thank you openly, so she was going to repay him in her own way. but the results had somehow become cloudy. He had to pass. He was surprised. She said that he absolutely had to pass the final assessment. He had to pass and shed his status as a pre-training student, become an official student of the academy, and let her help him properly so that there would be no more awkwardness. He smiled, looking at her and said, "Aha." Then she stood up and, clearing her throat, said that if they walked together now, she thought she would die of shame on the way, so he should wait 5 minutes and go. MC, watching her go, thought, Judith, shouldn't he be the one asking for forgiveness? He was the one who hadn't paid enough attention for the past 2 months. It seemed he'd changed a lot. He used to spend all his time in bed, but now he sat and looked at the sky. The first year at the academy wasn't so bad. He thought he was getting to know himself a little better. He looked at the sky and thought how grateful he was for everything he could feel now, and for his current thoughts. After some time, he returned to the academy and thought, Judith, Bart, Ilya, as well as the academy director and instructors, had helped him greatly, so now it was time to repay their support. With these thoughts, he got into a stance, and then suddenly, surprised, he looked forward. He felt energy and closed his eyes, a powerful aura enveloping his body. After some time, the student activated his technique, surrounding himself with leaves. Ian, watching his actions, said, his speed and accuracy are superb. Ahmed smiled and said, even among the pre-training students with low scores, there are plenty of guys who are improving quite quickly. Perhaps after the final assessment, their ratings will change significantly. Then Lance came onto the court and, swinging his weapon, split the stone in half. Ian said the cut was oblique, not perpendicular, but it looked very smooth. He thought that everyone was performing beyond expectations, but he was still a little disappointed. Then Ahmed looked at the recordings and said, okay, the next student is Judith. She must go forward. Then she entered the arena and asked, Mr. Leader, if she could take the test with another student. He asked, what was she talking about? She replied that she thought a duel would allow them both to better showcase their strengths. The student she wanted to take the final assessment with was fine. Ian said, sounds good. I wonder, what about him? She replied, Bart. Then he entered the arena and, holding his sword in front of him, asked, well, Judith, is she ready? She said, Bart? She didn't want to rush, but it looks like it won't work out. Today, she will surpass him. With these words, she took a stance, and he shouted, super, just like her. She pointed her weapon forward and then with lightning speed, rushed into an attack. Their swords crossed. They delivered attack after attack. The onlookers were amazed. An incredible roar from the collision. Bart blocked another attack. Judith frowned, and then raised her sword to strike again. She swung it, and Bart sharply dodged. The onlookers were amazed so fast, they continued their fight. Then Bart swung his sword, but Judith suddenly jumped, dodging the blow. She swung her weapon, but Bart held his sword in front of hers. At that moment, Run thought, they are both amazing. The fight continued, sparks flying from the sword, and Ahmed, smiling, thought, Judith's blows are merciless. However, Bart easily parried her extremely powerful attacks. Then Bart lunged forward. Judith ducked sharply, but the sword grazed her cheek, drawing a few drops of blood. She, enraged, cried out, oh, he's an idiot. He chuckled and told her not to say she planned to defeat him with this. They continued their battle, and Judith, gritting her teeth with tension, thought, even harder, even more precise. After a while, smoke filled the arena, and Judith held a broken sword in her hands. She thought that in the end, she had failed. At that moment, Run, looking at the instructor, said that they were practically on the same level. Karaka smiled and said, true, but he still thinks Bart was more skilled. At that moment, Ian clapped his hands joyfully and said, amazing. An amazing duel. They did really well. The students bowed and thanked him, and then he looked at Ahmed and asked, who's next? He wanted to see him soon. He replied, Ilya next. Bart, passing by, thought that he had become noticeably stronger, surpassed his former self. Perhaps he would defeat her too. Then Ilya entered the arena and Ian asked what she would show them. She replied, the family sword technique. He said, the sword of heaven, which slit the throat of the king of the demonic dragons? Excellent. Then she took up her weapon. Bart watched her actions in bewilderment. Karaka thought, the wind? She swung her sword even faster, creating wind whirlwinds. The instructors shielded themselves from her attacks, and Judith asked in surprise, what the hell was that? Karaka said, the sword of heaven. Bart sighed and thought, so it turns out there really was that insurmountable wall between them. He frowned and wondered what he was even thinking about. Then Judith came up to him and said it was Irene's turn, the last one left. She clenched her fists and shouted, good luck, Irene. He walked forward, and Bart thought he was a nervous wreck. Not long before, the protagonist said that he thought he was a very good person. Bart looked at him in surprise and asked, what? He said that the atmosphere around him was always warm and bright. He felt good when he was around him. Perhaps that's why so many people wanted to be his friend. He asked how he could say such things so calmly. He laughed lightly and asked, had he done something wrong again? Bart stood up and said that he was wrong. He was not as good a person as it might seem. He looked at the protagonist's back and thought, even if he, then he's begging. He's asking Irene. He shouldn't show anything special. Then MC walked forward and Ian, clasping his hands in front of him and smiling, said, so what will he show them, Irene? He looked ahead silently, while the others watched him, perplexed. Then he looked at the leader and said, perpendicular slash. The others were surprised. Lance clenched his fist and shouted, hey, is he crazy or something? He needs to wake up. They're in the final evaluation. If he shows off a secret technique here, he risks failing. What the hell is he planning? perpendicular slash? At that moment, Ahmed turned to him and shouted, Lance, he's warning you, if he disrupts the exam again he'll be expelled. He replied that he apologized. Then Ahmed turned and thought, even though he stopped him, he thinks he's being reasonable. That's right, Lance. This is the final evaluation. What does Irene want to demonstrate at such an important moment, with a perpendicular slash that can't even be called a real combat technique? What the hell is he thinking? At that moment, the protagonist took a stance and began to concentrate. Ian sighed and thought, he must let him witness the mastery of the one who refused to learn from him and didn't even react to his blade dance, Irene. At that moment, one of the students wondered why he was standing there like a statue. His comrade turned to him and whispered to him to shut up. At that moment, Ilya thought, this is meditation. MC thought, even out his breathing, tense all the muscles in his body, and concentrate. He was penetrating the depths of his soul. He still didn't know who he was and why he had dealt all these blows. But now, as long as he was in pain and patient, as long as he moved forward, all he needed was a steely will. He opened his eyes and swung his sword sharply, directing powerful energy forward, while the others watched in bewilderment. A crack formed and smoke spread in different directions. The protagonist was breathing heavily, gritting his teeth. At that moment, Judith said, Irene? She looked at Bart and called him over in surprise, and he clenched his fists. After a while, the leader asked the assembled students if they'd been waiting for too long, hadn't they? Well, they wouldn't delay any longer. They would move on to the results announcement. While the final assessments were decisive, their current ranking wasn't an indicator of whether they'd be admitted, since there was still the final interview left. Okay, he'd start from the bottom. 66th place, Peter Nelson. 2nd place, Alice Burnett. 7th place, John William. 4th place, Judith. 3rd place, Bart. 2nd place, Iron. And 1st place, Ilya. Everyone had done a great job. They'd announce the interview later, but for now they should get going and get a good rest. After a while, Ilya walked forward, opened the door slightly, and, smiling, said she knew she'd find him here. No one else would have gone to the training hall the day after the exam. The protagonist, sword in hand, turned to her and said hello. Then they sat down on a bench, and she said he'd gotten much stronger. He looked surprised, and she continued, Bart and Judith had done well too. She hadn't felt like someone was chasing her in a long time. Getting first place was a stretch. Previously, she would have been annoyed, but this time it was a bit funny. That blow of his was truly terrifying. The protagonist awkwardly replied that her heavenly sword technique was also incredible. She laughed and asked if he wasn't used to praise. Then she said she wouldn't be staying at the academy. He yelled in surprise, What do you mean? Why? She said thoughtfully, an interesting reaction. He glanced away and said awkwardly, It was all so sudden. She added, To be honest, she hadn't planned on becoming an official Chrono student from the start. She'd planned to take first place in the midterm and final assessments, then return to her family. Then she called him over and asked if he knew who the continent's true genius was. He replied that he wasn't sure. She replied, Kyle Lindsay, her older brother. When she was 7, Kyle had become so popular that he was known to practically everyone on the continent. When he was 10, he defeated a knight in a duel. Even then, his extraordinary talent had already achieved unprecedented heights. Naturally, Kyle was recognized by many famous people, and he became renowned on the continent as a powerful genius. They pinned their hopes on him, until one day another genius emerged, a commoner by birth who had won first place at the Chrono Academy but refused to enroll in this one. She was a girl, Ignat. At 14, she founded her own mercenary company. Wright received a challenge from her to a duel, and since their family doesn't shy away from battle, he immediately accepted. In the end, the fight ended in Ignat's favor in just 3 strikes. Then she asked, What, is he serious? She was a little disappointed. Seeing her idol, her role model, defeated, she hugged him tightly and burst into tears. He began to console her, as if nothing had happened. Then she thought her brother would still get his revenge, fight again, and regain his victory. However, Kyle never recovered. After what happened, people cooled towards him. For the first time, he was recklessly criticized and ridiculed. He couldn't bear the despair and pressure that had befallen him. She, still a toddler, could only watch indifferently as her brother withered away. But even then, it was clear to her that the eyes of others were the ones who had locked him in that room. She promised herself that a similar fate would not befall her, that no one would be able to shake her faith. However, without realizing it, she had sunk into this abyss. She came to Chrono at 12 because of Ignat, who had joined at 13. At 14, she wanted to be officially recognized as a knight because of Ignat, who had been awarded an honorary knighthood at 15. But now she was going to put an end to trying to catch up. MC said, That's how it was. She looked at him and thought, Yes, thanks to him, he doesn't let others confuse him and never pays attention to their words. Seeing his stubborn desire to follow his own path, she said she had decided to follow her heart. She went on and added that she could very well reach the level of a master, even if she did everything her own way. He said it was amazing. She had overcome difficulties and saw a world before her that wasn't limited to academies. It was simply incredible, and he didn't have a clearly defined goal yet. She told him not to talk nonsense. He looked at her in surprise. She added that she was telling him not to dare relax, that he should try even harder, otherwise the gap between them would instantly become an abyss. He smiled and then lowered his gaze and thought, Is he really all right? Is he doing the right thing? He looked at the sword in his hands. After a while, Bart approached the crack in the floor. Judith came up behind him and, putting her hand on his shoulder, said, Hey, their beloved lord, there are actually renovations planned here. The passage is closed. She suggested they go out and compete. Her fingers were itching. In response, he announced that he was dropping out of the academy. She was surprised. Why? He frowned and said that a man who had only recently picked up a weapon was able to demonstrate an amazing level by practicing just one strike for an entire year, while he had dedicated several years of his life to the art of the sword. How much more time would he have to spend to achieve the same results? Although, would he even be able to do it? He thought that such abilities were predetermined from the very beginning. He turned and thanked her for everything. Then she put her hand on his shoulder again, and then she punched him in the face, sending him flying to the floor. He screamed indignantly. What is she doing? She screamed. What the hell is wrong with him? He dodged her sword strikes without any problem, and now he couldn't dodge a fist. She added a few more blows and screamed. His brain has gone soft, and now his body has turned into a felt boot. What did he say about relativity? Predetermined. Utter nonsense. Then can't she even defeat a wimp like him? And all the others who study at the academy? He means to say that they suffer from useless nonsense here? He should brag later about how, in his youth, he defeated the one who would one day become the best swordsman on the continent in an exam. For a coward who fell into despair and simply ran away because of some stupidity, this is enough to boast for the rest of his life. Then she moved forward. A few days later, Ian, sitting at his desk, looked at Ilya and said, After all, she chose to follow her own path. Did it make her feel better? She replied, yes, a little. However, it is not only because of first place. He replied that it is evident in her. She is now much happier than after the midterm exam. She said, It is all thanks to his teachings, Mr. Director. He replied, What teachings? She'd done a fantastic job. Okay, she had to go. She thanked him for everything and then left the office. At that moment, Ian called Ahmed and told him to call the next one. He replied that he was listening. Then Ian looked ahead in surprise and asked, Seriously? There were no questions about his grades. He wasn't just talking about the exam results themselves. He was so good that he became a role model for other students. He cast aside his ego, corrected his shortcomings, and improved on his strengths. Personally, he has high hopes for him. At that moment, Bart looked down and said that he was sorry, but he no longer had self-confidence. Ian frowned and thought, his lifeless gaze like an extinguished candle. Bart wouldn't listen to him now. Then he told him to do as he knew best. He thought that with all his heart, he hoped this child would find the incentive to get him back on his feet. After that, Irene entered the office. Ian, smiling, said that his performance on the final evaluation was impressive. In his entire career as principal, he had never been so surprised. The protagonist thanked him, and then he asked if he remembered what they talked about after the midterm. The protagonist asked what? Oh, of course. Ian said he had some advice for him. MC said he'd listen to that. The leader added, But first, he must answer student Irene. Why did you pick up the sword? The protagonist looked at his hand in surprise and wondered, Why did you pick up the sword? He said, confused. Well, Ahmed smiled and told him not to think too deeply. It didn't have to be something grand. Worldly reasons like fame and money would do just as well. If it wasn't something contrary to human morality, then he should be able to say it without hesitation. The protagonist silently lowered his head, and Ian said, I see, Irene. So it turns out he didn't pick up the sword of his own free will. He looked at him in surprise and confirmed it. Ahmed shouted, Mr. Leader, what do you mean by that? He replied as if he knew. He was haunted by the fact that he had taken his fencing training more seriously and diligently than others. However, he didn't feel a shred of the emotion a person like him would experience. For example, student Bart was overjoyed when he felt his skill improve, and Judith looked terrifying when she realized she was falling behind Bart in strength. A veil of rage clouded her vision. Every student at the academy felt either joy or sadness about their swordsmanship. However, he was neither. Iron. Was he imitating someone, by any chance? He remained silent, and then said he was right. The leader said he knew it. It was amazing that he had managed to achieve such heights simply by wanting to be like someone else, without any will of his own. Fine, he wouldn't ask who that idol was. However, if he was going to continue practicing with the sword, he needed to seriously reconsider now. He pointed a finger at him, and added that if he couldn't find a reason, there was no place for him at the academy. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and he added, The world is vast. It's much more important to find yourself in this than to swing a sword here. The protagonist bowed and said that he thanked him. He would remember his last piece of advice for the rest of his days. The leader laughed and asked, The last? That sounds a bit offensive. Don't say that. He was surprised. What? The leader reached into his inside pocket and told him to come closer. Could he borrow a drop of his blood? He replied, Yes, of course. Then a small wound was left on his finger, from which a few drops dripped onto the gold object. MC said, Mr. Leader, that's it. He said that he was giving him a year. During that time, he should find his way. He replied that he understood. He would definitely return in a year. After some time, Ilya approached the protagonist. She placed her hand on his arm and said, Irene, when you have time, he should drop by for a visit. He looked in surprise at the object in her hand that she gave him, and asked what it was. She said it was a plaque with their family crest. If he showed it to the guards, he would definitely not be given a cold shoulder. When he arrived, she would give him a flower. He was surprised. A flower? She answered, an Adonis. The same one as her bracelet that he gave her. He asked if she had an Adonis growing at home. She answered, yeah. When she was 7, she pulled them all out, but now she's planted them again. Adonis blooms in April-May, so he should come around that time. The protagonist replied with a grin, okay, he'll definitely visit her. At that moment, Judith ran up to him and, looking at the object in his hand, she shouted, what's that shiny thing? She needs one too. MC said, oh Judith, she said that if she doesn't want it, she won't force herself. Ilya replied, no, it's not that she didn't want to. She said, then she must give it. Then she looked at the sign in her hand and said, the aristocrats have lost their minds, but it's worth it. Then she turned around and apologized for that time. Ilya was surprised. What? She replied, for insulting her and her family. She never had a family, so she blurted out something without thinking. No, that's not it. It sounded like an excuse. She's sorry from the bottom of her heart. Ilya spoke, and she apologizes for ignoring her. At that moment, Judith punched the protagonist on the shoulder and said, young man, what is he standing there smiling like a clown? He replied, he's simply for peace and safety. She screamed, is he with his weird jokes again? He pulled away from her and told her to wait and cool off. Then he turned around in surprise and walked over to Bart. He said he heard he was leaving the academy. Did something happen? Bart glanced at him, then said it was a bit hard for him to talk about it. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and, holding his hands in front of him, said, okay then, everyone has their own circumstances. Bart asked if he was leaving too. He answered yes, but not quite. He'd finish his personal training and come back. Bart thought, so he was going to continue developing his skills. His spirit was broken, but here he was. Then the protagonist thanked him. Thanks to him, he'd gained confidence in some things. He realized he felt alive when he swung a sword. He won't go into details, but a year ago, a small change occurred within him. Thanks to this, he started practicing fencing and decided to enroll in the academy. However, he was able to look back, recognize himself, and realize that he was only able to move forward after meeting them guys. He's grateful. Bart looked down, and at that moment, a knight approached him and said, Lord Heir, they are glad to see him. He should get in quickly. At that moment, a carriage stopped next to him, and Bart, getting inside, said that it was time for him to go. Then he shouted loudly, Bart, they must definitely become stronger and meet again. After that, the carriage set off, and Judith said, what a melodrama they created here. Maybe she imagined it, but she had a feeling she would never see Bart again. Then Marcus approached them and said, Lord Heir, he came to take him, and these girls? MC said that they study together at the academy. They are his friends. Marcus said, friends? What? Friends? The protagonist was surprised. What was he doing? He bowed and replied, nothing. He is grateful that they got along with the Lord. Then the protagonist got into the carriage and, waving from the window, said that he was leaving. Judith put her hands on her waist and told him to come back quickly. Then the carriage set off, and Judith thought, damn. How did this happen? Should she just stand there and wait? Ilya wondered. When would they finally come for her? Then Judith said, she must listen. Her stomach was clenching. She replied, well then she should go back. She said, have a good trip. Ilya thanked her. Meanwhile, Ahmed waved his hand and said, the children, on whom so many hopes were pinned, have gone their separate ways. He must be very sad. Ian replied that he would not deny it. Ahmed added, about Irene, is he sure everything will be all right? Finding your way is by no means an easy task. Ian went to the window and asked, why worry? Isn't he the 4th genius of the continent? He was surprised. He was apologizing. What? By nature, he is very different from the other geniuses. He doesn't think he's a genius of diligence? Meanwhile, Judith was walking down the street. She thought, after all, she was alone again. She walked forward and suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned around in surprise. Bart was standing behind her and, smiling, asked why she was staring at the ground. There was something interesting there. She shouted that she didn't understand. Why did he come back? He replied that after carefully weighing and thinking everything over, he realized that giving up was completely unsuitable for the nature of Bart's heir from the kingdom of Lloyd. Besides, with Irene gone, there would be no one to deal with her bad temper. She shouted, what? He asked. She's glad he's back, right? She blushed with embarrassment and shouted, what the hell is he talking about, idiot? He replied that Irene said that her swearing could be interpreted as a positive assessment if she stuttered while doing it. She shouted at him to shut up. He thinks the boss will welcome back an idiot who quit on his own accord? He replied that he'd have to ask for reinstatement. However, he's confident the boss won't dismiss a talent like him. She yelled at him to stop lying. By the way, he said he'd been meaning to ask her to swear less for a while. She told him to get lost. He said, yeah, right. After some time in the carriage, Marcus silently looked at the protagonist, thought that he had been staring out the window the whole way, and hadn't been able to become an official student at the academy. He understood. Then he was surprised. Sir, what is that in his hand? He shouted in confusion. Is that the Lindsay family's platinum plaque? Where did he get that? He replied that his friend gave it to him. Marcus shouted, friend? He asked. Does he remember that girl with white hair whom he introduced to him? Well, her name is Ilya, he shouted in surprise. What? The protagonist thought, judging by how surprised he was, the Lindsay family was much more majestic than he thought. Then he apologized and said he would get some sleep. Marcus replied, yes, of course, sir. Then MC closed his eyes and thought, his sword. After some time, Marcus said, sir, they are staying in the guest house for today. And then the protagonist, sitting on the bed, began to concentrate his energy. Marcus, putting his ear to the door, said, "No sound." He started pacing and wondering what to do. He thought the gentleman was desperate. This wouldn't do. He needed to find something to put the gentleman back in a good mood. Then he went outside and shouted, "This is it." He looked ahead and thought, an orc. He'd heard that orcs could only be found in the northwest. How did he end up in the south? Moreover, he was no ordinary orc. He had a pentagram pendant around his neck and a tattoo on his arm. He was an orc fortune teller. After a while, MC asked in surprise, "What? An orc?" Marcus walked forward and, pointing further, said that orc fortune tellers were outstanding. The protagonist said, "Aha!" He'd also heard that just meeting an orc could bring good luck. Then they approached the tent and the orc, smiling, said, "Welcome, dear guests. Which of them should he predict the fortune of?" The protagonist smiled and said he'd like to try. Marcus thought, frankly, orc fortune tellers are known for saying only good things. Good news about the future might instantly cheer up the master. Then the orc asked, "Today's luck? This year's? In love? In financial well-being? Or perhaps in health?" Which of these were they interested in? He had to choose any. Such an outstanding orc fortune teller as he was. Then he apologized and asked which age group Marcus belonged to. Marcus frowned. "Age group?" MC replied that he was 16. The orc was surprised. "Really? He really does look young." However, if he were to lie, he wouldn't be able to make a prediction for him. The protagonist said he wasn't lying. The orc replied that if he was telling the truth, he believed he'd be swept into any knightly ranks as soon as he applied for membership. If he continued to follow the path of swordsmanship, he would be in trouble. At that moment, Marcus shouted, "What a lie! He was definitely a fortune teller?" Then he walked in the other direction and shouted, "Sir, they must go. There's no point in wasting time on him." The protagonist followed him, and then the orc told him to wait a second. He handed him a folded piece of paper and said that whenever things got tough, this thing would definitely help him. The protagonist thanked him and then walked forward. The orc thought he hadn't just gained muscle mass. His body itself looked strong and well-shaped thanks to his practiced movements. However, even more striking was the powerful energy thickly enveloping him. 16. Who was he lying to? Mysterious man? Would they ever meet again? And then a woman standing nearby whispered to her husband, "Hey, he should listen. It looks like he's a charlatan." The orc thought, "Damn, there's no business here now." After a while, the protagonist and Marcus set off. Marcus apologized and asked for forgiveness for what happened yesterday. He didn't know the orc would turn out to be a charlatan. MC replied, "Oh well, they didn't hear anything bad." He thought, by the way, about that piece of paper. It said something about standing firmly on your feet, not necessarily being alone. He wondered what that meant. It turns out that when the orc asked his age, he meant a man. Then Marcus said that he immediately suspected something was wrong. He remembered how strangely he expressed himself when asking about age, and then began to claim that a person who failed the exam would be accepted into any knightly squad. The protagonist asked, "Oh, but didn't he say that? He didn't fail the exam." Marcus was surprised. "What?" He replied that he had been officially accepted to the academy, but not right away. You could say his admission was conditional. If he completed the task given by his superior within a year, he would be able to return. Marcus shouted, "What?" Then the coachman said in surprise, "Sir Hare, there's the Chiron family carriage ahead." Marcus peered around the corner and whispered, "What? The Viscounts of Chiron?" He looked at the coat of arms and thought, how could they really have run into their main enemies? Those who openly insulted the Lord, in particular, Aaron. Then Marcus approached the protagonist and, smiling awkwardly, said, "Sir, the heir to the throne, Aaron Chiron, and Sir Jack Stewart have just exited the carriage. If he feels uncomfortable, will he stay inside? He will handle the situation himself." MC turned around and said that everything was fine, and besides, it would be impolite. He replied, "Yes." Then they got out of the carriage, and Marcus, bowing, said that they greeted the heir, Aaron, and Sir Jack. They answered, "Aha." Aaron thought, Irene, the idiot, has grown up and become stronger? Then he asked, "It seems he is returning from the Chrono Academy, right?" He thought, Irene is so Irene. Marcus said that was correct. "May I ask what business they have on their territory?" He answered that he needed to convey something on behalf of his father. They would omit the details. Then Aaron approached the protagonist and, smiling, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He answered, "Aha." He told him to listen. He sees that the students are well trained at the academy. He almost made a mistake when he saw him. Does he plan to continue practicing fencing? He answered, "Perhaps." He asked, "At home?" Although it is clear, training elsewhere will be problematic. After all, he took up a sword so late. Marcus thought, what a brat. Did he forget he was a whole year younger than the master? The protagonist answered, probably. He asked, "What?" The protagonist asked, "Did he have anything else to add?" He answered, No. Then the MC walked forward and said, if so, then he would go. The journey had been long. He would like to quickly rest. Aaron thought, a slightly childish provocation, but the aristocrat's reaction did not match him. Then he frowned and shouted at him to wait. Nothing special. He simply suggested shaking hands goodbye. He turned slightly and asked, why? He thought, what an idiot. Then he asked, did he know the expression a swordsman uses enough from a handshake to understand each other's abilities? The protagonist said he had never heard of it. He replied, that means someone lacks the knowledge yet. So said the famous swordsman Louis Sogard. In fencing there is nothing more important than muscular strength. Isn't that right, Sir Jack? He replied that it was true. And then he extended his hand forward and asked, did he hear? The best knight of their family confirmed it. He, as the senior comrade, who began learning the art of the sword 6 years earlier, would check how much his skill had grown. MC silently looked at his hand. The others watched in surprise. Then he shook his opponent's hand. He thought, great, did it work? He will crush him. He thought that he should rather show him that funny, twisted grimace. He continued to squeeze the hand tighter, but seeing no change on the protagonist's face, he thought in surprise, what, not even a movement? He began to sweat and wondered where this colossal pressure was coming from. He is not trying to squeeze any tighter. And then the protagonist said, ah, right, I have to use force, right? Then he squeezed the hand tighter. Impulses of pain ran through Aaron's body, and he pulled his hand back, crying out in pain. The protagonist apologized and said he wasn't yet good enough at controlling his power. Aaron thought, what? He was the first one to let go of the careless aristocrat's hand? Damn it. Shame. MC said, well, he'll go. At that moment, a cat approached them and asked, what? Is that all? The knight was surprised. A talking cat? Marcus yelled, really? The cat said, hey, what's wrong with him? He needs to hit him once. He yelled, sorceress. People often describe something that can't be, that defies common sense, that makes one doubt what they've seen with their own eyes as magic. That's the way it is. However, if you go into detail, what was said has nothing to do with magic. It's easy to get confused by definitions because in any case, a person uses an invisible force, mana. However, magic is a teaching that strictly adheres to logic and rationality. What is the correct name for a situation in which they are faced with something completely incomprehensible? Witchcraft. Then the cat said, come on, faster. When the laws of nature are completely ignored, he should know that witchcraft is happening. Marcus wondered in surprise. Had the witch turned into a cat, or was she a cat witch? Jack thought, if they messed with the witch, this would not end well. They should leave quickly. Then he bowed and said, if there was tactlessness on their part, they apologize. With that, they must allow for deviance. If they have upset them, they must visit Viscountcy Chiron soon. The cat stepped forward and asked, what? There will be no fight? They will just go their separate ways? Sucks. Marcus thought. She stood on her hind legs. Then the sorceress took out an object and said that they should at least have a duel or something. She would borrow the swords. Then she reached into her bag and took out a small sword. Marcus was surprised. What? She began to swing the sword and said, like this and like this. Jack smiled awkwardly and said, it seems she took it all the wrong way. The Peria and Chiron families support and help each other. She threw the sword aside and sighing said, well, utter disappointment. She was hoping for fun. Then he added, they ask for forgiveness for taking up their precious time. They are very tired after a long journey and do not dare to delay them any longer. Sir, he must go to the carriage. He replied, aha. Then the protagonist approached the carriage. Marcus, turning slightly, said, sir, it is time for them too. He agreed, and then the protagonist looked at the animal and asked, is that cat a person? Marcus replied that, unfortunately, he is not sure. However, he feels that she is somehow connected with the heiress of Kirill. They are both sorceresses. The protagonist replied, perhaps. He said that as soon as they arrive at the estate, he will find out everything. After some time, MC approached the family and said that he was back. The father extended his hand to him and said, welcome home. He worked hard. They should go inside quickly. After some time, they were sitting at the table, and Harun, raising his hand, said, so that's how it all worked out. It turns out the Academy recognized that he has talent. He is very proud. The protagonist, thanking him, thought, he is proud. Father said he was proud of him. I can't even believe it. Then father added, by the way, Marcus told me that they met a talking cat on the way. She's a witch named Lulu. The protagonist asked in surprise, wasn't that witch human? He answered, yes. However, she has the same intelligence as a human and more. He was surprised. And what else? Kirill said that the cat is very strong. One look is enough to make everything clear. She is stronger than all the witches she met in the royal capital. Amelia added that Lulu came to them about 10 days ago and asked to be Kirill's teacher. They didn't know who she was, so they sent a person to the witch association to find out about her. But the most important thing is that she thinks about everything herself. Kirill put her hands on the table and shouted, brother, what does he think? He was surprised. What? Well, her own desires are important to him, and he doesn't understand witches. She replied, of course he doesn't understand, but he saw Lulu. He should say what he thinks. He was surprised, huh? Then the mother of the family looked at her daughter and asked why she was putting pressure on her brother. She asked, what's wrong? She just asked. She replied that she herself understands. It's not easy to answer such a question. MC frowned and thought, so here it is, Kirill's endless stubbornness. Something bad must have happened. This is bad. Why is she angry? He doesn't understand anything. He remembered. He had that thing with him. Then he reached into his pocket and said, Kirill, he wants to give her one thing. She was surprised. What? Then he put the box with the jewelry on the table and said that he wasn't sure if she would like it. She took out the necklace and looked at it in surprise, while her parents, having watched what was happening, thought that their Irene was already buying gifts. Kirill awkwardly thanked him. The protagonist asked, what? Then she spoke louder. She says thank you. Is he deaf? He awkwardly apologized, then remembered how Marcus, smiling, said that he should definitely give everyone a gift. He thought he was grateful to him, Marcus. He was his savior. Then he said, mother, father, he has something for them too. Before he could finish, Lulu walked into the room and said, so, that means he's Kirill's older brother. The others looked at her in surprise, and then she climbed onto the table and said, no wonder she thought they smelled similar, but they were completely different. At that moment, Kirill grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and pointing her finger shouted, what the hell brought her here? In response, she apologized. She didn't want to scare anyone. The mother of the family called her daughter, and Lulu said, Well, since that's the case, all that remains is to convince her older brother. Kirill shouted, "What?" She covered her mouth with her paws and said that she accidentally blurted out what she was thinking. Kirill shouted at her to quickly explain what she meant. She replied that she thought it was easier to get along with her brother than with her, and also, she asked, and also, she answered, she loved him to death, so she thought if she could persuade him, she would agree too. Kirill shouted in irritation, "There you go." Lulu asked, "Is this too much, right?" Then Kirill approached her and screamed loudly, and Lulu put her paws in front of her and started screaming words of apology. She will not do it again. Kirill declared that she will never become her student. She ran to the exit, and Lulu, following her, shouted for her to forgive her. She did something wrong. The head of the family said, "He has no idea what to do with this." Amelia said, "More problems later." Irene, "He should tell him something else about his studies at the academy." He replied, "All right." After a while, he lay on his bed and thought. His mother and father were very happy with the gift. It seemed to touch them even more than his admission to the academy. He sat on the edge of the bed and thought, in an ordinary family, such things are probably rare. Seeing his parents rejoice over little things makes him feel both happy and guilty. It's decided. No more wasting time like before. You can't delay finding your way of the sword. Then he looked to the side and asked, "Who's there?" The maid asked, "Master, may I come in?" He replied, "Yes, she can come in." Then she approached him and asked, "Will he be going to the training grounds tomorrow?" He replied, "Yes, early in the morning. So please, she should prepare what he asked for in advance." She asked, "Is he sure?" He had been traveling to the academy for over half a month and hadn't had time to properly rest. He replied, "It's okay." He looked at his clenched fist and added, on the contrary, his hands were itching from not holding a sword for half a month. After some time, Aaron approached the head of the family and said that he would go, father. He replied that he must go. He was a good man. Then the head of the family called Jack. He replied, "Yes, Sir Viscount." Viscount Phil Chiron said that Aaron looked strange. Did anything happen at the Peria estate? Jack lowered his gaze and said, on the way back they met the heir of Irene. Phil asked, was he talking about the careless aristocrat who returned from the academy? He confirmed this when he and the lord exchanged greetings. The Viscount looked away and said, "So that's how it is." Then he threw the mug aside and shouted, in his opinion, "Is this normal?" He came closer to him, pointed his finger and shouted, where was he at that moment? He apologized and the Viscount turned around, put his hand on his shoulder and said, although he probably wouldn't have been able to interrupt. True. He clenched his fist and shouted, "What a bastard. Why did that half-dead brat suddenly change so much?" Jack said he seemed like a completely different person to him. Apparently Irene's heir learned a lot at the Chrono Academy. The Viscount shouted, "Nonsense. The Sword Academy isn't some kind of witchcraft circle." He thought, he hasn't liked Taran for a long time. He has everything. Luxurious hair, irresistible looks, a wife who, if rumors are to be believed, is considered a beauty, and a daughter who is a sorceress. His fortune only increases year after year. Then he reached for his mug and shouted, "Now what?" The kid, who was so easy to trample into the dirt, has suddenly perked up. Why the hell did he even come out? He should have let him rot within these four walls. At that moment, Ryan entered the room and asked, "Father, please don't be angry. The sprout that has appeared should be pulled out, and that's the end of it, right?" He replied, "Ryan, he's right. Do you have a plan?" The chief heir to the Vionian throne crossed his legs and, smiling, said, "Of course. A punitive expedition is coming soon, right? When the 6 noble families of the Southern Hale Kingdom arrive at the Peria estate for a meeting of the heads of the family, they'll be able to wipe their feet on the negligent aristocrat." Father smiled and said, "Excellent idea, Jack. He must go." He bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he added, "I expected nothing less from their family's pride." Jack covered his face with his hand and thought, what a lunatic. He left the room and thought that Irene could very well get into trouble, since a man much smarter, more talented, and far more composure than the Viscount, the primary heir, had entered the game. After a while, several knights entered the training grounds, and one of them exclaimed, "Damn, what the hell kind of training is this early in the morning?" His comrade said there was a punitive expedition soon. What else is there to do? If he doesn't deal with monsters regularly, one day he'll see them jumping out of alleys. He asked how long this excuse had been around. Everyone has long known that monster raids were only organized so noble families could demonstrate their status. He replied, "Okay." His words wouldn't change anything. Before he could finish speaking, he cried out in surprise, "What a meeting!" At that moment, the protagonist was doing pull-ups, having tied a weight to his body. A knight approached him, and after greeting him, said that they heard he had returned yesterday. What was he doing here at such an early hour? The protagonist looked at him and replied, "Oh, right." He'd been told the privates had morning training scheduled today, but he decided to work out alone. They shouldn't worry. He wouldn't get in the way. He replied, "Okay." Then one of the knights, turning to his comrade, whispered, "Since the heir is here, that means he flunked out of the academy, right?" He replied, "I suppose he should check on how much he's bulked up." "Hey, is that how they usually use that weight plate?" His comrade said, "There's another one over there. He should try lifting it." The knight grabbed the weight plate and shouted that his belly button was about to come undone. His colleague was surprised. How did the heir manage to lift it? Just then, Orn came up to them and shouted, "Did they come here to have fun or what?" At that moment, the knight behind him said, "Oh, with Juker, he's already here." They weren't having fun. They decided to watch the heir's training for a while. He shouted in surprise, "What?" He looked at the protagonist and thought, wow, really? Wait, that brat is now doing pull-ups with a weight plate during training? Not bad technique. What happened to him in a year? Then he laughed and shouted, the heir may look incredible in their eyes, but with his skills, he's not even close to the knights. His subordinate asked, seriously? Then the protagonist performed the next exercise, and the knights were surprised. Is that even possible? Turning to Orn, one of the knights asked if he could do the same in 2 tries, right? He turned around and shouted, idiots. For your information, it's already 6 hours and 10 minutes. How long are they going to chat, huh? Get to training. They replied, yes. After a while, MC walked forward. He looked up and noticed a cat. He thought, Lulu. Had she come to persuade him? He turned around and thought, no, I need to focus on training. The rest is unimportant. To find his own way with the sword, it's time to stop repeating that man's swings. He will start practicing the techniques he learned at the academy. A week later, the protagonist ran forward, followed by a knight, and he thought that everything was baffling him. How could he run faster than them while maintaining even breathing and not sweating? Then the knight dropped to all fours and sighed, saying that he couldn't do it anymore. The protagonist turned around and stopped, and the knight looked at him and said, he's become much more resilient, sir. He asked, does he think so? He replied that their training was ending soon. He wasn't leaving with them? He replied that he would stay a little longer. He thought those 3 were amazing. They had endured the rigorous training at the academy without any help, but if he hadn't had that dream, he would have. Then he looked away and thought that Lulu had been watching the training for a week. What was she thinking? Then the knight approached him and whispered, Sir Hare, he must be careful. He was surprised. What? Why? He replied that there were rumors that cat witch brought bad luck. Some even said that she was cursed. MC thought about it. That's why he thought the soldiers avoided her. Bad rumors were to blame. At that moment, Marcus came around the corner and said, sir, he's finished. Before he could finish, he said, Lulu. She looked at him in surprise. The protagonist approached the cat and said, she said last time that she wanted to convince him, so why didn't she even come to talk? He thought she wasn't avoiding him. She scratched her ear and replied, Kirill is interesting, but he's nothing special. Boring, like hundreds of boulders in the valley. He asked, puzzled, what the? That's rude. Does she know? She climbed down from the boxes and said she had a gift for him. He was surprised. Why all of a sudden? She asked, what difference does it make? She was going to give him the thing anyway. A bribe, as people say. She held out the sphere and told him to take the bribe and talk to Kirill. Marcus ran up to them and shouted, stop. It's a cat's eye. MC asked, a cat's eye? Marcus, is that expensive? He replied, of course, incredibly expensive. You could buy a quarter of the Peria estate for that. He asked, really? Lulu thanked him for speaking up for her. Then Marcus said he'd only named the price of an eye. She said, in short, if he helps persuade the kid, something will come his way. The protagonist asked why she was willing to part with such a valuable thing for the sake of Kirill becoming her apprentice. She replied that it was a very piquant question, then thought for a moment and said, just like that. MC was surprised, so there was no reason? She replied that she liked her, that's all. Do you really need a reason? He replied, no. Then Marcus said he understood, but to bribe such treasures. She replied, was he implying that she had no concept of money? He replied that was not true. That's not what he meant. She asked, what, no? Does he take her for a fool? She may be a cat, but she knows the value of a cat's eye. Humans are naturally greedy for gold and precious stones. However, there are far more valuable things in this world. Here, a wooden ball. Marcus said, yes, that's it. Lulu, holding it in her hand, said it gave off a wonderful aroma. She adored it. You can't get a ball just like it anywhere else. She wouldn't trade it for a few dozen cat's eyes. It's her precious one. There's one more thing. She took the next item out of her bag and said, a foxtail. Her memories are connected with this before she learned witchcraft. And also a stuffed toy that her friend, a stray cat, gave her. What do they have? Such things couldn't be obtained for any amount of gold or treasure. Marcus bowed and said, so that's how it is. There's logic in her words. The protagonist smiled and thought, unusual. He wouldn't have guessed the secret. So, in a relationship with Kirill, there's also value that can't be bought with money? Then Lulu shouted at him to shut up. That would pass for smart, he thought. Good cat. Then she looked at him and said, well, anyway, Irene, he should take the stone and praise her to Kirill. In response, he apologized and said that he wouldn't accept her gift. She shouted in surprise, what? Where on earth did he even listen to me? She'll repeat herself. It's very expensive. He replied, she said that there are things much more valuable than money. She looked at him in surprise, and he replied that he wanted to tell Kirill not what she ordered, but what he saw and felt after meeting her. Then Lulu jumped to the side and said that she had her doubts about Kirill, but she was counting on attracting him with the stone. Well, he should see for himself, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a simpleton, compared to his sister, so to speak. She'll be visiting often. The next day, Lulu pointed her paw to the side and shouted, Irene, trouble, quickly, get her. He shouted in fear. What's the matter? He ran after her and said, hey, Lulu. She has to say something. What happened? She was standing next to the food bowl and told him to stay with her while she ate. He asked, is this her problem? She replied that she gets restless when no one is around while she eats. Another day, Lulu grabbed his t-shirt and shouted, Irene, it's just awful. She's in shock. He asked, what this time? She looked at the lying cat and asked, Does he know what a cat lying on its belly is thinking? He replied that he doesn't know. And what about? She said that she was asking him. Why was he answering a question with a question? He was surprised. Of what? He thought she knew and was just asking him to guess, right? She turned around and shouted in surprise. Of what? How could she know what the cat was thinking? MC sat down next to her and laughed lightly. She asked why he was laughing. He replied, I wanted to. She folded her paws over her chest and shouted, Hey, what do you mean? The hero laughed loudly, then sighed and remembered Ian's words, who had said he was giving him a year. During this time, he must find his way. Then he rose to his feet, and Lulu was surprised. Where was he going? Irene. After a while, it started to rain. The protagonist came to the training ground and thought that now was not the time for nonsense. He must find his way with the sword as quickly as possible. He took up his weapon and thought, it seems that after leaving the academy, he completely lost it. Now he understands nothing at all. What should he do? What should he do to find his way? He swung his sword, while Lulu looked at him in surprise. She lowered her gaze and thought, and then he repeated the movement again. At that moment, Lulu approached him and asked, Irene, has he tried learning witchcraft? He wondered why. Then he noticed a bright glow in front of him. She shouted, Irene, he must become her apprentice. He thought in surprise, wow, that's some pressure. Lulu isn't what she seemed before. She said, hey, you're on the line. Can you copy? She's asking him to become her apprentice. She pointed her paw to the side and said she'd teach him everything. And then together they'd set off for the joyful world of sorcerers. He thought the oppressive energy had disappeared. He shook his head and said he didn't want to. She was surprised. Why? He asked. Why? He wasn't a sorcerer. He was a swordsman. She told him not to worry and to start learning from her. He told her to wait, but they weren't talking about magic. They were talking about witchcraft. He couldn't master it even if he wanted to. Could he? She shouted. Ignorant. No one is more suited for witchcraft than a swordsman with a strong will. In her opinion, there's a high probability that he'll discover an ability within himself that will make his sword better. He asked, why not? She asked if he knew the difference between swordsmen, sorcerers, and mages. He answered negatively, and she said, okay, she'll tell you, but he must listen carefully. She won't repeat herself. All martial artists, including swordsmen, focus on their physical body, also known as their inner cosmos. By tirelessly training and hardening their bodies, they acquire a mysterious power called aura. Mages, on the other hand, focus on their external environment, also known as their outer cosmos. Their goal is to analyze the mystical force, the mana that permeates the universe, and to understand the laws and principles of the world. But what about sorcerers? Most often, people call sorcerers creatures who are stubborn about the order of things. Sorcerers strive to make the impossible possible. They are stunning beings who ignore common sense and worldly logic. They can also make things they deeply desire materialize. That's what sorcerers are. They are called stubborn. She, a sorceress, could respond to this statement in many ways, but it was true to a certain extent. Basically, he should remember this. A powerful will capable of realizing even the most absurd desires, like single-handedly changing the world, and an unrivaled spirit that an ordinary person cannot even imagine. These are indicators of the strength of the soul, the foundations of a sorcerer's power. And regarding his perpendicular section, she could say this. The blow felt incredibly strong, indicating a desire to cut through anything at all costs. She scratched her ear and added, his will is enough. Even with minimal help, he can awaken the magic, which will also benefit the sword. Then he turned around and, apologizing, said he couldn't do it. She shouted, why? What's the problem? He replied that it wasn't that he didn't want to learn magic, it was that with this sword, he basically couldn't. She shouted at him to stop mumbling and tell it like it was. He answered, it's hard to explain. In short, this sword isn't his. She replied, wow, what an unexpected answer. He thought, maybe yes, perhaps Lulu will be able to uncover the secret of his dream. Then he called her and told her frankly. After a while, she said in surprise, wow, awesome. Is this like soul transfer? She replied, yeah. She heard that this had happened to several people. When the soul, memory, and personality of a completely different creature was superimposed on them, she licked her paw and added, the situation isn't identical, but similar. She doesn't think this will interfere with his study of witchcraft. MC clenched his fist and thought that she had only seen the cross-section once, and reacted positively. It seemed that the man's technique was truly disappointing. Then he said that his answer was no. He didn't want to awaken witchcraft with the will of another person. She shouted that he wasn't a fool. He should try once. She promised he would be interested later. He looked at her and said that he wanted to find his own sword. She asked, his own sword? He confirmed it. She asked, what kind of sword was it? Not today's technique, but the one he usually demonstrates? The protagonist lowered his gaze and wondered. After all, where he had gone was where he returned. Lulu looked at him and then, climbing up, said it was time to give her student advice. He asked, student? He had refused to become a sorcerer. She said he seemed to be missing something. His actions until now had not shown any evidence of effort. He rose to his feet and looking at her asked what? She said it was not effort but futile efforts, to put it a little more harshly. After some time, the protagonist was lying in his bed. He thought that Lulu had completely confused him. Then Then he sat up in bed and heard a voice behind the door asking, "Sir, may I come in?" He answered yes, he could come in. Marcus entered the room and told him to listen. "The sorceress Lulu isn't here?" The protagonist asked. "Lulu, what?" He replied that he had two things for him. The first concerns the upcoming punitive expedition. A meeting about it would be held at their estate in a few days. The owner would make an announcement, but he thought it would be better to notify him in advance. The protagonist said, okay, he understood. Marcus added, and the second is about Mistress Lulu. There are many nasty rumors circulating about her. For example, how she joined the Oracle Sorcerers Guild in the east of the continent, but the community fell apart immediately after she left. Also, due to an accident in the second scene of the feudal estate Ziakal, where Lulu briefly stayed, lost his life. At the large trading organization, Barbani, business declined after they let in a black cat. The protagonist asked if these rumors were confirmed. He replied that everything that happened at Oracle, the estate, and Barbani was absolutely true. The protagonist asked if there was any reason to believe Lulu was the culprit. He answered, frankly, no. All that was known was that she was there. The protagonist said that in that case, it might not have been her. Before he could finish speaking, Marcus said, "Sir, he understands everything. Perhaps people simply mixed real-life stories with superstitions about a black cat, and the rumors are unfounded. Perhaps the simple-minded little sorceress actually did nothing. However, is it necessary to take the risk? He apologizes. If he crossed the line, he must allow himself to deviate." Then he closed the door behind him, and the protagonist said that he should understand that everyone was simply worried about him. He once said that he would judge Lulu as he saw and felt. He doesn't think she has such a bad character that she would harm anyone. She is unusual, a little different from others, but she has her positive sides. What is his opinion? He'll tell Kirill this without spreading rumors. At that moment, Lulu's voice was heard under his bed, asking what if something bad happens to him and Kirill while she's around. He thought he'd known she was there. He told her to tell him first what Marcus said, right? She replied, yeah. He asked, so it was her doing? She peeked out from under the bed and shouted, no, it wasn't her. She moved on and said she was just having fun, and two mean old men in Oracle had gotten into a fight, causing the tower to explode. In Barbani, the owner's children had fought, and the same thing happened at the estate. The protagonist wondered if it was a series of coincidences or if she was lying. Leaning toward either option was dangerous. However, he sighed and said he'd be fine. She was surprised. Huh? He said he was saying nothing would happen to him, even if they continued to be friends. She lay down on the floor and said desperately, but they call her a black cat, which brings bad luck. MC smiled and said, everything is fine. There were a lot of bad rumors about him too. She looked at him in surprise and he said they were similar. Of course, he made mistakes too. But he would evaluate her as his mind and heart told him, and if bad luck befell him, then he would think about what to do. She looked at him, upset, and then jumped onto the bed. The protagonist added that people around would be a little worried, but he would slowly dispel their worries. Then she took another item from her bag and said she had a gift for him. This thing is very expensive. It's much better than a cat's eye. He should take a bribe and tell everyone she's not bad. Well, it's time for her to go. MC shouted at her to wait, and then he rose to his feet and added, he said he doesn't take bribes. It vanished in an instant. Then he looked at the sphere on his bed and thought, wait, Lulu showed him this recently. It's one of Lulu's prized treasures. He placed his hands on his waist and, sighing, asked if the ball wasn't too big. After a while, Harun looked at his son and asked, well, has he decided? The protagonist confirmed it. He will take part in the upcoming punitive expedition. His father asked if he was sure. He replied that he would succeed. He said, Irene, on the punitive expedition he won't be fighting monsters, but other families, which could be much more unpleasant and burdensome than he thinks. Does he still want to participate? He replied that he would go and try his best. His father said he understood. A week later, the train arrived at the right place. Harun said, welcome, Viscount Chiron. In response, he laughed and greeted him. He walked forward and, noticing the protagonist, said, it's Irene. He'd become quite the brave man in the time they hadn't seen each other. The protagonist thanked him, and his father said, Viscount Chiron, let's go inside quickly. After a while, everyone gathered around the huge table, and the protagonist remembered Marcus's words, who had told him to remember one thing. It's best to remember that no family is friendly toward him. He and Bauer and Fried have no conflicts. However, their friendship isn't that strong either. The families who openly dislike Peria are Lester, Russell, and Chiron. They should be especially wary of Phil. They haven't gotten along with him for a long time. Then Harun raised his glass and said, he thanks all the guests for taking the time to ensure the safety of the southern trade route, as well as for the prosperity and peace of the 6 noble families of the south. The others also raised their glasses and said, for peace. The protagonist, looking to the side, thought, him. He noticed how the others took a sip of the drink, and repeating the same, thought, looks like this is meant to be drunk. He hoped he wouldn't have to drink it all. Then he looked ahead in surprise, and wondered why everyone was staring at him. Had he made some mistake? The next second, Phil called out to him. He asked, right? Phil smiled and said that he was holding the glass a little incorrectly. White wine is sensitive to temperature. When he holds the glass this way, the heat of his palm is transferred to the wine. Therefore, you need to hold the thin part, that is, the stem of the glass. MC apologized. He replied, oh well, anything can happen. He doesn't have to apologize. Now you should try holding the glass properly. The protagonist took the glass in his hand differently, and he said, excellent. Very good. However, it would be better if he stuck out his little finger. He asked, what? He asked, and he didn't know? When condiments were very expensive, to avoid waste, people used their thumb and little finger to pick them up. However, when they lifted the glass with their whole palm, their fingers remained wet, and the condiments were often wasted. The protagonist said, that's it. And he added, at his age, of course, one doesn't worry about such things. But being an aristocrat, it is necessary to know the rules of table etiquette. Baron Lester said, correct. As they say, the difference between aristocrats and commoners is revealed in the details. Baron Russell laughed and remarked that those were the right words. Then Phil said, no, they must wait. They somehow distorted his phrase. Baron Lester, that's not what he meant. He must not misunderstand him, Baron Peria. He replied, no misunderstandings. He said, well, thank God. He said it only for Irene's benefit. Then Phil looked at his son and asked, by the way, Ryan, had he listened to those symphonies he recommended? He replied, yes, Dad. He especially liked the second composition. Baron Lester looked at the protagonist and said, Ryan has a deep knowledge of music too. Iron, what kind of music does he listen to? MC replied that he didn't have any particular favorite music. He was surprised. Seriously? Exactly. He was at the academy. Apparently, he didn't have enough time. However, a minimum of erudition is necessary for everyone. If the dialogue suddenly breaks off, both interlocutors will find themselves in an awkward position. Then he laughed and said he was joking. He shouldn't take his words to heart. At that moment, Ryan, grinning, looked at the protagonist and thought, how is he? How does it feel to understand that he, as an aristocrat, doesn't even have a basic education? This is all the result of his laziness and ignorance. The moment has come to expose the irresponsibility of Baron Peria, who constantly ignored him. He can't do anything. At this moment, the protagonist, visibly starting to get nervous, looked at the dish on his plate. His father approached him and asked if everything was all right. He replied that he was asking for forgiveness. Could he get up from the table? He didn't feel well. The father replied, of course, go. Then MC abruptly ran out of the room and running down the corridor thought, again. He escaped, and he thought he had become more confident. He thought he could stand up to others. But he had no idea how much pain his father had to endure and how bad Kirill had been with his mother. He pressed his hands and head against the wall and thought that he was simply a terrible son. He looked up full of tears and grabbed a huge sword, then began swinging it in different directions. He thought, he doesn't even know his own sword. Not long before, he'd asked Lulu what was meant by futile efforts. She'd answered, well, that's what it means. Everything is pointless. Cruelly exploiting one's physical strength isn't effort. Achieving a goal requires engaging both physically and spiritually. That's effort. It's important to use both body and soul. Great actions must be supported by a great soul. Well, Irene, does he think he's tried hard enough spiritually? The protagonist swung his sword again and shouted that he himself doesn't understand anything. Then he stopped and said he didn't understand. At that moment, Baron Lester's sons approached him. One of them said he was really here. His brother added, and his stance is pretty good. It seemed his training at the academy wasn't a lie. Waiting for adults to talk was boring. Maybe they should start a fight? Martin folded his arms and asked why he was silent. He doesn't even know how to hold a wine glass properly, and he doesn't even know how to hold a sword. Although, of course, fencing training wasn't enough for their careless aristocrat. Kevin laughed and said he was right. And then he asked if he agreed. His brother said not bad. Then the protagonist held the sword in front of him and told them to attack. Then Caesar looked surprised. What? Attack? What a cocky guy. Then Kevin walked forward and said that he would fight him. He took the sword in his hand and, turning it over in his own, thought that he hadn't held a sword in a long time. But a guy who had only trained for a year was no match for them. Now he would properly taste shame. Their glances met, and then Kevin offered to see what he was capable of. If necessary, he would yield to him. Before he could finish speaking, MC rushed forward with lightning speed and knocked the sword out of his hand. He asked, puzzled, what? Then the protagonist placed the tip of his sword against his opponent's neck, and he sighed in surprise. After that, the protagonist asked, who's next? Kevin yelled at him to wait. It doesn't count. The protagonist asked, it doesn't count. Why would it? He yelled, they didn't announce the start of the duel. He's a sneak attack. The protagonist replied, it's his choice. They'll start over. Then Martin approached them and said, Kevin, he should get up. He'll take his place. He yelled, what? No, that impudent fellow just now. He turned to him and said that he understood. It was all because of his carelessness. He just needs to step aside. He replied, okay. Then Martin stood in front of the protagonist and said that he would only feel better after he personally fought him. Caesar looked at the brothers and said, that pathetic idiot isn't ready for this. Did he see that? He replied, I saw that. What an insolent face. He's bragging about not playing by the rules. Then his brother added, Martin won't lose, they're built differently. Then the protagonist looked at his opponent and asked, shall they begin? He agreed, and then swung his weapon, directing an attack forward. The protagonist blocked his weapon. He thought that blocking wouldn't help him. He made a few more lunges, and the brothers, watching what was happening, said, great, he should crush him, trample him into dust, so to speak. At that moment, Martin delivered another blow and shouted, oh, the bastard. He thought, why isn't he falling over? Then Martin added another blow, beads of sweat streaming down his face, and he thought, it's too heavy. He swung too vigorously. The next second, MC delivered his attack. His opponent held his sword in front of him, parrying it, and jumped back, thinking, damn it, why are his hands shaking? The protagonist asked, what's wrong with him? Why isn't he attacking? He thought that he couldn't handle this anymore. He didn't want to. Someone had to stop this. Then MC swung his weapon, and at that moment, Ryan walked onto the court. He said, "Enough." He thought it was already clear who would win. Martin, he should stop before it gets worse. He doesn't want to get hurt badly, right? He confirmed that. Then Ryan said, "Irene, he really is cool. He wouldn't mind fighting him too, just with real swords." His brother called out to him in surprise. The protagonist said, "Okay." Ryan chuckled and said he liked his attitude. Ryan frowned and wondered where he got such ardor to agree to a duel with real swords. Apparently, after studying at the academy, he'd really gained some courage. Well, maybe I should leave a small scar on his face? Although no, after all, the boy is an aristocrat. A face needs to be protected. He said that he would concede the right to attack first, since he had started learning the art of the sword earlier. That would be right. MC looked at him silently, and he asked, "What? Don't like this option? Does he want him to start, or something?" The protagonist said that he agreed. He accepted his proposal. He thought, what a bastard. Good. Then he laughed and added, "Irene." He never thought that the day would come when they would duel against each other. He had some strange feelings. The Iron he knew before was a worthless coward. He took up the sword and added with a smirk, "Come on, he must attack, he can't disappoint him." The protagonist adjusted his grip on the sword. The Lester brothers were surprised. Did he close his eyes? They should see. He's kidding. Then MC suddenly opened his eyes. Energy concentrated around his body, and then he struck in front of himself. The momentum from such a powerful blow hit Ryan and threw him against the wall. He thought, what the hell? Why did he let the distance between them increase? Was he afraid of the negligent aristocrat? He shouldn't make fun of himself. He won't accept this. Suddenly, he looked forward in surprise. The protagonist's sword had cut his opponent's weapon in half. Kevin cried out in surprise. His sword. Aaron thought, it can't be. Henham lost? At that moment, Ryan, looking at the remaining hilt in his hand, thought, what the hell? How did he do that? They didn't even cross swords. So how? At that moment, Phil came onto the court and said, "Oh, so that's where everyone is. They decided to have a duel?" Ryan said, "Father." He looked at his son in surprise and asked, "Ryan, why is his sword broken?" He replied that he lost the duel with Irene. He cried out in bewilderment. What? At that moment, Harun thought Irene defeated Ryan. Ryan frowned and wondered, what should he do now? He grinned and thought, he knows. He needs to act as confident as possible. Then he put the sword in Jack's hand and told him to back it up. He thought he should speak as if nothing serious had happened. He spread his arms wide and said that Irene's skills were surprisingly formidable. An attack from more than 5 meters away caused his sword to break in two. The others looked at him in surprise, and then his father approached him and, laughing, said, Irene's skill is astounding. Of course, he had studied at the Chrono Academy all year. He was clearly no match for him. Baron Lester clapped his hands and said, what luck for the Southern Union. Irene's amazing progress would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the punitive expedition. Phil smiled and remarked that it was true. Baron Peria, they were jealous of him. He thanked them. After a while, Phil walked forward and said, the meeting was over. It was already late night. They would be heading back. His son agreed, and then he called him. He replied, yes, father. Phil said he couldn't believe he'd managed to boost Peria's morale by deliberately losing the duel. They'd almost alienated themselves from the Peria family. It was good that everything had ended on a positive note. However, he had to be careful. He didn't think he could turn a blind eye to his unauthorized change in their plan. He replied, yes, he apologizes. His body trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Then he called Jack. He replied, yes, Mr. Eyre. He said that upon returning home, he should call 3, no 5, of the student soldiers. After some time, the head of the family said he didn't have to participate. The punitive expedition was an important event, but right now, officially becoming a student of the Chrono Academy was more important to him than wasting time. Wouldn't it be better to spend time practicing his technique? The protagonist looked at him and then said that he would participate in the punitive expedition. He definitely wanted to join. He understands his worries, father. Therefore, he will fill in his gaps and do everything to eliminate any concerns in the remaining 3 weeks. If after that, he doesn't believe in him, he will withdraw. Harun looked at his son and thought, Irene. After some time, the protagonist walked down the hallway. Kirill folded her arms across her chest and watched him go, then asked if everything would be all right. Amelia answered, of course, Kirill. Everything would be fine. Her brother is doing a great job. He's trying his best, so they just have to believe in him. She believes in Irene, right? She answered yes. After some time, the protagonist returned to training. He swung his sword and thought, never again will he shift the burden of responsibility onto his family. They will never have to face disrespect because of him and for his sake. He won't simply watch them struggle with anger and sadness. Then he asked, well, how is it? Do his actions now seem like simple efforts? He looked at Lulu, who was watching him from the railing. She replied that it was not so. Now he was really trying. He asked, so can he start learning witchcraft? She replied that he can. He extended his hand forward and shouted for her to teach him quickly. He will do whatever she asks. She replied that he should not rush. She will teach him. True, not today. It is better for him to calm down and come to his senses. She does not know what happened, but for now, he just needs to rest. And from tomorrow, they will start. He turned around and, sighing, replied, okay. He relies on her. She replied that he should not overdo it, After a while, he looked at her and said, "No one will come to this training ground." He asked his father to restrict entry. She said, "Great." He asked Lulu, where did she get glasses? She stood at a stance and said that attire is an important thing. Such small things allow you to build a different way of thinking. He replied that he understood, and then she pointed the pointer forward and said, as she had already said, the spirit is important in witchcraft. It's not enough to just wish. You need to make your wish come true. His wish was to protect his family. He replied that this was true. She began to dig through the book and said, "Then what should one do to make a cherished wish stronger?" He replied that he didn't know, and she scattered pages from the book on the floor and said that the most common and simple way is superstition. He asked, "Superstition?" She confirmed it. It's something like rumors, without logical basis. However, it is also faith, and in witchcraft, faith is above all. No matter how absurd the wish, the more sincerely you believe in it, the more powerful the magical power becomes. Primitive people revered the sun and huge stones as gods, and they said that through offerings, they wanted to fulfill their cherished desires. They used the most unshakable method of faith, religion. Taking a sacrifice as payment is a fairly effective method. True, it's better to avoid it, since in that case, he's more likely to be heard by the devil than to draw on the power of mystical sorcery. And then she jumped onto his chest and said that the most suitable method for him now is sword training and concentration on his deepest, cherished desire. He took the sword and went. After a while, he swung his sword again, frowned, and then repeated the movement over and over. He closed his eyes and remembered how, looking at Lulu, he'd shouted, "What, continue those sword training?" She folded her paws across her chest and answered, "And not the same at all. He must promise, although no, it would be better to use a more weighty word." "Let there be an agreement," he asked. "An agreement?" She answered, "Every day he must make 1,000 swings, putting his soul into each one. He must practice day after day with a serious spiritual mindset, thinking about what needs to be done to advance." This feeling is similar to the superstition she mentioned earlier. If he simply trains with the sword every single day, there's no guarantee he'll reach the desired level. However, when he repeatedly repeats actions tied to his cherished desire, his faith, that is, his fortitude, will become stronger. It will strengthen with each passing day. He must discard his previous approach and train with a strong spiritual mindset. The protagonist frowned and thought, right, simple swings won't change anything. Then he said, "Not easy." He swung the sword again and wondered if he should swing powerfully with all his might, or infuse it with love for his family, or perhaps repent, remembering what a fool he'd been in the past. Or should she ask him to bestow such exceptional swordsmanship that he would never again be disdained? At that moment, Lulu folded her paws behind her back and, looking at him, thought that for now it was enough that he had begun to reflect. If Irene continued to work hard, she was sure he would awaken the power within. Awakening sorcery through effort might sound a little ridiculous, but she thought that this option would suit the current Irene perfectly. Sorcery lesson, day 2. Sorcery lesson, day 4. On the 10th day of the sorcery lesson, MC dropped his sword. He thought that 10 days had already passed. Was he doing everything right, or was he wasting his time? Then Lulu approached him and called out to him. He, trying to catch his breath, looked at her, and she said, "Does he know what makes a boiling soul cool and a stone heart crumble to grains of sand? Doubts and self-doubt. Truthfully, this is normal. The soul cannot always remain constant. His fiery will begins to fade, and as the body becomes heavier, more and more chaotic thoughts accumulate in his head. At such times, they usually flow in a negative direction. Therefore, it is necessary to act not alone, but together. When he does not believe in himself, he must believe in the person who believes in him." She jumped onto his chest and added, "And when that person suddenly finds himself in trouble, he must repay them with the faith he received. Their union will allow him to move forward with much more confidence." The protagonist took her in his arms, and looking down, said, "But it seems to him that no one really believes in him." She cried out in surprise. "What? Why does he think that?" He turned around and said that he was a coward who did nothing but avoid everything and run away. Who would believe in such a person and love him? She said that she believed in him. He remembered her once saying he was as boring as hundreds of stones in the valley. Well, she was wrong. Stones are stones. They are strong, smooth, and beautiful. She doesn't think there are many people who would appreciate beautiful stones. By the way, Kirill is a sapphire. Of course, she is a cat, not a human. But in her opinion, there were many people around him who loved him. He shouldn't rush, and there is no need to make categorical statements. Okay, lesson is over for today. He should think about everything carefully in his room, and she is leaving. Sometime later, the protagonist lay in his bed, looking at the ceiling and thought, a person who believes in him? Mom, Dad, and Kirill waited more than 10 years for him to come to his senses. If not for his family's faith, he wouldn't have had the willpower to even pick up a sword himself. And his friends, the academy director and instructor, Lulu, believe in him, even though he lacked so much. Could he be the one to give faith to others? He really wants it. Meanwhile, Kirill was reading. She suddenly felt an energy and thought she was sensing a powerful magical energy. She abruptly opened the door and shouted, "Brother?" Lulu, looking at her, said, "Kirill." She asked, "What's going on? What's wrong with her brother?" Lulu, pointing a magical sphere at the protagonist, shouted that he had awakened his magical power. Kirill, running up to him, shouted in surprise, "Awakened?" She had never heard of such an awakening method. She hesitantly replied, "Well." Kirill clenched her fists and shouted for her to quickly tell her what was going on right now. She tucked her tail and said, Irene reached deep into his soul to fulfill his cherished wish. She cried out in surprise. What? Deep into his soul? She replied. Yes, the most suitable place for fulfilling his desires, where no one will penetrate or interfere. Irene would continue training there until he achieved a result that satisfied him. Kirill cried out, when will he return? She replied that she thought immediately after receiving the results, but when exactly that would happen, no one knew. Kirill, horrified, screamed, and Lulu said, maybe tomorrow, or in a month, or even in a year. And then she thought, has she really brought on the curse again? Irene, she begs, he must return to them alive. Meanwhile, MC found himself in a bright place. He wondered what kind of fence this was. He was in a dream where a man was swinging a sword, and it continued in the same spirit as always, without any changes. Then he was surprised when he looked at the man. He focused his gaze and noticed the man's face. He thought in surprise, what? This man is looking at him. Then he noticed a glow around the man's body, and the next second, powerful flashes of energy flew straight at him. The man lit up with a bright light. The protagonist screamed loudly and then found himself on the ground. He sat up and, clutching his head, said that the bed had become hard, maybe because of the strange dream. Then he looked at his clothes and, perplexed, shouted, what? He's on the ground, and his clothes are different. Is this still a dream? Then he looked in surprise at the building in front of him and said that the man had disappeared. He thought, what happened? Something like this had never happened to him before. Really? Then he turned around abruptly and noticed a sword stuck in the ground. He thought, this is a situation that can't be explained with words. Witchcraft. He extended his hand forward and said, so, has he awakened the spell? He grabbed the hilt of his sword and thought, if this place was created based on his cherished wish, then he is now on the training ground. Then he raised the sword and, sighing, thought, a place where no one will disturb him. A place intended only for him. He ran forward and thought, excellent. He swung the sword and thought, here, he will definitely find his way with the sword. As evening fell, his body was covered in sweat. He thought that he had only gotten hot. It was already dark. It would be good if night didn't fall. Oh well, it couldn't be helped. He would continue tomorrow morning. Then he looked in surprise at the shadow in front of him, and then, perplexed, he turned around and said, the sun has risen. He thought that this is witchcraft. He wants spring to come. The next second, the flowers next to him bloomed. He ran forward and thought, he wants a gentle breeze to blow. After that, he ran into the building and, looking at his hands, said that he was finished with training. This should change him into comfortable clothes. His clothes changed, and then he sat down on the table and said, as soon as he sat down at the table, and then, on the table in front of him was a lot of food, and then he lay down on the bed and said that it was wonderful. After that, he put his hands behind his head and thought, this is it, the most suitable environment for concentrating on the sword. The power of sorcery is incredible. Fifth day of staying in another world. The protagonist was training and thought that he was sleeping in bed, but every time he woke up here, what if he does not achieve his goal, but cannot get out of here? And that man who was looking at him as soon as he got here, is he somehow connected to him? Since he appeared at the moment of awakening his sorcery, he looked ahead in surprise, then began swinging his head from side to side and thought, okay, get rid of extraneous thoughts. I need to focus only on training. He swung his weapon again and thought that he must swing with all his heart. Yesterday, he swung 2,000 times, so today will be 3,000. 3,022, 4,580, 5,471, 5,645. 211 days of being in another world. MC, holding the hilt of the sword, was breathing heavily. He thought that he couldn't do more than 6,000 times. What's the problem? Then he said, no, it's okay. He shouldn't doubt himself. He must keep swinging. He swung his weapon again and thought, 66 and 87, 6795. Then he turned around abruptly and thought, having gotten used to the surroundings, he relaxed for a moment. 353 days of being in another world. The protagonist fell on all fours. He said that today is less. Only 5,695. He headed towards the building and thought that he hadn't had a single rest this year. He must have overexerted himself. He needed to quickly regain his strength and resume training tomorrow. Day 417 of being in another world. The protagonist was training as usual. He shouted, 3,694, 95. He looked at his hand and thought, his right hand was a little numb. If he continued now, it would be uncomfortable to train tomorrow. That's enough for today. After some time, the sun shone brightly in the sky. Day 624 of his stay in another world. He was lying on his bed. 96 days had passed since Irene had picked up a sword. After some time, he opened his eyes and thought, frankly speaking, the result was obvious. More than half of his life in the past and how he had performed at the academy were not created by his own will. It was the will of the man from the dream. He must look at himself now. His search for the path of the sword had brought him here, but once that man's help evaporated, he simply fell pathetically. All his sweat-inducing training turned into meaningless sword swings. He'd only invested a year in his soul, and that was his limit. He had no idea how long he'd been here. If time here flowed the same as in reality, he'd wasted countless hours. But it didn't matter now. It was enough for him to be able to calmly be in a place where no one else was. After a while, he heard his name and his eyes snapped open. He sat up in bed and asked, who's there? He noticed Ilya standing in front of him, telling him to wake up Irene. She walked to the door and, turning slightly, added, time for an early workout. He sat up and shouted in surprise, Ilya, what is she doing here? Before he could finish speaking, the blanket got tangled around his legs and he fell to the floor. He put his hand to his face and Ilya laughed loudly and asked if he was really that happy to see her. By the way, he wasn't going for a run in these clothes, right? After a while, they were running along a forest path. The protagonist thought, there wasn't a running track here after all. When did this appear? Ilya, running ahead, said, Irene, he's lagging behind. He needs to pick up the pace. He replied, aha. After a while, he returned to the building and, breathing heavily, thought that they had been running until dawn. He had never run such a marathon. Then Ilya sat down at the table and told him to hurry up and sit down. As soon as they finished eating, they would start sword training right away. He replied, okay. Then he sat down at the table next to her, and she, chewing her food, asked what he was looking at. Did he want to say something? He asked how she got here. She shouted, stop asking useless questions. He needs to eat quickly, and it's time for training. He replied, aha. After a while, he was holding a sword in his hands, and Ilya, putting her hands on her waist, said that she didn't understand. How long did he have to mess around for his stance to become so terrible? He was empty inside. He would only be able to show a normal movement if he filled his soul. Lulu taught him this. He was surprised. What? How did she know Lulu? She shouted. She told him not to ask any stupid questions. Plus 2,000 swings. He replied that he understood. As evening fell, she said that he was doing well and that was enough for today. Then she turned around and, smiling, added, they would see each other again. The next second, she disappeared, and MC thought that he knew it. She was fake. After some time, he was lying on the bed and throwing his hands behind his head, said how tired he was. Today he wouldn't have the strength to try to sleep. By the way, he thought, how did Ilya appear in this world? Maybe he called for her while unconscious? Well, all in all, it was not bad at all. As morning came, Judith grabbed him by the shirt and shouted, hey, rascal, he's not going to get up? The sun has been up for 100 years. How much longer was he going to sleep? Are you completely tired of living? He shouted in surprise. Judith! She grabbed his hand and dragging him toward the exit, asked, what was she saying? She knew the fool was still asleep. Bart looked at him, smiled, and asked, Irene, what's wrong with him? How could he have overslept? Judith pointed her sword at the protagonist and shouted, he needs to pick it up quickly. They'll start the duel right away. Bart folded his arms and told her to slow down. He hadn't even warmed up yet. She should think before she spoke. She shouted indignantly, he's picking on her again for every little thing? Does he want to get punched in the face? He replied that he didn't think she'd be able to touch him. At that moment, the protagonist approached Ilya and she told her to leave them. She continued training elsewhere. Then the protagonist picked up the sword. He thought, his stance is sloppy again. Maybe he's been resting too much. Then Ilya said that everything was fine. It might not be perfect, but his stance was already better. He could do it. He looked down, then looked away, and thought that he was asking them not to look at him like that. Why? Why did they have so much faith in someone like him? Someone who couldn't do anything without anyone's help. Someone so weak-willed and careless. After a while, he went out for a jog. He thought it was hard, he could barely breathe, his legs were getting heavier and heavier. It seemed he had reached his limit. But why? Why did he feel like he could run even further? Then Judith overtook him and shouted, there's no way she would lose. After a while, the protagonist turned around and continued his duel with Bart. He lunged a few times and said, excellent, he's coming again. MC parried the attacks and swung his huge sword. Bart, dodging his blow, shouted, super. He's holding on more confidently than yesterday. The protagonist struck again, but Bart dodged again, and at that moment, the protagonist appeared behind him. Bart sharply twisted his arm, parrying his blow. Judith shouted, Irene, more! He must show him. Ilya said that for the first time she saw Bart continuously increase the distance. After a while, Bart sighed and said, not bad, buddy. The protagonist smiled and said that it was all thanks to them. He thought, Lulu, she was right. He was thinking wrong. There's no need to torment himself alone. He swung his sword and thought, if you act together with people who believe in him and love him, you can conquer the mountain in order to rise. Then Judith asked, did he break his record? He confirmed it, and turning around, added, 10,000. He thought that it is not necessary to be alone. Then Judith stretched her body and said that their role was over. Bart said, who knows, maybe he will call them again. Then Judith pointed her finger at him and shouted, he must not cry, but must work hard. He must not let doubts get the better of him. Did he understand? They began to disappear, and the protagonist confirmed it. Ilya, before disappearing completely, wished him luck, and he thanked her. Then they dissolved into thin air. The protagonist took the sword out of the ground, raised it above his head, thought that now he will start over. Day 1237 in another world. Day 1292 in another world. Day 1375 and another day in another world. Day 1492 in another world. Day 1556 in another world. Day 1613 in another world. Day 1687 in another world. Day 1755 in another world. Winter gave way to spring. The protagonist's body was enveloped in a powerful aura. He sighed, looking at his hand and thinking, remembering the times at the academy when he felt similar feelings. How much has his progress increased? Maybe he should call them? They haven't seen each other in a long time. Besides, he wants to get something. And then Judith asked, what? She came closer and asked, hey, brat. He He called them to show off his height, right? He replied that that wasn't true, and she put her hands on her waist and shouted, "Then why? If this is some kind of bullshit," then she was going. He offered to fight once, and she took the sword in her hand and rolling up her sleeves, said, he talked her into it. "She's staying. His first opponent is her." He replied, "No, the three of them." They looked at him in surprise. Then the protagonist swung his weapon and shouted for them to attack together. Judith asked if they heard that. Ilya confirmed it and told Irene that he had changed. Judith smirked and said that he had become too insolent, and Bart noted that it was not for her to speak of insolence. She asked him to be quiet and take up his sword, and Irene smirked slightly, thinking that it would not be easy. However, he was confident of his victory. After that, he closed his eyes and listened. He heard every tremor of his leg, the way his palm gripped the hilt of the sword, the other's breath, and even a bead of sweat trickling down his skin. He smirked, then rushed towards Judith, ignoring everyone else. He immediately struck her, which she blocked, and Bart pounced on him from behind. He lunged forward. Irene dodged, and at that very moment, Ilya appeared next to him and swung her sword. He ducked, dodging, then began to respond to their attacks. And when Ilya stepped back and almost fell, he smiled. At that moment, Judith pounced on him from the air and delivered a powerful blow that raised dust, but he managed to jump aside in time. After that, she ran towards him. He swung his sword, parrying her attack, and a loud clang was heard. Having struck again, she smiled broadly and noted that he was not bluffing. Irene happily said that he saw everything in detail, which slightly surprised her. And while they were fighting each other, the others were already running towards them. Trying to hold his sword, Judith let out a heavy sigh, and Bart immediately came to her aid. He parried Irene's blow, then attacked him, and together with Judith, they pounced on him. Seeing this, he jumped back and they followed him, delivering blows, which he immediately blocked. While he was preoccupied with them, Ilya approached him from the side, and noticing her, he became agitated. She gripped the blade tighter, then swung it with all her strength, delivering a powerful blow. Irene managed to block part of it and jumped aside, and he directed her blow to the side, and it smashed the stones behind his back. Seeing the stream emanating from his sword, she was very surprised, and at the same moment, Judith pounced on him from above and swung her sword, and Bart thought that this stream was just like hers. After that, his heavy sword collided with the girl's blade, and an explosion occurred. A shockwave spread throughout the area. Judith caught her breath and asked, did he repeat her technique? He only smirked in response, and Ilya asked in surprise, did he reflect her attack with Bart's defensive move? He confirmed this, and the guy asked how he did it. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and told him that he simply trained until he lost his pulse. It's the only thing he knows. Memories from the academy alone are not enough, so his techniques are not yet perfectly honed. He wants to obtain their ways of the sword, but this does not mean he will betray his own. His goal is to make his sword and will even stronger. Therefore, he asks them to teach him their techniques. Judith indignantly exclaimed that this was a deception. He was just an impudent robber. Where had they ever seen such a thing? Irene looked at her innocently and said that then she should awaken the magic. She got angry and threw the sword at him, and he immediately ducked, indignantly asking why she was attacking him right away. He, too, had tried to the point of exhaustion to achieve this result. She grabbed his sword and ran after him, ordering him to shut up and stop. He exclaimed in response that she would beat him then. A new day dawned. Irene continued her training with them, and they brought results. Judith's sword flew aside, the others stopped, and the girl, who had fallen to the ground, caught her breath and said that she had taught him in vain. Now, the victory was his. After that, she left and said that when he went outside, he should expect no mercy. He smiled and said goodbye to her, after which he looked at his hand and realized that he had succeeded. He had become stronger. After that, he returned to the hut and went to bed with the thought that now it was time for him to leave this place. I wish tomorrow would come sooner. After that, there was a roar. Huge doors appeared from under the ground. When Irene woke up, he went outside and, seeing this, thought, is this the exit? There is no handle, no hole for a key. He turned around and noticed that the sword of the man from the dream was standing right in front of the door, as if on display. He took it and thought with a smile, so this is the key? It suits him perfectly. Maybe because he grew up? He chuckled and thought it was so funny. His goal here was to free himself from the man's sword and sleep, and now he would need to use this to get out of here. Before, he would have said that this was all wrong and despaired. However, now it became clear to him that it was precisely thanks to that man that changes had occurred in him. Because of him, he got out of bed for the first time and swung his sword. He ran for the first time until he lost consciousness because he wanted to be like him. His blows, his swings, none of this was his will. He makes the swings himself, they are his will. After that, he swung the sword, opening the doors, and thought with a smile that this is his path of the sword. When he opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye was his legs and the red curtains of the bed. Realizing that this was his room and he had returned, he immediately stood up and thought that everything around him remained the same. It seemed like only a little time had passed. He was so happy. He wanted to see his parents as soon as possible. Running out of the room, he heard meowing and thought it was Lulu, but he was wrong. Marcus immediately kicked the cat out and said that the door had been closed. How did it get in here again? Irene called out to him, and when he looked at him, His face immediately became shocked, and Irene noted with puzzlement that he had wrinkles on his face. The man was so happy to see him that he immediately hugged him tightly and burst into tears of happiness, saying that he had finally returned. Thank God, this is such happiness. He thought he had left them forever. Irene began to guess what was happening and nervously asked him to wait. How much time had passed? He answered that 5 years had passed, and he thought in horror, did time in that space flow the same way as in reality? Then what happened to his promise to the head of the academy and Ilya? But what about the punitive expedition on which their family's reputation depended? He asked where his parents and sister were and if they were okay, after which Marcus took him to them. Seeing him, they burst into tears of happiness, and Irene apologized to them, saying that he had been there too long. His father smiled and said that he did not need to apologize. They were grateful that he had returned safe and sound. He touched his son's face and thanked him again, after which Irene asked where Kirill was. His mother told him that she was now in the Principality of Caesar. She had become an apprentice to the outstanding sorceress Skina Kitten. Making sure that she was okay, he felt relief and joy. However, because of him, his whole family found itself in an awkward position again. He couldn't do this anymore. He turned to his parents and said that although they said they were fine, he thought they were very worried. They were probably burdened by the thought of their son being alone and locked up in some strange place. However, during these 5 years, he wasn't just locked up. He trained diligently and achieved good results. His father asked about sword training. He confirmed it and said that they no longer needed to worry, so they shouldn't torment themselves. From this day on, as the eldest child of the Peria family, he would no longer make them ashamed of him. His father's eyes sparkled, and he said that it was April now, so he would take part in the punitive expedition that would take place next month. After that, his sister entered the room. She heard everything and asked displeasedly, "What kind of arrogance is this?" Seeing her, he was very happy and immediately approached her, noticing that she had grown so much. She asked displeasedly, "Does he think now is the time for smiling?" He was slightly taken aback by her reaction and said that they simply hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was very happy. Her mother, surprised, asked why she was here and not in the principality, and she declared that she would participate in the punitive expedition in her brother's place. Hearing this, her father exclaimed, "What is she talking about?" She said that she was not being stubborn. Irene didn't necessarily have to participate in the expedition. On the contrary, he needed to be dissuaded from it. He spent 5 whole years in a terrible place, and they were now going to send him on such a dangerous mission? Irene said that if she was worried about him, then she shouldn't. Everything was fine. Inside that space, he gained strength through training. She didn't want to listen to him and seriously said that the punitive expedition was an event that enhances the honor of the family. Judging by her abilities and the situation, she could say that taking part in it was the right decision for her. If he was so confident in himself, then she challenged him to a duel. Let him show her what he's capable of. Their mother called out to her indignantly, and he said he agreed. After that, he walked past her, leaving the room, and asked her to follow him. He would show her the power he had gained in that place. The guards were very surprised when they saw him, and one of them said he thought he would never see his face again. His partner said he thought the witchcraft story was just a cover, that he had died long ago. He couldn't believe he was back. But why this sudden duel? The brother and sister came out onto the training ground, and Kirill exclaimed, "Why is he standing here? He should get ready for battle." He assumed the pose he usually held his sword in, and told her he was ready. But since he didn't have a sword in his hands, she got angry and told him not to make her repeat himself. He hadn't even picked up a weapon. Before she could finish speaking, a sword began to materialize in his hands right before her eyes. After that, he confidently said that he was now completely ready. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. They all saw that he had awakened his magical power. They immediately began to admire him, and Irene smiled wryly, thinking that he hadn't done anything special. He had simply pulled out a sword. At that moment, Kirill bit her lower lip in irritation, then reached into her bag with her hand and, taking out 3 small swords, tossed them, and they immediately grew in size. She suggested that they get started quickly and pointed the swords at him, and he, smiling nervously, asked if he could take that back. 3 swords were rapidly approaching him. He blocked one of them and thought that she had simply let go of the swords, but it felt like his arm was about to break. She had serious strength. He blocked the second sword. It flew behind him, and he immediately blocked the third. But the second sword was still moving, and it was heading straight for him. His parents worriedly warned him of the danger, and he immediately turned around, then swung his sword and blocked the attack. His sister meanwhile waved her hand, controlling the blades in the air, and delivered more blows, which he blocked. Seeing that he was still standing, she clicked her tongue in displeasure, then waved her hands, and her brother pursed his lips, concentrating. He carefully watched the movements of the swords, and as they approached him, dust rose. Meanwhile, one of the guards asked if they should stop them. His partner exclaimed, "How did he even imagine that?" Marcus, meanwhile, noticed that the air wasn't counterattacking. Indeed, he'd been simply parrying her blows this whole time. Since she couldn't land a blow on him this time either, she clenched her fist, after which Irene noticed how the swords returned to their original size and fell to the ground, slowly dissolving. Understanding what was going on, Marcus smirked. Kirill burst into tears. In fact, she was very happy to see her brother, and their parents, seeing this, hugged and burst into tears themselves. Kirill called him a dragon, and he approached her, telling her not to worry so much. This time, he made a decision because he was truly confident in his abilities. He was sorry she had to wait for him for so long. She hugged him and burst into tears, and he said she tried hard. After that, they moved to the palace, and she said that, whatever the case, he needed to be careful. The upcoming expedition was much more dangerous than the previous one. He asked what was going on, and she told him that demons had appeared. He looked at her in surprise, and she told him that traces of them had been discovered in the southern part of Gyron's territory a month earlier. Demons are beings possessing powerful strength obtained through a contract with the devil. In a sense, they can be compared to sorcerers. The twisted, foul power that emanates from an unholy soul makes them much more formidable enemies than simple monsters. She looked at him thoughtfully, then worriedly exclaimed that this wouldn't do. It would be better for her to participate as well. He immediately stood up and walked towards her, and she exclaimed, if he was going, then why couldn't she? Besides, he had just seen how strong she was. He agreed about her power and wanted to say something, and at that moment her teacher, Skina Kitten, entered the room and said that she would not succeed. She has an important event in 2 weeks. Why is she here? Seeing her, Kirill became very excited and asked how she ended up here. Her only older brother came out of the barrier after 5 years. How could she not come? Skina turned her gaze to him and asked, so he is Irene Peria? She was pleased to finally meet him. She had heard a lot about him, and she is the most expressive witch Caesar. MC greeted her in surprise and thought that he heard she will already be over 50 years old this year. Maybe she rejuvenated herself with witchcraft? She said that he was right, which made the guy very surprised, and she added that he probably thought so. He awkwardly asked, so with the help of witchcraft, you can even read thoughts? She answered him that this is not true, but you can guess about them without witchcraft. Wow. A real beauty. Is such a charming girl really Kirill's teacher? He thought so, right? Kirill turned irritably to her brother and told him not to listen to her nonsense. Except for witchcraft, she's a complete disaster. Skina immediately hugged her and asked, she wanted to say she's the best at witchcraft, right? She was so shy, so she just gave her a veiled compliment. She exclaimed, embarrassed and at the same time indignant. When had she ever said that? Skina turned her gaze to Irene and said that, moreover, this sweet child had been talking about nothing else for 5 years. Kirill immediately screamed, trying to interrupt her words, after which her teacher asked with a smirk, what did she say? If she wanted to shut her up, then she should be a good girl and wait for her in the room. Kirill looked down in embarrassment and clenched her teeth. And MC was surprised to think that this was the first time he'd seen someone who handled Kirill so skillfully. After she left the room, the sorceress apologized to him and said that their first meeting hadn't gone entirely well. To be Kirill's teacher, one must have a much stronger spirit than hers. He told her that everything was fine, and she noted that he was very different from his sister in many ways. He laughed and asked, is that true? After that, she showed him the pendant and said that, frankly, she had come to give him this. An artifact that helps record a certain amount of demonic energy and risk factors. They say it can even neutralize fairly strong poison. He felt awkward and said that he couldn't accept such a valuable item, but she asked him to take it. She didn't do it alone, but with Kirill. She had prayed for his safe return for 5 years and poured her power into this artifact every day. She sees her so cheerful for the first time since she accepted her as a student, so she asks him to accept their gift. He thanked her with a smile and said that he would definitely use it, after which Skina headed for the exit and said that Kirill has such an amazing older brother. He is much better than she expected. Smiling, she left and left him alone. He looked around his room and thought that everything was so good. His parents were fine. Kirill found herself a wonderful teacher. He went to the bedside table, and putting his hand on the crystal ball thought, where is Lulu? Very soon, the expedition began, and he went to a temporary gathering place on the Gyron territory. He sat alone on a box and thought. That day he asked his sister where Lulu was, and she told him that she stayed in the estate for a couple more months, then disappeared in an instant. She has not seen her since then, and she knows nothing more. Not wanting to talk about her anymore, she headed for the exit, and MC said that he understood that she had a bad opinion of her. But it wasn't her fault. It was no one's fault. He wanted it that way. Kirill asked, what did he want from her? He fell silent, then smiled awkwardly and asked her not to hate Lulu so much when they met again. She remained silent and after a few seconds told him that she would try. While he was thinking about Lulu, the others started discussing him. Kevin said that he never thought he would see him among their ranks, and his friend added that they said he was trapped in a magical barrier. Kevin asked, isn't that nonsense? He 100% lied to everyone so he could lie peacefully in bed. And anyway, what was he doing on a punitive expedition? He heard that he doesn't even have experience in monster treks. His friend said that if he showed the same skills as then, he wouldn't be lost, and the guy sighed with displeasure, hoping that at least he wouldn't be a burden. Ryan was sitting right next to them, listening to their conversation. He glanced at Irene and thought that he didn't know where he'd been hanging out all this time, but he was glad they met. He would definitely get revenge on him for that shame. Meanwhile, the two continued their conversation. The guy told his friend that, as he saw, he had also decided to participate. He thought he would tremble with fear because of the demons and refuse. He grinned and asked who he took him for. Thanks to the demons, a detachment of Sunset Knights, mages, and priests was sent from the royal capital on an expedition. Moreover, the deputy commander of the Sunset Knights, Sir Hill Burnett, would be in charge of this expedition. The one he was talking about appeared behind him, but he didn't notice. Ryan became wary when he saw him, and Kevin said that he wouldn't lose anything on such a trip. On the contrary, his reputation would only improve. He couldn't help but participate. His friend asked him to shut up, and he asked what was wrong with him. As soon as he turned around, he cried out in fright, saw the second in command, and everyone immediately turned at the noise, surprised by the presence of this man. Hill, with a gloomy face, said that it would be better for all the aristocrats gathered there not to participate in this punitive expedition. Everyone looked at him in shock, and he said that he would conduct the raid on the demons only with his armed forces. Viscount Garon exclaimed indignantly, "What does this mean? How can he decide such an important matter alone? This is simply absurd." Hill exclaimed that demons are not even close to monsters. Even children know this. However, it seems the omniscient aristocrats of the South are unaware of this. They immediately felt a terrifying pressure descend upon them, and he said that he and his fighters are armed with firm faith and ardent loyalty to their state. Therefore, they are fully prepared to destroy the unholy demons. However, they are not eager to participate in an expedition with aristocrats who, instead of the well-being of the continent and the peace of the country, pursue only an interest in personal glory. Do they have anything to add? The pressure subsided. The aristocrats caught their breath after such a fright. Only Irene was normal. Suddenly, Ryan fell to one knee in front of him, and he asked who he was to dare block his path. He brought down an unimaginable pressure on him, which made him uneasy and very nervous. He bit his lip until it bled, in order to distract himself from the pain, and told him that he was the eldest son of the Gyron family, Ryan. Hill asked what he needed, and he said that they would not make excuses. They were very sorry. They relaxed too much before the fight against the demons. But this will not happen again. They will look up to him and his squad of Sunset Knights. They will do everything possible to remove even a drop of carelessness from them, so he asks him to give them a chance. The second in command smiled, then immediately released his pressure and laughed. He apologized to him, saying that he had overdone the humor a bit. Forbid them to participate in the raid? He was incapable of such extravagance. Only by seeing the heads of secular families fight demons personally could the people find peace of mind and enjoy life. Phil laughed nervously and added that, of course, the words about never being careless in front of demons were true. He hoped they would stay in top shape until tomorrow's departure. Night fell. Hill returned to his tent and thought about that guy, Ryan. He was quite talented, but the problem was that no one else stood out. He was distracted from his thoughts by Tom Miller, a knight-errant. He looked into his tent and he joyfully called out to him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for so long. What business had he come to him for? He told him to come inside quickly, after which they began to exchange news about their lives. Hill laughed and said that he had heard that he had a student. According to rumors, he had a wonderful talent. He answered him reservedly that he was good, and he asked if he was too strict. He was a student of the 27th graduating class of the Golden Generation, for which Chrono Academy is famous. Tom laughed and told him that he had ultimately been expelled without officially entering the academy. He, of course, did not think that the current graduates would be able to overcome him, but he was far from a genius like Ilya Lindsay. Hill became interested and asked, was he talking about the genius of the Edon Kingdoms? The same girl who took first place in the final assessment, but refused to officially enter the academy? They say that at the age of 14, after leaving the academy, she became an honorary member of the strongest squad of Moonlight Knights of the Aedan Kingdom. Tom said that, in other words, a beast similar to Ignet appeared on the continent. Hill sighed with a grin and said that he envied him. Why doesn't their kingdom of Hail have such talents? The old man asked what he was talking about. According to his student, the beast that is almost on par with Ilya is from Hail. The man laughed and said that he was no longer at the age to fall for such jokes. Who does he take him for? Tom sighed heavily and asked, doesn't he know? At the final evaluation, there was a student who showed an almost identical level to Ilya, with an insignificant difference. He took second place. His student, who witnessed the demonstration of his power, said that it was shocking. This surprised Hill and said that he heard about it for the first time. Is this student now at Chrono Academy? He answered him that he also left the academy for some reason. Since he is from Hail, he most likely took part in this raid. He didn't see him, he would be able to recognize him. Hill immediately jumped up from his seat and excitedly asked his name. The old man thought for a second, then answered that his name was Irene Peria. After that, they set off, and seeing a spacious clearing ahead, he told the knights that they would stop there for a while, let them decide on a snack. Some of the knights went to carry out his orders, and the others decided to rest. One of them sat down by a tree and told his friend just to take a look at them. Two nobles were training right now, and the knight noted that this, of course, was better than nothing. But weren't they showing off too much? The guy said that their skills were good, especially Ryan. He stood out more than the others. His father, meanwhile, was very happy and silently told him to continue attracting attention. Over the past few years, the difference between them and Peria had grown very large, and it would be difficult to reduce their power. However, if they took full initiative in this raid, their family would be able to restore its status. And for that, he needed Ryan. Even if he had to force himself, he had to catch the deputy commander's eye. At that very moment, Hill headed toward Ryan, and he, seeing this, was very happy and thought, does he want to personally give him advice? It seemed that yesterday had left a strong impression on the deputy. Noticing him out of the corner of his eye, Ryan smiled and thought that he was walking in his direction. He needed to show even more brilliant skills, but the commander walked past him, which shocked him slightly, and he decided not to dwell on it. Everything is fine, there's still enough time. He turned around to check where he was actually going, and his eyes immediately widened in surprise. Why did the deputy approach him? Looking up, MC found Hill in front of him. He immediately stood up, and the man, measuring him with a glance, remembered how he asked his knights about this guy. One of them told him that this was the very heir of the Peria family, who was called a negligent aristocrat. Isn't he very famous in the southern part of the Yahello kingdom? They say the reason his location was unknown was because he was trapped in some place by magic. Hill was very interested in this, and wondered why he abandoned the official presentation to the academy and returned home. And what was this other incident? Was it somehow connected with his little sister? He didn't have the slightest guess. At the moment, he called out to him, and he asked what the deputy commander wanted from him. Hill said that since he was currently leading the squad, he should call him the raid leader. He decided to ask him directly. All the young men except him were using this rest time to diligently train with the sword. They were trying hard, but he was the only one sitting there carefree. He would like to know the reason for this overconfidence. Irene apologized to him if he had shown himself to be dishonest. However, at the moment, the lack of training is not an indicator of his efforts. Hill asked the reason, and he replied that it was because his heart lacked determination. The man looked at him with a slightly confused expression, and Kevin mimicked Irene, repeating his words in a sarcastic tone. Ryan asked him to shut up, and Hill remarked that it was an interesting answer. Could he elaborate? MC said he took part in the punitive expedition to exterminate demons. He also wanted to raise his family's reputation by being active. The man appreciated his honest answer and continued, saying that he was currently trying to figure out what he could do for this very activity. He significantly lacked raiding experience, so he decided to focus on something other than training. In effort, it's not just the actions that matter, but the approach. By saying his heart lacked determination, he meant that in his current state, sword training wouldn't be considered effort for him. Hill was very interested in him. After which, one of the knights approached him and said it was time for them to leave. After that, he immediately turned to the squad and ordered everyone to fall into line. They would be moving out soon. Irene was about to join them, but Hill said he would walk beside him. They needed to talk some more. As they set off, Ryan clicked his tongue in displeasure, and Phil told him to take his time and wait for the right moment. The opportunity would definitely arise, or he could create it himself. What did he think about that? He grinned and replied that the latter option was much better. Meanwhile, Hill asked, does this mean he's armed now, so to speak? He confirmed this, and said that if he feels uncomfortable, he'll show his sword. He told him he'll dispense with unnecessary formalities, then looked at him and thought, is he saying he's awakened his magic? The more he listens, the more surprised he becomes. He invited him to continue their recent conversation. He said there was something he should focus on more than sword training. What was it? He answered that there were three. First, he'd never killed. Therefore, to prepare for the shock and confusion that would follow his first kill, he was calming his heart. Second, as far as he knew, for an inexperienced warrior, there's nothing more dangerous than a sudden urge to act. Therefore, he curbs his excitement and tries to be careful not to cause trouble, depending on his superior's command. And thirdly, it's about the demonic energy emitted by demons and their monstrous servants. He must sharpen all his senses and try to understand and recognize the enemy's presence in advance. That's all. After his words, the man laughed and remarked that it sounded much more realistic than he expected. He liked that. He thanked him, and the commander advised him not to try to take on too much responsibility at first, and he should entrust the last part to experienced soldiers. After that, he smiled and said that they had brought priests with them to quickly detect demonic energy, so he should focus on the rest. He didn't finish. Noticing that Irene had frozen and was staring into the distance, he immediately turned around, deciding to see what he was looking at, and saw a huge monster standing above them. A loud stomping sound was heard, which frightened everyone, and the commander warned everyone that there was an enemy in the rear and they needed to immediately prepare for battle. He ordered the knights to form a line, and the aristocrats to retreat and protect the mages and priests. Head towards the 9 o'clock position. There are a large number of creatures there. Let them resist immediately, and maintain a safe zone for the mages and priests. The knights obeyed his orders and rushed into battle, after which he turned to the giant and thought that he would entrust the creatures to a squad of knights. Only he could destroy that giant. As soon as he took a step toward him, Irene rushed past him at high speed, The giant roared loudly. MC drew his sword, and Hill, seeing sparks of magic, was greatly surprised. In an instant, Irene was next to the giant, delivered a cleaving blow, thereby splitting the monster's body in two. He quickly appeared behind the monster, and his father looked at him with concern. After which the giant roared, and when his body grew back together, he turned around, and the commander warned everyone of the danger. The monster aimed at MC, swung, and then struck with all its might, shattering the ground beneath their feet, causing his father to panic. The monster froze, waiting for something to happen, and then Irene jumped out of a cloud of dust and climbed up his arm, then jumped to the side, swung his sword, and severed his arm. The giant immediately screamed in pain. MC landed next to his severed arm, and the monster pounced on him. He turned around, and using his abilities, struck again, causing the giant to be thrown to the side, knocking down all the nearby trees, raising dust. After that, the monster turned around, only its dark silhouette visible in the dust. Then, with a menacing roar, it rushed forward, and the commander worriedly ordered the guy to quickly get out of there, but he didn't listen. He concentrated, putting all his strength into his swing, then delivered a powerful blow to the enemy, bringing down a tornado that held him in place and raised powerful currents of wind in the area. After this, a thick cloud of dust rose above the forest, and as soon as everything became quiet, not a trace of the monster remained, as did part of the forest. Everyone present could not believe their eyes, and Hill was convinced that it was true. He really had appeared, the beast of the kingdom of Hyl. Irene, meanwhile, hit his sword, and Hill, noticing how his knights were fighting the monsters, told the others to come to their senses. The battle was not over yet. He ordered the squad to destroy the remaining enemies, and soon all the monsters in the area were finished. One of the knights approached the commander with a report. Everyone was safe, no wounded, no dead. He remarked that this was good, after which he said that they would take a short break and resume formation. Meanwhile, MC stared at one spot and wondered why he did that. At the sight of the giant, anger took control of him. His emotions flared up like that for the first time, and it was very strange. For that short time, it was as if he wasn't himself. He was distracted from his thoughts by Hill approaching him. He measured him with a glance and sternly pronounced his name, asking if he understood what he had done. Right? Irene looked down guiltily, then apologized for disobeying orders and acting spontaneously. Even though they had discussed how he should behave, he couldn't control his emotions and did it his own way. That's why he was sorry. The commander laughed and asked if he couldn't understand jokes. Let him raise his head. He patted him on the shoulder and said that on a punitive expedition, everyone had the same goal, to destroy monsters that threaten the state. He did an excellent job. Thanks to the fact that he deftly dealt with the giant, the squad did not suffer serious damage. They will discuss everything in detail later, but now he congratulates him. His first appearance on stage was mind-blowing. He left, saying that he will continue to expect the same activity from him, and MC thanked him with a smile. After that, his worried father ran up to him and asked if he was injured. He answered that everything was fine, although he was a little dirty. His father immediately hugged him tightly and said that he was so proud of him. These words echoed in Irene's heart. He also hugged him and thanked him for it. Meanwhile, Ryan was plotting something evil. He turned to Jack and asked if he was ready. He confirmed this, and gripping his sword tighter in anger, he ordered him to start right now. After a short rest, they continued on their way, and Hill asked MC, "So this artifact can capture demonic energy?" He confirmed this and said that his younger sister, a sorceress, had made it along with her mentor. He was told that it would help him in the punitive expedition. The man looked at it in surprise and thought that sorcerers were certainly majestic, but was it possible that this artifact identified demonic energy faster than the priest's sacred objects? Suddenly, the crystal sparkled, indicating that the enemy was somewhere nearby. MC warned them that the enemy was approaching from the left, and the commander immediately waved his hand, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. The spearmen should stand in a row, on the left. They immediately took their positions and the bushes rustled, after which monsters jumped out of the forest, and Hill thought that he had been right again. This was no coincidence. He ordered the squad to storm the enemy and destroy them all at once. The monsters were quickly dealt with. They moved on, and the commander told Irene that from now on, he would focus not on the priest's sacred objects, but on his artifact. As soon as he senses demonic energy, he should tell him immediately. He agreed, and Ryan, watching them, cursed quietly. Evening came, they set up camp and cooked food. At dinner, the knights began to discuss Irene, and one of them asked if he was 21 years old, and at that age he already possessed such abilities. It turns out that his level already corresponds to an expert. Or is he exaggerating? His comrade answered him that of course he corresponds to this level. He had seen him kill monsters. Who on their continent, besides experts, is capable of doing such a thing alone? His comrade agreed with him, saying that the giant looked stronger than a mid-level monster. Where had such a person been hiding all this time? MC, meanwhile, was also eating. His crystal glowed again, but this time it turned black, which is why he immediately stopped eating. He remembered his sister's words. If the artifact changed its color to black, it means it sensed poison. It has a detoxification function, so he just needs to wait until the artifact returns to its normal color. He began to wait and thought that it looked like someone was targeting him. He, of course, assumed that there would indeed be a competition between the families, but he never thought that the rival would start acting so openly. He is sure that it is one of the 3 families, and most likely, the Marquis of Gyron. His father does not need to know about this. He does not want him to worry. He decided to keep what happened a secret until he deals with it himself. He waited until the artifact pulled out all the poison from the food, then continued eating and felt some paper under his plate. It turned out to be a note warning that the food was poisoned. After reading it, he noticed that it was written rather crookedly. Was this to hide his identity in case someone else found the note? Or was it just written in a hurry? He put it in his pocket and continued eating, thinking that he didn't even expect anyone to help him. Who could it be? Jack was hiding behind a tree nearby, watching him. He frowned doubtfully and thought that he didn't know if he was doing the right thing. After he ate, the commander approached him and offered to duel him. He reasoned that he should thoroughly test his full potential. This would be useful for the next punitive expedition. Irene was initially slightly surprised by his proposal, but quickly agreed. After that, the expedition members cleared a platform for them and began to wait with anticipation for the duel to begin. They sat nearby, and Hill, standing opposite Irene, took out his weapons and told him to get ready. After that, Irene's sword materialized right in his hand, and the knights' mouths opened wide in surprise, clearly not expecting this. After that, the commander said that this duel was meant to test his skill. He put all his power into the sword. How about finishing the fight in one blow? He resolutely agreed and smirked, noting that he hadn't hesitated for a second. Was this calm because he was so used to it? No, it was a more accurate feeling. He was very happy and thought that he was much more determined than he thought. After that, he unleashed all his pressure on him, causing the warriors nearby to become nervous. He was like a wild beast, but MC wasn't afraid of him. His spirit seemed unbending to him, like steel. But then he noticed something strange. His spirit was gradually increasing. He saw the silhouette of a huge swordsman above this guy and gripped the sword tighter, thinking that if he didn't take this seriously, it would devour him. He became even more furious. The knight nervously noticed that the second in command was now completely serious. A knight ran up to them with a bowl of stew in his hands and excitedly said that he had arrived. He hoped they hadn't started yet, but he couldn't stop in time and tripped over a log and flew forward along with the stew, falling between them. This distracted Hill, who turned his gaze to him, and he excitedly said that he would clean everything up right away. After this, the commander returned his gaze to Irene and said that they would end it here. The warriors, who had been waiting with such anticipation for the duel to begin, were disappointed, and Hill said that that was enough. From now on, he could act at his own discretion without asking his permission. MC was slightly surprised by this, and the man said with a smile that he thought that with such skills, it was better to give him free rein. He admitted that his skills were quite sufficient for the expert level. After this, he ordered everyone to disperse, and it was time to sleep. Irene laid in the same tent with his father, but unlike him, he could not fall asleep. He thought that during the battle with the giant and the duel with the commander, there were similar, but at the same time slightly different feelings. He had a feeling that the burning sensations were enslaving him entirely and taking away the right to own his body, just like on the very day when he first had the dream. Closing his eyes, he saw the man again and thought, so it really was him? He thought that he somehow escaped from him. So why did he appear again? But this time there was something wrong. He got angry. The dream was different, and the man never showed his emotions. So why was he so angry? Immediately after that, he woke up and got up. While he was trying to catch his breath, he realized that when he changed into a dream, changes were happening in him too. And perhaps this time they had already happened. After that, he got dressed and left the tent, and Ryan followed him. He turned to Jack and asked if he hadn't told him to put poison in his food yesterday. He told him that he had seen him eat everything. The guy asked why it hadn't affected him at all. He told him that he didn't understand either. This poison acts instantly. Then Ryan told him to offer him a double dose today, which made him nervous and said that it was too dangerous. If he exceeded the dose, it wouldn't just end in illness. Ryan grabbed his head and told him to stop, after which he glared at him and asked if he was worried about Irene in front of him right now. Jack apologized to him and he asked why even he did this. He knew how nervous he was because of this idiot. Apparently his father hadn't influenced him much. Let him do everything exactly as he was told, and not forget who he owes his position to. Jack looked down in disappointment and told him that he would remember that. When MC ate, he detected poison again and thought that this man was persistent. Does he plan to do this every time? Regardless, he's glad that at least someone is on his side. He glanced at the warning note with a smile, and then they set off. The commander noticed that he was somewhat gloomy and asked if everything was okay, and he replied that he was fine. After that, he looked away and became wary, and then his artifact warned him of danger. He told them that the monsters were on the left and that he would deal with them, and then rushed towards them. Several monsters ran towards him at once. He immediately drew his sword, swung it, killing the enemies, and then a larger monster pounced on him. He wanted to hit it with his fists, but he blocked the blow with his sword and glared at the enemy from under his brows, after which he dealt him a fatal blow. But the monsters still weren't ending. One of them ran up to him from behind, and Hill came to his aid, instantly dealing with the monster and telling him to entrust his rear to him. When they were finished, the The knights shared their admiration for him with Irene, for which he was grateful, after which they left him alone. He watched them with a smile, then looked down at his hand and clenched it into a fist, thinking that his senses were continuing to intensify. He sensed demonic energy even before the artifact. Is this also that man's influence? How is he connected to him? Meanwhile, Ryan was very angry. He swore loudly and exclaimed. He became even more active. How could this happen? Jack said that he saw the artifact that captures demonic energy sparkle. It looks like it has a detoxification function. Ryan, in a rage, punched a nearby tree and exclaimed, is this the work of his little sister? Why is she climbing where she shouldn't? What should he do now? But there is a way out. If that's the case, he must finish off the demon. Time passed. They reached the cave and the commander said that this is the demon's lair. He thinks the cave is artificial. Irene will go ahead with him. Ryan approached the commander and said that he will also go in the vanguard and help. And he, after thinking for a second, agreed and told him just not to think about relaxing. After they entered the cave, they immediately heard the sounds of a violin, and one of the knights said that the tune was very pleasant, and there was also a piano playing. The dark walls of the cave immediately transformed. It was as if they were in a palace and no longer realized that they were actually in danger. MC looked at these knights and thought that something was wrong with everyone. Are they hallucinating? Is it really all because of the music? He loudly said that it was a trap, that they needed to come to their senses quickly. Meanwhile, the commander took a deep breath through his nostrils and then sneezed very loudly, causing everyone to immediately come to their senses. He shouted loudly that if anyone hadn't come to their senses, let them shake them with their power. You can't fall for the demon's tricks. The knights looked around, becoming nervous. Then they went out into a spacious hall, in the middle of which stood a piano and sat a demon. She said that guests had come to visit her, such a rarity. Hill immediately became wary. This was a much more powerful demon than he thought. She unnaturally turned her head towards them and asked, would they like to listen to another composition? After that, she stood up and the skeletal violinists approached her, and Hill approached her. He thought, is this a demon? Except for her red eyes, nothing distinguishes her from a human at all. He can't believe that, even having borrowed demonic power, she is able to maintain herself. This is his first encounter with a demon like this. Ryan swallowed nervously and tried to convince himself that he would succeed. He would show Irene his superiority. The demon said that she would like to perform another composition for them. What would they say to that? Viscount Gyron immediately ordered her to shut up, and the commander waved his hand, telling him to stay in line. The demoness was slightly upset and asked them to listen. She played the instruments beautifully. The melody that had just played was just an appetizer. She wanted to show them her true self. The melody would be thick and sweet, like a bed. It would embrace their exhausted bodies. The Viscount immediately succumbed to her influence, and she said that perhaps the melody would be as pleasant as a dream. The commander ordered them to wake up, and they came to their senses because of his scream, and he told them not to look the demon in the eyes, otherwise they would fall under her influence. Suddenly, Ryan jumped forward and nervously called out to him, ordering him to stop, but he didn't listen and thought that he had to be the best. He had to kill the demon. He would finish her off with just one blow. She immediately directed her hair towards him, preparing to strike, but he swung his sword and parried the attack. The hair, as if alive, began to writhe near him, but his blade couldn't cut it. The demoness didn't like this at all and asked, what are they doing? Do they think they can cut off hair like this? Her hair immediately turned into a hand. She was about to grab the guy, but Jack appeared in front of him and protected him, after which he told him to step back. It's dangerous. Ryan hesitated because he wanted to show himself, and then the demoness grabbed Jack by the head and lifted him off the ground. She pulled him towards herself and said with a smile that she was glad to meet him, after which she turned her attention to the worried faces of the other warriors and told them not to worry so much. She had no intention of killing him. She was for peace. She moved him aside and the commander shouted, what kind of trick is this? She smirked and offered him a deal. The life of this handsome and distinguished knight in exchange for the life of such a beautiful and talented girl like her. It's not a bad deal, is it? If they make way and let her get out of here, then she will release Jack in a place she deems safe. The commander hesitated, then asked Viscount Gyron not to interfere, but he did not listen. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and shouted that their family does not negotiate with filthy demons. Hearing his answer, she said it was sad. Poor Jack sacrifices himself for his family, saving a foolish heir. She began to gently squeeze his neck, causing him to choke, and suggested they change the terms. Her eyes flashed. She aimed at Ryan, and he immediately froze, unable to move. His father worriedly told him to quickly return to the line, but he couldn't. Hill ordered everyone to prepare for battle, after which a shock of hair grabbed Ryan, and his father called out to him worriedly. Now she had 2 members of the Gyron family hostage. She raised them to the ceiling so they would not interfere, and the commander immediately ordered them to begin the assault. But the Viscount jumped in front of them, blocking their path, and told them to wait. The commander exclaimed, what is he doing? Let him step aside right now. Bill nervously clenched his teeth, then told his knights that they must protect the main heir. Tell them to stop the nightly company of the sunset. They immediately stepped forward and the commander shouted in rage, Does he think he'll let him get away with this? The Viscount lost his temper and told him to shut his mouth. He needed to save his son, and he would never back down. He turned to the demoness and asked if the negotiations were still on. She confirmed this and swore on the name of Master Lastro, whom she served. After that, the Viscount called out to Barons Russell and Lester and asked them for help. They know perfectly well what will happen if they refuse, right? Meanwhile, Phil turned to his knights and gave them an order as the commander of the punitive expeditions. No mercy for those who interfere with the raid on the demons, regardless of their birth and status. After that, the Viscount and the commander ordered everyone to attack, and the demoness laughed out loud, saying that it was an amazing sight. Don't they think so? She put poor Jack down and said that they reacted differently than expected. If she were in their place, her heart would break into pieces. So, what now? In what other ridiculous form will they show themselves to them? Are they also waiting impatiently? When she turned her gaze to the side, she saw a guy standing apart from the main squad and thought, something is wrong with him? Why is he standing there? And when did he get there? And why are his eyes closed at such a moment? She didn't pay much attention to it, and at that very moment, Irene opened his eyes and rushed towards her at high speed, which surprised her greatly. She didn't have time to react. He struck, cutting her body, and she screamed loudly in pain. She was thrown to the side, her body breaking everything around her, and Hill was surprised. Irene concentrated again. The demoness got up. Her body began to recover, but it was happening too slowly, which made her nervous. Gritting her teeth, she turned her gaze to her opponent and thought, because of such a minor wound, she had already fallen? As soon as her body had healed a little, MC rushed towards her, and she decided to use the hostages as shields to buy herself time to recover. But he deftly slipped between them and cut off her arm, causing her to scream again and nervously turn to him, thinking that he wasn't even paying attention to the hostages and was aiming exclusively at her. Faced with her furious glare, Irene immediately turned around and rushed towards her, and she threw the hostages aside so they wouldn't get in the way and decided to stop him. As soon as he approached her, she enveloped her body in a cocoon, which he couldn't cut. But because of this, she was thrown aside. She was glad that she was able to withstand the blow. Now she could slowly recover, but suddenly she felt that the demonic energy wasn't gathering, and a lock of her hair was cut off. She looked at him in shock and thought, was this really his doing? The boy can't have that kind of strength. At that very moment, MC raised his sword above his head, then struck her with all his might, driving her deeper into the ground, but her cocoon held. He began to strike again, and each time her shield became weaker. She couldn't believe her eyes. He had broken through her defense, but she was stronger than stone. Irene screamed, swinging again, and she thought in horror that she had made a mistake. She couldn't defeat him. One slightest miss, and she would be finished. There was a bright flash. The cocoon began to weaken, and MC remained in place and pressed on the sword. Hill looked at him with concern. Everyone else was in shock. When the flash disappeared, a cloud of dust appeared in its place, and then some kind of lump jumped out of it, and Hill immediately rushed after it. He roared loudly, then swung his sword, but then froze. It turned out to be only half of her body. Where is the rest? Meanwhile, she was crawling towards the exit. She turned around to check if she was being followed, and saw the guy's silhouette in a cloud of dust. After that, he swung his sword. The dust parted, and she turned around nervously, and then he rushed towards her at high speed. As soon as he approached, her body immediately split, and she thought, where did he get such strength? What a shame. She can't believe she lost to some man. After that, her body crumbled, and a huge crack appeared at the place of the impact. The knights, watching this, exclaimed in shock that the demon was defeated. Irene destroyed her. His father was very proud. Hill said with a smile that he was speechless. Meanwhile, Jack finally freed himself from the demoness's hair. Taking a deep breath, he looked in surprise at Irene, who was now looking at what was left of her. After that, they returned to their temporary camp in Gyron, and one of the knights said that he still couldn't believe that the expedition ended without a single casualty. His comrade agreed with him. Moreover, their enemy was a very powerful demon that controlled minds, but Irene dealt with her alone. He was very surprised. He is very different from what is known about him from rumors. He still can't forget that scene of dissecting the demon. Finally, an outstanding person appeared in the kingdom of Hale. By the way, as soon as the second-in-command finishes with that matter, they will have to return, right? His comrade confirmed this and said that they absolutely must sort everything out. Something like this cannot happen under any circumstances. Meanwhile, at the Gyron estate, Phil apologized to Hill, saying that he was very guilty before him, but then his mind went clouded. He slammed his fist on the table in rage and told him to stop talking nonsense. Does he think that such an excuse will be enough after what happened? He replied that he had seen for himself that he had been mind-controlled. His son was very dear to him, but he was not so foolish as to abandon the peace of their continent because of attachment. The mind control of that wicked demon was to blame for everything. Of course, Hill did not believe him and thought that he was a disgusting person. Everyone present knew that he was completely sane, but there was no crushing evidence that could incriminate him. The Viscount himself understood this and therefore smirked. Meanwhile, MC was lying on the bed and resting. He got up and thought that that sword did not appear for the sake of a noble family. It was simply a sword for cutting a demon. Could it really be because of that man? Who was he that he constantly confuses him? After that, a servant informed him that a guest had arrived. and Sir Jack's steward entered the room. Irene was slightly surprised and asked why he had come to see him, and he replied that he needed to tell him something about the punitive expedition. But first, he wanted to thank him for saving him. He looked at him in bewilderment, and the knight replied that when the demon took him hostage, no one cared. Not the second in command, not his subordinates, not even his master, Viscount Filgaron. MC looked down and thought that everything was wrong at all. At that moment, he didn't pay attention to the hostages, but acted only to kill the demon. Jack said that if it weren't for him, he would have certainly died, so he wanted to thank him. Irene felt uneasy and looked away. He wanted to say that everything was wrong, but the guy didn't let him finish and said there was something else. It was he who put poison in his food. MC was very surprised by what he heard, and the knight offered him to sit down first. He would explain everything in detail. As soon as he told him everything, he said that he shouldn't do this, even though it was his master's orders. This is an unreasonable act for both a knight and a person. He understands that words are not enough, but he is truly very sorry. He will immediately accept any punishment. Irene looked down, lost in thought, and then said that he had somehow expected something like this, and it had happened. All these situations were confusing him. After that, he got up from the table and said that he was not in the mood for a conversation right now, so he should leave. Jack called out to him excitedly, and he, looking out the window, said that he would not close his eyes to what had happened. But for now, everything was confused in his head, so he should leave. He swore to him that he would definitely pay for his actions, and then left. MC continued to stand and look out the window for a while, after which a familiar voice rang out. No matter how much he thought, nothing would change. Hearing this, he immediately turned around. It was Lulu. She guiltily pressed her ears and asked, "Have you been well?" He immediately approached her and asked where she had been for so long. He was looking for her. She turned away from him and said that this wouldn't do. She was too ashamed to look him in the eyes. If she had taught him a little better, he would have mastered some other ability and wouldn't have been separated from his family for 5 whole years. Irene looked at her sadly and thought that she probably blamed herself for him being trapped in the witch world. Lulu folded her ears again and said that Kirill wouldn't be so upset. It was all her fault. She was very sorry. MC extended his hand to her and said that it was not her fault, but she immediately jumped away from him in fear, telling him not to touch her. She promised bad luck. She was a black cat, a harbinger of trouble. He said that it was superstition. It had nothing to do with her. She exclaimed in response that superstitions also have power. If enough people begin to believe in some unfounded absurdity, it becomes true. Even if people elevate an absolutely powerless being, it becomes great. Witchcraft, created by the accumulation of the will of many people, changes the laws of the world. Meanwhile, Irene began to quietly creep up on her, and she, creating a portal in front of herself, said that misfortune would befall him if he stayed near her. She would not appear before him again. She was about to jump into the portal, but he suddenly leaped towards her and grabbed her, causing her to become agitated and exclaim, "What is he doing? Let her go right now." Bad luck is transmitted from her like an infection. He said that from that day on, black cats would be a sign of good luck, and she exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is this? Black cats are harbingers of trouble." He said with a confident smile that now everything would change, because she would be with him. He believed that she brought luck much more strongly than other people put together. Because of this, the cat couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, after which she hugged him and said that she missed him so much. When she calmed down, they settled down on the bed, and she asked if this was possible. After all, witchcraft is a mysterious thing. He answered her that he himself didn't know that even his friends from the academy would show up there. Lulu noted that he now even draws his sword with the help of witchcraft. It is his path. He asked how she knew this, and she jumped off the bed, answering him that she had actually been with him since his return. She was in the form of a white cat, and those notes during the expedition were also written by her. Hearing this, MC was very surprised, and she seriously said that she wanted to ask something. In the battle with the demon, he seemed slightly unfamiliar to her, a little more ferocious. Did something happen to him? He told her his suspicions, and she touched her chin thoughtfully, saying that the man in the dreams seemed to harbor a strong hatred for demons. Perhaps the source of this hatred lay in the devil himself. If this man lived 150 years ago, well, it doesn't really matter. What difference does it make whether he thinks about something or not? The really important thing is that the will of an unknown man influences his soul. He agreed with her, and she said that it was okay. Sometimes you can doubt and lower the sword because it's too heavy. In the end, he still lifts it again with all his might. If it's really difficult for him, she will lift the sword with him. She showed him her muscles and said that she had been training hard for 5 years, so her strength had increased. Irene laughed and asked what she was doing, after which she began to show him from all sides, telling him to look at her muscles. It's cool, right? He smiled and thought that he was very glad that she was nearby. Alone, the worries would only increase. Power truly lies in the ability to walk hand in hand with someone you trust. By the way, he still had unresolved matters. The promises he made to the head of the academy with Ilya and his friends, whom he hadn't seen for 5 whole years. Are they all doing well? Meanwhile, Hill nervously paced from one corner of the tent to another, and then stopped and cursed loudly. He clenched his fist, thinking that the other noble families also agreed with the Viscount's words. Does he think he will be able to escape punishment for the crime committed against the royal knightly detachment? At least for the well-being of the kingdom and peace on the mainland, this cannot be allowed. He was distracted from his thoughts by the knight's heir, who informed him that a guest had come to see him. It seemed it was Jack. Meanwhile, the Viscount was in his office. In a rage, he smashed his mug against the window and exclaimed, "What kind of disgusting tea is this? How can you drink such slop?" His maid apologized to him, and he ordered her to leave there. He didn't even want to see her. As soon as she left, he nervously clicked his tongue and thought that the incident that happened during the expedition seemed to be settled. What now? This was the last chance to restore their noble line. Irene Peria, the little idiot, appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything. There was a knock on the door. He shouted in a rage that he had already said that he was not receiving anyone today. To hell with them all. After that, Hill entered his office and laughed, saying that he seemed seriously worried. He immediately calmed down and said that he had come to finish their conversation. Phil said that he thought they had nothing more to talk about. The man smiled and said that he had little time, so he would have to get straight to the point. A very shameful act was committed during the punitive expeditions. He was informed that the family of Viscount Scaron had slipped poison into the Peria heir's food. Phil was very surprised and exclaimed, "What kind of absurdity is this?" He rose from his seat and approached him, asking, will he accuse him again without presenting any evidence? This was extremely unpleasant. Let him leave his lands immediately. He asked with a smirk what he would do if he said there was evidence. The man was indignant and ordered him to stop this immediately and quickly leave his lands. But before he could finish speaking, Jack entered the office, his face gloomy. Hill said that this was a witness to this incident. He told him the whole truth. He took into account the fact of a voluntary confession, so his punishment would be mitigated. He pointed his finger at him and exclaimed that this was complete nonsense. Jack acted on his own initiative. He ordered him to tell the truth. He was so nervous that his breathing became ragged, and his body was covered in cold sweat. Jack noticed that he was behaving disgustingly until the very end, and he exclaimed, "How dare he say such a thing?" Hill called out to him loudly, ordering him to shut up, and said that he would submit an official request to the kingdom to send a team to investigate. If the words were false, then he could safely condone the investigation. However, if they turned out to be true, he had better surrender voluntarily if he did not want to lose everything he had achieved so far. After that, he left the estate and returned to the camp, thinking that the matter was finally somewhat resolved. Well, now he needed to accept Irene into the squad of Sunset Knights. He mounted his horse and told the knight that he would briefly go to the Peria estate. They should finish preparing for his return. After that, he galloped to the estate and thought that such a treasure should not be missed. But when he arrived there, he discovered that it turned out that he had already managed to leave for the Chrono Academy, which was very unexpected for him. He said that he heard that he refused to join, and Harun answered him that his son said that he had some business there. Besides, he officially entered the academy 5 years ago. Hill was slightly upset that he was late and said that he had a wonderful son, a true treasure of the kingdom, or rather, the entire continent. Harun smiled and thanked him for such flattering words, while MC was on his way to the academy. Lulu asked, "So that Ian is the head of the academy? Is he that outstanding?" He confirmed it and added that he had heard that his skills are considered among the best on the continent. He was the one who showed him the way. He was the first teacher he truly respected. Perhaps he could give him advice about his unstable condition. However, of course, even the head himself most likely couldn't do anything about his dreams. Lulu told him that this was anyone's guess, and he asked if it wouldn't be difficult. She exclaimed that he himself had said that he was the best swordsman on the continent. A person who is considered the best in any field on the continent is no different from a sorcerer, because they possess incredible willpower and abilities that cannot be explained by common sense. Irene smiled and thought that then, perhaps there was still a chance. Lulu asked, "So she's his witchcraft teacher?" He confirmed it with a smile, and she was delighted. After which, she jumped off his shoulder to the ground and decided to really prepare for the journey. A purple haze began to emanate from her, after which she appeared before him in a new outfit. She had fashionable boots on her paws, a sword on her belt, a distinctive red bandana around her neck, and a hat on her head. She smiled and asked how he liked it. Since this was a trip, she dressed up a little. He said it was so cool, and she began to show off in front of him, saying that she usually didn't dress like this. With a little effort, it was easy as pie for her. He smiled, thinking that the journey would definitely not be boring, and she, confidently holding her sword forward, said that the Chrono Academy was waiting for them. The strongest swordsmen were coming. Soon they arrived in the great city of Alcantara. They walked through the main square, and Lulu asked, "Is this here?" He confirmed it. The Chrono Fencing Academy was located in this city. Lulu looked around in delight and said that there were so many magic lanterns here, you could play all night. Seeing people casting spells nearby, she excitedly called out to Irene, and he also turned his gaze to them. He smiled and thought that it was thanks to the academy that Alcantara had become a great city, and the academy itself had been transformed for the better. He suggested that they first find a place to spend the night, and she said that it should have a cool name. They found an inn called the Cradle of Swords, and since the name was cool, Lulu decided to stay there. She jumped off his back and said she was going for a walk, and he told her not to stay long. After that, he went inside and admired how spacious it was, but the atmosphere immediately made him tense. Most, or rather, absolutely everyone here had swords, and they were all staring at him. This made him nervous and wondered if he had already managed to do something wrong. A large man blocked his path and asked if he was another guest of the Chrono Academy. He nervously confirmed this, and another man laughed loudly, saying that they were already recruiting everyone. His friend laughed too, and the man told Irene that anyone could issue a challenge, but he had better assess his own strength sensibly. Someone asked what he was even talking about. Not everyone can issue a challenge. What's the point of such a kid even trying if he'll be crushed in no time? The man pointed his finger at him and exclaimed discontentedly that if he didn't like something, they could go outside and see who was right. They agreed, and MC looked at them in confusion, wondering what they were even talking about. The innkeeper called out to him, and he approached him, asking if they should stop them. The man laughed and told him not to worry. There had never been a fight in 10 years of working there. He was a guest of the academy, right? He confirmed this and asked how they all understood this, and he asked in response, how could it be otherwise? Everyone here was guests of the academy. Regular people don't come into their establishment, only people like that. Had he already passed guest verification? Irene didn't understand what he was talking about, and he asked, was he seriously coming unprepared? For any fencer, the Chrono Academy is a dream. That's why so many came here. Because of the overwhelming number of applicants, they were all sent back at first, but most refused to leave without a reason. Some even called the academy employees cowards. This is how guest confirmation came about. Every 2 weeks, the academy chooses a date and holds an event where you can fight with swords. To get a pass, you need a mercenary badge. He led him to the basement, and he thought that it wasn't like it was directly related to him. But why shouldn't he get a badge? He was slightly surprised that the basement was quite deep, and the innkeeper asked, "That's cool, right? There's a mercenary agency downstairs. You can't conduct the test upstairs. It's too noisy." MC asked what test he was talking about, and he told him that he would see everything for himself soon. They went down to a small room where there was another man, and he asked with a smile what brought him at this time. Did he come with a guest for the test? Irene noticed a strange device in the middle of the room. It was a measuring instrument. If you hit it, the force of the blow would be displayed on the screen above. MC asked what exactly he should hit with, and the man answered with a grin. With a sword, of course. It's a simple but convenient method for understanding his true strength and rank. Irene approached the tool and asked what would happen if he broke it. It didn't look reliable. The man laughed and said it was a magic item. It wouldn't break that easily, so he shouldn't worry. It's surprising that he even cared. He smiled and said that he would do his best then, and at that moment, the innkeeper approached the man and said that he was a guest of the Chrono Academy. He asked if he was too small. Then he bet 7 pieces of silver, which would be 300. The innkeeper told him not to underestimate him. He may be young, but he's strong, which would be 500. The man grinned and said that then it would be 501, and he remarked that he was so cunning. The man told Irene that he saw he didn't have a sword and could take any. He told him it was fine, but he didn't understand what he was talking about, and then he showed them his sword. They were very surprised and started asking him how he did it, but he ignored them and closed his eyes to concentrate. As soon as he opened them, he swung his sword and then hit the measuring device with all his might, causing them to be surprised. After that, he exhaled and, seeing that all the damage was indeed disappearing, was surprised. The innkeeper approached him and asked where the sword came from. He answered that it was witchcraft, something similar to regular magic here. After that, the sword disappeared, and he asked how many points it had. He didn't know what was good and what was bad, so he was asking them. They both looked up at the device screen. It showed about 10,000, which was a lot. MC happily asked if he passed the test, and the men nervously laughed, confirming it. But the first time, he could only get a silver badge. Afterward, MC rented a room, and Lulu started playing with his mercenary badge, and he sat on the bed, saying it was interesting. Lulu started licking her fur and casually said, "I can't wait for tomorrow," and he dreamily looked up at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he'd be able to meet Judith. He wanted to see her as soon as possible. The next day arrived, they went outside, and Lulu, seeing the crowd, asked where the people near the gate were going. MC assumed they were participating in a test, and her eyes immediately lit up with delight. She invited him to go too, at least to watch, and he agreed, then followed the crowd. They arrived at a small arena. Irene took her place, and Lulu, excited, said she couldn't wait for it to start. It was going to be fun. MC noticed there were quite a lot of people there, and the guys next to him noticed a boy below, and one of them asked what the kid was doing here. His friend asked, "Are they completely crazy?" Irene followed their gaze, and as soon as he saw the boy, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Lance Patterson was there. He used to study with him. Now this guy has really matured. Lulu glanced at him and remarked that he looked pretty cool, and he agreed with her, adding that he was strong. Lance addressed all the guests of the academy and said that he, a student of the 27th summon, would be fighting them today. Indignant exclamations were immediately heard. He wasn't even a graduate and all that. Someone told them to calm down. Hadn't they heard that the 27th summon is called the Golden One? Lance smiled and said that he knew they all deserved an opponent of the level of a graduate. But this time, it would be different. The academy wanted its students to gain experience in real duels. Of course, they might be stronger than him, so he suggests introducing a condition. If someone doesn't like fighting him, they have the right to call on a senior disciple. A man entered the arena and said that it was as easy as pie. He would defeat him and call on a worthy opponent. He smiled back and said that he had every right to do so. When he took out his weapon, Lance was slightly surprised and noticed that his sword was big. He asked if he was afraid. He had prepared for a fight and, laughing, answered that he wasn't. He just remembered someone. Maybe he wanted him to give in to the first attack? This angered the man, and he pounced on him, shouting that he would not forgive him for such words. He swung his sword. The blade flew right in front of the guy's face, and then there was a clang and sparks appeared. He parried the man's blow, which he didn't even realize at first, and then immediately counterattacked. He knocked the sword out of his hands, and it spun and flew straight towards the other guests, and then pierced the wall between the two men. Lulu noted how strong he was, and the man, meanwhile, fell to the floor in shock and thought, how did this happen? He's stronger than he looks. After that, Lance called out to the next person, but he too quickly lost to him, as did the next couple. One of the guests exclaimed in surprise, how could a simple student have so much strength? His friend reminded him that he had said he was from the special 27th summoning. The man exclaimed that he had to fix the situation. He was the hero of their village. He fought alone against 17, only he could do it. Lance turned his attention to them, and seeing the one sitting above them was surprised. He immediately headed towards them, which made them nervous, and the man said that the strongest can see the strongest from afar. Meanwhile, his friend was praying for him to leave soon. But to their happiness and relief, he wasn't heading towards them. He called out to Irene and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He remembers him, right? He answered that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lance was happy and said that he didn't expect to meet him here. How did he end up here? The men were surprised that he wasn't heading towards them, and MC answered that it had been a long way. The guy happily said that of course it was a long way, since they hadn't seen each other for 5 years. Well, he had his reasons for that. He confirmed it and said that if he had come a little earlier, he would have been able to see Judith and Bart. He asked in surprise, so Bart was at the academy? Lance asked. Didn't he know? He quickly returned here and said that he wanted to do everything right. A few days ago, he and Judith went hiking together. Irene was happy about this. It was a pity they couldn't meet. Lance told him to go down quickly and challenged him to a fight. He didn't waste any time either, did he? He smiled confidently, then walked into the arena and someone asked, who is that? It seemed they knew each other. Wasn't that the guy eliminated in the final round? Lulu screamed loudly, rooting for Irene, causing the men next to her to flinch nervously. Lance turned around at the scream and asked, is that his cat? He proudly answered that it was his mentor, after which he took out his sword and added that she had taught him a lot. Seeing this, Lance was very surprised and asked, is that magic? He quickly realized that it wasn't magic, but witchcraft, and a talking cat too. He laughed and said that he was constantly surprised by it. Apparently, this was the result of his 5 years of diligent training. He gripped his sword tighter and got into a fighting stance, saying that he hadn't been idle all this time either, so he wasn't going to lose to him. MC simply smiled in response, after which they both pounced on each other. Lance delivered the first blow, which his opponent blocked, and then delivered another. All the guests watched in surprise. Irene parried all his attacks. Lance attacked again. His blade slid along the edge of his sword, and suddenly he felt a strange sensation. Watching his opponent's movements, he was surprised and thought it was impossible. He decided to test everything and turned his sword, after which MC turned and swung his sword, and then they increased the distance between each other. Lance caught his breath and asked in surprise, is he using the Bart style? He only smiled in response, and he thought he wasn't imagining it. It was definitely Bart's technique. But how was that possible? He already wanted to ask how he achieved this. But seeing the stance he took, he was even more surprised. He immediately understood what it was and pounced on him to prevent him from preparing this terrible attack. He started throwing a lot of punches, but he parried each one, which made him nervous. He increased the distance between them and thought that the last time he saw Bart in action was 5 years ago during training. How could he have learned his technique then? Irene called out to him, then instantly appeared next to him and said that it was his turn now. Swinging his sword, he dealt him a heavy blow, which he blocked, but the floor under his feet cracked. He looked at him in shock and thought that this was a lie. This was impossible. At that very moment, MC started using other techniques. He dealt him another heavy blow and he remembered the past. He knows this fighting style because he constantly fought Judith and lost to her. He clenched his teeth, trying to hold on to his sword, after which his feet slid back. He let out a chuckle and immediately pursed his lips nervously. thinking that he had pushed him away. But he was so confident in himself, he thought that except for those two, he would never lose to anyone. Why can't he do it? Could he really not defeat him too? After that, he made a furious lunge and delivered a blow, which Irene immediately parried, and dust rose between them. The man noticed that he was pressing the blonde and anxiously leaned forward, and Lulu worriedly called out to Irene. Meanwhile, he nervously clenched his teeth and thought that he was distracted. Lance let out a roar, striking him quickly, and when it was Irene's turn to attack, he jumped to the side. Immediately after that, he pounced on him again and thought that he knew he couldn't defeat him. He blocked his blow and, seeing in his movements the styles of his two friends, thought that they had tried their best to improve their skills. But he wasn't sitting idle either. One day, after another loss, he stood up and asked Judith to wait and fight him again. She turned to him in surprise and saw his determination and readiness. Now he pounced on Irene, thinking that he didn't want to lose. He lunged, but MC immediately ducked, which took him by surprise. He struck with his sword, knocking the weapon out of his hands. It flew up, spun, and plunged into the ground with a clang. After that, Irene hit his sword, and Lance looked at it in confusion, then smiled. Lulu immediately began waving her paws, rejoicing at his victory, and he meanwhile shook his old friend's hand and said that he was an excellent opponent. Lance asked what he had been doing all these 5 years, and at that moment, Lulu felt something. She ran up to Irene and warned him that he was there, and he asked who she was talking about. She said that the mentor he spoke of was there, and indeed, Ian was already here. He rubbed his beard and said that this was not what he expected to see. He didn't think they would meet here. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Was he doing well? MC told him that he was fine, and Ian noticed the cat at his feet. She greeted him, and he thought, is she speaking? But that's not the most important thing now. He said that as he saw they had just had a duel. Who won? Lance smiled awkwardly and told him that he lost, and the old man laughed, saying that he was not surprised, considering who his opponent was. Irene bowed his head before him guiltily and apologized to him. He was not late on purpose. He suggested that they talk about it later, after which he took off his cape and said that since sword met sword, they would allow them to talk. The two of them were surprised, and Lulu was happy about the start of a new fight. Meanwhile, the old man assumed a fighting stance and asked if defeating Lance was easy for him. However, he was not such an easy opponent. One of the guests asked if this old man was the master of the Chrono Academy. They answered that he was called the best sword on the continent. He became very excited and said that it was so cool that they would get to see him in battle. It was great luck. After that, MC took out his sword and warned him that he was attacking. Ian told him to go ahead, and he pounced on him, deciding to use all his strength. He struck, which the old man immediately blocked, followed by another strike, but he easily deflected it too. When Ian struck, Irene was already having a hard time holding back the attacks, and the old man noted that it was such an easy attack. Although it was a good lunge, he clearly lacked strength and speed. If he acted so rashly, he would only give his opponent a head start. After that, he lunged forward, MC blocked the blow, and the old man noted that he was using Bart's style, and he was successful at it. A second later, he appeared from his side and said that, however, he was still not as free as he could be. Irene turned a frightened look at him. At the last moment, he parried his attack and advised him to take it slow. After that, he punched him in the stomach, pushing him away, and he grabbed the place where he had been hit. Ian said he needed to work more on combining his techniques. In a real battle, you can't just attack and defend. MC immediately rushed toward him, saying he was attacking, then raised his sword and began gathering wind currents around it. Seeing this, Lance was surprised, and then he created a powerful tornado, which he used to attack the old man. Shielding his face from the wind, Lance shouted, "What the hell is that? Could it really be a heavenly sword?" As soon as the wind died down, Ian remarked that it wasn't bad, even good. He jumped out of the dust cloud and struck him, knocking him back, and said that even so, he couldn't surpass him. Irene froze in place, trying to catch his breath, and he asked, "Is that all? Or will he show him something else?" MC had an idea, concentrated, lowered his sword, and closed his eyes. Everyone present was surprised, and Lance began to guess what was about to happen. Irene opened his eyes, then swung his sword sharply downwards, and Ian readied himself, his weapon emitting aura. Lance kept his gaze fixed on them, wondering, what's going on? At that moment, a bright flash erupted, and the old man immediately swung his sword, parrying the boy's attack, sending it flying, destroying everything around him. Dust rose, and everyone gasped in shock. The blow was so powerful that it split the arena floor. After that, everyone leaned forward in surprise and said that only swordmasters could create such things. Ian's blade was now shining. It was an aura sword. He said he never thought he'd have to draw it, then smiled and praised him. Now he understood what kind of sword he had. MC looked down in disappointment and said that his heart was still uneasy, and he should find out the reason. MC looked at him in surprise, after which Ian turned to his dear guests and said that, unfortunately, Their selection ended here. Having picked up his cape, he asked Irene to follow him. After the sword talk, it was time to have a real talk. They moved to his office. The cat immediately climbed onto the old man's desk and said that her name was Lulu. She was a mentor in witchcraft. He smiled and said that he was glad to meet her. Should he address her formally? She answered him that they could communicate informally. They were both teachers. After that, Ian introduced Irene to the woman standing next to him. She was his deputy, Kira Finn. MC introduced himself to her in response, after which Ian invited him to start a conversation. What had he been doing for the past 5 years? And what was bothering his heart so much? Irene told him everything, and he noted that, as he saw it, this dream had greatly affected him. He didn't know exactly why he was dreaming about it, but he could help. Let him go from here. Of course, he would be glad if he stayed to train with them. If he was not yet ready to fight monsters, he can practice here, but is this the right path for him? A swordsman has many roads, and he should follow the one his heart desires. He has seen too little yet. His perception of the world depends on his surroundings. Perhaps, seeing something new, the problem troubling him will change. He might find something that will make his sword stronger, or he might find a sword stronger than all the ones he has encountered before. In this vast world, he can find all the answers, as well as the man from his dreams. MC remained silent, and the old man advised him to think carefully. It was a difficult decision. Irene told him that he would go. He always avoided what frightened him, or simply didn't want to do anything, but he would not run away again. After this confident statement, he left, and they began to discuss it. Kira came to the window and said that she was not sure. He had talent, but he was far from a real swordsman. Ian chuckled and noted that she was so straightforward. Let her give him time. This kid will definitely find the answer he's looking for. The next day, MC met with Lance to say goodbye. He said he could stay longer, and he laughed in response, saying he was afraid that then he definitely wouldn't want to leave. Lance asked, so he'll go west? Judith went there too. Irene was slightly surprised by this, and he continued, saying that the 5 Western kingdoms are known for their swordsmanship styles. They have many famous academies and battlefields. He advised him to go there, and MC thanked him and said goodbye. After that, they parted, but Lance suddenly stopped and thoughtfully lowered his gaze. Kira distracted him from his thoughts. She approached him and told him not to feel inferior. He needed to overcome this feeling and move forward proudly. Let him show them what he's really worth, as he had done so far. Lance trembled, then calmed down and answered her with a smile that he understood everything. Meanwhile, Irene went out into the city and Lulu asked where they were going now. He wanted to answer her, but noticed an orc lying on the road, asking him for food. He had been hungry for a week. Looking closely at his face, he asked, he remembers him, right? He was an orc. They met 5 years ago. MC immediately remembered him. It was Kubharu. After that, he took his old acquaintance to eat. While he swept all the food off the table, Lulu narrowed her eyes and quietly said that he was suspicious. What if he was dangerous? He smiled and told her not to worry. He was not bad, and then thought that he was worried that he had asked about his age and passed on this note. Perhaps he knew something about him. When the orc had filled his belly, he sighed heavily and said that now he felt much better. And Lulu asked discontentedly, don't you think he's going too far? They'd only met once, so why this relationship? The orc laughed and asked if he'd give her a gift. Would she stop grumbling? He showed her a wooden ball, which she wasn't very happy about at first, but when she smelled its delicious aroma, she immediately started rubbing her cheek against it. The orc said the ball contained a bit of a herb called taiho, which only grows in the northwest, and cats simply adore it. Lulu immediately warmed up to him and told Irene that this orc was so nice, and he noted with a smile that his magical friend was no longer angry with him, which meant he could repay for the food. MC looked at him in bewilderment and noted that he'd said he had no money. He told him that was true, but he shouldn't forget that he was a wizard. Orc magic was stronger than human magic. He thought he'd need it more than regular money. He agreed and he asked, is there a persimmon tree growing near his house, right? He answered him that it is not, and the orc said that he is sure. It used to be there. Perhaps, in his childhood, that's why he doesn't remember. He answered him that the tree was definitely not there, and he asked, maybe the tree was planted only recently? It is unlikely that he lived there. Lulu came to her senses and said that she senses a deception. Let him say something about her. He asked, she likes raw fish, right? She asked in response, what cat doesn't like fish? He answered her that only cats know about this, but not orcs. It's all his magic. Lulu looked him up and down, after which she told Irene that he is definitely a deceiver. That's why he has no money for food at all. Kuparu sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. This can't be done. He doesn't want them to think badly of him. His eyes lit up when he looked at Irene, and he said that the stone on his heart had become even heavier. He shuddered because the orc was right, and he continued, saying that although he had skillfully hidden it before, now the truth was coming out. It was as if a red-hot point was piercing his heart, and it really hurt. Someone was deliberately pushing it deep. Lulu looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he knew about this, and he reached into his bag, saying that he uses not just psychic abilities, but elementalism. Although he is not as good as more experienced in this matter, even he can see the power of metal. MC became interested, and the orc poured some sand on the table, saying that elementalists believe that everything in life is made of 5 elements: earth, metal, water, wood, fire. It is these elements and their harmony that support everything that exists in the world. MC asked, so his element of metal is somehow distinguished? The orc noted that he was quite smart. This metal tip was upsetting the balance in his body. He asked how he could get rid of it, and the orc replied that he had already said that an element cannot be eliminated, it must be forced to coexist harmoniously with the others. If one energy is too strong, it must be divided into other, less powerful ones, for example, the power of fire. Using magic, he created metal from sand, then snapped his fingers, and it caught fire. If he could control the element, he would open up new possibilities. Even though the metal was sharp and made him feel pain, if he doused it with fire in the right amount, it would become a worthy sword. He demonstrated this to him, causing the boy's eyes to widen in surprise, and he excitedly leaned forward, asking how he could learn to control his fire. He answered that he needed to light it in his heart. Now he saw a fire that was not there 5 years ago. He needed to make it move, like adding more wood to a fire. Let him keep trying constantly, and then his fire will grow. Irene realized that to fuel the fire, he needed to move more. After that, they left the restaurant, and MC thanked him and said goodbye, but the orc asked him to wait, and asked if he could go on a journey with them. He thought it was his first time on such a long journey, so his help would definitely not hurt. He had been on this continent for 10 years and would definitely be useful. Lulu asked Irene's opinion, and he thoughtfully raised his gaze to the sky, after which he agreed. Kuparu was very happy and said that this was the right decision. And when he saw their looks, he awkwardly said that he was not with them because of the money. When else will he get to see how the kid turns into a real man? And he hopes he can help him with this. They didn't believe him, and Lulu said, no bees, no honey, no work, no money, and he said upset that he understood everything. After that, they set off. The orc told him about Darinku. There are a lot of skilled blacksmiths there, including orcs. They had better visit this city before traveling to the 5 western kingdoms. Lulu yawned and said that he didn't need a new sword, and the orc replied that this wasn't a simple trip for equipment. Blacksmiths are the ones who are best at handling metal and fire. If he sees how metal and fire create something new, combining into a sword, wouldn't that help light the fire in his heart? Lulu pointed out that he was right. Magicians do that too to become stronger. It's best to see the imaginary in person. He can use the real process of sword making for mental training. The orc grinned and remarked that it was a very interesting name, and the cat asked if his knowledge of sorcery made things easier for him, right? He agreed and said that they would go to Darinku then. The orc led them along a different path, and soon they reached a village. There they found an inn, and the orc began bargaining with the owner. He overcharged them, but the orc threatened to tell the locals, and the owner, snorting in displeasure, left, telling them to do as they wish. After that, Kuparu smiled and suggested Irene take their things to the room and then go to the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant and ordered food, he said that they should have at least brought a beer as a gift for such an order. Did he really want to upset his esteemed customers? The man agreed to bring them beer, and MC thought he was a professional. Closer to night, they returned to their room, but before going to bed, Lulu asked the orc to tell them something interesting. He asked if they knew who was among the 10 most powerful swordsmen on the continent. Irene said that he only knew Master Ian. He had heard that the head of the Lindsay family, Joshua, was also very strong. The orc said that he had no idea he knew so little about the world, and he still plans to become a real swordsman. The strongest on the continent are those from the 5 kingdoms of the Holy Kingdom. But one person broke this rule. Ian, a graduate of the Chrono Academy. There are also the captain of the Holy Kingdom's White Guard, Julius Hula, the captain of the Scarlet Knights, Rigoberto Clark, and 5 descendants of a family of hereditary swordsmen, including Joshua Lindsay and Karakum, the great leader of the orcs. They are the ones who are called the strongest. Although, since Ignet is with them, that makes him 11. Hearing this name, MC immediately perked up, and Lulu said that one was missing. The orc noted that she was right. Perhaps Ian set the bar too high, and that's why many consider him the strongest. But he has a different opinion. He would say Kun is the strongest. He became a swordsman at 70. Hearing this, Irene rose from his bed in surprise, and Kubaru told them that many of Kun's acquaintances laughed and underestimated his stubbornness. But who else would have decided to become a swordsman at that age? It was obviously a difficult path, but he did it. He became a swordsman at 70, and by 90, he was already considered the strongest on the continent. He influenced all the swordsmen in the world and the art of fencing itself. MC said it was incredible, but he was probably good at 52. They laughed at him, but he was able to achieve his goal. Right? He thinks there are other amazing people who move forward to the end, and he is sure that there are people like him in the world. The orc smiled and remarked that he said it well. He agreed with him. There are many great people who are yet to reveal their true potential. He thought it was interesting. He wants to become a swordsman, but his view of the world is much broader. This kid will go far. In the morning, they continued on their way and reached the mountain ridge behind which stood the city of Derinku. But according to the orc, they were unlikely to get there themselves, since bandits lived there. Irene immediately became wary, and Kuparu told him not to worry, they would join the group. He does have a mercenary badge, right? They approached a small camp, and when MC showed the group leader the badge, he noted with surprise that he got it in Alcantara. They immediately agreed, and Irene sat down to wait for the orc. A few minutes later, he returned to them and asked if he was allowed to join them too. He answered with a proud smile that everyone wanted to have an elementalist orc in the group. A girl's clear voice was heard off to the side. She told the warrior that he could leave his armor and boots with her. She would do everything for money. He smiled and said that they were leaving soon. Can she handle it? She happily confirmed this and promised to do everything for him. After which her attention was drawn to the protagonist's companions. She immediately ran up to them, stopped abruptly, frightening Lulu, and then pointed her finger and said that this talking cat was so cute. Lulu was slightly confused and thanked her, saying that she was cute too, after which the girl happily said that her name was Anya. They could leave her their shoes or armor and she would fix everything. For money, of course. MC smiled awkwardly and told her that they didn't need it, after which she ran off, but finally said that if they needed anything, just let them know, but only for money. He felt a trace of mana emanating from this girl and called out to Lulu. She understood what he was thinking and said that this girl was a sorceress. Soon they set off. Lulu sat on Kuparu's shoulders and ruffled his hair. At one point, she told him to look at Irene's face. He seemed lost in thought. Kuparu wondered what was wrong with him, and he asked if he could draw a sword against a human. He had never killed a human before. The orc remained silent, and he said that today he realized that, despite his wishes, he might have to kill one day. Could he bring himself to do it? Of course. He would have to face bandits, but even their lives were valuable. He couldn't just scare bad people forever, could he? If they continued to act like this, he wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye. Kuparu smiled and said it was a difficult question. He didn't need to think about it so much. He became agitated and said that he had heard that a terrible bandit named Kajal lived in these mountains. Kajal replied that he also wanted peace. For more than 5 years, he and his group had been asking for money to cross the city. They needed a group to appear more confident. And don't think they're really bad. It's their business. They don't like them walking around their house, so for them it's like a crossing fee. Irene asked, don't they just take this money? It's not their territory, so why doesn't the kingdom do anything? The man walking behind him said that of course everyone knows about it, but they understand each other. Lulu screamed and pressed her ears back, telling them to stop. Her head was going to explode. MC noted that everything was so confusing, and Kuparu said that this is always the case in the world. There is no right answer. You can't call something unambiguously good or bad. They saw a group of robbers ahead. The man showed a bag of coins and asked with a smile, they can come at night, right? But this time the robbers were somehow aggressive towards the travelers. Their leader ordered them to leave all their things and go, which made Kuparu nervous, and Lulu asked, so they understand each other? Everyone immediately started to get indignant, since they hadn't collected the tribute like usual. Kajal said he wouldn't do it again. If they wanted to live, they should get out of there. The group leader got nervous and said his joke had gone on too long. What's wrong with him? He told him that the rules had changed as of today. What? Are there problems? Lulu asked Kuparu what was going on, but he didn't even know what to say. Meanwhile, Irene felt something. He shrugged his shoulders and took a step forward, and Lulu asked what was going on. He told her that he felt bad magic emanating from them, and this magic was coming from his pendant. She was slightly surprised and asked, so he felt a change in his energy? He confirmed it and said that it wasn't strong, they would be able to break through. Kuparu asked him to explain, and he answered that if you come into contact with such magic, you will become furious due to the overwhelming anger. He doesn't think he's become a demon, but what then? After that, a knight named Wolfgang emerged from the crowd and pulled out a sword, saying that criminals can't be trusted. Someone excitedly said that it was a steel blade, one of the veterans. It's good that he's here. The group leader asked if he could handle it, and he told him not to worry, nothing would happen. He approached the leader of the bandits and said that there would be more losses on their side, so stop arguing. Kajal remarked that he had a cool sword. Let him leave it, and they will forgive him. The knight grinned in response and asked if he thought he would trust the criminal. He would have to feel the power of it. The bandit didn't let him finish. He swung his hammer at him, sending him flying, and his head hit the nearest tree. People called out to him worriedly, after which one of them turned to some skinny guy and said that he was also a knight, so let him go and help him. He became nervous and said that if Wolfgang lost, then so did he. An old man became very scared and suggested that he leave everything and go. The main thing was to survive. The guy asked what he was even talking about. How would they survive without their things? The bandit's menacing voice silenced them. He told them not to quarrel. He had already changed his mind. They turned to him nervously, and he said that he was no longer in the mood. He would rather kill them all. At that very moment, an idea occurred to MC. He stepped forward and Lulu called out to him worriedly. Then he told her that everything was fine. he thought of something. He turned to Kajal and told him to stop. He was not himself right now. He asked who else he was, and he answered him that he was a student of the 27th selection of the Chrono Academy, Irene Peria. Hearing this, everyone immediately began to whisper and ask, "Is this the same golden selection?" Kajal took a displeased step towards him and asked, "Does he take him for a fool? Does he think he will believe that a student of the fencing academy walks around without a sword?" After these words, he pounced on him and swung his hammer, but he was able to stop it with just one hand. The bandit was very surprised at what he saw, after which MC asked where he got this pendant. Kajal growled, pressing on the hammer, and then MC pushed him away and he fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth in rage, he began to curse, and Irene meanwhile remembered his sister's words. He is strong, so he must be more responsible. He told her not to worry about him, he is ready. But she said that she is not worried about him, but about other people. With great power comes great responsibility. At that moment, Kajal pounced on him. He drew his sword and thought that he sensed danger, but he needed to strike lightly. After that, he swung the sword, causing cracks to appear on the ground. And he, looking at the frightened robber, wondered how many more people with such expressions would he have to meet along his path. He approached him, which immediately made him cover his head with his hands and asked him not to kill him. But MC merely tore the pendant from his neck. He looked at it and thought that it was not a demon, but the energy emanating was terrible. He started acting like this because of this pendant. He told him to answer where he got it, and he hesitated, nervously thinking that if he lied, he would kill him. He answered that he didn't remember, and he didn't know who gave it to him. It just appeared on him. The old man exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He could have come up with something more convincing. Maybe they would kill him for this? But Irene said with a smile that he believed him, for which the robber was very grateful to him, and he said that he would still take the pendant with him. He would give them way, right? He immediately agreed and apologized to them, saying that something had come over him. Very soon, evening fell. They reached a large house where everyone could spend the night, and the leader of the group told Irene that they were alive thanks to him. If he needed anything, then let him speak. He would definitely bring it to him. MC thanked him, and when they all went into the house, Lulu said that they shouldn't have just let him go. He said with a smile that he wasn't really like that. He was an ordinary person. She asked if he would do anything else, and then she would deal with him personally. She started showing with her paws how she would smash him, and Kuparu thought that sometimes she was scary. Irene said that he needed to continue training with the sword, and he asked if he wasn't strong enough anymore. He answered that today, he felt that if he were a little weaker, all these people would have suffered. The more he knows, the more danger he can overcome. The orc smiled and noted that this was true, after which he asked if there was someone in Darinku who could help him. He rubbed his chin with a smile, and answered that there were swordsmen and good blacksmiths there. He could learn something from everyone. He said with a smile that he hoped so, then stood up, and Kuparu noticed something in him. The fire in his heart had just been ignited. Remembering something, MC took a pendant out of his pocket and threw it on the ground, saying that he needed to destroy it now. Kuparu excitedly asked him to stop, then put the pendant in his special pouch and said that they could do it later. After that, an enthusiastic voice was heard from the side. It was Anya. She looked at Irene's sword with delight and asked if he wanted to trade with her. She would give him her treasure in exchange. She wanted to give a gift to her captain. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to her, saying that he couldn't, that it was an important thing to him, and that she would hardly be able to use it properly. She asked why, and Lulu greeted her. She also said hello to her, after which she took out a treasure from her magic bag. It turned out to be a large golden pig. Seeing it, MC was surprised. It still emanated strong magic. He asked what he should do with it, and Lulu exclaimed in surprise, "How did she create this?" She happily answered her that she had been saving money for a whole year. After that, she looked up at Irene and said that she would exchange it for a sword. He refused her, and she said that now she would raise the stakes. Now he definitely would not refuse. She took out her bag of money, put one coin into the pig, and it immediately grew in size, which surprised Lulu. She and Kuparu became very interested in this treasure and began to beg him to exchange his sword for it, and he discontentedly told them to come to their senses. Anya asked, "Are you sure he doesn't want it?" He apologized to her again and refused, after which she took her pig and ran away, saying that it would be back. The pig would become cooler before it reached Darinku, then he would definitely agree. Kuparu chuckled and said that she was so funny. Lulu liked her too. Time passed. They went into the house. Kuparu had already managed to drink with some man and invited Irene to join them, but he told him that he did not want to. He said that he was not talking about drinking. The man brought news about Darinku. MC became interested and approached them, and the man said that the best blacksmith had finally returned to the city. He is a dwarf named Vulcanus. All the swordsmen of the continent know how good his swords are. Vulcanus numbers his own swords. They should be called numbered, and there are 9 of them in total. The most important thing is that numbered swords can have an owner who matches one of the types, a sword master or a person who will become one. Over the past 10 years, only 3 ordinary swordsmen have been able to obtain a numbered sword, but afterward, they became masters, just like the rest of the owners of such swords. Irene remarked that this was quite interesting, and the man excitedly said that in 2 days the competition for the 10th numbered sword would begin in Darinku. Hearing this, everyone immediately crowded around him, and the knight asked how it would go. He answered that he didn't know, most likely it would be announced at the competition itself. MC smiled and said that this meant that all the strong swordsmen would gather in the city. He thought it would be a great opportunity to gain experience, so he should also participate. Wolfgang clicked his tongue in disappointment and said that he hardly succeeded. If Irene was going, then how could he even talk about winning? He smiled awkwardly and then said that he would go to his room. Kubaru asked, so quickly? They'd only just started talking. He told him he was a little tired, and after he left, the orc drank some beer and thought he wasn't ready yet. For a swordsman, this conversation is a real treasure, but he seemed completely uninterested. You could say it's part of his character, of course, but he's still not like all the swordsmen he's met. For some reason, Irene is still far from being a swordsman. Meanwhile, he sat on his bed and looked out the window. He remembered what happened today and thought he'd been outplayed again. It's good that he managed to escape quickly, but what if this continues? Maybe he should try some imagination training. He sat in a meditative pose and decided to clearly imagine himself in a magical world, where a steel wall stood in front of him. The next day, they arrived in the city of Darinku, the masters, and MC immediately noticed a lot of knights around. Kuparu noted that everyone came because they heard about the rumor, and nearby they noticed Anya next to some man, whom she asked where the captain was. At the sight of him, Lulu immediately stood on end, and she said that this is the master. The orc was surprised and asked, is this true? He looks strong, but is he a sword master? Or has another one appeared on the continent that he doesn't know about? After that, they approached them, and the man said that Anya told him about them. His name is Jerog. They all introduced themselves to him too, and he said that he heard they are as special as Anya. Not in a bad way, of course, let them not be offended. Irene smiled and asked, what is there to be offended about? Jerog said that he knew he was crossing the line a bit, but could he show him his sword? This little brat keeps talking about how amazing it is. He told him that it was no problem, then showed it to him, and he stared at the weapon intently, thinking that the problem was not in the sword itself. Feeling his gaze, MC turned to him nervously, and he, noticing this, immediately smiled and apologized to him. He had been staring too intently. He has an amazing sword, just like she said. Anya was happy and said that the captain would really like it. He agreed with her. But you can't just take other people's things. She told him that she didn't want to just take it. She offered to exchange it for the money she had saved for a whole year. He said that he thought the sword was worth much more. She shouldn't even try. She looked down in disappointment, and Garog apologized to them for her, after which they said goodbye and left. Irene remarked that he looked strong. Lulu was right. Kuparu said he wondered who this captain was they were talking about. How strong was he to have such subordinates? Excited voices came from the sidelines, and the twin swordsmen Charlotte and Victor appeared. MC looked at them and asked if they were famous. Kuparu confirmed this and said that they would participate together. After that, the orc seriously said that the competition promised to be difficult, so he should pull himself together. Irene asked, so Garog would also participate? This was an excellent chance. He would try to make the most of the situation. The orc thought for a few seconds, then said that he would like to give him advice, but it was up to him to decide whether to listen to it or not. It is important for a swordsman to meet good opponents from time to time. It is a great chance to test his skills, but he should not learn from them. He thinks that when Kun fought Ian, he did it to learn something? No, he was going for victory with all his heart. I want to win. I have to win for myself. Only with such thoughts can he reach heights. If he is a swordsman, then he must strive for victory. MC looked at him in surprise, and he immediately excitedly apologized to him, saying that he had gone a little too far. He smiled and told him that everything was fine. He was grateful to him. These were exactly the words he needed. After that, he walked away from him and said that he would go to the hotel. He should carefully think about his advice. When he went to his room, he sat down to meditate again, and thought that he had never thought about victory before. At the academy, he only wanted to be like the others, but his friends always demonstrated the will to defeat the enemy. This is the simplest, but at the same time strong desire that only a swordsman can have. He understands why Kuparu spoke about this, but has he ever felt this? Morning came, Kuparu was worried about Irene and said he shouldn't have been like that. He had a long way to go, and he couldn't demand everything at once. He just wanted the best, but it turned out the opposite. Lulu stretched and yawned, then said that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry. Seeing Irene coming down from the second floor, she happily greeted him and noted that something had changed in him. He sat down at the table with them and asked what exactly had changed, and she happily waved her paws, saying that she didn't know what, but he looked better. Kuparu meanwhile looked at him closely and noticed that his fire had intensified, and MC asked what was wrong with him. He immediately looked away from his fire. I said that he was just lost in thought, and Lulu noted that he had worried for nothing. After that, they went to the sports arena, where many famous swordsmen had already gathered. For example, 2-sword Groose and 1-hit Randall. They got some snacks and took higher seats. Kuparu noted that there were a lot of worthy participants here. Maybe Charlotte and Victor won't be able to win? Suddenly, someone excitedly exclaimed that he was there. After that, Volcanus entered the arena with Pablo and Dwanson. Volcanus took the loudspeaker and said that he thought everyone knew who he was, so they would get to the point. The prize for winning the competition is his sword. It is numbered, as they all know. The rules are very simple. 2 people enter the ring and fight. The winner stays, the loser leaves. If the winner gives up, a new pair enters the ring, and so on. These rules confused them. Who will be the winner then? The dwarf said that they will not have a winner. He needs to see a mesmerizing swordsman to create the 10th sword. They will continue until he finds it. Those 2 in the back are there for the same reason. Kuparu smiled and said that everything was clear to him now. He had gathered the swordsmen not to hand the final sword to one of them, but to create it. After that, Volcanus took his place and said that they should begin, and let the first pair enter the ring. Victor and Randall went first, both candidates for victory. The latter said that he hated people like him. It was never clear what they were hiding behind their forced smiles. Victor told him not to be so angry. He was a swordsman too. Lulu asked what was wrong with them, and Kuparu told her that Charlotte and Victor were among the best swordsmen they had. They had very interesting lives. They probably killed monsters in the villages or hunted them in the forests. But the better your reputation, the more envied you are. Randall turned to Volcanus and asked if he could kill an opponent. Everyone gasped in shock at what he heard, and the dwarf asked with a smirk, "Is that just to make it more interesting?" He agrees. Well, if his opponent doesn't mind, Victor said he agrees. He just needs to kill him, right? Randall swore quietly, after which the dwarf told them to get ready. As soon as he gave the sign, let them begin. He tapped his finger on the table, then gave the signal, and Randall immediately lit his sword with a bright flash and rushed to attack. Several blows were dealt in an instant. In the end, Randall's sword shattered into several fragments, and his opponent noted that he had amazing speed. He was already afraid that he would make a hole in his chest. Everyone was shocked by what just happened. He destroyed Randall's sword. Irene smiled and thought that he was so strong. Meanwhile, Jirag and Anya were standing on the hill, and he said that he was strong. He is very good even among the experts. Will he enter the top 200 list? He let go of his gaze at the girl and asked, "Did she check those guys?" She told him that their golden lines had turned red. They were the ones they were looking for. He said that he knew it. Then they needed to leave marks. She took out 2 golden piglets and said upset that this was her earnings for 2 days, after which she smashed them and magical streams flew out, which immediately headed towards the 2 brothers. Charlotte asked why he got so worked up. He needed to slow down. His brother laughed and asked if he was jealous of him. After that, he turned to his opponent and apologized to him for the wait, that they had been chatting too long. A mark immediately appeared on his forehead, and Jirag told Anya to continue. She irritably answered him that she knew it herself. After which, she put a mark on the cat's forehead. She felt something, but did not attach any importance to it and asked Irene to scratch her. Meanwhile, Jirag asked, "Didn't she say that her target was Irene? Why did she mark the cat?" She told him that she was always with him. Why not? But doesn't marking magical creatures cost a lot? He smirked and said that it was indeed expensive, and then thought about how she even managed to become a sorceress. She has very interesting skills. Anya's golden pig could grant wishes that did not exceed the value of what was inside it. Another opponent was defeated, and Victor was victorious. The remaining knights were shocked. 17 battles already, and Victor always wins. Charlotte asked his brother, so he was the only one left? He answered with a smile that there were others, but they had lost hope. Enough chatter, let him go to the arena. He agreed and, looking at the dwarf, said that he needed to show his best. At that moment, MC stood up and Lulu asked, "Will he go?" He confirmed this and Kuparu wished him luck, for which he thanked him. After which he went down to the arena. Seeing him, Charlotte noted that someone had finally decided to fight. So, he'll be next? His brothers smiled at him and thought that this kid looked strong. Irene approached Charlotte and said that if he wanted to enter the ring, he could wait, but he told him to go first. By the way, didn't he forget his sword? He smiled and told him not to worry. It was there. The man examined him and remarked that it was interesting, after which MC entered the ring and thought he was ready. Volcanus immediately noticed something interesting about him, and he was fired up with the will to win. On the day they took the test, it was the same feeling he felt looking at Ilya with his friends. He felt a desperate desire to win. He remembers it. Looking at his expression, Charlotte smiled and thought that they were really going to fight in all seriousness. Meanwhile, Volcanus leaned forward in surprise and interest, like his colleagues, and wondered who this person was in front of him. Seeing the flame ignited in his heart, he realized that he was the same person, after which he excitedly told them to stop. He ran into the ring and grabbing Irene by the hand, said that he had chosen this guy to be the owner of the 10th numbered sword. Charlotte approached them and asked, perplexed, what he was even talking about. Meanwhile, the other warriors were outraged. They hadn't even started the duel. Volcanus immediately took out a loudspeaker and irritably ordered them to shut up. He had said that the point of the competition wasn't winning. He was looking for someone who would inspire him. His colleagues, meanwhile, were disappointed. They said that even they were better than this boy. How could he have chosen him? Having declared the competition over, the dwarf told the boy to follow him. Charlotte finally told Irene that he had noticed that he was an interesting guy, but it turned out he was so interesting that he would receive the numbered sword. He shouldn't feel guilty. Everything was fair and square. He had been chosen. He thanked them with a smile, while Randall was pondering something. As soon as they arrived at the forge, Vulcanus asked him to demonstrate his swordsmanship, and after he had swung it a few times, he told him to leave it there. They placed it on the table, and the blacksmith asked in surprise what kind of material it was. It was clear that it was magical, but why was it so strong? Vulcanus examined the weapon closely and said that he didn't even see any marks from the hammer. How was this done? Irene and Kuparu, meanwhile, were watching from the side, and the latter said that he hadn't known that someone was creating a sword specifically near a swordsman. He agreed with him, and added that he even had to swing it. Perhaps they sensed this energy and chose him? He shrugged and told him that it was possible, after which, with a smile, he told him not to worry. The main thing was that the result was good. When else in his life would he get such a chance? He agreed with him, but was still upset. The orc told him to stop thinking. Why be so sad when everything turned out so well? He'll ask them for something for himself too. He headed to the forge, and Lulu asked him to ask for her sword as well. As soon as he discussed this with the dwarf, he exclaimed, "Does he want to give the sword away for free?" The orc said he had two conditions. Make equipment for Irene, including a sword for Lulu, and let him observe the work. Vulcanus was indignant and exclaimed, "Why should he listen to such stupid conditions?" Kuparu told him bluntly. "Aren't they using Irene to improve their own skills?" The dwarf began to mumble, unsure how to respond, and then he told Pablo and Dwanson that he knew they'd been taking a long break, that they couldn't find the inspiration to get back to work. But then a young man appeared and gave it to them, and they decided to take full advantage of it. Vulcanus asked, "Who is he to dictate terms here?" He proudly replied that he was the best guide. After that, the blacksmiths agreed to his terms, and MC, trying on the new cloak, said with a smile that it was lighter than he expected. Lulu also received armor and a weapon, which she was very happy about. Evening fell, the work was still in full swing, and Irene continued to watch them. When Vulcanus shoved a piece of steel into the furnace, this sight fascinated him, and he, moving into the depths of himself, looked at the hammer and thought that it was not yet time. Now he could light the fire in his heart, and he transferred this fire to the piece of steel. A month passed. They all went for a walk together, and Kuparu asked how his mental training was going. MC answered him that he still had a lot to work on, but he felt progress, so he would try harder. "By the way, why are there so few swordsmen here?" He answered him that most came to get a numbered sword. They had no other reason to stay here. He said it was sad. It would have been a great chance to fight different opponents. Lulu said it wasn't that important. Now he had a numbered sword, making him stronger than everyone else. Kuparu winked at him and said she was right. There was nothing to feel sorry for. He invited him to see it in action, after which they went to the forge. Vulcanus laughed awkwardly and apologized to Irene, saying he couldn't make the sword right now. The material required for its creation was extremely difficult to work with. Kuparu asked how long they would have to wait, and he replied that a year would be enough. He would make the best sword he had ever forged. The orc started to protest, but MC agreed to wait, after which Kuparu whispered to him not to let him get away with it. What if he was trying to trick them? He replied that it was fine. After all, he hadn't even hoped for that to begin with. The sword was just a nice bonus. After that, they left, and Lulu told the blacksmith that they trusted him and were waiting, and he promised them the sword would be ready. As they walked along the road, Irene asked what their next goal was. The orc told him they would go to the city of Lathion, the best place for swordsmen in the kingdom of Myos. This time, he would definitely have someone to compete with. Suddenly, Lulu sensed something ominous. She immediately ordered them to stop and warned them that there was a smell of blood ahead. They froze, and when Kuparu saw the source of the smell, he became nervous. Twin brothers emerged from the forest, their clothes splattered with blood. He clearly didn't expect to see them, especially in such a state. One of them was holding a head and said that they were finally here. They had been waiting for them. Kuparu nervously asked what they were holding, and Charlotte, throwing it at their feet, said that they had just dealt with him. It was Randel's head. The orc exclaimed, "What are they doing? How can you kill a person for nothing?" They answered him that they only eliminated a thief, but he didn't understand what they meant, and they just smiled. He said that he didn't understand, after everything they had done. After all their efforts, Charlotte didn't let him finish and said that someone should repay them for their efforts. MC began to guess their goal, and Victor said with a smirk that they needed a numbered sword. Lulu assumed a threatening pose and hissed, exclaiming that the sword wasn't ready yet. They didn't have it themselves. The guy grinned madly and told her not to lie to them. They want to deceive them and take it for themselves? Kuparu exclaimed that they had no sword. They were ready to kill them. Because of this, it was a crime not only under the laws of Drinku, but of the entire continent. Charlotte thanked him for his concern, but no one would even think of them. They knew it themselves. They had an excellent reputation. But a young swordsman was attacked, and only a sword was found at the crime scene. But the swordsman himself was nowhere to be found. This is a pretty good scenario. The orc was indignant, and then MC said he had one question. Everyone immediately looked at him, and he said that he had heard of them before coming here. How can two great swordsmen brothers, whom everyone respects, act like this? If they don't answer, then even if they kill him, they won't take the sword. Charlotte remained silent, And his brother said that the numbered sword is the most important thing. He exclaimed, "How can you compare life and a piece of metal?" He shouted back that a numbered sword is not a piece of metal. He doesn't understand. Irene felt himself enveloped in an ominous energy emanating from them, and Victor said that they have been in this business for 30 years, and 20 years ago they crossed the line. To become a master, they can do anything. He gritted his teeth and said that no matter how many years pass, nothing changes. They are still in a terrible hell. It's not just them. How many more potential sword masters are there who don't receive due recognition? They are ready to do anything to cross this line. The pain that has lived with them for so many years must disappear. MC immediately took out his sword and thought that this was complete nonsense. How are people capable of such things? Charlotte pounced on him, shouting that he would never understand this, after which a bright flash doused them, and he nervously wondered if this could really be magic. He was very angry. The silhouette of the man appeared behind him, and he was ready to fight back, but Jerog and Anya appeared. He gave her a signal, and she, having destroyed her golden pigs, joyfully exclaimed that she would do everything now. After that, she created a huge portal in front of herself, and Irene and the others turned their surprised glances to the nearby rock on which all this was happening. The portal began to pulse, and then the captain of the Black Knights from the Sacred Kingdom, Ignet Crescentia, emerged from it to the surprised gazes of the audience. Irene clearly didn't expect to see her and wondered with surprise, "Isn't this who Ilya was talking about?" Ignet told the two swordsmen that they had clearly crossed the line, and one of them asked why she was there. She threw her cloak off her shoulders and, drawing her sword, asked if they thought they hadn't given up hope. She would give them a chance to defend themselves. Charlotte grew angry and told her not to interfere, and she said that if they could say anything in their defense, they should do it right now. This was their last chance. These words echoed throughout the area like a threat that brought pressure down on them. But the two brothers were too obsessed with their goal. Charlotte called out to Victor, and with a loud roar, he gripped his sword tighter, preparing to attack. Ignet plunged her weapon into the ground and remarked that this was such a disappointment. Apparently, she shouldn't have given them a chance to defend themselves. Immediately after these words, she jumped off the cliff and was literally next to them in an instant, which surprised them. The fierce Victor immediately struck, which she dodged, and then deflected his sword with her hand, causing him to look surprised. After that, she swung her kick at him, throwing him a great distance, and, ignoring Charlotte, rushed after him. While Victor was still in the air, she caught up with him and swung her kick again, throwing him against the cliff. She ran after him, and Charlotte worriedly called out to his brother, but it was too late. Ignet had already reached him and delivered the finishing blow. Charlotte, who was already running towards them, stopped, seeing what had happened, and the knight captain told him to look. Isn't this the worst death for a swordsman? Seeing how his brother died, he became furious and attacked her. But such antics were nothing to her. Just one swing of her hand was enough to cut off his limbs. His hands, clutching the sword, flew to the side, and he looked at it in shock, not even fully realizing what had just happened. Ignet said that unfortunately, he no longer fits as a human. After that, she raised her leg over him and said goodbye, and then hit him on the head, saying that such a creature deserves only death. MC, meanwhile, was in shock. The two knights were finished. Kuparu became nervous from such a sight and thought that the swordmaster alone easily defeated two experts. She was very strong. Ignet examined the blood on her hand, and then Anya ran up to her and offered her a sword, saying that she could also clean her boots. She praised her and thanked her for her help, and while Anya was cleaning her shoes, Jerog approached them. The knight captain asked how he liked it. He didn't understand what she meant, and she said with a smile that she was talking about her new magnificent manner of speech. Does she look like an aristocrat now? He smiled and confirmed this, praising her. Meanwhile, Irene was still not letting the situation go. He asked, how is this possible? How was she able to calmly kill these people? He doesn't blame her. He just wants to know, how can she kill a living creature with such ease? He asked this because he himself is not capable of it. Ignet looked at him closer, then said his name, and he asked in surprise if she knows him. She walked up to him and stated that from today he was appointed a member of the Black Knights of the Holy Kingdom of Arvilius. After that, there was silence. Kuparu wondered how she knew him. She even invited him to her squad. What is even going on here? MC refused her offer, greatly surprising the orc, and Ignet noted with a smirk that his refusal was rather abrupt. What is he disliking? He told her that it wasn't that he didn't like it, but she didn't let him finish and asked him to listen to her again. The Sacred Kingdom is a much better place than he thinks. They have many good sides. She looked away and thoughtfully wondered where to begin. She wasn't strong with words, but she would try. Irene apologized to her, but he wasn't going to engage in them anyway. She immediately turned her gaze on him, which made him flinch. She stared at him so intently that he felt uneasy, and Lulu exclaimed that it was like with Jerog. She wanted to penetrate his consciousness. Ignet stopped and sighed heavily, After which she said that she heard that one young man had iron in his heart and was so great that he was able to impress Vulcanus himself. How could she ignore someone like that? But she saw that there was no iron in him yet. He clicked his tongue because she saw right through him, and she invited him to join the Black Knight's squad again. It was an order, not a request. He still refused, and she shouted angrily that he had no choice. Was he seriously going to succumb to uncontrollable power and bring chaos to the entire continent? Lulu got nervous and ran forward. She hissed, and calling her a witch, exclaimed that he said he wouldn't go with her. MC is gradually getting stronger. That's enough for now. Ignette smirked and said that she was a cute talking cat. She liked her. Lulu was very scared and immediately hid behind Irene, saying that he wasn't going anywhere anyway, so she should stop acting like that. MC thoughtfully looked down and said that he was really trying, but she didn't believe him, and he declared that he would prove it. He wants to prove that he can control the iron in his heart. She asked how he would do that, and he told her that in the kingdom of Hyel, he encountered a knight named Hilburnett. His energy was similar to demonic. He didn't understand it then, but after that battle, he began to forge his inner iron. If she also demonstrated such a will to fight, he would prove that he was capable of anything. She frowned and asked if he wanted to fight her. After that, he pointed his sword at her and confidently and formally challenged her to a duel, and there was silence for a few seconds. Lulu supported him, wishing him luck, and Kubharu thought that she had fought thousands of demons, so she had become stronger than them. It was unlikely that Irene would be able to hold out against her. Had he already thought of something? Meanwhile, he nervously clenched his teeth and thought that he was so strange. Where did so much anger come from? Is it because of Ilya's past? No, it must be something else. He doesn't know why he is like this. He gripped the sword more confidently, and Ignette said that she saw that he was already ready. She would release the energy. This would mean the beginning of the battle. He agreed, and then she began. And as soon as he felt her energy on himself, he released it too, and she grinned, thinking that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. But the next second, she noticed something interesting in him. He closed his eyes and thought that now he needed to use this feeling. He moved into his inner world, began to hammer the steel, and thought that he needed to feel how anger filled him and how his heart ignited from it. The fire enveloping the hammer immediately flared up and then moved to his whole body, and he took the sword he had just forged. He thought that such a fire could definitely change everything, then raised the sword above his head and swung it down with the thought that he could win. Seeing his zeal, everyone was surprised, and Ignette smiled. He told her to begin, after which he rushed into battle and swung his sword. She ducked, dodging a blow, and another one immediately followed from his side, from which she jumped to the side. He thought she was so fast and rushed after her. He tried to hit him, but she constantly just dodged, and Lulu excitedly exclaimed that he attacked so well. Kubharu, meanwhile, sensed something was wrong and said that it was strange. Ignette still hadn't landed a single blow with her sword. She retreated to the rock, and when MC caught up with her and was about to strike, this time she decided to parry it. She managed to do it with only one hand. She deflected his sword, which made it difficult for him to hold onto it, and Garog grinned, while the orc, meanwhile, was surprised. Now the knight captain decided to attack with all her might. She swung her sword, pushing him back several meters, which almost made him lose his balance, and hurried to regain his balance. He nervously clenched his teeth and gripped the sword tighter, and then Ignette appeared right next to him, asking where he was looking during a fight. After that, she swung her sword, dealing such a powerful blow that he dropped the sword, and she already thought that this was the end. But he grabbed it and, putting all his strength, pounced on her. His blow fell on the ground as she dodged again, and when he turned his gaze to her, she smirked and called him a brat, and then punched him in the stomach with all her might, causing him to fly several meters. His companions called out to him worriedly, after which Garog approached the captain and asked, "Does she want to take him?" She smirked and in response asked, "Did he not hear?" He made his choice. This guy is so interesting. He really hoped with all his heart to defeat her. Soon Irene came to his senses and distantly heard someone calling his name. He opened his eyes and immediately stood up, which made Lulu very happy. He looked around and asked where he was. Seeing Ignette next to him, he became very agitated, and she approached him, telling him not to make any sudden movements. After that, she unceremoniously lifted his shirt, and Lulu called her a perverted witch, exclaiming, "What is she doing?" She examined the huge bruise on his stomach and asked the cat to simply call her a witch. No need for such bad words. Lulu didn't even know what to say to that. After which, Ignette brought her hand to his stomach, and the bruise began to gradually disappear. The orc was very surprised, because it was sacred magic, and after the treatment, Ignette said that it would now be easier for him to move. He looked at her thoughtfully, then asked what kind of sword she had. She smiled and remarked that it was an odd question. Wasn't his apprentice Chrono? Perhaps Ian didn't say. It's too complicated for young people. Her sword will help her become queen. Kubharu called her crazy and exclaimed, was she planning a rebellion? She asked him not to jump to conclusions. She would explain everything. Let him just show her what was in his pocket. She would clean it. He took the pendant they had taken from the bandit from his pocket, and she took it, telling the orc that he himself knew that now was a time of change. Only her country held back the war between the two kingdoms. Whether it was 150 years ago, or 400, or even earlier, When wars broke out, great evil was discovered. She began cleansing the pendant, and said that she thought they themselves had noticed that the current truce was unstable. She herself did not know how to save people from suffering, how to control the horrors that constantly came to the human world. She tossed the cleansed pendant into his hands and walked across the room, continuing. Therefore, she thought that if she created her own country in a world of chaos, it would be good. They had nothing to worry about. She would achieve her goal only through peaceful means. After that, she turned to the black cat and said that it was good to cling to stability and happiness, but to achieve greatness, sometimes one must overcome difficult times. She looked down, thinking about it, and Ignet, going to the window, asked Irene who he trusted. He wanted to give her an answer, but she beat him to it and said that she trusted herself. He looked at her in surprise, and she said that her confidence opened any path she was ready to take without regret. The next time they met, she would give him the same advice, not the iron in his heart, but him personally. After that, she jumped out of the window, and Lulu and Kubharu worriedly ran up to it to check on her. At that moment, MC said that when Ignet killed Victor and Charlotte, he himself felt that it was right, since confidence was in her every step, in every blow. Even though he doubted it, he didn't argue with the fact that it was necessary. He got angry because Ignet was capable of this and he was not. Kubharu smiled and he said that he really envied her. Time passed and they set off. While Kubharu drove the carriage, MC sat inside and meditated, and Lulu watched him. He was in his inner world, hammering iron. He was so tired that he began to breathe heavily, but these changes were still not enough, and the fire within him was not as strong as before. But he was not going to stop, so he got down to business again. They stopped for a rest, and Kubharu, who had already managed to prepare food, called everyone to dinner, and MC woke up, asking, "So quickly?" He got out of the carriage, and the orc asked what the results were. He answered with a smile that nothing special so far, but better slowly but surely. Noticing that Lulu was not coming out, the orc called her again, but there was no answer. MC said that it seemed that she was very tired. She did not even answer. They looked at how she was sleeping, and Kubharu thoughtfully asked, "Do all magicians work this hard?" He answered that not all, but she was very diligent. He smiled and thought that apparently meeting Ignet had influenced her, after which he offered him something to eat. They gathered around the fire, and Irene, having tried his soup, enthusiastically said that it was very tasty. How did he do it? He laughed and told him that it was a secret, and very soon it got dark. MC went to train again, and Kubharu, watching this, thought that he was trying very hard, continuing to train without rest. He knew that he was a diligent boy, but not to this extent. The next day they continued on their way, and stopped at an inn to leave for Lothian the next day, full of energy. Kubharu and Lulu immediately ran to the toilet, and Irene was left alone. He sat down at the table and heard familiar voices, after which he turned around and his eyes widened in surprise. They were his friends, Judith and Bart, who were now arguing. He told her not to order a lot of food, otherwise there would always be leftovers, and she told him that wasn't true. She finishes it all. He said that she finishes it and then throws up from overeating. She didn't want to argue with him any further and looked away, bumping into Irene. Seeing him, she immediately became excited and patted her friend on the shoulder, causing him to turn around, and he called out to him in surprise. He immediately approached them and greeted them with a smile, and the girl jumped up from her seat, exclaiming, "Is it really him?" They were about to approach him, but Kubharu and Lulu ran out of the toilet and blocked their way. The cat began waving her paws and asked who they were and how they knew him. Judith was very surprised by the talking cat, and Kubharu noted that they looked strong. They both became nervous, and MC smiled awkwardly, asking them to calm down, as they were his friends from the academy. They both immediately introduced themselves, and Irene, pointing to his companions, said that they are his mentors. The cat and the orc immediately calmed down and introduced themselves, after which Kubharu apologized to them for yelling at them. A lot had happened between them, so he was on guard. Bart told him that everything was fine, while Judith approached Irene and noticed that he had grown up. He said that she had grown up too, after which she grabbed him by the neck and exclaimed that he had disappeared without saying anything, thinking he had died. He apologized to her, and Lulu worriedly asked if she was sure she was his friend. Bart smiled and asked what had happened to him, and he replied that it was a long story. Judith said that they would leave it for later then, but for now they needed to test him. He immediately agreed to this, and they went to the training ground in the middle of the forest. Judith and Irene entered the arena, and she asked where his sword was, or had he changed weapons? He took it out and told her with a smile that his sword was always with him, and they, seeing how it materialized in his hands, were very surprised and asked what it was. Lulu, with a satisfied grin, answered them that it was magic, and Judith noted that he had not just been playing for 5 years. After that, she warned him about the start of the fight and pounced on him, and he did the same in response. Their blades crossed. Kubharu was very surprised by the girl's strength, but now MC could fight back. Seeing his movements, Judith was very surprised, and then MC threw her aside with his punch and immediately ran towards her, striking. She blocked it, and Bart thought that he was using it with Judith's technique. The girl smirked and asked, "What is he doing?" He smiled and told her that she herself said that they would talk later. Bart couldn't wait any longer. He ran into the arena and told Judith to step aside, and she exclaimed, What nonsense is he talking about? He suggested that they all fight together, after which the two of them attacked Irene, and he began to fight back. Bart lunged forward, which his friend easily dodged, and then struck, and his blade slid along the heavy sword. He smiled and said that it was incredible. How could he learn so quickly? He told him that he would tell them everything later. There was no time for explanations. At that moment, Judith snuck up on him from the side and delivered a sweeping blow to both guys at once, and exclaimed, "Have they really forgotten about her?" The two of them grinned. Then she lunged forward and MC jumped, then slashed down. Judith immediately fell to the ground and rolled to the side, dodging the blow. But while she was down, Bart ran up to her and started throwing multiple blows, which she immediately parried. And at that moment, Irene approached them. He swung his sword, and Bart had to jump to dodge, and as soon as he landed, his friend immediately pounced on him. He jumped to the side, dodging his powerful blow, and with a smirk told them not to forget about him either. Kuparu, meanwhile, was shocked. He didn't sense any fear in them at all. The three were enjoying themselves. Once they had their fill of fighting, Judith told Irene that he was very good, and he noted that they were better than he thought. Bart suggested that they call it a day since they could fight until their last breath, and the girl was upset, saying that they were having so much fun. He reminded her that the sun would soon set, and they should go back. She clicked her tongue in disappointment and called out to Irene, asking him to show them the punch he used back then during the exam. He nodded with a smile, then closed his eyes and concentrated. A second later, he opened his eyes, and they were surprised, thinking, "So fast?" After that, he delivered a punch that split the arena in two, and they, after examining the crack, said that it was incredible. Such a fast and accurate punch. He trained hard, right? He smiled and told them that he only recently learned how to do that. After that, they all walked back to the city together, and Bart told him that he had been reinstated at the academy. He answered that he knew it. The master and Lance told him. He asked, "So he went to the academy?" He answered him that it was a long story. Meanwhile, Lulu approached Judith and said that she, it turns out, is so strong. The girl was surprised by her sudden desire to talk to her and thanked her for the compliment. And then Lulu handed her a precious stone and said that it was a gift. She got nervous and began to refuse, and the cat told her to take it. She had a lot of them. Bart asked why she refused. She liked it like that. She whispered to him that she was a black cat, and what if she also put a curse on her? Hearing this, Lulu became very upset and said that everything was wrong, and she excitedly exclaimed that she did not mean it at all. But the cat, already in tears, rushed to Irene. They returned to the inn, and when it got dark, they gathered on the first floor, and Judith asked if Lulu and Kubaru would be coming. MC sat at the table and told her that they said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they should chat among themselves. Bart said that they weren't bad people, or rather, a cat and an orc. Judith was already eager to find out everything that had happened, and she asked what had happened to him over the past 5 years. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze and wondered where to begin. Even before entering the academy, he constantly had the same dream in which a man was swinging a sword. He finished his story by saying that on the advice of the master, he began his journey. His friends remained silent, and he thought, was that a little stupid? Suddenly, Judith said that he had had a hard time, and he looked at her in surprise. She even felt a little sad. She used to be the strongest in the academy. However, seeing his skills, she realized something. Of course, this is not only his wish, but also that of that strange man from the dreams. He tries and suffers every day so that one day he can defeat that man from the dreams. And all this time, he had to cope alone. She put her hand on his shoulder and said that he worked hard. He should definitely fight him. Irene remained silent. His whole body trembled from the emotions overwhelming him, but he restrained himself and thanked her with a smile. Bart said that he raised him. The girl turned her gaze to him and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He smiled and said that he made a man out of him. He can thank him for helping him go all this way. She got angry and exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about?" He asked her not to talk to him like that, and she indignantly asked, how else can she talk to him after such words? He asked her to shut up so as not to spoil everyone's mood, and MC thought that Bart had changed a lot too. His friend asked if he wanted to join them since he was traveling alone. He answered that he was fine with it, but then he thought about his companions. Would they be able to get along? He didn't know. But Kuparu and Bart quickly became friends over a glass of beer. The orc laughed and said that he had offered Irene a drink so many times, and he always refused. He told him in response that Judith also gets drunk after one glass. It was so hard for him. She indignantly told them to stop already, and her friend smirked and asked her to leave them alone, since she would soon be going to bed anyway. Sometime later, Judith, in tears, pounced on Lulu and hugged her tightly, saying that she didn't mean to offend her by calling her a black cat. She tried to break free from her hands and said that she understood everything, so she should finally let her go. And the girl said that she was a happy cat, that's for sure. Lulu asked Irene for help, since she would soon strangle her, and he looked at them with a smile, thinking that he worried in vain. The next morning they approached their carriage and MC asked where they were going. They wanted to get to Lothian. Judith exclaimed irritably that they had already been there, even if he didn't even waste his time on that terrible place. Bart agreed with her, and he asked what was going on there. She told him that everyone there refused to fight. There were a lot of swordsmen, but they thought they were so cool that they refused to fight them. Kubaharu asked if they showed their badges from the 27th selection to Chrono. She confirmed this and indignantly said that they looked at it and still refused. He asked if that was exactly why they refused. They're called the Golden Selection, after all. They probably just didn't want to lose and fall flat on their faces. Judith called them all cowards, after which Lulu jumped on Irene's head and asked, "So where are they going now?" He thoughtfully answered that he didn't even know. Bart suggested they go to Partizan, a city known for its freedom-loving swordsmen. Everyone liked the idea and decided to go there. They had been traveling for a whole week, and in the middle of the day, they decided to stop for a rest. Bart thanked Kubaharu for the food, and he laughed, saying that he was glad they liked it. Judith, meanwhile, approached Irene and asked if it was time to shake the food. He agreed, after which they began to fight. And at one point, the girl let out a laugh and said that he even parried this blow. Had he gotten used to her technique yet? Then it was time for the next stage. MC was surprised when she showed him her aura sword, and Kubaharu had the same reaction. Bart said that it wasn't really aura. She was only using part of it since she was just learning the technique. But once she became a master, she would become more dangerous. Watching their fight, he thought that only after starting to study aura did he realize that Irene already knew aura techniques like flash and concentration. He thought that among the three of them, he was the one closest to being a swordmaster. Finally, the fight ended. MC tiredly lowered his sword and said that he had lost. Judith laughed contentedly and said that 1 loss and 9 wins, which meant she had a 90% chance of winning. He looked at her and thought that he had guessed, but he really was the weakest. It would be hard for him to defeat 2 people. Bart told them to stop fighting and suggested they talk. He turned to Judith and said that this was already their 2nd day of training. She reflexively dodged to the side instead of parrying the attack as usual. She agreed with him, and he said that she should parry the attacks. She can't constantly dodge. She said that she would try to do it, and then the guy turned to Irene with a smile, asking how he liked it. It was like a sword fight without swords. They discuss each other's techniques and give advice. He said that it would be difficult for him to evaluate someone else's technique, so he'd rather listen to them. After that, he understood why they were so strong and hoped that he could do it too one day. Closer to night, they reached an inn and decided to stop there for the night. It was time for dinner, but MC decided to skip it, and Kubaharu asked if he wasn't going to eat. Where was he going? He told him that he was going to train and would return only in the morning, and Judith immediately jumped up from the table, saying that she would go too. Bart warily noted that it had started again and apologized to the orc, saying that he would go with them. He asked what was wrong with them, and he answered that when Irene tries hard, he always improves his skills very quickly. Judith doesn't want to fall behind, so she ran after him. Didn't they have that before? He answered him with a smile that of course they did, and he said that he knew it. Irene doesn't change. Meanwhile, he began to swing the sword and thought that the master was right. There is no point in just copying someone else. He needs to find his own style. He has the fencing style of the man from the dream and the style of the Chrono Academy, but he must find his own based on these. He can also use 2 techniques of Judith and Bart and combine everything into something better, making his style perfect. Morning came. MC and Judith were training as usual, and she, having lost, exclaimed in irritation, "How did he get stronger again? Is that possible?" Bart, who also lost in this fight, caught his breath and said that the world is always like this. He learned about universal injustice 5 years ago. Kubaharu, meanwhile, smiled and thought that Irene was the best again. Suddenly, the girl cursed in irritation, and he noticed how she was gathering energy from her entire body. She was very confident, but controlling such energy was quite difficult for her. 2 days passed, and Judith had already trained herself so much that she could now fight back against Irene. She began to press him, and then lunged forward, which frightened him. After that, she screamed loudly with joy and said that she had won. Kubaharu looked at her in surprise and thought that it was Irene's technique. How did she learn that in just a couple of days? She, meanwhile, laughed and asked Irene how he liked that. He also smiled and said that he didn't expect that from her. Kubaharu thought that she was talented. She fought for victory like no one else. In this, she cannot be defeated, and this is how they help each other grow. Judith happily declared that she could definitely beat the Partizan guys, and her friend said he imagined how easy it would be to deal with them. Meanwhile, Lulu sat in a tree and thought that it wasn't clear yet what level they were on, but they'd find out in a duel. They soon reached the western city of Partizan, and Judith, looking at everyone passing by, noted with surprise that they were all knights. Kubaharu said that he thought many of them were mercenaries. He and Lulu would go to the guest house, so they would see each other in the evening. After that, they parted ways. The 3 friends went to Hiram Academy, and Bart knocked on the door, saying that students from the Chrono Academy had come to see them. A student named Kent met them and asked why they were there, and Bart introduced himself, saying that they had come to fight the local swordsman. The man looked them over and noticed how young they were. Where were they from? Someone's voice came from behind the door behind him. He asked what they wanted, and the man answered that guests would come to them. They wanted to fight. He told them to let them in, and when they went inside, they were met by the head of the academy, Sir Hiram. The three of them introduced themselves to him and thanked him for accepting them. The man smiled and thought that it was immediately obvious that they were unusual teenagers. He couldn't leave them with Kent. He asked if they came to participate in the fights. The first floor was only used by beginners. Let them follow him. He would lead them to a separate room. Bart asked who they would fight then, and he turned to them with a smile, asking how about him. Kent was very surprised. Judith was happy, and one of them asked who would go first. MC asked if they didn't mind. Then could he? His friends were surprised, and the man giving him a wooden sword told him just not to be angry if he got hurt during the battle. After that, the fight began, and the head of the academy immediately rushed towards him, deciding to see how strong he was, but immediately received a blow to the forehead, which was a surprise to everyone. Kent called out to him worriedly, and when the man fell unconscious on the floor, Judith excitedly exclaimed that Irene had killed a man. He immediately denied everything, and when the man came to his senses, they moved in his office and MC apologized to him. He told him that everything was fine. It was a fair fight and he admitted his defeat. What academy were they from? The three of them looked at each other, after which Bart answered him that they were from Chrono. The man noted that this was expected. They were from the gold 27th rank, right? He confirmed it and said that he had heard that they were good, but he had no idea that they were this good. He thought they just came to have fun. Irene excitedly exclaimed that this was not the case at all, and he said that he already understood that. He just wanted to test them in battle. He decided to return to the essence of their conversation and said that they didn't yet know how strong they really were. It all depended on the level they wanted to reach. If the average person's dream is to become a swordmaster, then the average swordsman dreams of becoming an expert. Talent, background, and effort shape a person into a true swordsman. Well, expert is also a pretty mediocre level. Everyone in their academy is an expert, but he doesn't even have anyone to call on to help them. 4 or even 5 experts, he's sure any one of them could handle them all. So, they can be proud of themselves. Judith lowered her head in disappointment, and the man smirked, then said that there was still one person in the academy stronger than them. She immediately flew up and exclaimed, "How strong is he? Is this man a master?" He replied that he was much more famous than an ordinary master. There are only 100 sword masters. He is next after them, the 101st strongest, Jet Frost. He will arrive here in 2 days. The girl was very happy and said with anticipation that they would challenge him to a fight right away. The day of his arrival finally arrived. A crowd of people gathered at the entrance to his estate, and when the 4 of them arrived here, they were even a little surprised. MC asked doubtfully, "Will they really be able to fight him today?" The man noted that there were indeed a lot of people willing, but Jet definitely won't fight everyone. He's very lazy. Judith asked why he was here, and he told her that Jet is better than him. Training with him would help him level up. Bart asked, "Does this mean he knows him personally?" He smiled and told him that they have known each other for 10 years, and he asked why he didn't ask him personally. That would have made the task easier. He laughed and told him that he did ask, but he refused. Meanwhile, the butler greeted all the guests and said that his name is Glenn. They did not expect so many guests, so they want to hold a selection. They must score 5,000 points to move on. Irene asked in surprise, "Is this a mana test?" The man confirmed this and asked if he had already passed this. He answered that he had somewhere around 10,000 points, and he chuckled, thinking that he was talking so casually about such a large number of points. After several people, Hiram approached the butler, and he greeted him with a smile, saying that he did not think he would come. He stretched his arms and said that he was glad to meet him, after which he hit the manometers, and the butler said that he passed the test. The result was better than last time. He grinned and said that he was already getting used to this test, after which it was Irene's turn. He took out a sword, and the butler, seeing it, asked in surprise, "Is this a magic sword?" He confirmed this and asked in confusion, "Is this not allowed?" "There's nothing special about it." Glenn said that it could simply affect the result. He would bring him a similar sword. After that, MC took another weapon and hit the manometer with all his might, and Glenn, looking at the screen, was very surprised. His hit was measured at almost 19,000 points, and of course, he was allowed to enter the manor. His friends also tried, and they had almost the same result, 16,600. Bart smiled and told his friend that he scored the most points. He doesn't think that's too much. He told him not to pay attention to it. The difference is not that big. But Judith had a different opinion. Noticing her face, Bart smirked and said that their little one was angry. Let her relax a little. She exclaimed irritably that she could have scored more if she tried. After that, they were called into the manor, and the boys went ahead, while Judith was thinking about something. When the selection was over, the butler asked them to split into 3s. And it turned out that only the 4 of them passed the selection. Glenn approached Hiram and asked if he wanted to fight the master separately. He confirmed this, after which Judith said that only they remained. Bart excitedly said that this was their chance, after which he whispered something in the man's ear and asked him to do it, and he followed the butler into the estate with a smile, telling him not to worry. When Hiram faced his old friend in battle, he was defeated and sighed with a smile, saying that he knew it would not work out. He responded that of course he would not succeed. Or was he counting on victory? Hiram thanked him for his help, and he said that he was always happy to help him, after which his friend said that there was one more team left. He asked him to call them, and he would go rest, and he said that they wanted to argue with him. Jet became interested, and his friend said that they were still young. If he defeated them, he would use them as servants for a whole month, and if they won, he would become their trainer for a month. The man laughed and said they were funny and agreed, adding that his house hadn't been properly cleaned in a while. Hiram grinned sinisterly, and when the three entered the training room, Jet flinched at the sight of them and called out to Glenn, asking why he didn't warn him. It was obvious, they were all experts. He told him that Master Hiram said he would warn him himself, and he exclaimed, how could he believe him? Bart thanked him for agreeing to their bet, after which the three of them confidently introduced themselves to him, in turn, drew their weapons, and prepared for battle. Jet, meanwhile, thought, isn't this the 27th graduating class of the Chrono Academy, called the Golden Graduating Class? Suddenly, MC warned him that he was attacking, and he nervously looked at him. In just an instant, Irene was very close to him and delivered a powerful blow that sent a shockwave through him, but Jet withstood it. He gritted his teeth and wondered where he got such strength from. He parried his blow and then lounged forward, but Bart immediately parried his attack. Judith then joined the fight, attacking the man from behind, and he, noticing this, immediately jumped to the side and ran away, wanting to put some distance between them. He glanced back and thought that the three of them were acting very well together. He needed to try to fight each of them individually. At that moment, someone's blade flashed before his eyes. It turned out to be Judith's. He immediately fell to his knees and tilted his upper body back, avoiding her blow, and Irene immediately pounced on him. He managed to jump aside in just an instant, and then Bart caught up with him. The three of them didn't even give him time to think. After that, all three of them pounced on him, and Glenn worriedly exclaimed that they had surrounded the master. Hiram, meanwhile, laughed and said he'd been waiting for Jet to look confused for so long. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if he didn't win, he'd have to train them for a whole month, but he'd never agree to that. Finally, he pulled himself together and all three, seeing his gaze, immediately froze. He began to emanate pressure that kept them from approaching him, and said that he recognized that they were strong and would not give in. Bart felt an aura descend on him, and he could barely stand still. Judith felt the same, but she pulled herself together and, with a loud cry, attacked the swordmaster. He immediately threw his blade at her, and she had to fall to her knees to deflect it. The boys, meanwhile, wondered in surprise. Did the sword fly away? At that moment, Jet took a step and then suddenly disappeared, which made Bart confused, but he quickly realized that he was on top. He immediately looked up and saw a man above him and how he pulled out another sword. Various thoughts began to spin in his head. What will he use next? A slash? Maybe a thrust? He needed to parry the blow no matter what. The swordsman emitted an aura again. Because of this, Bart couldn't move, and the man lunged forward. The tip of his sword froze at the guy's chest, and he said that he was the first. After that, he looked at the reflection on his blade, and, seeing Irene there, immediately turned around and parried his blow, pushing him back a few meters. While he was busy, Judith pounced on him, and before she swung, he moved. As soon as she swung the sword, Jet's blade appeared between her hair, right at her neck, and he said with a smirk, "Here's the second one." He turned to Bart and said that he had good fencing, much higher than those usually possessed at his age, but he lacked attentiveness. He couldn't calculate his opponent's attacks. He asked if that wasn't some kind of special blow. He answered that the blow was quite ordinary. He was just too distracted and didn't notice it. He needed to always be aware of his surroundings. Now it was Judith's turn. He told her that her attacks were too boring. She was slightly taken aback by this statement, and he asked why she used only one slash. She needed to skillfully combine lunges and slashes, then her attacks would be complementary. After that, he turned towards Irene and said that they could still play with him. He didn't understand what he meant, and he said with a smirk that he would yield to him. His attacks were very heavy. Let him try to show him the best he could. Realizing that Irene had won, the two of them burst out laughing, and Hiram looked at them in confusion, not understanding what was happening to them. MC asked if he was sure. What if he broke something here? He sighed with a smile and told him that it was nothing to worry about, that broken things could always be fixed. Irene became serious and said that he understood everything. Then he would use his inner strength. After that, he closed his eyes and concentrated, and Jet noticed something interesting about it. He wondered where such a strong aura came from. Besides, he controlled it perfectly. He was surprised by this. Meanwhile, MC thought that he needed to win for the three of them. He was a strong opponent, but this was his chance to train with such a master for a whole month, and he would definitely get this chance. A fire flared up in his heart. He swung his sword and was about to strike, but suddenly Jet told him to stop. He immediately froze and looked at him in confusion, and he raised his hand, saying that he surrendered. Let him cool off a little. He had already lost. After that, all three approached him with smiles and thanked him for teaching them. Hiram looked with a smirk at his friend, who was not very pleased with all this. The next day, they returned to the estate, and Jet led them to some strange room with a pile of cobblestones and magic circles. He told them that classes would be held here for the entire month, after which he touched a small magic circle on the wall, and the other two lit up, pressing down on them as if gravity had increased. Judith nervously exclaimed that she couldn't move, and the swordsman said that this place worked thanks to magic. If they had enough aura, they could hold on. and increasing your aura would only be possible through training. Now let them try to move those stones to the left. Time is limited. If they don't make it, they will be disqualified." He smirked and asked, "Do they understand what he's talking about?" After that, he left, and 3 hours later he returned and reminded them that time was running out. Seeing only less than half of the stones moved, he asked, "Didn't they manage to do anything?" He didn't expect them to be so weak. Glenn said that this was already the 3rd attempt. They finished the first attempt at 11 o'clock, so out of boredom, they decided to repeat the task. Jet irritably said that he would see how long they could last, and the butler left, looking at him with a smile. The second day of training began, and the 3 of them performed all his tasks flawlessly. On the 5th day, they were dragging huge steel discs around with them. No matter how hard it was, they didn't give up, and Jet watched them the whole time, wanting to get rid of them as soon as possible. Time passed. Irene returned to his room for the night, and Lulu asked if they had only trained their bodies today either. It had already been a week. Why weren't they given anything new? He told her that he would definitely have something else, and she snorted, saying that was why he was the 101st strongest swordmaster. MC thought about his nickname. He didn't think it suited him. Meanwhile, Jet was drinking in his room and thought that he understood. Their looks weren't just due to talent. He took a sip of wine and thought that he knew this from his own experience. He had the same look. The next day arrived, and he told them that from today on, everyone would train in their own style. Judith was very happy, and Jet told Irene that he would be the first. They tested his skills in combat, and afterward, the man said that overall he was good, but in combat, he was very passive. He felt like he was thinking too much about what exactly his opponent was better at. People like Judith will always be more confident and faster. He asked if he wasn't slower than her. He confirmed this and took a step towards him, starting to lower his aura, and said that just because he was slower or worse, it didn't mean he needed to be more passive. He took another step. His aura began to increase, and he said that he needed to create his own territory while reducing the enemies. He needed to constantly take an advantageous position for himself, oppressing the enemy so that it was difficult for him to even think about escaping. MC felt this on himself. His aura gradually approached him, forcing him to retreat. And at some point, Jet lunged forward, and blocking this blow was difficult for him. After that, the man said with a smile that only then would he be able to corner the enemy. He smiled and thanked him for the instructions, and a few more days passed. Jet carefully watched his students. Irene and Judith fought against each other, and the girl was defeated. He told her to stop. They were already at the limit. She stood up again and told him not to make her laugh. Now everything was just beginning. After that, she concentrated and thought that this time she would definitely win. Jet looked at her closely, then called out to her and said that he wanted to personally give her advice, so let her follow him. She clearly did not want to interrupt the fight and asked, "Right now?" He confirmed this and told her to leave her swords and follow him into the room. She was slightly confused and agreed, after which Jet told the guys that it was soon time for lunch. They could go free, since they would be gone for a long time. Some time passed, the 2 of them were sitting and eating, when suddenly an indignant exclamation was heard from Judith. They both immediately looked at the door from which the scream was heard, after which an angry Judith came out of the room, loudly slamming the door. Bart asked where she was going, and she exclaimed, "What business did he have?" After that, they both decided to go to Jet to ask what they were talking about. He was surprised by their arrival and said that he didn't think they would hear it. It's just that when he sees them, he remembers his youth. Back then, he was happy just to feel the sword in his hand. He became an expert quite early and tried to reach the level of a sword master, but reality turned out to be cruel. There were masters much better than him on the continent. He compared himself to them, which caused him to constantly feel competitive. As a result, he was unable to fully concentrate on his improvement. Comparison, competition, the desire to win. It would be good to channel these feelings in the right direction, but in competition, there is no such thing. He's afraid that they will become like him, and their desire to be better than others will be their main goal. So he told her to be careful and compete only with herself. Well, he thinks it worked. After that, Judith entered his office and awkwardly cleared her throat, and everyone immediately turned to her. She looked slightly upset. She said that she wanted to apologize. She knows he said this to her for the good of her. She understands that they are better than her, and she constantly tries to prove to herself the opposite. But she does not hold a sword just for fun. She needs it to survive. For her, competition and the desire to win are directly related to life. She competes to survive. If she defeats someone who is better than her, if she can go further without losing, then she is ready to endure all the pain that will make her better. At that moment, Jet saw how the fire inside her flared up. A week passed, the training period ended, and MC thanked Jet for his help. He asked where they should go next, and Bart told him that they did not know yet. He advised them to go to the Land of Evidence, the territory of the Kingdom of Cagliad, one of the 5 Western Kingdoms. This used to be a gladiator arena, but with the recent addition of fencers, the level of this place has risen significantly. Don't they, Chrono graduates, know about this? Ilya Lindsay is the champion of the Land of Evidence. After that, they set off, and Irene spent the entire ride thinking about Ilya. Judith smiled and asked, "Ilya has become very strong, right?" right? Bart replied that of course, after such difficulties. She asked what difficulties he was talking about, and he asked if she didn't know about the disappearance of Archduke Kyle Lindsay. Hearing this, MC immediately looked up at him, and Bart told them that 5 years ago, when Ilya returned home after the exam, her brother, Kyle, disappeared. They say that even the family's personal mage couldn't find him. He vanished without a trace. 3 months of investigation yielded nothing, and many began to say that he had died. There were also those who openly mocked her family, even predicting a terrible future for them. Irene was very surprised. He hadn't known about this. Bart said they didn't need to worry. She was the champion of the Land of Proof, and such a title wasn't something you just get. His mood suddenly lifted, and he enthusiastically exclaimed that they would finally be able to make up for all their losses. Judith agreed with him and said that this time, only victory awaited them. Very soon, they arrived in the kingdom of Cagliad, the swordsman's city of Eisenmarkt. Lulu immediately noticed how crowded it was, and Irene, noticing the clothes of some, asked why there were so many rich people here. Lulu noted that there were plenty of poor people too, and Kubaru laughed, saying that it was the same thing in one city. Eisenmarkt has many arenas, and in addition to the Land of Proof, is famous for its betting business. A man immediately blocked their path and said that, judging by what he had heard, they were interested in betting on the fight. The MC wanted to say something, but he didn't let him, and said that he had something that might interest them. Just let them take a look. These were tickets to the Fight of Champions on the Land of Evidence tonight at 4 p.m. They immediately bought tickets, and at the appointed time went to the arena. There were a lot of people around, and Judith noticed that the arena was so huge. This was her first time there. The man next to her asked his friend who he had bet on. He answered that, of course, it was Ilya. How could he not? She is a champion, having become a master at only 18 years old. Hearing this, Judith was surprised, after which the host of the event addressed the audience and said that they had been waiting for this for a long time. Today's battle is opened by the swordsman who is ranked second, Cedric Cooper, and his opponent, an undefeated swordsman with incredible talent. She entered the arena and drew her sword, and upon seeing her, all three tensed. The man said that his opponent today would be the youngest champion and swordmaster, Ilya Lindsay. As soon as the fight began, she immediately rushed towards her opponent. He didn't expect this, and therefore stepped back, but she immediately rained down multiple blows on him, and he nervously thought that she was so fast he didn't have time to dodge. The next moment, she delivered a sweeping blow, hit him in the chest, and pushed him several meters away. Looking at his blade, he became nervous and thought that his sword would shatter if she hit him even once more. But he would not give up without a fight. With a loud cry, he rushed towards her and lunged forward, but she only needed to take a step to the side to dodge. She measured him with a glance, then swung her sword, breaking his weapon, and the man immediately declared that victory was Ilya's. Seeing this, Kuparu noticed that she was on a completely different level. Are they really her classmates? Seeing their surprised faces, he fell silent, then turned to Irene and asked if he was okay. He looked dejected. He told him that he would go for a walk, and he offered to meet him later at the hotel. MC went out into the city streets and thought, how did this happen? Did he imagine it? No, he definitely felt that the same bad energy was emanating from her, like from demons. He needs to meet her now. He needs information, and that's why he went to a bar, since Kubaru said that this is exactly where you can find it. As soon as he went inside, he found himself under the gaze of everyone present, but he paid no attention to it and approached the bar owner, saying that he needed information. He told him that this was not an ordinary bar. Let him get out of here if he did not want to see the hard side. He apologized and said it was very important, and then the man asked irritably what he wanted. He wanted to know where he could meet the champion of the Land of Evidence, Ilya Lindsay, and he looked at him in surprise. The man sitting at the bar turned to him and offered to help him with a smile. But first, he had to win the bet. They would punch each other in the face, and whoever fell or lost consciousness lost. If he survived, he won. Irene thought that this was probably the local law and agreed to it. Afterwards, they stood opposite each other, and the man warmed up and asked if he minded if he went first. Did he? He agreed, and the man immediately punched him in the face, but he was able to withstand it, and everyone present was very surprised. The man chuckled and said that he would have been disappointed if he had fallen right away. The MC said it was his turn and immediately dealt him a powerful blow that sent him flying into the wall, where he glared at him. All his friends immediately rushed to his aid, but he still hadn't recovered, and someone asked in surprise, did he fall from just one blow? Some elf, smiling, pushed his way through the crowd, and when the man's friend was about to attack Irene, he approached him and told him to calm down, that they shouldn't do that to each other. It was reporter Hintz. The man exclaimed irritably, why is he interfering? If he doesn't want to die, let him step aside right now. Hintz turned a displeased look on him and asked him to calm down, after which he threatened him that if he even tried to lay a finger on him, he would appear in all the newspapers tomorrow. Did he suddenly want to become famous? He immediately became quiet, after which he approached Irene and, smiling, told him to follow him, that he would give him all the information he needed. When they left the bar, Hints introduced himself to him and said he was a reporter for the local newspaper, Daily Arena, and he seemed to be a swordsman. What's his name? He told him his first name, and Irene, noticing his last name, said that he was probably from the West. MC asked why he was helping him, and he answered that he simply happened to be in the right place at the right time. Shouldn't people help each other? In fact, he thought that he couldn't tell him that he needed sensations. After that, he led him along and asked why he needed to meet the champion. Was he a fan of hers? He answered that she was his friend. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hints was very interested in this, and Irene asked how long Ilya had been here. He answered that she came here about 2 months ago and immediately became the local champion. They hadn't had such a strong fighter for a long time. He thinks she will break Ignat's record very soon. As soon as he mentioned this name, MC turned a surprised look to him and exclaimed, "Was she also the champion of the Land of Evidence?" Hints looked at him in confusion and asked, "Isn't that what she's famous for?" Now everyone is arguing about which of them will hold the title the longest. Ignat had been champion for 5 months. It's already December, and if Ilya holds on until April, Ignat's achievements will be forgotten. Irene frowned, and Hints led him to the estate where the champions live, after which they parted. But the reporter didn't leave. He decided to follow him, and thought that usually no one is allowed inside. He wondered if he would succeed. He approached the gate, and the guard asked what he wanted. He told him his name, and said that he came to meet Ilya Lindsay. In addition to this, he showed him her family's amulet, which made him slightly nervous, and asked if he could make sure it was real. He agreed and gave the amulet to him, after which Ilya's representative, Emma Garcia, came to the gate and informed him that the lady had refused to meet with him. She asked him to leave, and MC became confused, and she explained to him that since the lady came here as a swordsman, and not a representative of her family, she said that she would like to focus on her training. He asked if she told her his name. She told him that she planned to do it later, and he asked her to do it now. Let her tell her that her friend, Irene Peria, arrived. Emma asked him to wait and left, and a few minutes later she returned and told him to follow her. Seeing this, Hints was very surprised and thought, are they really friends? Emma took Irene to her room and left, and after he knocked on the door, a girl's voice was heard telling him to come in. He took a deep breath, pulled himself together, and entered her room with a smile, and she said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He sat down opposite her, and she asked if he was ready to tell her what took him so long. He apologized to her, and immediately explained everything to her, finishing his story by saying that he met with his friends and they all came here together. She noted that so much had happened, and he said that he had seen her fights when he had just arrived in the city. He was glad that she had become very strong, but something frightened him. Perhaps he had imagined it, but she had not come here because of Ignat? She looked at him in surprise, then frowned and warily asked what he meant by that. He immediately noticed how dark energy began to leave her, and he said that he had not forgotten the first year of Chrono Academy. These words made her shudder. All the memories of that time are very deep in him, and he understands how important that time and those people are to him. Among all of them, she was the first one who had extended a helping hand to him. That is why she is very important to him. Does she remember her promise after the exam not to interfere in anything anymore? That is why he asks her to leave it. There's no point in her trying to follow Ignat's path. She got up from the table and said that he was overthinking things. She wasn't doing anything terrible. This is all because of that idiot who did this to her brother. Does he know how hard she's trying to save her family from losing face? She grabbed her sword and, igniting her aura, shouted that this is the result of her training. The Sword of Aura clearly says that the path she's taken is correct. She can't be wrong. Mistakes are in the past. Does he have anything else to say? He also got up from the table and approached her, asking, does this mean she will fight to the end for the champion's place, and he won't be able to convince her otherwise? She confirmed this, and he asked her to listen to him carefully. She became wary, and he, clenching his hand into a fist, said that she had 120 days left to break Ignat's record, and he will do everything to dethrone her from the champion's place during this time. She looked at him in confusion and exclaimed, is he out of his mind? He said that if he manages to stop her, then she will think about his words again. After that, he headed for the exit, and she exclaimed, does he expect to defeat her? He answered her that he knew that he couldn't defeat her now, so he would have to try hard. He turned to her with a smile and apologized for talking about nothing else, although they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Let her not forget that no matter what happens, she will remain his dear friend. After that, he said goodbye to her and left. Time passed, everyone was sitting in the hotel and relaxing. Judith lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling with the thought that she knew that Ilya had become stronger, but she didn't expect that she had become a real swordmaster. Now she is better than her, but in 5 or 10 years, they will see. Lulu woke up, and at that moment, Judith suddenly stood up, exclaiming that she could definitely beat her. The cat jumped up in fright and meowed loudly, and Judith apologized to her, after which the door creaked. Irene returned. They immediately asked where he had been, after which he told them everything. Bart exclaimed, "So he challenged her and left? Is he crazy?" He confirmed this and said that in these 3 months he would fight her. And his friend asked, "He understands what that means, right?" Judith looked at him in surprise, and Lulu happily said that she believed in his victory. Kubaru, meanwhile, was worried. He said that he would have time to become stronger, but she was a master of the sword. He told him that he knew this, but whether she was a master or not, he had to challenge her and win. Judith looked at him in surprise and pursed her lips, then patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and said that he had come so far that he definitely needed to fight her. She would challenge her too. After that, she left, saying that she would go to training, and when she was outside, she gritted her teeth and thought, how can she sit still when he says he is going to fight Ilya? Bart, meanwhile, said that she seemed motivated by him. By the way, does he already have a plan? He answered him that he didn't have a plan, but he would figure out how to beat her. He asked his friend for help, and he, warily rubbing the bridge of his nose, said that he was definitely crazy. After that, they decided to discuss the plan over a glass of beer. Bart said that it was not impossible. There are cases of experts defeating masters. Kuparu added that he had heard of this too, and the guy continued, saying that there are 3 conditions for this. The first is a sword that can withstand a sword with an aura. Is his sword strong enough? He remembered the words of the blacksmiths and answered that this sword had never broken, and one trusted person said it was good. Bart said the second condition is a unique style. He needs a style that the opponent cannot predict. Otherwise, there will be problems. He needs to practice his techniques well. MC excitedly exclaimed that he will try very hard, and he said that he would like to say that trying alone is not enough, but that will definitely not stop him. And the third, most important condition is fencing skills that are inaccessible even to a sword master. Ilya did not become a master out of luck. She perfected her aura and fencing skills. If he cannot meet all the conditions, it will be difficult for him. He replied that he would try to make it within the allotted time, and at that moment, reporter Hintz appeared between them and exclaimed in surprise, "Did they really challenge the champion?" Bart nearly choked on his beer in fright, and Hintz thought that he immediately realized that he was different from everyone else. It's good that he followed him. Such a sensation couldn't be missed. Lulu asked if he was an elf. He took off his hat and introduced himself, and Bart asked why he was there and what he wanted. He said that he had keen hearing. He heard everything they talked about and what they missed. Every swordsman in the Land of Evidence has a level. Everyone starts from the Land of Origin and moves up in rank. In the Land of Opportunity, there is the Pawn, Knight, Bishop, and Rook level. In the Land of Honor, the King and Queen. And then, the Champion. Only swordsmen in the top 10 have the right to challenge the champion. However, even if you are skilled enough to do so, it will be difficult to challenge the champion without proper public attention. That is the 4th condition. Kubaru joyfully slammed his fist on the table and asked, "So they need public attention, and he can provide it for them?" He smiled and confirmed this, saying that they need to improve the public's opinion of them, and he is ready to help them with this. He turned to Irene and said that he will make him the star of the Land of Evidence. The next day arrived, and everyone came to the arena to watch the entrance exam. Some reporters started writing everything down, because today the gold graduating class of Chrono Academy will compete in the exam. Bart Lloyd, the star of the 27th graduating class, and his friend, the commoner swordswoman Judith. With 3 wins out of 3 for both of them, they received promotion to the bishop rank. He remembered Hintz and nervously thought that he needed to get an interview before that reporter arrived. When the fights were over, he and the other reporters rushed towards the 2, and they started asking them why they had come there and what they were trying to achieve. Bart told them that they weren't giving interviews, and then they left. The reporter's assistant ran up to his master and called out to him excitedly, and he turned to him exclaiming, "Why is he here?" He was supposed to be watching the fight between Karis and Tristan. He told him that the fight was already over, and both Karis and Tristan had lost to that young swordsman. MC, meanwhile, had defeated his 3rd opponent, breaking his sword with 1 lunge, and Hintz immediately ran towards him to interview him. He said that he had heard that he was from the 27th graduating class of Chrono Academy. The other reporters immediately turned their attention to him, and one of them asked his colleague, "Have you heard of such a guy?" He replied that Hintz wouldn't lie and offered to interview him too. Afterwards, a crowd of reporters pounced on him with various questions about his friends and why the 3 of them had come there. Irene remembered Hintz's words about being confident and ambitious in interviews. He apologized to them and said that if Judith and Bart refused to comment, then so did he. He could only talk about his goals and promise a few things. As a knight of Chrono Academy, he promised to reach at least queen level. Hintz smiled, and MC confidently declared that his goal was to prove that he was the champion. After that, his words were splashed across all the newspapers. The graduates of the Chrono Academy immediately achieved the bishop level. They were completely different from the other participants. But MC received special attention for his statement. A man reading the newspaper asked, "Irene Peria." He was also from the 27th issue. right? His friends confirmed this, and he asked in surprise, and he wants to become champion? He had such lofty goals. His friends smiled and said that their world also needed desperate people. They would see how far he would go. Meanwhile, Irene and his friends returned to the hotel, and Hintz said that this was a great start. They had created a stir. He said goodbye to them, as he needed to work on the next article. When he left, MC asked his friend where Judith had disappeared to again. Bart told him that he thought she was training again. He had a question. He looked very excited in the interview. Does he really want to defeat Ilya? Irene looked down and thought for a moment, then decided to tell him what this was all about. His friend was surprised when he heard about dark energy, and he explained that when a person is overwhelmed by negative emotions like anger or envy, dark energy begins to consume them. He felt that Jet could control his emotions and tame dark energy, but Ilya emitted so much of it, like demons. If nothing was done, the dark energy could affect her too much. Bart said that now he understood why he decided to go so far. He suggested that she not tell Judith about this yet. Who knows what she might come up with, but defeating her would be difficult. MC replied that he would try his best, and Lulu, who had been sitting on the bed the whole time, exclaimed, "Why didn't he tell her how difficult things were?" Bart turned to her and asked in surprise, "Shouldn't she be with Kubharu?" She ignored him and jumped to the floor, asking Irene if he needed to become significantly stronger in a short time. He confirmed this and asked if she knew a way. She told him that with magic, anything was possible. He would need special training. Now, every time he swung his sword, let him think about his overwhelming desire to win. Meanwhile, Ilya was getting ready for bed. She sat down at the table and mentally asked Irene why. She thought that at least he would understand her. She glanced at the bracelet and thought that they both had misunderstood each other. She needed to meet the priest as soon as possible. Morning came. MC went to meet the local viscount on Hint's advice, and Lulu asked if he wanted to introduce her to him. He confirmed this and said that he had heard that he was a famous person here. Well, there's still a week until the next battle, so they can meet him. A lot of people had gathered at his estate wanting to train with him, and Irene approached his servant, saying that he was from the reporter Hintz. He told him that he had heard about him and told him to pass on. Seeing the grounds of the estate, they were both very surprised. There was nothing but luxury everywhere. The servant told them that it was a long way to the hall, so they could get there by carriage. After that, they got into the carriage, and the guy asked if they had asked his master for training. MC confirmed this, and he said that it might be difficult now. He is very happy with his life, so he is unlikely to do something like that. Well, of course, he loves money. Irene confidently answered him that he had enough of it, and as soon as they reached the estate, the servant took him to a special room and asked him to wait. He asked the cat her opinion, and she said that since he loves money, then everything will work out. At that moment, Viscount John Drew entered the room and noticed how young he was. MC looked up at him. The Viscount was dressed appropriately for his status, and he introduced himself. John asked if he came from Hintz. He confirmed this, and then he suggested that he get to the point. He had prepared the payment, hadn't he? Lulu asked him to wait and stated that she would pay for everything. Seeing a talking cat, he was very surprised and asked if she was a mage. After that, she took out a bunch of golden mice and asked if that was enough. He immediately started drooling over the gold and smiled nervously, saying that it was quite a good amount, but this money would not be enough. Then Lulu took out another bunch of gold, and the Viscount's mouth dropped open in shock, after which he bowed to them and said that he agreed. Lulu smiled and said that this is exactly how the money should be used. After that, they moved to the training room, and the Viscount asked Irene to show him everything he can do first. His habits, balance, stances, and lunges, all the techniques he considers the most effective. MC exchanged glances with Lulu, and they nodded to each other. They were training some time ago, and she told him to focus. There can be no mistakes. He must do everything to save that girl. Let him show the strength of his true desire. He closed his eyes and sighed, thinking about his true desire. Meanwhile, Ilya came to the priest for advice. She said that she doesn't know if there is any point in what she's doing. She's so afraid that this path is wrong. She's not sure if she can become the best quickly. Meanwhile, Irene swung his sword, thinking about her, and the priest told her not to be afraid. He extended his hand to her and said that she shouldn't give up. Anger, envy, hatred, dependence drive her forward. Let her not dare deviate from this path. She needs to become stronger. Dark energy began to emanate from his hand. MC meanwhile swung his sword, erecting a dome above himself, and the Viscount leaned forward in surprise, exclaiming, "What is this?" Lulu said that he was doing everything right. It was magic. He was creating his own personal space. The dome began to gradually expand, while the priest told her to move forward until only her path remained in the world. Her friend at this time was making every effort and mentally shouted Ilya that he would save her. He would definitely do it. Seeing the dome, the Viscount asked in surprise, "Is this magic?" Lulu confirmed it and said that Irene had created the space, wishing it very much. He was preparing for everything to achieve his goal. Let him not touch it until he finished training. Finally, MC finished. He stuck the sword into the floor and sat down, sighed heavily, and calmed his aura. Lulu approached him and asked, "Aren't you tired?" He had hardly rested for a whole week and only trained. He looked at her in surprise and exclaimed, "Has it been that long?" She noticed that he hadn't even noticed. Had something changed in him? He thought for a moment and told her that he felt a certain clarity and that his senses seemed to have sharpened. The Viscount approached him and suggested that he get straight to the point. He had a duel at 2 p.m. today, and he was a little surprised by this. At the appointed time, he went to the arena, and the battle at the bishop level began. Dominic would face Irene, a native of the famous Chrono Academy, and everyone was wondering if he would be able to keep his promise. One of the spectators asked, didn't he plan to reach the queen level? He wondered if that would work. His friend asked, do you see how many people came to watch the bishop level? Everyone was interested. After that, the fight began, and Dominic immediately rushed to Irene, and he realized that everything had changed. He could clearly track his opponent's trajectory. As soon as Dominic swung, he struck back and a loud clang was heard. Dominic looked at his broken sword in shock, and MC frowned. After which the fight ended and he was declared the winner. Seeing this, all the spectators were very surprised, after which a crowd of reporters crowded around Irene and began congratulating him on his victory. One of them said that he fulfilled his promise. How does he feel now? He replied that nothing special. He just kept his word and will continue to win until he reaches the level of the queen. Reporters rushed after him, asking him to comment on what happened, but he ignored them. The news quickly spread through the local taverns. The newspapers were filled with only his string of victories. Everyone was eager to watch his next duel. MC once again came to train with the Viscount, and he said that it was a good duel. Now, he knows what he's missing. His fencing style is too ordinary. He needs something out of the ordinary. He'll teach him some skills. Suddenly, he pointed a finger behind him and excitedly exclaimed, "What's that over there?" Irene immediately turned around and John spat at him, but he was able to dodge. After that, he looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he was doing. He smiled and apologized to him, saying it was a joke, after which he offered him a handshake, but there was snot on his palm. MC looked at it with disgust, and then his gaze widened. He felt something. He glanced at the blade pressed to his hand and wondered how this happened. John said that he not only needed to watch himself, but also anticipate his opponent's movements. Only with the help of clever calculation he can win. He will teach him real tricks. 10 days passed. Irene blocked all the weapons that he threw at him, and John jumped back, praised him, saying that he made a good choice. After that, he thought that he was really good. He was able to learn his secret techniques in just 10 days. Not only learn, but also perfect. Night fell. MC went to the hotel, and when he fell asleep, he saw a dream. He frowned and thought that he had not seen him for a long time. In front of him was the same man. As always, he was swinging his sword, and he thought that it seemed like he had grown older. Apparently, old age did not pass him by. But why now? What does he want to tell him? He sat down and thought that if he wanted to help him, he would gladly accept it. But if he got in the way, he would repel his attack. He will no longer follow the lead of others. Now only he himself chooses his own path. Meanwhile, Lulu carefully climbed onto his bed and, glancing at him, thought that he was trying hard. Even in his sleep, he was mentally training. A new day and a new duel arrived. MC, as always, won in one round, and then it was the turn of a new opponent. He was able to defeat this swordsman in one round, his level rising at an unimaginable speed. Now everyone knew that Irene kept his word, and the audience rejoiced. They began chanting his name and shouting that they believed in him. Meanwhile, Judith, who was watching him with the others, thought about it, and someone from the spectators shouted that the Land of Evidence had become his training ground. That's how MC achieved the level of king, and the Land of Evidence recognized his talent. His friends were very happy for him, and Lulu noticed that everyone was now shouting his name. Bart, with a wide smile, said that he had become stronger, and noticing Judith leaving, he decided to mock her, saying that Irene was first again. But she simply ignored him and left. She thought she wouldn't lose. She thought she could become stronger. She just had to wish for it. She clenched her fist and looked down in frustration, wondering if she really couldn't surpass him in anything. Suddenly, she collided with a man, causing him to drop a book from his hands, and she immediately picked it up and asked him for forgiveness. He told her that everything was fine, after which she moved on, but called out to her, and taking off his hood, asked if she didn't mind talking. It was that same priest. Meanwhile, MC continued fighting in the arena, and this time the opponent was very aggressive. He swung his sword from top to bottom, and Irene dodged, after which he unleashed a flurry of blows on him, but he deftly avoided each of them. The man clicked his tongue in displeasure, after which he abruptly disappeared from the spot and appeared behind him. But MC noticed him. The man swung his sword, thinking he would finish him off. But as he was about to strike, Irene suddenly disappeared and appeared behind him. Realizing this, he turned around in fear, and Irene lunged, and his blade missed his neck by a few centimeters. That's how MC won again, and the spectators began to rejoice because he defeated the fearsome knight. Could no one really answer him? There was only one victory left until queen level. The king level was too easy for him. When the fights were over, Kuparu and Bart went for a drink. The orc noted that now everyone was talking only about Irene. Even all the articles were about him. By the way, Judith was also close to king level. Bart agreed with him, noting that the next match would decide whether she would advance. The orc asked what about him. He thought they were very similar, but he didn't seem interested in the land of proof. He told him that he wasn't particularly interested in simply swinging a sword, and he wondered why. He looked down and told him he didn't know, then thought about it. One day at the academy, Ian called him in and told him he was graduating. This news confused him, but what about the exam? He heard from Judith that the graduation exam required training and gaining experience. Ian told him that it was for those who truly needed training. They decided that he was already worthy, so there would be no exam. He would become a graduate of the Chrono Academy. He congratulated him on this, but he was still confused. These memories made him smile, after which he said something, and he remarked that it was surprising. At that very moment, the door creaked open and Judith entered the room. Kuparu looked her over, worriedly asking how her training was going. She immediately offered him a fight, and they went to the cliff, where there was just the right platform for it. He asked how she found this place, then pulled out his sword, and with a smile, offered to test her to see how much stronger she had become. She said his name, and he thought, what's going on? She didn't seem like herself. She took out her sword and asked him to try to fight with all his strength, and he immediately became serious. The next day came, MC went to the Viscount and suddenly cried out in fear. Lulu asked what was wrong with him, and he told her that his body began to glow. She asked, is he talking about an aura? Hasn't he seen it before? Confused, he answered her that he felt it but didn't see it. She said that this is great. It means the training is working, and his senses are sharpening. He looked at his glowing palm in surprise and asked, so this is an aura? The Viscount servant ran into the training hall. He informed him that the date of his battle had been announced. It will take place tomorrow, but the problem was his opponent. The next day, everyone came to the arena to watch the final match. Today, the best newcomer, Chrono Academy graduate Irene Peria, would face off against a newcomer from the commoners who had only recently reached the king level, but was steadily advancing, a commoner from Chrono, Judith. Bart was uneasy about this, but the others, on the contrary, were jubilant, because it was a battle between two students. This was a battle that couldn't be missed, and everyone was interested in who would emerge victorious. MC looked at his opponent and said that he heard she wanted to fight him. What was she thinking? She grinned and said that he knew they couldn't avoid a fight. She looked up at him and fiercely shouted that she would become better than him and fight Ilya. After that, the battle began. Judith immediately rushed towards Irene, and a loud clash of swords was heard. He started to press on her with his sword. She was having a hard time holding it back, and he told her to try to defeat him. He was not going to give up either. After that, they both increased the distance between them, and Judith immediately rushed towards him and struck him with a blow which he blocked. And then she began to swing her sword furiously. A cloud of dust arose from her blows. She caught her breath, peering into it, and suddenly her eyes widened. She saw his blade in front of her. He quickly rushed forward and struck her with a blow, which she managed to block, but she was thrown back. The audience was shocked. One of them asked how he did it. He is so cool. Bart was also surprised that he was able to push her away. MC warned her that he was attacking and then began to strike her with many blows, and she, gritting her teeth, began to block them. She became nervous and thought, where does he get this strength from? He was not like this before. What happened? A little more and her sword will fall apart. She can't handle him, but she needs to at least hold on until the end. MC pushed her again. She started gulping air and thought that it was too difficult for her to stand. She looked at his confident face and panicked, thinking, what should she do? How can she defeat him? And will she succeed at all? She clenched her teeth and mentally ordered herself to attack. She can't stop until she falls off her feet, or until he falls. She needs to keep attacking. She swung her sword, but he ducked and their swords clashed again. They both looked into each other's eyes, after which she pounced on him in a jump, and then the blow happened. Judith dropped her sword, thus the fight ended, and Irene was victorious. The entire arena was immediately filled with enthusiastic shouts. Everyone was rejoicing. Since MC reached a new level, all the reporters wanted to ask him a couple of questions, and he decided to answer them. Hints said that he reached the last level of the Land of Evidence, and apparently he was not going to stop. He answered him that he said that he would fight to the end and would not stop until he achieved his goal. He will destroy everyone who tries to stop him. As soon as the reporters let him go, he returned to his friends and Lulu congratulated him on his victory. He thanked her, and Bart noticed that he looked happy. Did he enjoy giving the interview? He laughed awkwardly and answered him that this was not entirely true and asked where Judith was. His friend told him that she disappeared right after the fight. Apparently, she was very upset, but nothing could be done about it. They could only wait. Irene was a little upset and agreed with him, but even after 2 days, she still had not returned. Bart was very worried about her and wondered how upset she was. Irene's victory was fair. He was really ready to go all the way. Well, maybe she overdid it a bit. Suddenly he remembered something. Ever since the fight began, it was as if a dark aura surrounded her. He remembered Irene's words about this dark energy. Hatred, anger, and envy create the ground for this to emerge. He immediately ran out of the room and found himself outside the hotel. He checked every alley, the arena, but she was nowhere to be found. He stopped to catch his breath, and then that field in the forest came to mind. He immediately turned around and ran up the mountain, thinking that this couldn't be happening. It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the priest was having dinner and drinking wine. He remembered his meeting with Judith, and Bart just found her sitting on a stone at the edge of the cliff. He approached her and called out to her, but noticing her expression, he immediately froze. The priest was slightly disappointed. He almost succeeded. When he offered to talk to her, she refused and left. Now she was crying. She told her friend that she knew from his first attack that she could not defeat him, but she tried so hard. She wanted to catch up with him, to surpass him. But each time he moves further and further away from her, she cried even harder and, wiping away her tears, exclaimed that it was too offensive. He looked at her in confusion, and when she pressed herself against him, seeking comfort, he realized that she had not changed at all. When Ian told him that he was now a graduate, he asked if he could postpone his graduation from the academy. He also wants to pass the trials. He thinks they can give him something. He will return with Judith. And in a conversation with the orc, he said that he found something more important than the simple way of the sword. He squeezed the girl's shoulder and mentally swore that he would protect her. A new day dawned. MC went to the arena, but this time he was here as a spectator. Those sitting next to him began to whisper about him, but meanwhile he was completely focused. At king level, everyone fights with aura. When they attack, they swing, and aura appears from behind their shoulders. It is at this moment that you can use this to strengthen your attack. Dodging the enemy's strike, the swordsman landed, and imbuing his legs with aura, immediately rushed back at the enemy. With a loud cry, he swung his sword, but the enemy quickly ducked and then pointed the sword at his head. The battle was over, and Donovan was the winner. Irene thought that the swordsman in red had a much stronger aura, but he still lost. Victory in battle depends on the correct and skillful use of aura. When the fights were over, he left the arena thinking that he needed to become a master of aura to defeat Ilya, and he needed to go train now. He met his friend on the way and asked if he had also gone to watch the battle. He happily called out to him and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Bart asked how the fight was. He reached a high level. It's simply amazing. He agreed with him, saying that he had to try hard. By the way, has Judith returned? Bart glanced at the place where she had just been and told him that she had returned a couple of days ago, so he shouldn't worry. He smiled and said that he would need to meet her, after which they said goodbye and parted. Right after that, Judith came out of her hiding place and her friend asked how much longer she was going to hide, or was she avoiding him? She smiled nervously and looked away, saying that she just went to the restroom. And was he here? He smiled, realizing that she was lying to him, after which she awkwardly left and said that she needed to train. If there was an interesting battle here, then he should call her. He sighed with a smile and looked after her, thinking that he needed to give her some time. A few days passed. MC was training as usual and thought that he always worked according to the plan of correcting the mistakes made and directing his aura in the right direction. It's not hard to see, but how can he improve it? Aura is an abstract sensation. Lulu approached him and asked if he would go watch today's fight. He picked her up and said that this fight was definitely not to be missed, and then they went to the arena. The February Battle of Champions begins right now. The champion, Swordmaster Ilya Lindsay, entered the arena and her opponent, a queen-level fighter ranked 4th, the Elder Grayson. Irene thought he should watch carefully how exactly she increased her aura sword. He saw aura emanate from her body, and then it completely moved to her hands, and from there to the blade. He thought that the feeling was the same as during his attacks, the aura transferring from his body to the blade of the sword. Ilya seemed lost in thought, then stopped using her aura, surprising everyone. One of the spectators asked if she really wouldn't use it. A man next to him asked if he knew about it. Rumor has it that she promised to stop using the aura sword, as many believed she couldn't win in a normal fight without it. MC was slightly surprised upon hearing this, while her opponent asked if she was that arrogant. She told him that wasn't the case, after which the two of them rushed forward and their blades clashed. Irene immediately noticed that everything was different. When she swung her sword, she used aura only in the right parts of the sword. He kept his gaze on her, closely following her every movement. He saw how her opponent first gathered aura at the point of impact, and only then attacked. He used aura completely differently, extracting maximum effectiveness from the sword with minimal aura. At that moment, Ilya pounced on him, and with each blow, scratches began to appear on his body as she pressed him. Noticing Grayson's nervousness, MC realized that the end was near. Grayson, meanwhile, thought that her strength, speed, and endurance surpassed his. He hadn't thought she was so much stronger. If he were younger, no, even if he were a youth, would he even be able to defeat her? She pounced on him again, and he wanted to block the blow, but his sword immediately broke, and the referee declared the fight over. Ilya Lindsay defended her champion title. Everyone immediately started chanting her name, and 3 days later, MC decided to meet Grayson. Kubaru asked him why, and he replied that he had a favor to ask. He just didn't know if he'd agree to listen to it. The orc patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry. They often drank together. He's generally a fan of alcohol, so if he treats him to one, he'll definitely warm up. Irene smiled and thought it was good that Kubaru was with him. Maybe he'll be able to improve his aura. They reached a huge building and Kubaru pointed at it and said, "That's where they should go." MC froze at the sight of it and his friend asked him what was wrong with him. He worriedly told him that there was bad energy coming from there. The two of them immediately ran there and burst into the room where Grayson was training, and Kubaru worriedly asked what was wrong with him. They saw him sitting in the middle of the training room and dark energy radiating from him, which made their eyes widen. He asked who was there. He didn't remember calling anyone. His gaze was stern and blood was pouring from his eyes. And Kubaru asked fearfully, "Did he become a Majin?" Irene said that everything is fine, Kubaru. The transformation is not finished yet. Kubaru's eyes widened in surprise and thought, Irene's aura has changed. It is as if real steel surrounds him. This energy is much purer, much stronger. It controls everything. Grayson said, "He will ask again, why are they here?" MC answered, he was told he likes to conduct duels. Wouldn't he like to fight him? The loser will fulfill the winner's wish. Grayson grinned and said, "That's interesting. Excellent. He's in." He grabbed the hilt of the sword and said, he wants his life from him. He rushed towards MC, but he quickly blocked the attacks. Grayson tried to attack, but Irene dodged and thought, he moves like a real snake. If not for his training with Drew, he would have lost immediately. But now he can see the movement of his aura. MC looked at his hand and thought, here it is, the beginning and the end of the attack. They were fighting, and Grayson was asking, what? Kubaru said in surprise, how is he? Grayson was clutching his sword and thinking, what is happening? Why? He looked at MC and wondered how he was managing to push him back. Irene tried to attack him, and Grayson screamed loudly and thought, even with the power of a demon, he can't defeat him. He swung his sword and thought, there's no way he'll recognize him. No way. Grayson swung and screamed, there's no way he'll recognize him. Kubaru fearfully ordered Irene to run. MC replied, no need to worry. He's not afraid of Majins anymore. Grayson screamed very loudly and swung his sword, and Irene quickly ducked. Grayson's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his broken sword. He fell to his knees and dropped the stump of his sword. He thought, he's back. This is the end. Tears streamed from his eyes, and Kubaru jumped up and shouted loudly, Grayson. Grayson grabbed his shoulder and said, thank you. At least in the end he returned to his human form. Kubaru looked at him carefully and thought, his fire is fading. Unfortunately, this is the end for Grayson. MC asked again, what end? He had a chance to fight him. Now he has hope of defeating Ilya. He wants to become strong, just like him. Irene put his hand on Grayson's shoulder and said it was a worthy duel. Thank him for that. Kubaru looked in surprise at the mana flowing from his body and thought, fire! It's flaring up. Irene smiled and asked, does he remember that the loser must fulfill the winner's wish? He wishes for him to continue to wage worthy and impressive battles. After a while, Grayson said, thank you very much again, MC replied, and thank you for coming back. Kubaru said he felt bad mana coming from his sword, Grayson. Where did he get it from? Grayson replied, he doesn't know himself. He returned home and it was already in the room. He had just grabbed the hilt when he lost himself. When he fully recovers, he wants to visit the temple. He will confess his sins and beg for forgiveness. He hopes he will be able to cleanse his heart. Kubaru looked at him carefully and thought, his heart is already absolutely pure. There is no bad energy in it at all. He said, good. He hopes they will see each other again. Grayson replied, of course. After a while, MC and Kubaru were walking along a forest road when suddenly Kubaru said, he remembers Ignat's words. Kajal, Charlotte, Victor, and now Grayson too. According to her, the peace will soon be disturbed. By the way, didn't he have other business with Grayson? MC replied, it doesn't matter anymore. Now he will only be busy with his recovery. Kubaru asked Irene, so what does he think of this power? Irene replied, to be honest, he doesn't know much himself. He knew he could win, so it all happened on its own. He clenched his fist and thought, maybe he could defeat Ilya like that too. Kubaru looked at him, puzzled, and thought, the energy that purifies bad mana and the fire that revives life. If the mentor saw this, how would he react? At that moment, Bart said, stop choosing only the tastiest things. Let her eat normally, okay? Judith said, okay. Why has he been so mean lately? At that moment, Bart smiled and said, they're here. Judith turned around and asked, who is he talking to? MC approached them and with a smile on his face said, Judith, hi. They haven't seen each other in a while. Judith cried out in fright, hi. She grabbed her head and said irritably, Bart, him. Bart turned away and said, it suddenly got hot. He'll go buy some beer. After a while, Bart asked, how is he? Is he still training? Irene lowered his head and said, not really. He's working on his aura, and it's not that easy. Bart looked at him in surprise, and MC said, he doesn't really understand how to control it. Last year too. Judith interrupted him and asked him to wait. Doesn't he really know how to control mana? MC answered, yes. He's only seen the path of mana a couple of times. Judith asked, what about what he showed them? Irene answered, he was just training his senses, not the aura itself. Judith screamed, what? Bart sighed loudly and said how difficult it was. Judith grabbed her head and asked, is it that bad? It pisses her off. Bart said, at the academy they learned to control aura after the basic training. Of course, not everyone participated, because aura is something you're born with. He thought he knew. MC replied that he had no idea. Judith stood up from her seat and said that it couldn't be helped. She pointed a finger at herself and cried out, she will teach him. Let him pull himself together and study hard. She won't let him off the hook. Irene replied, okay. After a while, they were standing in a forest clearing, and Judith was talking. There are 6 basic concepts for working with the aura. Generation, which begins within. Strength, which reflects its power. Tempering, which teaches patience. Blooming, which sharpens all the senses. Concentration, which gathers the entire aura together and creates great power. And the last one, expression, radiates power outward. Now they will focus on concentration and expression. These are the most important points for creating an aura sword, but the others must not be forgotten either. They are all important for the balance of using the aura. MC looked at the sword and thought, apparently, this looks like the moment of attack, so he will still be able to create an aura sword. I need to start developing my aura right now and put my theory into practice. A month later, Irene stood on the training ground and thought, I need to concentrate and create an aura. I need to channel it into my hands and transfer it to the sword. He set mana through his sword and looked at it in surprise. He thought, again, this always happens when transferring aura to a sword. It's as if it absorbs the aura and becomes heavier. Hints ran into the room and shouted loudly, Irene, the date for the next battle has been set. His opponent, Ricardo Pinto. He's the former champion of the Land of Evidence. MC's eyes widened in surprise and asked, a former champion? Hints answered, yes, one of the best experts, but this time it's even more difficult. They say he has a special weapon. He received the very first numbered sword Volcanus from his father, the sword master Garrison Pinto. Irene asked again, a numbered sword? Hints answered, yes, it can withstand even an aura sword. If he defeats him, he will be able to fight the champion right away, but it will be difficult even for him, Irene. Hints looked at MC's lips in surprise and wondered if he smiled. MC said, he thinks the owner of the numbered sword is a great opponent for him. No need to worry, he will definitely be able to win. After a while, a loud scream was heard. A great fight between queen-level fighters, the returning champion Ricardo Pinto, and his opponent, the up-and-coming Irene Peria. Ricardo grabbed the sword and said, he has heard of him. He is a swordsman who is getting a lot of attention these days. Apparently, he is very popular since they have so many viewers. However, he started screaming loudly. He is still too far from his level. A scream was heard. The battle has begun. MC said, he can't be sure of it. Ricardo looked at him with a puzzled expression, and Irene released an aura through his body and screamed. He will surely find out after the battle. He quickly leaped forward and charged. Ricardo thought how fast he was. He tried to swing his sword, but MC was already behind him. Their energies and swords clashed, making Ricardo tense. He jumped back and thought, that's so powerful, and so much aura complements that. Irene rushed toward him, and Ricardo thought, he concentrated so easily. It's clear the work on his aura was done at the highest level. Ricardo shouted, you weren't bragging for nothing. He swung his sword, and the host announced that they were both giving it their all. The fight had only just begun, and already the passions were so intense. Now it's clear why Ricardo Pinto became champion in the past. Irene Peria has only spent 40 days on the Land of Proof, but he is already equal in strength to the former champion. Ricardo frowned and thought, this kid started aiming at his sword. A scream rang out. Irene Peria is trying to break Ricardo's sword. Does he really want to overpower the numbered sword and win? Are those words? The guy asked. Is he serious? What the hell? Bart frowned and said, he's trying to break the numbered sword to see if he can overcome it with the aura sword. Judith screamed, what an idiot. Ricardo became angry, and the veins on his forehead stood out. He screamed, how dare he try to destroy his sword? Fine, let him gather all his strength and attack. Irene looked at him carefully and swung his sword. He kicked the ground, leaving large cracks in it. MC attacked Ricardo, who shouted in irritation, idiot. MC thought he was doing it. The guy's swords clashed again, and the man shouted in surprise that he was pushing Ricardo away. Seriously? Irene continued to fight and thought no matter what he had to do, he had to win and keep trying. He would definitely fight her. Let her just wait, Ilya, the host shouted. Irene Peria, let everyone just look at him. He's pushing Ricardo back. After MC struck Ricardo's sword, cracks appeared. The guy asked in surprise, really? How? Ricardo shouted loudly, holding his sword, and Bart and Judith widened their eyes in surprise. Ricardo's sword began to crack, which greatly surprised everyone present. Someone shouted, it's breaking. Ilya looked at what was happening in surprise, and Ricardo's eyes widened in fear. The MC gripped the hilt of his sword, and building up his mana, attacked Ricardo. He broke his opponent's sword, and the host announced that the fight was over. The men screamed in surprise. Really? Irene Peria split the numbered sword Volcanus, and he won the duel. Judith grinned and said, wow, he really did it. Bart asked again, how? The host shouted, a victory that's hard to believe. It goes to Irene Peria. Now they know what the next match will be. The April match for the ranking championship. People cheered joyfully from the stands, and Ilya and Irene continued to stare at each other. The host shouted, Ilya Lindsay and Irene Herrera will duel. After a while, Irene exhaled and again channeled mana through his sword. He looked at the cracks on the sword and thought, it didn't work again. Did he absorb the aura again? Judith grinned and asked, did he try to make an aura sword? MC replied, yes, he's been trying for several days, but nothing works. Judith asked mockingly, did he think it would be easy? This thing will take a couple of months. Irene looked at her puzzled and asked, what? Judith said, loser, loser. He asked, what's wrong with her? Bart stood behind them with Lulu on his shoulder and watched what was happening. Judith stuck her tongue out at MC and ordered him to try to hit her with his aura sword. Irene replied, she's overdoing it. Bart thought, cutie? At that moment, Emma was watching Ilya's training and thinking, She hasn't slept for a whole week and is only training. She didn't want her to lose her composure. After a while, MC was sitting on a large stone and thinking, can he really defeat Ilya? Suddenly he heard a voice. No need to worry. He raised his head and saw Judith in front of him. He asked, can you tell that from him? She folded her hands behind her back and answered, yeah, very much. She had hated her thoughts for several days. Why is he doing everything so well? Why does he work with the aura better than her? He is beyond her comprehension, and yet she can't hate him. She thinks Ilya is too. She doesn't know exactly what state she is in right now, but she believes in him. He is trying for the sake of others. That's why. Judith walked up to MC and hit him on the back with her palm as hard as she could. She ordered him to do his best. Then he will have nothing to worry about. After a while, Irene was lying on the bed and thinking, tomorrow he will be with Ilya. He must win. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. He stood on the training ground and thought the dream had changed a little. The furious and daring energy seemed to have calmed down. An old man stood in front of him, and MC thought, is he looking at him? Irene woke up and widened his eyes. He thought he wanted to say something, but what exactly? After a while, the host welcomed everyone to the land of evidence. Today will be the battle they've all been waiting for. The April champion will be determined. A newcomer aiming for the queen's seat, Irene Peria, and the current champion, the swordmaster, Ilya Lindsay. Only one will be the winner. Let the battle begin. Ilya quickly jumped up from her seat and rushed toward MC, who widened his eyes in surprise. They began the battle, quickly moving from side to side. The audience screamed in surprise at how fast they were. The man couldn't even keep up. Ilya turned and jumped to the side. She kicked the ground, leaving large cracks, and then rushed toward MC. Kuparu widened his eyes in surprise and said, that's it. Bart cried out. She used the concept of expression. She concentrated her aura before jumping and instantly detonated it, thereby increasing her speed. This is a top-level skill. Ilya attacked MC, and he widened his eyes in surprise and pushed Ilya back. Ilya thought in surprise, did he push her away? Mana began to spread through MC's body, after which a loud scream was heard. What's going on? Champion Ilya Lindsay is being pressed. They've never seen this before. She looks very confused. Irene Peria is ready to do anything to become champion. Ilya frowned and swung her sword, after which Bart said, no, this technique. A huge whirlwind appeared on the battlefield and headed towards Irene. He frowned and looked at it carefully. Bart screamed in surprise, he's using the heavenly sword. Judith screamed, he's a complete psycho. MC cut the whirlwind and Ilya asked, how? MC asked, is she going to play for long? Let her take out her aura sword. The host screamed, how is this possible? He blocked the champion's blow. Irene ordered her to take out her aura sword or he would break her. Ilya skied in irritation and took it out, and the host screamed, impossible. Champion Ilya Lindsay finally decided to use her aura sword. Now the fight will really begin. Irene is getting closer. A guy in a hood was sitting in the stands, watching them closely. The MC's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Ilya's aura. She moved closer to him and attacked, and he managed to dodge. Judith said it was still hard for him. Lulu said no, he can handle it. Irene, he can do it. The MC tensed up and rushed to attack. Aura flowed through his body, which surprised Ilya. Irene attacked her, and she staggered to the side. The men screamed in surprise. Wow, he's crazy. Ilya clenched her jaw and thought, she's not that weak. She needs to finish him off now. She rushed into battle, and MC blocked the blow. Ilya thought that if she makes him suffer, everyone will definitely acknowledge her strength. Bart said that he thought Ilya had sped up. Lulu frowned and thought that Ilya was stronger than Irene, but he was holding up well thanks to his hard training. Because Ilya was absorbed by dark energy, Irene was now her better opponent. Ilya frowned and prepared to attack again. She swung her sword, but MC blocked the blow. He thought, Ilya, he will always be grateful to her. Without her support, he wouldn't have come this far. He remembered different moments from the past with Ilya and thought, thank her. Ilya looked at him in surprise and thought, did he dodge? MC thought, now he will help her. He delivered his mana blow to her and carefully looked at the sword. Bright mana was flowing through it, which surprised even Ilya. The men screamed loudly, what is this horror? Where is this light coming from? His sword is glowing. Judith screamed. Horror, Bart said in surprise. An aura sword. A bright glow illuminated the entire field, like a huge explosion. The host said, they have a winner. Everyone froze in surprise, and the host said that the winner of this fight is Irene Peria. He becomes the new champion. Ilya was sitting on the ground and thinking, it's all over. What should she do now? The MC came up to her and said, Ilya. He leaned over and said, it's a little rude to say this right now, but Ilya looked at him carefully and thought, he was giving off a very warm energy. The MC offered to make peace with her and extended his hand. Ilya smiled and extended her hand back. The people in the stands shouted loudly, Irene. They saw with their own eyes the birth of a new champion. Irene is the best. Irene is the winner. The winner. The guy jumped up and ran past a bald man who grabbed him and asked irritably, don't you think he needs to apologize if he pushed someone? Suddenly, mana began to thin from the guy's body, causing the man to forget what he was doing there. The guy looked at Ilya and thought, what a pity. The dark energy disappeared without a trace. His energy is the opposite of darkness. Who is he really? After a while, Bart was sitting at the table and reading an excerpt from the newspaper. There is a dispute over Irene Peria's victory in the championship fight. They don't understand why the use of a magic sword that changes its appearance right during the duel is allowed. There is talk about the need to consider the possibility of a rematch. All the disputes ended when Ilya Lindsay admitted her defeat in person, and so a new champion appeared on the land of evidence. Judith screamed loudly, "What nonsense, really?" Bart asked Judith to calm down. Kuparu looked at MC and thought, he's great. He did what seemed impossible. For the sake of his goal, he went all the way and showed everyone what he's capable of. At their first meeting, he was a completely different person. Irene, he's changed a lot. But why does the sight of the new Irene give him goosebumps? Bart folded his arms and asked, "By the way, what's with the sword?" MC replied, "Yes. He checked it several times, but it's the same as before. He doesn't know what happened then." Kuparu asked if it was maybe the influence of his dream. Irene replied, "Well, maybe. He wants to ask about that." Judith looked at him puzzled and asked, "Ask? Who?" Lulu asked, "The man from the dreams?" MC answered, "Right." Judith asked again, "What? Is that possible?" Irene said, "Yes, he thinks he can talk to him now." A week later, MC knocked on the door, after which a voice said he can come in. He went inside, where Ilya happily greeted him. She said, "Irene, welcome." MC asked if she was okay. Ilya looked at the flowers and said, "Those are Adonis." Irene said, "Yes." He didn't know which ones she liked, so he took the ones he liked. Ilya said, "No matter, she likes these. Let him come in." After a while, they sat down at the table, and Ilya asked, "So he's gonna leave?" MC answered, "Yes, he doesn't know where yet, but in any case, he'll be leaving in a couple of days." "Ilya, what is she planning on doing next?" Ilya looked down, clenched her fists, and replied, "She doesn't know. She really doesn't know. Only after losing did she realize she had nothing left. The goal she'd been striving for, the one that defined her entire life, disappeared in a second, leaving nothing behind. She can't see where to go next. She doesn't know what to do. Maybe he can tell her?" MC suggested she go together. Ilya looked at him slightly confused and asked, "What?" Irene replied, "He's in a similar situation. He also doesn't know what to do next or where to go, but he's still confident in tomorrow because he has people close to him. He thinks it will be good for her too. She believed in him, and he was able to go all this way. Now it's his turn to believe in her. No need to worry. He thinks she'll like it, so he suggested they go on together." Ilya smiled and replied, "Okay." They left the room and Bart asked discontentedly, "What if he's against it?" MC asked again, "What?" Bart replied, "She'd been on her own all this time and now she suddenly decided to team up." Irene said, "But Ilya was their classmate." Bart said, "Ilya Lindsay. Let her tell honestly. Does she consider him and Judith her friends, or only Irene?" Judith pushed him in the face with her palm and said, "Why is he talking like that?" Bart interrupted her and said, "Well, he thinks they should get closer first." Everyone looked at him in surprise, and he said, "It's usually easy to become friends when you share secrets with each other. He'll go first." Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14. She even behaved well at the academy a few months before the new year. As he found out later, it was all for a gift from Santa Claus. Judith grabbed her head with her hand and hit him with all her force, screaming loudly, "He's a complete idiot. Is that his secret? Why is he telling her secret? Idiot." MC and Ilya exchanged glances, and Judith was holding Bart and screaming loudly, "Why are they frozen? Let them quickly tell theirs," they asked. "They too?" Judith screamed, "Of course. Or do they think she's stupid? Or are they deaf?" Irene said fearfully, "Okay, Judith, now. Let her calm down." After a while, MC was lying on the bed and falling asleep. He asked to finally tell him who he was. Why does he appear in his dreams? What did he want to say then? The man clutched his sword in his hands and MC looked at his, stuck in the ground. He smirked and asked, "He's a swordsman too, right? Great. They need to fight." The man swung his sword, but Irene quickly held the sword in front of him. Mana flowed through the man's body, and he swung and attacked MC. He jumped back and happily said, "He is strong. He can imagine how hard he had to work. He wants to be like that too." He sent mana through his sword and then swung it and screamed, "He's really trying hard." The man's eyes widened in surprise, after which his sword was shattered into pieces. The man put his hand on MC's shoulder and said, he will support him. He began to dissolve, and MC asked him to wait. He woke up and stretched his hand forward, screaming, "Let him wait." After a while, Judith asked, "Did he say that he would support him?" MC answered, "Yes, exactly." Bart asked and then? Irene spoke, and he dissolved as if in fog. He has a strange feeling, like he will not show himself again. Kuparu looked at him carefully, and then asked, if they do not mind, they want to go to Turkey. Everyone looked at him puzzled, and Judith asked, "Where is that?" Bart answered, "The orc city in the northwest." Kuparu said, "And this is his homeland. His mentor lives there. The best shaman in the history of the orcs, the great Gergar. The mentor, perhaps he can help him understand the nature of his dreams." MC asked in surprise, "Really?" Bart said he didn't mind. "Judith and she?" Judith grinned and replied, "So did she. It's cool that she can now see the two strongest of them every day." Irene and Ilya smiled at her words. Ilya said she agreed too. Lulu happily said she had never been to the orc village. It will be cool. The next day, Ilya asked her to tell her parents that she would return. Emma said, "Of course, my lady. No need to worry. Have a good trip." Ilya said she forgot to say goodbye to her mentor. Emma replied, "He left a few days ago. She thinks it's something urgent. He asked to say goodbye to her on his behalf." Ilya asked, puzzled, "Is that so?" Then she left. Lulu sat on the carriage and said, "They are leaving. Good luck to everyone." People looked after them with confusion, and then looked at each other and said, "The champion is gone. That means he is the champion now. He will try again too. How can such a weakling become a champion?" After some time, the group stopped for a rest. Bart said, Kubaru. Next time he will drive the carriage. Kubaru asked, why is that? It is not a burden to him. Bart said, he gets tired. Probably he constantly takes care of them. Judith screamed, yes, she's in charge of dinner today. Bart added, he can rely on them. Sometime later, MC looked at the burnt food and asked, is this really edible? Ilya stood next to the fire and said, nothing. She managed to cook soup. Everyone tried it and simultaneously began to feel sick. Someone screamed, is poison. Ilya asked again, poison? Her soup, is it poison? Judith sat behind her and smiled. Kubaru suggested leaving the cooking to him. He'll call them if he needs help. Let them step aside. Ilya and Judith answered simultaneously, okay. After a while, Ilya told Judith to just imagine the sword as an extension of her hand. It's much easier to control it that way. Judith frowned and said, an extension of her hand. Bart was gathering flowers for a wreath at that moment, and Lulu was sleeping peacefully next to him. Kubaru was lighting a fire at that moment. MC sat down next to him and said, Kubaru. Kubaru asked if he was done with training. Irene asked what was bothering him lately. Kubaru answered, he's observant. To be honest, he's worried about returning to his homeland. Apparently, he left there for a reason. He feels awkward saying that, but he couldn't go back there alone. MC looked at him and thought, I see. Apparently, that's why Kubaru is constantly traveling around the continent. Kubaru apologized and said he wanted to enlist their support and return. It's strange to act like that at his age, right? MC replied, no. It's not strange. He did offer to go to Turkali, not knowing what they would answer, but anyway, he plucked up his courage. Kubaru turned away and said thank you. After a while, the carriage wheel broke, and Kubaru looked at it and asked, Bart, is he serious? He thought he could handle it. Bart sadly apologized. Judith said that this was expected, and Bart said that this was his first time driving a carriage. Kubaru looked to the side and said, he thinks they are traitors. He will ask them for help. He smiled and said, guys, they are just heading to the orc tribes, and fortunately they agreed to help them. Let them say hello. The guy smiled and said, hi, this is Frederick, and the man said he was Kenzal. MC said, good afternoon, this is Irene. The other guys also introduced themselves, and Frederick wondered where he had heard these names. After a while, the guys were riding in a cart, and Ilya was looking down sadly. Lulu asked, Ilya, how is she? She had completely lost her spirit. Ilya answered, yeah, she is constantly thinking about what to do next. Her heart felt much lighter than before, but she is not sure if this is the right path for her. Lulu screamed, if there are too many thoughts in your head, then you shouldn't think about anything. Will worries help you decide? Let her just forget about everything and calmly move forward. Here, let her repeat after her. Lulu started moaning, and Ilya repeated after her. Judith grinned and asked, Lulu, what are they doing? Suddenly Frederick screamed. He remembered. Kenzal cried out in fear. He scared him. Frederick screamed, golden graduation. Golden! The golden graduating class of the Chrono Academy, who performed on the land of evidence. That's how he knows about them. Kenzal asked, are those the ones in the back? Frederick answered, yes, they have the same names. Kenzal hit him and screamed, does he think one name is enough? Frederick screamed, no need to hit him. Kenzal asked, what are aristocrats doing in such a remote place? Shouldn't they be training somewhere new with the money they won? He turned around and told him to see for himself. He thinks that's the golden graduating class? Tramps, no matter how you look at it. Frederick answered, well, yes. After a while, a loud shout was heard. Everyone stop, let them come out. Kubaru asked, what's going on? Frederick answered in fear, bandits, orc bandits. He heard about this orc with a scar. He's the leader of a group that kills everyone they meet. No negotiations help. The huge orc ordered to kill everyone. The monsters rushed towards the cart, swinging their weapons. Irene quickly jumped forward and attacked the monster. He ordered them to hide behind. Ilya, Bart, and Judith also rushed to attack. They quickly moved from place to place, striking the creatures. Frederick said in surprise, impossible. He thought, orcs are much stronger than humans, but they win. These are truly golden graduates. The huge orc roared loudly, and MC quickly attacked him. Other monsters rushed towards him, but Irene skillfully dodged and struck. Blood splashed in all directions. MC looked at his sword in surprise and thought he cut 6 with one blow. Bart turned and asked, Irene, is he okay? MC answered, yes. He thought, he knows. Now is not the time to relax. The orc looked at him and said, he is strong. Then he will fight with all his might too. Mana flowed through the monster's body, and he grabbed his comrade by the head. He killed him, and Judith screamed in confusion. What kind of psycho is he? The monster absorbed the mana of the other creature into itself and clenched his fist. He screamed loudly, and Kubaru cried out in surprise, is this blood magic? That's forbidden. The monster screamed, he will kill them all. Suddenly, a huge hammer flew out from the side and pinned the creature to the ground. MC turned around and thought, what kind of horror is this? Where did this hammer come from? The old man jumped off the cliff and attacked the creature again. He raised his axe up and loudly ordered the warriors to attack. The orcs jumped off the cliff and began quickly striking the monsters. Bart asked, puzzled, what kind of orcs were these? Kubaru answered, they were shamans from Turkali. Bart asked, local warriors? Kubaru answered, yes, and he is their leader. One of the 10 most powerful shamans on the continent, Karamkun, his father. Karamkun said, Kubaru, he replied, they haven't seen each other for a long time, father. Karamkun said, let him go. This is his last warning. Kubaru said, father. Karamkun screamed loudly, let him go and never come back. Kubaru replied, it's impossible. He needs to talk to Tharakon. Karamkan screamed, "No way, let him go." MC suddenly stepped forward and told him to wait. It took his son a lot of effort to get here. Can he really talk to him? Karamkan asked. Who else is he? Irene answered. He is Kuparu's friend and student, Irene Peria. Karamkun replied, it's family matter, tribe matter. He ordered him not to interfere. MC frowned and said, it's mentor matter, friend matter. He has the right to interfere. Karamkun asked, does that mean he will take responsibility for his decisions? MC replied, of course. He is ready to do anything for Kuparu. Karamkun swung his hammer and said, excellent human. Then they will test how true his words are. It headed towards MC, and he held his sword in front of him. Karamkun clenched an axe in his hand and began to swing it, and then grabbed his hammer. MC looked at it in surprise and wondered what happened to his hammer. It attacked Karamkun, who thought, that's not bad. He deflects his attacks with aura and makes excellent use of the forest's power. However, he can definitely hold out. Karamkun began to attack and screamed loudly. He is holding back the attacks well with his weak body. But this is the end. Let him give in. Irene swung his sword and attacked Karamkun, who staggered from it. Karamkun looked at him carefully and thought, his sword has appeared again. Is this magic? He spoke. He admits he is a worthy opponent. Was until this moment. He shouted loudly, he is giving the last warning. Let him leave with Kuparu, or he will make it so that they will never be able to raise a sword. Suddenly, Lulu ordered to stop. She is not going to hold back any longer. She will not forgive him for what he is doing to Irene. She created a huge flow of mana, and MC shouted, Lulu. The transformation occurred, and the cat's body turned into a demonic girl. Irene's eyes widened in surprise and asked, Lulu? Bart asked in surprise, who is this? A dragon? Lulu grabbed her wings and said, oh my, cool wings. Karamkun looked at her in confusion and thought, is she a mage? Lulu screamed, she will repay him for what he did to Irene. She created a huge energy flow but hit Karamkun. Lulu screamed in surprise. She missed. The orcs began to scatter and shouted, why is she attacking them? Let them run faster. A large crater from the explosion appeared in the ground, and Lulu said, she tried it, and that's enough. The controls are too complicated. Bart and Judith's eyes widened in surprise, and their mouths dropped open, and Kuparu stepped forward and ordered them to stop. Father, he doesn't presume to judge whether he's doing the right thing or not, but he doesn't understand his life choices. When he hears about Turkali, he's glad he left there. He pondered how they could solve their problem all night, and then he realized how much he missed Turkali, him, his brother, but all of them. He knelt down and lowered his head. He spoke. Shaman of Turkali, Kuparu, bad son, he greets his father. Karamkun turned away and suggested they talk in the castle. Kuparu cried, closing his eyes. After a while, MC put out his hands to catch Lulu and asked, what was that? Lulu replied, she trained to protect him. Irene asked, but what form is this? Lulu replied, she doesn't know, it just happened that way. She feels like sleeping now. It took too much energy to change forms. Good night. MC hugged her and said, okay, let her rest. Ilya came up to them and said, Irene, it's time for them to sleep too. They have to get up early tomorrow. Irene replied, yes. After a while, MC was standing in front of the fire when suddenly Bart turned to him and asked if he regretted it. MC replied, no, just... Bart interrupted him and said, this will happen again, so he must steel his heart. You can't be afraid of what the world has in store for him. Their duty is to move forward, no matter what the path may be, even if it means shedding blood. Irene replied, yes. A few days later, Lulu looked up and said enthusiastically, wow, this looks luxurious. Do they agree? The carts were approaching the orc city of Tirali. MC asked, immigration check? Kuparu replied, it just happened. I'll have to go. Judith asked, are you sure he's okay, Kuparu? Kuparu smiled and said not to worry. Had she forgotten who he was? It's quick. Judith asked, immigration check? Isn't that overkill? Bart replied, Kuparu is the local crown prince, so it's understandable why they want to check him. An orc entered the room and told the travelers to get up. Lord Tharakon is waiting for them. After a while, they were walking down the corridor and Judith asked, Tharakon, is this Kuparu's younger brother? Bart replied, yes, he's supposedly the local chieftain. He'd heard he was the pickiest of all the orcs. They needed to be careful. They entered the office where Tharakon was sitting. He smiled and said, nice to meet you. He was Tharakon. He thanks them for bringing his brother home. Bart and Judith were puzzled, wondering why he was so cute. MC replied that they wanted to ask about Kuparu's check. Tharakon replied that there was no need to worry. He had already successfully passed it and was now finishing the rest of the formalities. By the way, what do they know about the relationship between them? MC replied that nothing specific was known. What happened? Tharakon replied that he didn't know where to start. His father, the previous chief of the tribe, had 2 wives. His mother, the first wife, had trouble getting pregnant for a long time, and it was decided that she would not be able to have children. Then his father took a second wife, and his eldest brother was born. He immediately became the future heir by birthright. But when his brother was 10 years old, he was born, and chaos began. There were factions that supported his brother, his father's first son, and there were those that supported him, believing that he should become the future chief as the son of his first wife. The relationship between them had deteriorated and the conflict had become too intense, so the brother decided to leave the tribe and go away, thus ending the dispute. 17 years had passed since then. When the 2 warring sides united, he appeared before them again. Tharakon said he could imagine how much courage it had taken him to come here. He even told him that he was no longer going to avoid difficulties, and that he had become much more confident thanks to all of them. Thanked them again for helping him. He would like to thank them. Lulu threw herself on the table and screamed. She agrees. After a while, their eyes widened in surprise, and Tharakan said, "These are the treasures of Turkali. They were collected from all over the continent. Let them choose what they want." MC began to look around and said, "All the walls are covered in weapons." Lulu said, "This rabbit is the size of Kubharu." Tharakan said, "My brother asked to show them certain swords. Will they take a look?" Judith asked, "Kubharu?" Tharakan led them to the swords and announced, "Yin-Yang swords." Someone said, "Wow." Tharakan said, "One is cold as a shadow. The other sword is hot like the sun's rays. Sometimes they are called swords of the mind and heart." Judith and Bart took them in their hands, after which the swords glowed with a bright light. Bart said in surprise, "They flashed with color." Judith cried out joyfully, "How cool!" Tharakan said. He didn't expect them to decide to reveal themselves like this. Now it's clear why the brother was so insistent on them taking it. Bart asked if they could take such valuable swords. Tharakan answered, "Of course. They chose them themselves. No need to worry. They'll only be happy if they use them." Judith shouted happily, "Thank you." MC asked, "Lulu, did she choose something?" Lulu said thoughtfully, "There are a lot of things here. She doesn't even know. This one is too big and that one is too sharp. This looks beautiful." "Wow." Irene sighed in surprise, and she and Lulu pointed to the pendant together and shouted, "This?" Ilya asked, "A necklace?" MC took it and said, "Yes." He doesn't know why, but it immediately caught his eye. Lulu said she liked it too. It gives off a pleasant energy. Tharakan said, as far as he knows, this necklace belonged to a powerful shaman many years ago. He wouldn't want to offer them junk, but if that's what their intuition tells them, then let them take it, of course. Lulu said, "Thank you, they'll use it." MC said, "Thank you." Judith smiled and asked, "Ilya, what did she choose?" Ilya turned to her and widened her eyes in surprise. She looked at the small dagger and said, "She likes it." Judith asked, puzzled, "A dagger? Why? She can choose something cooler." Ilya thought, she doesn't know. What suits her? What does she like? Maybe nothing. The next day, Kubharu asked, "Are they okay?" MC stepped forward and shouted, "Kubharu!" Lulu shouted, "Kubharu, he should have at least warned them that he was leaving." Kubharu laughed and said, he hoped Tharakan announced everything to them. But he has bad news. He was told that the mentor died a year ago. Irene's eyes widened in surprise and he visibly saddened. Kubharu said that was to be expected, to be honest. He was older than his father, who was already 70 years old. But there was no need to worry. He left a letter. MC asked in surprise, "A letter?" Kubharu answered, "Yes, he thought the mentor knew he wouldn't return alone, and he left a puzzle, but he hadn't been able to decipher it yet. They'll probably learn something useful from it. Let him give him some time." Irene smiled and replied, "Okay, he'll wait." After a while, MC, Ilya, and Judith with Bart were training in the Turkali training area. The orcs looked at them and asked, "Are these the people Kubharu brought?" Another orc answered, "Yes, the blonde from the Lindsay family. The guy with blue hair, that's their family swordsman Lloyd. And that other one? It seems he's also from some noble family. But there's one without any clan or tribe at all, that one, with red hair. It's unclear why she's with them at all." Judith frowned, and Bart ordered her to restrain herself. If she does something wrong, Kubharu will suffer the most. Judith answered irritably, "She knows. She is restraining herself, as he can see." A week later they were training on the training ground again, and the orcs were talking to each other in their language. One of them asked, "Not bad for a commoner, huh?" Another orc said, "Yes, she fights well." Judith exhaled and turned around screaming, "They." The orc's eyes widened in fear, and she asked, "How long are they going to talk behind their backs?" The orcs asked discontentedly, "What did she say? Are they even talking?" Judith said in their language, "Idiots, fools, fools." The orc asked, "What? How did she know their language?" Judith answered, "Kubharu taught her swear words." "And why are they afraid to show everyone that orc swordsmen like to swear? If they don't like something, then let them come out. They will see who is better." An orc stepped forward and asked, could she answer for her words? He was Gunt, the leader of the Red Axe Squad. Bart clenched his jaw and thought, Gunt? It was him that Kubharu fought that time. Gunt said she had just insulted the orcs. He couldn't let her get away with it. So will she take responsibility for her words? Judith interrupted him and said, "Enough of this nonsense." Gunt asked, puzzled. "What?" Judith replied, "He was the leader of the squad, so let him control his subordinates. Aren't they dishonoring the honor of the orcs by swearing at the guests of their home? So will he take responsibility for his subordinates?" She offered to check which of them was a real warrior. Gunt shouted in irritation how fearless she was. Let her just not cry later. Judith asked, "Is he so confident in his victory?" At that moment, a loud cry was heard. "Gunt, they have found Lord Gurgar." Gunt turned around and asked, "What nonsense? Has he come back to life or something?" The man replied, "He doesn't know how to explain it." After a while, Kubharu lay on the ground and looked up, where Gurgar was hovering in front of him. Kubharu turned and looked at the approaching crowd of orcs, who asked, "What is going on?" Gunt frowned and wondered what Kubharu was up to. Gurgar asked Gunt to relax. There is no need to be so wary. He just wants to talk to his student and greet the other knights. Everything will return to normal very soon. He asks those who are not involved in this matter to leave them. All the knights gathered around Kubharu, and Gurgar said, "Thank them for bringing him home, at least after his death. And also, yes, it is him." He looked at MC and said, "He brought Kubharu, so he will help him unravel the secret of his dream. The man in his dreams, his past life. It is he, only a very, very long time ago." Judith asked past. Bart completed her question. Irene's life? Gurgar answered yes, but he is not ready to accept it yet. He needs stronger internal preparation. He He has prepared a gift for him, so that the wait will not be so boring. MC asked again, a gift? Gurgar answered, it is with Tharakhan. Kuparu, let him call him. Kuparu answered, yes, mentor. After some time, Tharakhan came and said, so they finally met with Lord Gurgar. The gift for him is a method of aura control, which is available to high-ranking soldiers in Turkali. 5 great sacred techniques. Suddenly an orc stepped forward and shouted, he is against it. Tharakhan asked, why, Khalifa? Master Khalifa, the most influential warrior, a relative on the leader's side of the family, asked him to tell them why he was deciding whether to give up their technique. These are the 5 great sacred techniques, the essence of aura and soul control, the perfection of which the great warriors of the Turkali tribe had dedicated their lives for hundreds of years. How could he give this technique to mere humans? Tharakhan replied that he could not refuse them, even for his sake. Their tribe had always been happy to share knowledge and hospitality. Only then could it prosper. Gunt screamed. He was just like these humans. To obtain this technique, he had to prove himself worthy. But with them, everything was different. Okay, 2 other swordmasters from noble families, the son of the Lloyd family with a great history, but this redhead was not like them. Neither her family nor she had done anything for this world. He could not donate their technique to such a person. Judith clenched her jaw and hissed, asshole. Bart stepped forward and ordered them to speak frankly. They simply disliked Judith from the start. Khalifa interrupted him and said, Chief, before a fight starts, he himself understands that she is unworthy. That's why he wants to call a meeting. Tharakhan closed his eyes and replied, he understood. However, he covered himself in mana and said, he still has to take responsibility for his words, Gunt. So let him try to be honest, like a true warrior. Gunt frowned and replied, he understood. Tharakhan apologized and said, but they will have to wait here. After a while, Judith said, it was her fault. She should have held back. She apologized and said that because of her, they all suffered. She will take responsibility for what happened. MC asked in surprise, she's definitely Judith? Since when does she know how to apologize? Judith irritably ordered him not to be an asshole. They stood up as the orcs approached them. Tharakhan said they had spoken with Gunt. He apologized on behalf of the entire tribe. They had come to the same conclusion. Unfortunately, they cannot recognize her, but they have a test of the warrior, passing which she can gain recognition. Does she agree to answer their challenge? Judith answered, she agreed. Bart cried out in surprise, Judith? She turned around and said not to worry. Lord Gurgar said that this was a gift for all of them, and won't she be able to prove her worthy? The next day, the orcs gathered on the site. The test of the warrior is a test designed to prove one's worth. The test takes place in hand-to-hand combat. You need to win by fighting 3 warriors of the highest rank in a row. This is the only way to pass the test. Lulu shouted loudly, Judith, good luck. The first fight is Gunt against Judith. The orcs sitting in the stands shouted loudly, let the human disappear. Gunt, let him destroy her immediately. Gunt looked down at Judith and commanded her to prove herself a worthy warrior. Judith clenched her fists and said, let him show how tough he is. A shout rang out, they're starting. Judith didn't move, clenched her fist and punched Gunt in the face with all her might. Khalifa looked at this in surprise, and Bart cried out joyfully, nice! Gunt clenched his jaw and tried to attack Judith again, but she was faster. She skillfully attacked him with her fists and feet, and Gunt looked at her in fear. Judith ordered him to at least try for appearances. Aren't you ashamed in front of your friends? She quickly struck him, then moved behind him and asked, so what? Which one of them is the real warrior, you idiot? She grabbed him by the neck with her hand and began to press. A moment later, Judith knocked Gunt to the ground, and the orc said in surprise, it's impossible. How? A human. A loud scream rang out. How could she defeat an orc in hand-to-hand combat? Judith dusted off her hands and asked, are you sure he's a real warrior? Bart jumped up and shouted, Judith, she's great. Let her crush them all. Gurum entered the field and said, Gunt, he's an idiot. He only knows how to shout, but with him, everything will be different. The second fight, Garam versus Judith. Garam narrowed his eyes and asked, they'll start right away, right? Judith answered, of course. The orcs shouted, it's Garam. He's the strongest of the 3. He can finish her off, right? A scream rang out. They're starting the fight. Garam clenched his fist, which was covered in bright mana, and aimed at her. He attacked Judith, and she flew back. Garam said he was not like Gunt. He didn't like blunt force. He activated his mana again, and suggested fighting with aura. Bart looked at this, and said it would be difficult. MC agreed with him, and thought his aura was much stronger. Of course, this fight doesn't determine the final result, but it will be difficult. A shout rang out, they're starting. Garam approached her and swung, but Judith quickly dodged. She thought, the difference in strength is too great. She needs to somehow dodge and attack. Gurum clenched his fist and tried to attack, and Judith prepared to defend herself. Gurum pushed off the ground again and headed towards her. Judith looked at her hand and thought, she'll hit with her right. She looked at Gurum's attack and thought, is this a distraction? Gurum said, she's stupid. He hit her and Judith flew back. Gurum walked toward her and said he was curious about how she managed to win the last battle. Let her remember, luck doesn't last forever. Everyone should know their place. He hoped that today's fight would serve as a lesson to her. He ordered her to retreat. He would show the nobility of a warrior and spare her. Judith stood up and said, he likes to talk. Enough. Let him attack. Gurum grew angry and tried to kick Judith, but she dodged. Gurum screamed. He would no longer spare her. Judith swung her fist and, covered in red mana, struck Gurum in the stomach. stomach. Kurumkun's eyes widened in surprise and thought it was a blow to the solar plexus. Gurum grabbed his throat and coughed heavily. Judith swung her fist again and hit Gurum in the face. He wondered why her fist was so hot. Kurumkun watched and thought, she has an aura of fire energy. But she hadn't even studied the 5 great sacred techniques. Gurum tried to attack her, but his hand was covered in fire. Kurumkun thought, of them all, the fire technique is the hardest to control. If she doesn't cope with this, she'll hurt herself. He began to swing, but Judith quickly hit him. She received a blow to the face, and Kurumkun thought, she can't restrain her rage. She defends herself with her whole body and rushes into battle. Gurum swung his fist and hit Judith in the face, but received a kick in return. Judith frowned and thought, she can't say she doesn't envy her friends, but it's not because of her background. It's just that Bart has self-control, Irene has a strong heart, and Ilya has innate talent. She would like to be like them. That's why she was envious. But she won't hate herself for being envious. A feeling of inferiority and an overwhelming desire to become better. This helped her grow and move on. This is the real her. She will continue to be stubborn, jealous, and hate them until she becomes the best. Bart joyfully shouted, Judith, she's great. Let her finish him off. Ilya also supported her, and Irene shouted, she will win. Judith headed towards Gurum and thought, she will never stop. She clenched her fist and hit Gurum, after which he fell to the ground and the end of the fight was declared. Their winner is Judith. She clenched her fists and screamed loudly from the strain. The orcs screamed, how is this possible? No, there's still Fahan. Let him finish her off and avenge their brother. Fahan came out onto the platform, looked at the caliph in surprise and asked, Father? A cry rang out. Master Khalifa came out. Is he really going to fight on his own? MC frowned and thought, no. In this state, Judith definitely won't defeat him. Judith ordered him to attack. Khalifa said he lost. Judith asked, puzzled, what? Khalifa said she has an unquenchable flame and an unbroken spirit. She is worthy of being called a warrior. They lost. He recognizes her as an equal. Judith smiled happily and looked at him. A week later, humans and orcs gathered on the field. Gorka, Shaman Turkali said, before learning the 5 great sacred techniques, one must master the 5 great elements. This urn is a relic of the elemental spirits of Turkali since the time of their ancestors. They need to dip their hand into it and find out which spirit suits them best. This will help in learning the 5 great sacred techniques. Will they start with her, Judith? She answered in surprise, okay. She put her hand in the urn, and Khalifa looked at her carefully. Her body was covered in a green aura, and she took out a small fire sphere. Gorka told her to throw the sphere forward now. Judith threw it forward, where a large fiery whirlwind appeared. Kurumkun cried out, wow. Judith turned around and asked, is this good? Gorka spoke in confusion. This is the largest fire sphere he had ever seen. From her fights, he realized that she had a special predisposition to the element of fire. Next, Irene Peria. MC approached the urn, took out the sphere from there, and threw it on the ground, from where a large sword appeared. Kurumkun thought, this is a metal resistant to fire. His sword repels all fire spheres. He has 2 elements at once. Who is this young knight? Gorka asked in surprise. Had he studied the elements somewhere before? MC answered. Kubaru told him a little. Gorka sighed and remembered Gurgar. He thought it was amazing that he had mastered 2 elements just by hearing about them. That's why Gurgar wanted to teach them his technique. Judith folded her arms and said, her fire is greater. Irene looked at her questioningly, and she screamed, her fire is greater, and that's the most important thing. MC answered fearfully, yeah. Bart stood to the side and watched their conversation. He thought he was really glad. After Eisenmark, she was very depressed, but she finally found her way. Well done, Judith. Bart smiled and said, she's so cute when she smiles. Ilya's eyes widened in confusion and asked, what? Bert grabbed his mouth and looked away in fear. He ordered her to forget. That's not what he meant. Judith asked, what's wrong with them? Gorka said, now Ilya Lindsay. She stepped forward and threw her sphere to the ground, creating fire. Gorka spoke thoughtfully, she's also fire. Then he invited Bart Lloyd and said, excellent, he has water. Young people usually have fire, but apparently he was more mature. Gorka smiled and said, they all have the necessary level. But of course, training will improve their skills. Kurumkun said, Irene Peria, he will personally train him. MC said, it's a great honor, thank you. Suddenly, an orc ran onto the field and shouted, Lord Kurumkun, let him allow me to convey Lord Gurgar's request. He asks to bring Lord Irene to him to perform a past life ritual. MC looked at him in surprise. After a while, they approached the large seal, near which Gurgar was standing. Kubaru pointed to the stones and told them to take their places. Lulu happily asked, is this her place? They all lay down on the stones, and Gurgar said he would try to find the man from Irene's dreams who had been bothering him for a long time. Is something about his past life weighing on him? Irene replied, no, nothing. Gurgar replied, he understood. Then they will begin. Judith asked, but how will this happen? Do they really just have to lie down? Gurgar approached her, and snapping his fingers, put Judith to sleep. After a while, the knight said in the dream, there is no more time. It is time, his lord. Karen looked at them and said, yes, they are coming. Someone said, they want to leave because of the invasion of monsters. He heard he was consumed by a demon and had to kill his own son. The man screamed loudly. They say, it is because of them that the demons attacked them. How dare they now abandon everyone and leave the province? The old man stepped forward with a pitchfork in his hands and shouted, let him answer. Lord, was it really he who brought these monsters? Did he sell them to the demon? Let him say something. Karen looked into his crazy eyes and said, it was foolish of him to hope to leave quietly. He doesn't know if they'll believe him, but he'll tell them anyway. He appeared a week ago. The girl looked at the child and screamed, "Darling, their baby isn't breathing." The man asked, "Why is that?" The demon asked, "Does he want to save his child?" Karen screamed, "It's a demon clown." The demon said, "Karen Winker, he has this child's soul. He can save either him or his wife. Let him choose." Karen screamed, "What nonsense is this? Why should he believe him?" The demon laughed and asked, "Does he think the demons attacked them by accident? He was behind the monster invasion and the theft of his child's soul." Karen asked with tears in his eyes, "How could he?" The demon ordered Karen Winker to accept her fate and make a choice. She gave the baby to him and asked him not to worry. He looked at her puzzled and asked, "Darling?" He rushed after her and shouted, "Where is she going? Let her stop." "No, let her stop." The girl went to the window, and Karen shouted, "Darling, let her stop. He begs." "No need, wife." The girl was standing on the window, and Karen was running after her and shouting loudly, "No, darling, he will do it himself. He begs, let her wait." The girl turned around with tears in her eyes and a smile on her lips. She asked him to take care of their baby. Karen stretched out his hand and screamed heart-rendingly, "No." He hit the floor with his fists and howled in pain. The demon laughed and said, "What a twist." But it was his wife who made the choice, not him. The demon picked up the baby, who began to cry. He said, "Now the deal is void, but he will give him a second chance. No need to worry. This time the options will be simpler. The life of his child or the lives of people in the province." Karen stood before the old man and said that he lost both his wife and child that day. It was the best way out of the situation. The old man began to cry and said, "Lord." Karen interrupted him and said, "But it was no use." The demon told him that he was cursed. He said that as long as he was here, horrors would happen. He did not ask them to help him. However, he ordered them not to stand in his way. After a while, Karen was walking along the road when suddenly a demon appeared in front of him and asked why no one was following him. He sacrificed everything for them, and they sent him alone? They don't know what loyalty is at all. He doesn't want to kill them? They will understand his seal only when they lose their own families. The demon offered him a new deal. Does he agree? He can become a demon under contract and take revenge on everyone. He has the power to do anything. Karen walked past him and didn't pay any attention. The demon circled around him and then said with displeasure, "How rude. It turns out he's boring. Did he really choose the wrong person? If he had realized it right away, he would have sent the demons to the neighboring village." Karen turned around and asked, what was he talking about? Sent the demons? The demon answered. Finally, someone paid attention to him. Karen screamed hysterically. Does that mean all these monsters were his doing? Did his wife and child die because of his desire? The demon laughed and answered, yes, because he wanted it that way. There was never a curse on him. Karen grabbed his heart and asked, had he been playing with him from the very beginning? Why? Why did he do this to him? What did he do? For what sins? The demon asked again, why? Well, to be honest, he was bored, and suddenly he saw him. Fate itself brought them together. Karen fell to his knees and asked, how could he? The demon began to dissolve and said he will go. He was having fun. One more thing. He can be found at the end of the southern mountain range. See you later. Karen cried from anger and hopelessness, sobbing loudly. He clenched his jaws and hissed he would never forgive him. He would kill him with his own hands. Let him just wait. No matter how many years it takes, he will find and kill him, definitely. After some time, Karen arrived at the settlement, where an old man met him and said, welcome. They don't have much control over the residents, so he can live wherever he wants. Let him ask questions if anything is unclear. Someone asked, Chief, where did he come from? The old man answered, he doesn't know. He thinks from far away. The guy looked after Karen with displeasure. He thought, great, at least the rumors haven't reached this place. Yes, he can get stronger and find him. After some time, Karen continued training, swinging his sword. The guy looked at him and thought, horror, they say he's been training with a sword for 6 months. You can tell everything right away. Not everyone has such eyes. There is some kind of story behind him, and it's clearly not very pleasant. Karen swung his sword and remembered the words that people had told him. They heard that he was cursed by a demon. Let him get out right now. Another man told him that he would not teach him fencing. At that moment, Karen was swinging his sword, but demonic creatures appeared in front of him and screamed, what an abomination. Damn idiot. He will destroy them too. Let him get out. Karen looked at this perplexedly and screamed, them again. He will kill them all. The demon said that it was all because of him. Let him pay for his sins. Filthy demon. Karen chopped up their bodies and screamed, let them keep coming. He will send them all to the next world. The demonic spirit of his wife appeared behind him, saying that it was all because of him. He killed her and their child. Why did he let her die? Why? Karen screamed loudly and attacked her. After a while, he looked at the sky and thought, it's morning again. How much time has passed? Although, does it matter? He needs to train. After all, he is still alive. He can't rest. A little girl came up behind him and asked, isn't it hard for him? Karen turned and looked at the smiling girl who was looking at him. She held out a flower and said, here, let him take it. Karen looked at her carefully and took the flower. There was a scream. Lola, what is she doing there? Quickly, go home. Lola started to run away and waving her hand said, Bye, uncle. The man frowned and asked, aren't you ashamed to enter someone else's yard without asking? He was worried. Lola apologized and said that she wouldn't do it again. The man looked forward in surprise, which Lola noticed and asked, what's wrong, Dad? The man said, that man. He smiled. Karen wondered what this feeling was. It seemed very familiar, as if he had experienced it before. Perhaps it was the unconditional love of his parents, directed at him when he was little, the support of his supporters, the warmth of his beloved wife and their dear child. It felt as if he could experience all those warm feelings again at once. Karen thought, this hasn't happened for a long time. Now he holds the sword with a clear head. Time passed and he continued to train. After a while, he grew a long beard and walked forward. A demon appeared in front of Karen and screamed, demon spawn. What is he going to do? Is he going to escape from them again? Many demons appeared around him and screamed, shameless coward, Karen said. Initially, he thought that demon sent them to him, but now he realized all this time he himself caused hatred, anger, and other negative emotions in himself. Now everything is okay. Karen screamed. He let them go. He feels that he is here. He gripped the hilt of the sword tighter and rushed towards the demon who was looming over the man. The demon asked, him? Really? Karen Winker, how did he get here? Karen asked irritably, is he still playing with people? He will not let him do whatever he wants. The demon created a sphere of dark mana, and Karen struck it with his sword. The demon thought, could he cut through his darkness? He couldn't reflect his blows. He needed to run. The demon was about to run, and Karen screamed, even though he didn't have any hope. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and thought, had his body reached its limit? Why? Why now? He tried to get up, leaning on his sword, and thought, he had made a sword capable of cutting through the darkness, but he couldn't reach the demon he had to kill. Even if it was in vain, he would pray that his last will would be passed on. He wished for at least someone to understand him, and if that happens. Currently, someone said Karen Winker, the man who fought the clown demon alone hundreds of years ago. It turns out that Irene Perea inherited his last will. After a while, MC sat on the stands and watched the setting sun. Bart came to him and said, Irene? MC spoke. Bart asked, had he thought about what to do next? Irene frowned and replied, he doesn't know. He's confused for now. Bart said he understands. It's not easy to accept. He sat down next to him and said, he remembered their days at the academy. To be honest, he hated him a little back then. Irene looked at him in surprise, and Bart said, he realized that he was far from Ilya, but it was hard to accept this fact. Meanwhile, he continued to develop every day, and he hated him with all his heart. He had a feeling like his whole path had been in vain. He thought he couldn't get rid of it, but then he told him that it was important to feel alive when he swings a sword. After his words, he thought about what was important to him, and in the end, he understood. The lives of his family and friends, the status of the Lord of the Lloyd family are more important to him than fencing. However, there is someone for whom he is ready to leave absolutely everything. He likes Judith. Irene cried out in confusion. What? Bart replied that he knows she wants to become the best swordsman on the continent and will not stop until she achieves her goal. Every moment is a challenge for her, so it is difficult to be around her. He wants to become her strength. When they achieve what they want, he hopes to see her happy face. Bart punched MC on the shoulder and said that he should also do what he wants. Let him move forward along the path that is most important to him. Only then will he not regret what he has done. Irene smiled and said, aha. The next day, MC thanked Karamkun for the duel. Karamkun replied, aha, let him attack first. Irene rushed forward and shouted, he will not give in. They rushed into battle, and Karamkun thought in surprise. His fighting style is completely different from their previous duel. Now there's a clear, fiery energy emanating from him. It's as if the flames in his heart have merged into a single flame. Karamkun laughed and said, his progress is clearly visible. It seems the memories from his past life came in handy. What influenced him? MC said, he now has a goal. He fights for the love of his family, for his friends, and for a world where there will be more happier people. He shouted, that's why he swings his sword. Karamkun said, what ambition. It's much more than just the desire to become the best swordsman. He's chosen the path of a hero for himself. But these words carry too much weight. Will he take responsibility for what he said? MC replied, it may sound shameless, but if he has to choose the path of a hero for the sake of his goal, then he's ready to follow it. He rushed towards Karamkun, who shouted, then let him prove that he's worthy of walking the path of a hero. Words alone aren't enough. Does he understand how much responsibility a hero bears? He wonders if he can handle it. Irene leaped into the air and swung his sword, attacking Karamkun. He said, all the swordsmen he'd met claimed that a sword speaks for a swordsman. Karamkun chuckled, and MC said, he made his decision not only because of his past life memories, but also because of this dream that has long lived in his heart, thanks to all his experiences and accumulated knowledge. Even without his past life memories, he's ready to make it come true. This is his promise, his hope. Let him help him prove it. Support him. Karamkun chuckled and ordered them to advance. He'll give him a good beating. 4 months later, knights stood on the platform, and bright seals appeared beneath them. Gorka thanked them for following him, especially Bart. He couldn't believe he was able to control spirits of other attributes. But of course, his best compatibility was with water spirits. This is an excellent result in such a short period of time. Judith, she is completely focused on the fire element, but if she does not develop other attributes, the fire can start to burn her from the inside. Judith replied, everything is fine. She can subdue any fire. her, and she is not doing well with the other attributes anyway. Gorka said thoughtfully, well, if she thinks so. Next is Irene Peria. The elements of gold and fire, it is in complete harmony, but his aura moves in a rotation. Most spirits of the 5 elements are like a flow. Fire rises from the trees, earth from fire, and gold from the earth. But in his case, the flow is reversed, and gold comes out of the fire. If the fire energy becomes greater, it will be necessary to develop the water element to calm it. Let him be careful. Irene smiled and said, yes, he understood. Gorka said, and the last one, Ilya. Her progress is not too great, but stable. Ilya replied, yeah. She was upset and MC noticed that. The next day, Bart asked, does he want to stay here? Irene answered yes, at least for a couple of days. Bart narrowed his eyes and asked if he was worried about Ilya. MC answered yes, but he still didn't plan to return to the academy right away. First, he needed to meet someone. And them? Bart answered they would return to the academy. MC said it was a pity they would have to part. Bart smiled and said it wouldn't be for long. They would meet again soon. Irene answered yes, that would be it. It was already evening. He would go back to his place. Bart said he would go with Judith, so let Irene go alone. Irene answered yes, they would see each other. Judith was training at that moment and thinking, now she understood. It was about his previous life, that man's tenacity, and the amazing strength he acquired through willpower and hard work. If she could try even half as hard as he did, she could do it. Just a little more. She needed to try. Suddenly a voice came from behind her. Judith, they can fight. They haven't fought for a long time. Bart smiled and said, they will test how strong they have become in battle. Judith accumulated mana in her sword and attacked. And Bart smiled and said, not bad. She is a completely different person now. Judith screamed. He chose the wrong opponent. She is already on a different level. Bart frowned and thought, her fire is getting hotter. She is too strong for his water attribute. Judith swung her sword and threw Bart back. He screamed loudly and fell to the ground. His stream of water poured out onto the ground, and Judith asked, is he okay? Bart asked, did he offend her somehow? She almost burned him. Judith apologized and said, she didn't think it would turn out like this. She really didn't mean to. He understands, right? Bart froze, looking at her, and then said, I like it. Judith asked again, what do you like? Bart answered, he likes her. Judith blushed and widened her eyes in confusion, and he said, Judith, he likes her. She hit him and screamed loudly. Bart writhed on the ground and asked, what is she doing? Is she crazy or something? Judith screamed, but isn't he crazy? He should be grateful that she didn't burn him with fire. Bart frowned and answered, this is not a joke. She knows she wouldn't joke like that. Judith asked, what? So he really likes her? Bart answered, really? Judith asked again, why? Why does he like her? Bart turned away, slightly embarrassed, and asked, what kind of question is that? Does he have to answer? She's just cute when she smiles, when she eats quickly, when she makes fun of Irene, when she plays with Lulu, when she trains hard. Everything she does seems beautiful to him. Judith froze in surprise and asked again, is she beautiful? Bart answered slightly insistently, yes, so stop asking. Now let her answer, Judith. What does she think of it? After a while, Lulu threw the amulet on the floor and said thoughtfully, she definitely felt a special energy from this pendant. But how to use it? Maybe in her altered form, she will be able to understand something. She transformed and said, great, now she feels stronger. She will use all the spells so that it will reveal its true nature to her. 3 hours later, Lulu lay face down on the floor and said, her spells are useless. She will have to ask Gork to teach her elemental magic. MC entered the room and asked, Lulu, what is she doing? Lulu raised her hand and said, Irene, he has finished training. After a while, MC and Lulu went to bed, and he looked out the window. Irene said, Lulu? She looked at him questioningly, and he asked if she remembered the day when they accidentally met Ignet. She said that when they see each other again, she will ask him to join her and not to become inside him. Lulu said, yeah, she remembers. MC asked how it looks from her side. Can he stand in front of her confidently and without fear? Lulu looked at him carefully and said, he knows his answer, right? So he has already decided where they will go next? Irene smiled and said, yeah. At that moment, Ilya was practicing on the court and wondering what she was even doing. Is everything really going to be okay? She shouldn't dwell on it. It's better to get it out of her head. But she keeps thinking about Ignet. What does she even want? Suddenly, the voice of MC Ilya was heard behind her. She turned around and saw him, and he asked if she could give him a minute. After a while, they were sitting in the stands and Ilya was asking how he was lately. Is everything okay with training? Irene smiled and said, well, he's doing as usual. Ilya thought she could feel the warm energy emanating from Irene. She felt better around him. No worries, no fears. If he doesn't mind, but she wants to continue to be close to him. MC said, to be honest, there's someone he wants to meet, and he's going to do it. Ilya asked in surprise, who? MC said, Ignet Crescentia. He will meet her. This greatly surprised Ilya, and Irene said that during their last meeting he envied her. He thought that she had everything he wanted to achieve. That's why he couldn't control his anger in front of her. He was weak and awkward. But now that has changed. Now he can stand confidently in front of her. Maybe this trip will somehow influence her too. Does she want to go with him? Ilya remained silent and thought, I see. So this is what she was avoiding. She wasn't ready to meet Ignet. She's afraid of falling from fear, so she just runs away. But if she doesn't meet her, then nothing will happen. Ilya said, yeah, they'll go together. The next day, the carriage pulled up to a bridge where people were standing. Judith hugged Lulu and asked, Lulu, how will she be without her now? Lulu replied, nothing. They'll meet soon. MC asked them to be careful, and Bart said, yeah, them too. Kuparu smiled and wished them a good trip. He will miss her. Judith smiled and said, thank you all very much. Irene looked at them and asked, Did something happen between them? Why were they standing so far apart? Judith screamed. Nothing happened. They left. Good luck to everyone. Lulu looked after them and said, bye Judith. Bart. MC smiled and said, great. Will they go back to training now? Ilya replied, yeah. After a while, they started training. A few months later, Kuparu said he was sad the day had come when they were leaving. Irene said, Kuparu, he hopes everything will be okay with him. Kuparu smiled and said it was strange to part after everything they'd been through together. MC said he'd miss Kuparu. Kuparu said he'd heard his father's wish. He thinks it will come true. Irene looked down and said, to be honest, he's a little worried. He's sure he's chosen the right path, but he doesn't know if he can do everything right. Kuparu replied, he definitely can. MC looked at him in surprise, and Kuparu continued, Irene, he has a special power. He makes everything around him bright. His power changes everyone around him. If it's him, then everything will definitely work out. If it's him, then the whole world can be changed. Only thanks to him was he able to put an end to his 17-year wanderings. His friend, his student, and his teacher. Irene, for him, he's already a hero. MC's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and said, thank you, Kuparu. He will try really hard. He will try so that everyone else can call him a hero too. Ilya asked, will they go? Irene answered, yes. After a while, the carriage was driving along the road, and Bart and Judith were sitting inside. They looked down, but still felt embarrassed. Bart looked at her and remembered his words. Judith, what does she think of him? Judith turned away and screamed, she doesn't know. What kind of sudden question is that? Bart grabbed his head and thought, he's an idiot. He hurried. Judith turned slightly and said, she'll tell you later. Bart blushed. Currently, he moved to Judith and she screamed loudly, what's wrong? Why did he move here? Bart frowned and asked, is it possible? Judith looked at him and then turned away and embarrassedly said, let him do as he wants. After a while, they were approaching the Chrono Academy. Judith happily said, wow, they haven't been here for a long time. Bart said, it seems to him, for a year and a half. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and he asked in fear, what was that sound? At the training ground, Ian asked if they should stop. They weren't even close to a resolution anyway. Swordmaster Kun laughed and said, nonsense. If he continues, victory will be his. Ian grinned and said, just a little longer then. Kun said, let him forget. Next time he will make it so that he won't even be able to open his mouth. Ian laughed and said, Kun, but then he will have to train 100 times harder. Bart shouted loudly, Kun, this is the best swordsman on the continent. Ian turned around and asked, wow. They decided to come back? Bart said, yes, director. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Judith cried out happily, director. Ian said, wow, Judith, she's changed a lot. Judith answered, of course. He will be surprised to see her in battle. Suddenly Kun stood in front of her and asked, is she Judith? She looked at him questioningly and answered, yes, Judith. Kun invited her to become his apprentice. Judith's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this offer. Johnson said, nice to meet you. His name is Johnson. He works as a cab driver. For money, he can even arrange a tour for them. But to be honest, he has another job. In fact, he is the leader of a gang of thieves. He lures people, pretending to be a cab driver, and then robs them. The principle is very simple. First, he takes an errand from a rich-looking person. Then, under any reasonable excuse, he takes him to their hideout, and then, together with his men who are waiting for them there, he robs him. Well, how is it? Perfect. The scheme works without a hitch. At that moment, a voice rang out. He needed a coachman. Johnson grinned and said, a new victim. He turned around and seeing MC with Ilya, said he was glad to meet him. His name is Johnson. It is a great honor for him to serve them. He thought that this time everything would work out too. After some time, a carriage driven by Johnson was driving along a forest road. He laughed and thought, this is simply incredible. They have luxurious clothes. They obviously have money. They are definitely from aristocratic families. He will finish this business and will just have fun for a few days. After a while, he stopped the carriage and said that they would have to spend the night here today. Irene suggested making a fire first. Ilya grabbed the sword and said that she would chop some wood. Johnson looked at her with confusion and thought, was she going to chop with a sword? He took an axe in his hands and said that it would be inconvenient for her to use a sword. Let him do everything. Before he could finish speaking, Ilya cut down a tree in an instant. Johnson's eyes widened in fear, and Ilya chopped some wood. He thought, what's going on? Ilya turned around and asked, is this enough? Johnson said in fear, yeah. Lulu came up to the fire and said, great, now it's her turn. Johnson screamed, a talking cat? She screamed loudly and lit a fire. She asked, Irene, did he see? She can use energy too now. MC smiled and said, Lulu, it was a spell. Johnson froze in fear and thought, who are they? The next day, Irene looked at him and said, Johnson, he better step back. They want to have a fight. Johnson asked again, a fight? He thought, what kind of sword is he holding? Irene said, Ilya, he will start. She answered, aha. Johnson's eyes widened and thought, it's an aura sword. So they are both sword masters? They started training, raising dust. Lulu screamed, Irene, too much noise. He's gonna smash everything here. MC apologized to Lulu. Johnson thought he'd better give up on his idea. Otherwise, they'll all just die. After a while, MC suggested staying at this inn. Johnson said, puzzled, but he thought they were using this as their lair. Irene looked at his face and asked, what's wrong? Some kind of problem? Johnson answered, no. Let him go see if there are any free rooms. Let them wait a bit. He thought, he needs to warn the guys before they go inside. He walked towards the hotel, when suddenly a loud scream was heard behind him. Who the hell are they? This is their territory. The bandits were squeezing their clubs and saying, "It seems they have a lot of money. Do they mind sharing with the poor villagers?" Suddenly Johnson ran up to them and yelled, "Idiots!" He ordered them to move away from his guests right now. The guy whispered, "Boss, what is he talking about?" Johnson ordered him to leave immediately, and the guy got angry and asked, "What is he doing?" "Let him move away." Johnson hit him in the face, and MC asked puzzled, "Johnson?" He was holding the guy and ordering him to disappear if they don't want him to kill them. The guy asked with tears in his eyes, "Boss?" Johnson whispered to him, "Let them run. If they want to live, run." The guys started leaving, and Johnson waved his fist after them and shouted, "If he sees them again, he will definitely kill them." He mentally apologized to the guys, and MC said in surprise, "Wow." Ilya said, "Wow." He sent the bandits packing without a weapon. Johnson laughed slightly and replied, "What are they?" Lulu screamed, "He needs to be rewarded." Johnson asked again, "What? Reward?" He looked at his hands and screamed loudly, "Wow, this is gold." Lulu said, "Thanks for his work. She will give him more if he keeps trying." After a while at the hotel, he was running around them and shouting. He ordered them more food. He specially chose the best dishes. "Here's a special salmon steak for Mrs. Lulu." She looked at it in surprise and said, "Wow." MC asked, "Johnson, isn't this too much?" Johnson screamed, "No, he will keep trying for his customers." A few days ago, he was sitting on the grass, breathing heavily. Johnson said he wouldn't last long. He opened the bag and, laughing slightly, said, "But just a little more, and a carefree life awaits him." He threw the bag over his shoulder and cried out, "Great, time to go earn money." Suddenly he looked ahead, where MC and Ilya were sitting on a log. Irene asked how she had been feeling lately. Ilya replied that she was feeling better, but she was still worried. MC put his hand on hers and said, "No need. Everything will be fine." As a child, Ignat might have seemed like a big problem to her, but not now. He thinks that when they meet, she will understand that. Ilya was slightly embarrassed and asked, "Really?" Johnson hid in the bushes and said, he knew they were in a relationship. Great atmosphere, he will watch them. Maybe they will kiss. MC got up and said, "They have to go. They have to leave early tomorrow." Johnson jumped out of the bush and asked, "What? Did they just hold hands? Where did all the feelings go?" He tripped and fell right in front of them. MC asked, "How is Johnson?" He replied, "He's fine." Ilya got up and walked toward the forest, saying she was going for a walk. Johnson watched her go and thought, this is a serious problem. He leaned over to MC and asked, "Won't he follow her?" Irene replied, "No, she has a lot of doubts. She needs to be alone." Johnson's eyes widened in fear and he thought, what an idiot. After a while, they entered the inn, and Johnson quickly ran to the kitchen and said, "He'll get everything ready. Let them sit down." They walked forward, and Irene heard the men talking. One of them said, "The dungeon promises to be exciting." Another man asked, "This is probably the best discovery in the last 100 years?" And more. "The Holy Kingdom will also take part in clearing the dungeon." Ilya reacted to these words, and the man asked, "The Holy Kingdom? Why?" The man replied, "This dungeon is not an easy one. It's not even its size, but the fact that it's existed since the time of the Demon King. It must definitely be full of treasures." The kingdom of Calvin was the first to discover it and was preparing to launch an expedition, but neighboring countries decided to join in. To prevent potential conflict, the Holy Kingdom set out with its knight squads. MC approached the men and apologized, but he had a question. What kind of knights will be marching on behalf of the Holy Kingdom? The man looked at him and asked again, "Is he a swordsman?" MC answered, "Correct." The man answered, then he might have heard of them. Black Knights, led by Ignat Crescentia. MC looked at Ilya and asked if mercenaries could participate in the expedition. The man replied, "He looks very young. Will he definitely be able to handle it? This is a huge dungeon, and no one can guarantee his safety." Irene replied, "Thank you for your concern, but he can handle it." The man thought, amazing eyes. He seems like a gentle but strong person. He thought he was just a stupid boy, but up close, he looks completely different. He said if he wants, he can go to Calvin. They are in short supply and need mercenaries. MC smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." A few days later in the city-state of Calvin, Johnson said, "Well, he'll go." Lulu reached out to him with her paw and said, "Bye, Johnson." MC smiled and said, "Thank you for everything." Johnson smiled and wished them a safe journey. They began to leave, and he watched them go, thinking. He realized that in this world, too many people hide their true identities. With his lifestyle, he risks an early death. From now on, he will live with honor. After a while, Amira slammed her hand on the table and screamed, "Horror! Stupid Falenka and Rabat. They were the ones who discovered this dungeon." Vice Captain of the Calvin Knights, Amira Shelton, screamed, "They've equipped their best troops and are determined." Perry Martins, Court Wizard Rabat, Swordmaster Falenka, Sevian Virox, even the Holy Kingdom has intervened. Amira adjusted her glasses and said, "In that case, these fools will appropriate all the treasures in the dungeon." She thought, she needs to recruit more worthy mercenaries to even the odds. At that moment, the knights came into her office and said, "Vice Captain, the mercenary candidates have arrived." She looked up at them and asked, "How are they? Are they worthy?" The guy replied, "Well," Amira cried out, "Okay, this time she'll test them herself." After a while, she came out onto the training ground and asked, "Hello, are these the mercenary candidates?" She held a sword in her hands and said, "She's the vice captain of the Calvin Knights, Amira Shelton." She suggested starting right away with a test. Ilya greeted her and was about to introduce herself, but Amira cried out, "Later, no need to waste time. Let them show what they're made of." Ilya frowned and replied, she understood. She exhaled and sent mana through her body. She rushed towards Amira, who widened her eyes in surprise and tried to block the blow, thinking that she was fast. Amira swung her sword, but Ilya quickly moved. Amira thought, horror, she can't keep up with her. Ilya moved behind her and she thought, there she is. She turned around and asked, puzzled, what? Ilya had already tried to attack her from the side, knocking Amira's sword aside. She looked at her hand and then smirked and asked, so what did she say her name was? What kingdom was she from? Ilya answered, she is a knight of the Lindsay family from the kingdom of Aden, Ilya Lindsay. After a while, Amira was sitting at the table and happily saying, the heavens are on their side since they sent them Ilya. She thought, and also, she remembered how she asked MC, and who is he? Irene greeted her and said, he is Irene Peria from the kingdom of Hyel. Amira screamed, Irene Peria. She was currently sitting and thinking, not only Ilya Lindsay herself, but also the swordmaster Irene Peria. With them, their kingdom will not be inferior to the rest. However, it was unexpected that Ilya decided to join the expedition. Is it because of Ignet Crescentia? If she came for personal reasons, it could reflect badly on the expedition. She will need to keep an eye on her. Amira smiled and picked up the embroidery. She said, well, since everything is settled, she can rest a little. Lulu looked at it and asked, Amira, what is this? Let her teach her, please. Amira screamed in fear and asked, is she Irene Peria's cat, a talking one? Lulu answered, her name is Lulu. Amira asked, Lulu, can I pet her? Amira really loves cats, which was obvious from the scratches on her hand. Lulu replied, yes, of course, but in exchange, let her teach her. She looks like her friend. That's why she likes her. Amira asked again, is she very similar? Lulu cried out, not really. They look alike when they're angry. Let her quickly teach her what she did here. Amira asked, won't it be difficult for her? She has paws. Lulu replied, it's no problem. She transformed into a girl and asked, would these hands work? Amira thought in surprise. Incredible. She may not be a mage, but she clearly senses her powerful magic. She replied, okay. But let her keep her hobby a secret. She acts strong and sturdy in front of other people. Lulu smiled and said not to worry. She's good at keeping secrets. A few days later, a voice was heard in the province of Rabat. They had some time before the expedition began, so for now, let them enjoy their stay here. Amira said they would have a banquet for the participants tomorrow. Let them join. MC replied, he understood. Amira petted the cat and said, she too, Lulu. She replied, of course. Amira continued petting her and asked if she could come in a different form. She would prepare a dress for her. Lulu asked, in a different form? Okay. Amira said they would see each other later. Irene said, yes, of course. After a while, he sat on a bench and thought. Until now, the main emotion controlling the flame in his heart had been fighting spirit. Fighting spirit bordering on anger, stemming from envy of Ignet. Fighting spirit capable of overcoming the will of Karen, the man from his visions. But he no longer wanted to control the flame with only fighting spirit. He needed to remember his thoughts before his death in his past life. A will born of regret and sadness, a wish for good for the whole world. He will move in this direction. MC looked to the side and asked how long he would just watch. The man came out from behind the tree and asked when he noticed him. MC answered, about 20 minutes ago. Sivian spoke up. He has excellent instincts. He tried to hide his presence with all his might. Is he a swordsman or a mage? Irene answered, a swordsman. Sivian said he hadn't seen him before. Whose side is he on? MC answered, he is the mercenary Calvin. Sivian spoke up. Calvin then. He turned around and started to leave. He said, I see. He apologizes for disturbing him. He will go. Calvin walked away and thought, amazing that he was able to notice him even while meditating. He is an incredible young man. He needs to lure him to their side during the expedition. He returned and heard, welcome back, Lord Virox. Falanke's best knight, Swordmaster Sevian Virox said, work has appeared for them. They must check the Caven expedition members and report back. After a while, the guy entered Sevian's office and said, Mr. Virox, here is the report on the Calvin expedition members. Sevian replied, well done. He picked up the papers and began to read them thoughtfully. Ilya Lindsay? He didn't think he'd see her name here. There's only one reason why the daughter of the Lindsay family would take part in the expedition. Ignet Crescentia. She became a swordsman, but inside she remained a naive child. This is an irrational decision. Or is the reason because she lost on the ground of evidence? No, wait, the ground of evidence. He thinks she was defeated by a swordsman from the same academy. He heard they went on a journey after that. Yes, that's right. He's an unusual guy. So that's who he is. A divine swordsman with golden hair. Irene Peria. This time the expedition promises to be very interesting. The next day in the banquet hall, Gregory asked if they would have 2 swordmasters. Amira replied, yes, they could be relied upon. Gregory inquired about the Holy Kingdom. Amira replied, they hadn't arrived yet. Gregory Griffin, captain of the Calvin Knights, replied, I see. Amira frowned and said that the fact that they weren't at the banquet, where all the kingdoms had gathered, meant that they were busy building up their strength. Gregory said, Amira, there's no need to think so poorly of them. Maybe something happened. At that moment, a man stopped in front of them and said, Mr. Gregory, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Perry Martins, the court wizard, asked Rabat, was he well? He heard they have some interesting mercenaries. Gregory replied, no need to worry. They certainly won't interfere with the expedition's purpose. Sevian entered the hall and said, Perry, that's enough. They haven't gathered together like this in a calm setting for a long time. Perry chuckled and told him not to pretend to be kind. Is he already planning something? Gregory looked ahead and asked, Amira, is that them? Those same mercenaries? Lulu, in human form and a beautiful dress, was walking next to Irene and Ilya. Perry looked at her and thought, what a powerful magical force. This is the level of the Archmage himself, horns and wings. Who is she? Amira chuckled and thought, as expected, he was interested in Lulu. Let him bite. Now he will not despise them. MC turned around and heard the guys whispering. Is it her? Yes. It is Ilya Lindsay. The guy said, wow, she is here because of Ignet Crescentia, right? She came to avenge her older brother? Someone chuckled and asked if her attachment is too strong. MC looked at her carefully and thought, Ilya, can she handle it? She said, it's awful. It started again. Irene's eyes widened in surprise and she cried out, Ilya? Lulu screamed. She said a bad word. Ilya said loudly, she won't tolerate them. They disgust her. She said the swear word again, which stunned everyone. Some time ago, Judith said she was so stuffy. Ilya asked, what? Judith replied, why worry about it? Let her just forget about it. Will suffering change anything? Ilya said, but Judith screamed, there's no need for her to try to be good for them. It's better for her to curse at them. Ilya asked again, what? Judith told her to repeat. She said the swear word and said, let her repeat it quickly. It will definitely make her feel better. It's much more effective than holding it all inside. Ilya repeated after her and Judith screamed, louder. Ilya repeated again and Judith yelled, well done, even louder. Ilya screamed loudly. Now she smiled and said, that's really not bad. She turned around and asked why they were standing up. Let them sit down quickly. MC replied, yeah. Gregory laughed and said how funny she was. After a while a voice rang out. They would start by greeting the captain of the Calvin Knights. Gregory smiled and said, thank you very much to everyone who was able to come today. He wished all the squads a successful completion of the expedition. At that moment, everything around began to shake, and the girls screamed, what's going on? The man screamed, an earthquake. A portal appeared in the room, from which Anya and the knights emerged. Amira's eyes widened and she thought, this armor, they are black knights from the holy kingdom of Arvilius. Ilya looked closely at the portal in which the girl's figure appeared. She frowned and braced herself, and Ignet Crescentia emerged from the portal. Jerog leaned over to Anya and said, they should have made the portal outside, not here. Is she saving her strength? Anya clenched her fists and replied, that's what she planned. It was just a mistake. Ignet said, Captain of the Calvin Knights, Lord Gregory Griffin, she apologizes for the inconvenience. Let him accept her apology on behalf of her subordinates. Gregory replied, it's all fine. It was a dramatic entrance. Ignet apologized, but her knights had just been on a mission and were very tired. If he doesn't mind, could they leave first and rest? Gregory muttered. He didn't know they had business at such a time. Then let them go straight to their quarters. Ignet looked away and apologized again. Amira clenched her jaw and thought, no, Ilya's there. Everyone turned their gaze to Ilya, but Ignet approached their table and said, he's changed a lot in the past, Irene Peria. Meanwhile, Amira wondered why she approached Irene and not Ilya. Sivian noticed her words and wondered if they knew each other. Irene stood up and said they hadn't seen each other in a while, and she noticed he'd changed quickly. Let him immediately tell her what had happened to him during this time. She unleashed her pressure on him, her energy reaching even the others. But unlike them, Irene didn't succumb to it at all, despite standing next to her. The old man even thought he was an amazing young man. MC measured her with a glance, and she asked with a smile, won't he answer her? After that, she calmed her energy and returned to the knights, saying in part that she would keep an eye on him. Ilya, meanwhile, was in shock. She didn't even look at her. She noticed her, and at that very moment, Anya ran up to Lulu and joyfully reminded her of her name. She had been waiting to meet her. How did she become a girl? Lulu glared at her and turned away, saying she didn't want to talk to her. She became agitated and asked why. She told her that she and Ignet had bullied Irene. The girl exclaimed that this was complete nonsense. She had never done that. Lulu reminded her that she had actually opened the portal, came with Ignet, and they had bullied him together. Had she really forgotten about that? Anya became nervous and wondered what she should do. She was her first friend, and she didn't want to fight with her. She apologized and promised her that she wouldn't do that again, and she finally turned away from her, saying that she didn't believe her. The girl became very upset and asked what she should do so that she wouldn't be offended. She told her that she didn't know and that she should think about it herself until their next meeting. After that, Anya hung her head sadly and said that she would think about how they could make peace, and Gerog called out to her, saying that it was time for them to go. She lay down on the floor and said upset that she had screwed up, and he glanced in their direction and thought that a year and a half had passed. So, the rumors about him becoming a master were true. He showed amazing growth. This guy is simply incredible. Evening came. MC sat down on the bench and thought that this time he was able to stand up to Ignet and not fall like before. He liked it. However, he understands that he is still not good enough to overcome her. And to do this, to make the dream come true, he needs to make every effort. So he got up from the bench, took out his sword, and began training. When he finished, the moon had already risen in the sky. He caught his breath and looked at the sky, while Ilya was also looking at the moon, pondering something. Several days passed before entering the dungeon. Amira decided to conduct an information gathering. She told them that the dungeon had 2 entrances, which is why they wanted to split their forces and begin clearing it from both sides. The first expeditionary group included Rabat and Falanki Calvin, with Perry Martins as the lead. The second consisted of the Black Knights of the Holy Kingdom, with Ignet Crescentia as the lead. One of the knights approached his comrade and, glancing at Sevian, asked what was wrong with him. He asked, "Didn't he hear? 4 days ago, a meeting was held to determine the squad leaders. Virox was against Ignet, becoming one of the leaders, and their confrontation escalated into a real battle. And the outcome was terrible, a crushing victory for Ignet, due to the huge difference in strength." Meanwhile, Perry wondered why Sevian had gotten involved in this at all. As long as Ignet existed, it was impossible to compete with the Holy Kingdom. They had to show the difference in results between Calvin and Falanka. Judging by Sevian's condition, Falanki wasn't even worth worrying about. The problem was Calvin, or rather, they were the problem. He glanced at Irene and his companions, after which they headed toward the dungeon entrance. Amira sighed nervously and asked, "Are they starting already?" Gregory laughed and told her to calm down. How could she be worried, being the vice captain? After that, Perry gave the order for the first group to enter, and when they were inside the dungeon, he immediately stopped hearing the others' footsteps. He turned around to check what was going on, and when he looked ahead, he discovered that everything around him had disappeared, and he found himself in empty space. He grinned and thought, is this a test? He didn't think the dungeon would turn out to be an ancient temple. Trials are typical occurrences in the realm. God tests people upon entering. If you find yourself in sudden darkness, it's best to confidently follow your path, without giving in to endless doubts and worries. Those who do the opposite will be swallowed up by the darkness, losing both the path and themselves. Perry immediately realized that they would have many dropouts from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Sevian faced the same thing, and when he looked down, everything around him changed in an instant. He found himself at war. One of the knights attacked him. He ran towards him and thought that he needed to pull himself together. The war had ended 30 years ago. It wasn't real. It was an illusion. He swung his sword, dispelling the illusion, and thought that he shouldn't give in to this. He needed to move forward. Seeing a bright light ahead, he thought there was an exit, and when he exited that dark corridor, he found himself in a bright hall, in the middle of which Perry stood. He asked, "So he's the second one?" But that wasn't the case. He heard a voice from the side and was surprised, wondering if someone had arrived before him. Lulu glanced at him and was upset that it wasn't Irene who had arrived, but Ilya, who was sitting next to her. Sevian looked at them in surprise and wondered how they had arrived before him. Perry noticed that he was confused, understandably so. He was surprised himself. Who knew that Ilya, the one with the heaviest heart, would be the first to pass the test? That day, he saw how she was deliberately ignored. She must be very upset. How did she manage to pull herself together? Over time, the hall began to fill up. Amira glanced at everyone present and noted that a lot of time had passed, but less than half of their people had emerged from the test. Gregory looked at them, puzzled, and thought that was a problem. He knew it would be difficult, but they were far inferior to the other kingdoms. But what surprised him most was that Irene hadn't showed up yet. He'd thought he'd be in the front ranks. Perry told him they couldn't wait any longer. They had to move on. This was a God's test, so those who couldn't escape the darkness shouldn't suffer too much. Gregory replied that he understood everything and didn't want to inconvenience any more troops. Ilya approached them and asked them to wait a little longer. The men immediately turned to her, and Sevian asked what she meant. She told him she was asking them to trust her and wait a little longer. Wasn't the goal of this test to go through the darkness with faith and hope in their hearts? Amira sighed, understanding what she meant, and she said she believed that faith was needed not only in oneself, but in others as well. Perry remarked that this was a surprising judgment, but they couldn't waste any more time. At that moment, excited voices were heard behind them, saying that someone is coming out. Finally, MC emerged from the darkness with a glowing sword in his hands. He apologized to them for being a little late, but he had his reasons. Everyone was very surprised when they saw the knights lost in the darkness behind him. He led them out of the trap with his light. 2 hours ago, one of the knights who had plunged into the darkness became very scared and started calling for the others, but he immediately got stuck in some kind of swamp. With every movement, he sank deeper into it, screaming out of fear and calling for help. Then he saw a bright light ahead, which served as a guide, and he began to climb out of the swamp, glad that he would survive. When he got out, he felt something. He became calmer the closer he was to the light. He felt warmth and peace. Where did this light come from? It was Irene. He extended a helping hand to the knight, and now he told Gregory everything that happened. Amira said excitedly that it was surprising he'd interfered with the trial. How could that be? Gregory asked her to speak more quietly, frowning as he thought he'd never heard of others interfering with trials of the gods. This young man was special. He had an aura that illuminated everything around him, something he'd never felt from anyone before. He glanced at Perry and thought he seemed very uncomfortable. Of course, it's hard for a leader to acknowledge another person's strength, especially when they're younger, but not acknowledging him is impossible. The center of their expedition is Peria. Pulling himself together, Perry asked everyone to prepare. The expedition was moving on. Sevian also called his squad and asked them to proceed carefully, as they didn't know what might happen. They advanced quickly through the dungeon, easily dispatching the monsters they encountered along the way. At one point, they encountered the golems, and a squad of mages attacked the enemy directly, directing scorching streams of flame at them. Perry used a special spell, creating 3 magical projectiles that he immediately launched at the enemies, knocking off their heads simultaneously. Meanwhile, Sevian prepared himself, then lunged forward and pierced the golem's body, after which he ordered his men to remove the red cores on their heads, and they would fall. After his words, Irene and Ilya sprang into action. They smashed the heads of the remaining golems, and when the fight was over, Perry checked to see if everything was all right. One of his subordinates told him that everyone was safe and sound, and he decided to continue the cleanup. As they walked down the corridor, the man thought that this was already their 5th fight in the dungeon. So far, everything was going well, but it seemed too easy. Why did he sense a hidden danger nearby? As soon as they entered the next room, he immediately froze and looked around in fear. Human bones were everywhere, stacked like columns, and between them stood a platform. Amira covered her mouth in shock at what she saw. Even Gregory was frightened. Everyone began looking around, wondering what could have happened here, why there were so many human skeletons here. The knights were terrified by this sight and wanted to end the expedition. Sevian ordered them to shut up and not give in. If they succumbed to fear, they would die instantly. Before he could finish speaking, a sinister, ringing laugh rang out. A bright flash appeared in the air above the platform, which grew into a portal. A creature emerged from it and said that they had come to him themselves. Perry glanced at it and realized it was a demon, and he emerged completely from the portal and thanked them. He wouldn't have to try anymore. Sevian looked at him in horror and whispered that it was impossible, and the demon jester said that as a reward, he would bring them death. He towered over them, laughing, and Sevian, in a trembling voice, said that he thought all demons were dead. Where did he come from? A demon of the highest rank, an evil spirit that can easily be transmitted to another simply by meeting. He quickly struck the entire expedition with negative energy, fear, and anxiety. Everyone was overwhelmed with bad feelings. As soon as the jester waved his finger, the frightened knights were drawn toward him, and then the demon began to absorb their bodies. They were enveloped in thin rags, tightly squeezing them together, and one of them called out to his commander, begging him to save them. But he himself could not move from fear. The jester asked who they were addressing. He was their master now. He extended his hand toward them, and as soon as he struck his finger, one of the knights lost his head. The jester laughed at this sight and began to joyfully jump and clap his hands, saying that this magic can take off heads. It was so incredible. He began to emit energy from himself again and told them to rejoice. He awaited their applause. Sevian looked at him in horror and thought that even with a well-prepared army, with death right before his eyes, he could not move. The demon jester immobilized an entire expedition with the power of fear. When no one could move, only one person continued to move towards the demon, and it was, of course, Irene. Seeing a bright light bursting from the crowd, the demon was slightly surprised, and MC drew his sword. Looking at it, the man in shock thought, how can he run towards the demon in such a situation? The jester ordered him to stop, otherwise he would kill them all, but he did not listen. The jester clicked his tongue in displeasure, then threw knights at him. Irene, dodging them, continued running towards the demon. Some of them hit the ground, and MC, listening to their groans behind him, apologized to them. He knows that with his actions, he puts the lives of too many people in danger. He knows that he leaves huge wounds in the hearts of friends and family. They can pour out all their anger and hatred on him later, but now he will not back down. He is ready to go forward for all of them, taking full responsibility. The demon extended his hand towards him, with which he created a clot of energy, and when this clot grew to enormous size, Irene jumped high and raised his sword above his head, thinking that he had to defeat this evil demon. Then he swung the sword from top to bottom, delivering a powerful blow, and the demon had to jump aside to dodge. A deep cut appeared on his hand. He cried out in pain, and MC, gritting his teeth, rushed towards him again, thinking that he had no time for doubts. Meanwhile, the jester became nervous. He thought it was simply impossible. He has a sword that cuts through darkness? He called him a scoundrel, and striking his palm down, said that he will kill everyone at his will. The knights he had recently thrown at him were immediately compressed, and a portal appeared above them, from which a heap of sharp spikes rained down. Seeing this, they cried out for help, and then Lulu came to them. She flew above them and cast a magic circle to protect them from blows, telling Irene that she would handle it. He thanked her for her help, and the jester cursed and hurried to erect a barrier above himself. As soon as MC approached him, he swung his sword and rained down several blows on him at once. His barrier withstood everything, but while he was attacking it, he felt a familiar feeling. He remembered this sword, but where did he get it from? Who was this guy? Perry, meanwhile, said that the demon was getting weaker. They could slowly move. Ilya rushed forward, exclaiming that this wasn't the end yet. They urgently needed to help Irene. Looking at her, he wondered in surprise how she had recovered so easily from the evil demon's influence. He and his comrade tried to move, which was extremely difficult for them. Meanwhile, the battle was in full swing. MC brought the glowing sword down on the demon again, and this time it managed to cut through the barrier, and the jester remembered everything. It was him, Karen Winker. Irene realized it was the man from the dream, and the demon screamed in rage that it was him. He began to emit a very powerful energy, causing Ilya to worry about him, and then a bright flash appeared somewhere to the side, a portal. Everyone immediately noticed it. Ignette emerged from the portal and swung her sword, and Anya, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed that she had used everything she had saved for 3 years. Ignette pointed her sword at the demon and shot a bright stream of light at him. Before he could take a step, he was completely covered in this light, and his body began to disintegrate, accompanied by piercing screams. Her strike left a deep mark on the ground, but the demon was nowhere to be seen. MC caught his breath, looked at the slime that remained of the demon, and Sevian said in shock, "How did she kill such a powerful opponent in one go? She simply had incredible strength." She caught her breath. This attack had taken a lot of her strength, and her subordinates immediately rushed to her, asking if she was okay. Noticing something, she waved her hand and ordered everyone to stop immediately. The slime that remained of the demon began to boil. Irene gritted his teeth, feeling the evil energy, and then the demon grew out of this slime. After all, he had managed to survive. He wheezed, stretching his newly grown body, and then slumped over, only half of the mask remaining on his face. Ignette immediately rushed to him and ordered everyone to step back, as it was very dangerous, and MC followed her example. They attacked him from both sides, and he, taking the shard of the mask, said goodbye to them, after which he clenched it in his fist and broke it, from which his energy immediately flared up and brought down terrifying pressure on both of them, and those who were behind barely survived. Meanwhile, the man from the dream wandered in pitch darkness and wondered where he was. He couldn't see anything around, how much time had passed. He was definitely running after the demon. Then he saw a bright light ahead, and then Irene appeared. He called out to the man by the name Karen Winker, which surprised him, and asked, "Who the hell is he? How did he know his name?" MC answered him that thanks to the help of an ally, he can see memories from a past life. It will be hard for him to believe, but he, Karen, is himself in a past life. The man looked at him in confusion and asked, "What does this mean? Does that mean he's dead?" Irene remained silent. The man took this as an answer and shook his head, trying to comprehend everything. After that, he raised his head and said that he had wandered the world for a very long time, but for some time now, he had stopped seeing the villages he had passed, familiar castles and cities, and his own province of Casco. MC said that his province had disappeared hundreds of years ago. His family, people, and heirs were no longer there. He lowered his head, saying that he understood everything, and Irene, showing him his sword, said that, however, there were still people who needed to be protected. Seeing this light, Karen was surprised and looked at the young man who emitted it, and said that it was amazing that such a young guy thought exactly like him. It was time to end this rest. He took the sword and asked him to cover him, after which he moved into it. MC pursed his lips. He had a completely different sensation than before. It was as if the sword had become a part of his body. When he returned to reality, he immediately turned around and raised the sword, and the light turned into a beam, cutting a passage into the barrier of darkness. At that moment, the jester was about to escape, but seeing that he had already recovered, he turned around and exclaimed in fear. How had he recovered so quickly? Irene asked Karen to give him his power, after which his sword glowed even brighter and he prepared to attack. The demon nervously asked him to wait. He suggested he calm down and talk normally. He replied that he had nothing to discuss with him, and he exclaimed that his comrades were locked up. Didn't he want to save them? The chance of defeating him is not that high, and if he loses, his comrades will remain here forever. Shouldn't he be careful? MC remained silent, and the jester thought, he doubted. He was still a human, after all. He needed to buy time. But everything turned out to be completely wrong. He asked, does he think he can buy time and his situation will improve? The jester became nervous, and Irene said that he always uses nasty methods, but they won't work on him. The jester was scared. Then Ignette emerged from a rift in the veil of darkness, and then he realized that things were bad. She called out to Irene and asked how long he had been here. Let him answer her immediately. How was he able to hit the demon before her? She frowned and thought that he was definitely weaker than her, but he managed to reach the demon's core. At that moment, a rift appeared in the darkness again. Ilya burst into the dome, and Ignette called out to her, asking how she had managed to get through the darkness that even the vice-captain of the Dark Knights hadn't succumbed to. She gave her an offended look, after which she exclaimed in displeasure. What nonsense was she talking about? Why did she think she couldn't do it? She was taken aback by her words, as she hadn't expected such an answer, and suggested that they leave all questions for later. First, they needed to finish off this terrible creature. They rushed into battle, and Ignette told them not to show him their weak points, to attack him all at once. The demon realized he couldn't win, and shouted that he couldn't let them leave safe and sound after his death. After these words, he fell to his knees and tore the mask from his face, to their surprise, and shouted that they would die right there. Realizing it was self-destruction, they immediately froze, and when the demon's body exploded and the fire began to spread at high speed, MC nervously gritted his teeth and realized that they would not be able to dodge. Then Ignette ordered them to retreat. She jumped forward, stopped, and immediately took a defensive stance, erecting a shield in front of herself. A bright flash of fire reached them, and the dome of darkness cracked and then crumbled into many fragments. Ignet's shield held. She was able to protect them, but it was difficult and took a lot of her strength. Her subordinates immediately rushed to her aid. Irene called out to her in surprise and asked why she did this. She closed her eyes and told him that she did not know, after which she fell and lost consciousness. For a few seconds, she was in darkness, but then she saw her memories. She lived in a poor village with other children, and when she brought them the good news that they would now be able to eat twice a day, they were very happy. She said that she had received a job from Old Man Jack, so she would allow them to eat as many as 3 times a day. The children were very happy and said that she was the best. But the joy did not last long. When she came to Old Man Jack again, he said that he could no longer give her work. Yesterday, marauders showed up again and robbed the store. Nothing was left. Ignet became worried and thought that this was bad. Because of the ongoing civil war, work is becoming less and less. Soon she will not be able to take care of everyone. In the late afternoon, she returned home to their tent, and while everyone was sleeping, she took out of the chest a letter that a man had recently given her with words about her having a talent for fencing. This is an invitation to the Chrono Academy. If she could become an excellent swordsman, she would receive a huge amount of money, enough to provide for all her friends, so she should think about it. That night, she made a decision. The next morning, she told her friends about it, and a little girl clinging to her burst into tears and asked, "Can't she stay here?" She didn't want to part with her. She smiled and told her to just wait a year. She would quickly become strong and come back. The girl asked her to promise this to her, and she said that she would return as soon as possible. A year passed, Ignet developed his talent, and every battle at the academy turned out to be a victory for her. Everyone was surprised. She defeated an expert after just a year of training. Deciding that this was enough, she hurried back home. But when she arrived there, the village had already been destroyed. Of course, she immediately thought of the children, and then she met her old friend, Oliver, who told her about their fate. After learning that they had either been kidnapped or killed, she hung her head dejectedly and looked at the hair tie the girl had given her before leaving. She called herself helpless and wondered why she had done all this at all. Noticing her condition, Oliver asked if she was okay. She looked up at him and said his clothes looked new. Where did that come from? He immediately became agitated and started mumbling, and she asked if he had stolen it. His comrades, standing at a distance, remained silent, and he said that they had to do this to survive. Ignet said that she understood everything. She didn't want to blame the children. They had to become victims of terrible circumstances. Then she asked, they couldn't return everything to the way it was before, right? He confirmed this with a bitter smile, after which she wished them well and left. She clenched her fist and thought that even if they lived in a better environment, they still wouldn't change. If only she could influence the whole world so that something like this never happened again. That's when she started working towards her goal. One day, she gathered the swordsmen who had failed the final exam at Chrono Academy, and standing on the platform, she loudly thanked everyone for coming and offered them something. She wanted to turn them into a mercenary group. They immediately began discussing it with smiles. Of course, they should be part of the group that Ignet would create. Each of them had high hopes and confidence that they would become famous, but she said that their goal wasn't just to make money. They would try to make the world a better place, and they would start by destroying the families of aristocrats so that everyone would know their names. And when their popularity increased and there were more of them, they would spread across the continent and monopolize it. Their talents, not titles, would make absolutely everyone pay attention to them, and with their great influence, they would change this world. At first, everyone agreed, but when she was about to go serve the Holy Kingdom, one of the mercenaries came to her and said he was against it. If she went to serve the Holy Kingdom, she would have no rights, only obligations. Honor? He doesn't need that. He's already happy with his life. He knows about her great dream, but it's not for him. She asked who else was against it, and he told her that almost everyone was. She wasn't at all upset and said that she alone would be enough, after which she left, wishing them all the best. She doesn't hate comrades who are used to what they have. She alone has the power to change the world, and she doesn't need to rely on others. It's enough that she is good. Jirog and Anya wanted to go with her, but she didn't care. Anya joyfully exclaimed that the captain was good, even when she was cold to them, and she thought that there was no reason to rejoice. They would quickly get tired anyway and leave. She was more used to being alone. She found herself in the middle of nowhere, and the demon asked what would remain after going this far. In such haste, she would only gain a country where she could do whatever she wanted. Or did she think there was something else waiting for her in the end? In the end, there would be no one left at all. She told him that no one knew, then lunged forward and cut him in two, saying that if such a prospect had frightened her, she would never have started anything. Finally, she woke up. Her confidants were very happy that she opened her eyes and began to ask her about her condition. She rose, sighing heavily in pain, and Anya worriedly asked her to be careful. She immediately inquired how long she had been unconscious, and it turned out she had slept for 2 days. Jirog informed her of the current situation. The research team as a whole had not suffered major damage, but due to the barrier curse left by the demon, not everyone had been able to escape the dungeon. Many soldiers were almost swallowed by the darkness, but thanks to Irene's help, many got better. He smiled and said that the manifestation of aura, the use of will. His aura affects not only him, but everyone else. It's simply incredible. She looked at him with slight surprise, as if she realized something, and thought that she rushed to the demon because she trusted him. She believed that he could definitely protect everyone. She continued to watch him and his friends, and then remembered those children. She thought about something, after which she ordered Gerog to gather the entire research team. It would be difficult for her to continue leading everyone in this state, so she needed their help. He was slightly surprised and wondered if she would ask others for help. When the team was assembled, she said that as they knew to leave the dungeon, they needed to get rid of this barrier. However, in her current state, it would be difficult for her to do this alone, and she would need helpers. The best power to fight demons is holy power, but it cannot be taught to outsiders just like that. However, she thinks there will be no problem if she does something else. She will teach them her way of destroying evil. Sevian asked in surprise, was she talking about the hero's sword? The other knights also began to whisper. This sword technique, used by many heroes in history, is a secret weapon that allows one to fight demons even without sacred power, and she will teach them such a great technique, but it is still difficult to learn. Amira immediately caught fire with the idea and exclaimed that it was a great honor. She really wanted to learn it. The others joined her, and Ignet smiled, noting that there were many who wanted to. She will teach everyone to increase the chance of success, so everyone receives permission to study. She turned to Irene and Ilya and asked if they also wanted to learn. Amira glanced at the girl, wondering what she would do. She would probably be very unhappy learning from Ignet. Contrary to her expectations, she happily agreed to this, and she exclaimed in shock that she was able to show politeness. Ignet smiled, then asked Irene what about him. He told her that he would do anything to lift the curse, and then she suggested that they quickly get down to business. Before they began learning the technique, she would tell them about demonic magic. Demonic magic is similar to darkness. It can manipulate people and kill them. The absolute opposite force to darkness is holy power. It is based on faith in God, so it is opposite to demons. And the will of a person, of course, can become a conduit for God's blessing. She ignited her sword and said that the strength of the soul and the will of a person to protect the world will materialize as energy and become part of their fencing. Here is the sword that destroys demons and protects the world. She swung her weapon, demonstrating this, and the others followed her example, but no one understood how to do it correctly. Gerald glanced at them and thought that, of course, it wouldn't be easy. You can understand the basic meaning, but it's difficult to materialize the will into an actual technique. You can't just hear it and immediately do it. But Irene, as always, did it. He concentrated, then ignited his weapon and asked, "Is this the hero's sword?" Ignet confirmed it and added that she still preferred to call it the soul sword. 3 weeks passed. Irene and Ilya mastered this technique, and Gerog noted that in all these days, only these two had managed to create a soul sword. He crossed his arms over his chest and thought that, although Irene succeeded first, Ilya simply had an excellent growth rate. Was it all because of her innate talent, or was there a special reason for this? She, meanwhile, thought that simply defending herself from demons wasn't so important to her. The will that controls the soul sword was much more important. After all, for her, it is the will to protect the people dear to her. That's how she was able to master the technique. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed something. He turned to his comrade and asked if he had heard something just come from the barrier. A crack suddenly appeared in the barrier, followed by several blows, and it grew in size, turning into a full-fledged passage. Everyone was very surprised to see this, after which people in white robes entered the barrier, causing everyone to hold their breath. Their leader turned to Ignet Crescentia and noted that she was still alive. She immediately knelt before him and apologized for exposing herself in such a way. Before her stood the captain of the White Knights of the Holy Kingdom, Julius Hewley. After that, they all went to the expedition's gathering place, and Amira ordered everyone to finish the repairs quickly and return to the province as soon as the captain's meeting ended. She sighed and thought that thanks to the Holy Kingdom's detachment, they were able to quickly escape from the dungeon. But the squad, which is entirely made up of swordsmen, the soldiers who arrived with Julius, don't look like simple white knights. Is it possible that this is a secret squad created by the Holy Kingdom? In any case, they ended up in the place where the demon appeared, and it definitely can't be a coincidence. Meanwhile, a meeting of the captains was taking place. Julius said that as it turned out, this dungeon was a demon's lair, so there was no special reward for exploring it. However, as the person in charge of the volunteer squad, he would pay a small compensation, but there would be one condition. He needed them to keep silent about everything that happened inside. Perry became slightly nervous and thought that he was probably afraid that chaos would break out on the continent if word got out. He didn't know what kind of consolation money this was, but there was no point in refusing. The main thing was, how did this all happen? He knew some of those present. And why were the Holy Knights here, who, as everyone knew, were presumed dead many years ago? What does the Holy Kingdom want to achieve? A week passed, and MC, as always, sat on the bench and pondered. At the moment the demon destroyed itself, He couldn't forget her powerful image, which stood out without a shadow of a doubt. He simply froze then. Although he truly wanted to deal with the demon, he looked at his hand and thought that he was such a fool. He needed to try even harder. Jirog distracted him from his thoughts. He smiled and noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Is he okay? He knows this is a sudden request, but they should go to a certain place together. Irene asked where they were going, and he told him that the captain had recommended him and Ilya to the punitive squad. There is a high chance that demons are currently hiding on the continent, and sooner or later a punitive squad will be created to deal with them. Judging by the Holy Kingdom's research, it is very likely that the demon may still be alive. These words made MC nervous, after which they went to the meeting of the captains together with Ilya. Julius looked at Ignet and asked, was it she who recommended them? She confirmed it, and Ilya thought in surprise, did she really recommend her? But why? As if nothing had happened between them. But why? Why is she like this now? One of the holy knights stood up and said that it was not that they did not trust her, but he thought that an additional check was needed. He walked between Irene and Ilya and told them to follow him. They would look at their skills. Irene would fight first. The man asked if he had any questions before the start, and he, drawing his sword, asked if he could know his name. He answered him that his name was Quinn Mayers. He looks like he can be trusted, but he should not ask anything else. Hearing his name, Ilya was surprised. After all, he is the former captain of the knights. But she thought he died 10 years ago. How did this happen? She glanced at the other knights and thought that everyone in this group was quite old. Were all the holy knights declared dead? Quinn said that he would allow him to strike first, let him begin when he was ready. He thanked him for this, and one of the knights, looking at his weapon, remarked that his sword looked respectable. His comrade said that he was 23 years old. He had an excellent aura sword for his age. However, this alone would not be enough to convince everyone around him. He needed something more. Quinn ignited his sword and swung it, and then he noticed something interesting. The space around MC began to distort. He thought that all the other knights were much higher than him. And among these great people, Ignet stands confidently. He did not want to fall behind. He also wanted to be on equal terms with them. He lit a fire in his soul and confidently looked at his opponent with the thought that one day he would be able to defeat her. Seeing this, Ignet was surprised. The fire in his soul's sword grew even stronger. This energy was definitely from the 5 elements. Julius smiled faintly, and Quinn, watching the blazing flames, thought that this sword was incredible. To respond to his blow, he would have to use all his strength. He spun his weapon, about to attack, but the knight captain ordered them to stop. The battle was over, so let them lower their swords. Quinn turned to him in surprise, and he said that he himself should understand that after his blow, they would not do without casualties. This duel would end badly for both of them. He praised Irene, saying that he had an amazing sword, and he thanked him, slightly confused. One of the knights said that this sword could become a worthy example for everyone else. Something like that hadn't happened in a long time. His comrade smiled and asked, so, he passed the test? Ignet said that this wasn't the end of the test. Ilya Lindsay was still left. When the attention shifted to her, she flinched, and the knight said that much was expected of her. Not without reason. After all, the captain of the Black Knights had noticed her. Ignet told them that she, too, had managed to rid herself of the demon's darkness in the dungeon and easily learned her hero's sword technique. Ilya became nervous and silently asked her to stop, and then the captain of the Black Knights looked at her confidently, saying that she was responsible for her, that she was a worthy swordsman. Her words made the girl very nervous. She backed away and asked them for a moment, then broke into a run. MC called out to her in bewilderment, and as she ran, she wondered what she was even doing. Why was she running away? Are her words really bothering her that much? She thought everything would be fine, that she should stop paying so much attention to it. But she's still very agitated. One of the knights asked what was going on. Why did she suddenly run away? Were they really staring at her too much? His comrade glanced at Ignet and reminded him of what happened, and he noted that everything was so confusing. MC became worried about his friend, and Julius decided to get back to business. He told Irene directly about his decision. He can't join the squad. He worried about why this was, and the knight captain said that he was really surprised to see his sword. He has a good chance. However, they are not enough to get into the squad. Since he's here, let him listen to him. He is the Purification Squad, a squad of knights who have officially either ended their careers or are dead. They all act secretly, hiding their true identities. Their goal is to protect the demon world. When news of a demon attack spreads across the continent and causes great chaos in the world, the spatial gap between the human and demon worlds widens. Because of this, only a few, the best of the best, are selected for their squad. Quinn added that if they wanted to accept someone, it would be wiser to first take Karakum from the west, the 5th great swordsman and the 3rd head of the Runtal Kingdom. Julius asked if he had convinced him. MC bit his lower lip and lowered his head in disappointment, then asked if he became even stronger. If he managed to gain the power to kill demons, would they agree to take him into their squad? The knight captain's gaze immediately turned stern. He unleashed his pressure on him and told him not to forget himself. Their goal was to finish the job before he became that strong. Irene grew nervous. He understood that such a huge force wouldn't even let a needle through. It was difficult to resist. Julius closed his eyes, and after calming his aura, he said that if he still wanted to join the party after this, there was a way. He needed to find Kun, and if he received his confession, he would think again about accepting him. Ilya, meanwhile, stood in the middle of the forest, thinking that she shouldn't have run away again. She swung her sword in rage and thought that she had sensed back at the banquet that Ignet wasn't thinking about her at all. She had also decided not to think about her, but her words made her hesitate. She had passed the dungeon's test, destroyed the darkness, also that Ignet would recognize her, but she had no interest in her at all. Would this really continue? Would she never be able to distance herself from her influence? A familiar voice distracted her from her thoughts. As soon as she saw it, she burst into tears. It was her father. He smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, after which she immediately dropped the sword and hugged him, and he said that he saw that she was tired from the long journey, but everything was fine. In his arms, she cried even harder. Meanwhile, Irene spoke with the captain of the knights about Kun. He immediately remembered how Kuparu told him about him, and Julius said that he had very high standards. He would definitely judge him fairly. If he received his confession, he would be able to convince absolutely everyone. That's all he can say. Now the choice is his. Someone's voice rang out behind them. Julius turned and saw Joshua, the head of the Lindsay family. MC immediately realized that it was Ilya's father, and the man approached the captain of the knights, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He asked why he was there, and he said that something terrible happened to his daughter. He had a lot of questions, but they would save them for later. After that, he pointed his finger at Irene and asked if he could take him with him. He told him that they were already finished, and MC nervously thought, why does he need him? The man ordered him to follow him, after which they left the training hall, and Quinn noted that apparently he found out that Ilya was fighting a dangerous demon. Their affairs had become a little complicated. Julius said that it was good that this young man distracted his attention, and he asked what he was talking about. Julius asked, doesn't he know? The head of the Lindsay family is known for his love for his daughter. Meanwhile, the two of them were already on the street. Joshua asked, does he know who he is? He smiled awkwardly and answered him that as he had just heard, he is the head of the Lindsay family and Ilya's father. Joshua said that he knows that he has a very close relationship with his daughter. He calmly confirmed this, and then the man turned to him in anger and exclaimed, he doesn't even deny it? He looked around and said that this place would be perfect. He heard there were 4 of them, but now there were only 2. Did he do this on purpose? Irene was confused. He didn't understand at all what this man was talking about, and then he took out his sword and shouted, did he do this on purpose to be alone with his daughter? Was this all a setup? He started waving his hands excitedly and denying everything, and he asked, so he didn't set anything up? He nervously answered him that he didn't do anything. He didn't even think about it. Then the man got even more angry and exclaimed, he didn't even think about setting this up? Is he implying that his daughter is completely worthless? The fact that he completely distorted his words made him go into shock, and Joshua ordered him to take out his sword. He was going to duel him right now. He nervously took out his weapon and exclaimed, why is he doing this to him? The man jumped up and exclaimed, and he himself doesn't understand? When they collided, he said that since he didn't understand, it was his fault. MC screamed in fright, then he was pushed back by a powerful blow from his friend's father, and then he rushed towards him. MC raised his sword over his head, prepared himself, and then blocked the attack, but he was thrown back, and he nervously thought that he couldn't even parry the blow. A second later, Joshua was already next to him, and when he was about to strike, he decided to dodge and used his sword to do so. After he regained his balance, he caught his breath and thought that this was an unusual duel. He was fighting with all his feelings. But why? 2 weeks ago, while Joshua was riding in a carriage, disturbing news reached him. His daughter was in danger. The old man sitting next to him looked at the map and said that it was magical. It could determine a person's location by blood, and usually the light above the person is green, but now it was black. This means that it is not magic that is affecting her, but most likely the energy of a demon. Hearing this, the man became very agitated and ordered the driver to speed up. Very soon, he arrived in the province of Rabat, and first went to Perry Martinez, who told him everything that had happened. Hearing this, Joshua breathed a sigh of relief, and Perry laughed, noting that he came to him personally. Apparently, he truly values her. Emma, meanwhile, thought that the master had been against the lady's desire to go on this journey, and after the disappearance of the young master, he became much more attentive to her. Perry said that Lady Ilya is an incredible swordswoman, with a worthy comrade and a magical cat at her side. Joshua asked about her swordsman friends, but the man did not understand whom he was talking about, and said that only one swordsman named Irene constantly travels with her. Hearing this, Joshua became angry. He turned to Emma and noticed that she had said that they were traveling as a group of 4. She nervously replied that when she checked, that was the case. Apparently, they had already managed to separate. He was seething with rage. What kind of trip was this, where a girl and a guy were alone? He needed to see this Irene urgently. He was currently furiously attacking Irene, and he was trying to parry his blows. He understood that he couldn't change the situation with simple defense, so he needed to attack, and at that moment he attacked. Joshua blocked his blows and said that he had an excellent sword. Was he hiding it? Then let him try to stop it too. He prepared to use the heavenly sword, and MC decided to do the same, after which a huge tornado swirled around them, but it disappeared in an instant. Joshua looked up in shock, not understanding how this had happened. He then looked at Irene and shouted in rage that he had taken not only his daughter, but also his heavenly sword. He was so furious that he wanted to kill him, after which he unleashed his most powerful blow, which left a huge indentation on the ground, and Irene lay in the very center. Joshua looked at him with concern and realized that he had done his best, and at that moment the voice of his beloved daughter was heard. Seeing her friend in such a state, she called out to him with concern, then ran up to him and asked, "Is he okay? Let him come to his senses immediately." After that, she turned to her father in rage and exclaimed, "What did he do to him?" He looked away and told her that they had a duel to find out who was the boss, and she exclaimed, "In what place is this just a duel?" She called out to Emma to help her, and at that moment, MC woke up. They both stood up, and she worriedly asked if he was okay. He smiled weakly and said that he could walk on his own, after which she approached her father and thanked him. This fight had taught him a lot. He awkwardly accepted his thanks, after which MC asked if he could duel him again later. He has a reason to become stronger, so he wants to fight him again. The man thought for a moment, and when his daughter gave him an angry look, he immediately agreed and said that he would fight him as long as he was here. They would meet here every morning. Irene was very happy and thanked him, after which Joshua walked away from them and told Emma that he needed to rest, so let her take care of Ilya. He thought that thanks to this guy, his daughter had gotten better. He has a good character, upbringing, and decent skills for his age, but he still can't recognize him. Starting tomorrow, he will show him real hell. Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the dark forest, a demon was hiding in a small cave. He managed to restore his mask, and when he put it on, he immediately felt his strength begin to return to him. He remembered that woman with black hair and thought, is she really from the Holy Kingdom? Her aura, mixed with sacred power, was dangerous. She should have had enough strength to survive his last attack. This means the Sacred Kingdom will soon begin to act. He needs to quickly sow chaos on the continent, and when the rift between dimensions widens, he will return to the demon world to recuperate. But someone told him not to do this. It is impossible to return to the demon world yet. Seeing him, the demon immediately stood up anxiously and asked how the man got here. Sensing something, he fell silent and looked at him with narrowed eyes, after which he said that he was mistaken. He was also a demon. It was the same priest. He confirmed this, and the jester, sitting back with relief, said that he guessed that there were more demons in this world besides him, but he never thought that they would meet here. Why was he looking for him? The priest asked him to attract the attention of the Sacred Kingdom, and he asked why he should do that. He answered him that, because of his actions, they will begin a search across the continent. This could interfere with his plan. He asked what plan he was talking about, and he told him that he was raising one person. But this was only the first stage in achieving a great goal. His goal was to create a demon world from the human world. The jester laughed and asked if the Demon King knew about this. If he crossed the line, he would definitely meet his unpleasant end. He answered that he would understand what he meant when he saw everything for himself. He gave him a piece of his energy, and he laughed, saying that now he understood. He didn't know he had met such an incredible guest, so he really existed. A demon born outside the demon world. A week passed, and during all these days, Irene trained with Ilya's father every morning. And now he left for another training session with the thought that yesterday he managed to last more than 30 minutes in a duel for the first time. He is now better than on the first day, but he is still not satisfied with the result. Today he will try to last an hour longer. But when he came to their meeting place, he saw Ignat and thought, why is she here? Is she going to fight him? She grabbed the sword and offered him to start, and he told her to attack. Immediately after that, she abruptly disappeared from the spot, and a second later she appeared in front of him and delivered a blow, which he immediately blocked. A shockwave passed from their blows, which surprised Irene. Meanwhile, the two continued to fight. The girl struck him very quickly, and MC, noticing this, was very surprised. She is not inferior to him in either strength or speed. At one point, Joshua kicked her, throwing her to the side, and while she was in the air, he immediately sent a tornado at her. She jumped to the side, dodging it, and immediately headed towards him. Quickly moving from side to side, she got very close to him, after which they began to strike each other. Irene noticed that she was using attack as defense. They were equal and continued to fight. They rushed at each other with loud screams, after which there was a powerful explosion. When everything died down, Ignat plunged her sword into the ground and leaned on it to keep from falling. Joshua approached her and asked if she understood anything. She told him that, unfortunately, she didn't understand anything, and he said that he could fight her until she understood. She answered him that if he wanted, she agreed she didn't mind. The man closed his eyes, thinking about something, and then said that he could only watch. And looking at his son, who was mired in despair after the fight with her, he found no words of comfort for him. He truly believed and expected that he could cope with this alone. If he had said at least something then, maybe his son would not have disappeared. He just didn't have enough courage. It's even funny that he can share these thoughts only with her. Noticing that she hesitated, he asked if she had anything to say. She told him that as a child, she lived with her younger friends in an abandoned house, and to be honest, she never thought anything different about the son of a nobleman, Kyle Lindsay, and it would be so in the future. However, she could tell him about her thoughts, about the thoughts of the man who defeated the son of a nobleman. At that very moment, Joshua noticed that everything about her voice, her gaze, her posture, indicated that she had an enormous motivation to rise to where she was now. She was able to develop her skills enough to surprise him. He turned to Irene and said that if he had anything to say, he should come here. Since he had overheard their personal stories, shouldn't he share something in exchange? MC became excited and asked what he should tell them. Joshua immediately exclaimed irritably that he could tell them everything. Why did he become a swordsman? How did he reach such a level? Why was he traveling with his daughter? He noticed Ignat staring at him and said he didn't know where to start. When he told them his story, Ignat looked at him in surprise and thought she understood everything now. The reason Irene had risen so far, and the reason he had overcome obstacles impossible to overcome alone, was because of the comrades he had met along the way. Were such precious relationships also available to her? She immediately thought of Anya and Garog, then smiled and her aura flared. Noticing this, they were both very surprised, and MC wondered how this had happened. Had his story influenced her? She had been able to awaken thanks to his story. But now the difference between them had become even greater. He didn't want to lose to her. One day, he would definitely be able to get closer to her. Joshua congratulated her on her awakening, and she thanked him, then approached Irene and told him to try to join the squad in 3 years. He answered her with a grin that he would cope in a year. He would gain recognition and return. Evening came. Joshua was sitting in his room and drinking, thinking about Ignat. It was such a surprise that she had an awakening after listening to someone else's story. From now on, she will continue to become stronger. MC also shows himself worthy. He is almost on par with her. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. He laid his head on the table and remembered his son. If he had not disappeared, he would be able to see him like this. This thought made him very sad. Where is his son now? Suddenly there was a knock on the door. He asked who was there, and Ilya answered him. He immediately closed his eyes and mentally told himself to calm down. If she sees him in this state, she will feel worse. Pulling himself together, he allowed her to enter, and she said that she wanted to talk to him about something. She realized that she had been under the influence of others all her life, and now she wanted to go alone, but did not know how. He looked at her thoughtfully and said that she seemed to have made something up. Why does she think that she should go her own way? People are creatures that cannot exist without others. No one can live alone. But of course, this does not mean that one should rely on others in everything. The main thing is that during contact with them, she does not forget about herself. He heard from Perry Martins that she was angry at the aristocrats who slandered her. She immediately hastened to justify herself, and he said with a smile that he was not angry. On the contrary, he wanted to praise her. She did everything right. Did they say these words for her sake? She answered him that this was not so, and he asked if she had anything to learn from them. She again answered negatively, and he said that it meant that these words were useless for her, and they could be ignored. But there are also things that cannot be ignored. So said her friend, Irene, you need to be careful about the words you speak to others, and remember the words that help you grow. If she thinks the advice is useless, then she should discard it. And if she thinks it will help her, then she should accept it. And what does it take to make the right choice? She answered him that the main thing is to focus on yourself first. He confirmed this, and she, looking down, realized that she would have to discover the path ahead for herself. She excitedly slapped her palms on the table and thanked her father for these words. Now she was able to understand herself a little better. He was slightly taken aback by her reaction, after which she ran out of the room and told him that she would be back. She ran into the forest and thought that there was no point in taking her relationship with Ignat and the opinions of others to heart anymore. All that mattered to her was Ignat's recognition, and now she had the person who was most important to her. She saw Irene, who was training as always, and in her thoughts she told him that right now she would like to convey these feelings to him. Noticing her, he stopped and questioningly said the name of the girl, who was still out of breath from running. He approached her and asked what she was doing here at such a time. She hesitated and thought that she couldn't say a word. And should she even say it? How did she look now after such a hard run? She must look strange. Irene, as before, only saw her as a friend. He asked what was wrong with her, and she realized that she still had doubts. She needed a little more time. She told him that she came because she just wanted to see him. Well, they rarely see each other now. He confirmed this with a smile, and she asked how training with her dad was going. Was he doing well? He answered that everything was fine, and she smiled, thinking that she would hide these feelings for a little while longer, until she gained confidence, until she could love herself. Time passed, and the Black Knights were preparing to leave. Anya approached Lulu and worriedly asked if she was still angry with her. She answered that everything was fine now, and that she was not angry with her. She was very happy, and asked, "So are they friends again?" Lulu answered that they had always been friends, after which they began to rejoice together. Meanwhile, Jerog said goodbye to Irene and wished him all the best, saying that perhaps they would meet again. He wished him the same in return, and Ignette approached him, reminding him that he had 3 years. Let him try to become better in this time. He smiled and told her that he would manage in a year and join them, after which she laughed and noted that he was so self-confident. It turns out that Kun is not the only one like that. He asked, "Does this mean she has ever met him?" She answered him that she has not seen him, but she has heard about him. She came very close to him and quietly said that according to information from the Holy Kingdom, he is now at the Chrono Academy, so let him think about what to do next. After that, she walked away from him, and he thanked her. Noticing Ilya's gaze, Ignette turned to her and asked if she had anything to tell her. She smiled and invited her to fight at their next meeting, and she agreed. A few days passed. MC was still training with Joshua, and judging by the way he was pressing him, he was clearly unhappy about something. He exclaimed, "Why did he lose his balance so easily?" He clenched his teeth in nervousness and thought that he had seen everything that day. Ilya ran away right after their conversation, precisely because of him, and he will not tolerate this. He began to attack Irene, and while he was defending himself, he thought that the blows were getting stronger. But if he can't withstand this, he won't keep up with Ignette. He will not miss this chance. He cannot lose. Joshua noticed that he was holding on well. He could hit him even harder. MC prepared himself and told him to go, after which Joshua began an attacking move, and Irene got scared, realizing that this blow was completely different. He would not be able to block it. Ilya came to his aid in time. She called out to her father with displeasure and asked, "Doesn't he think he overdid it?" He immediately stopped and excitedly told her that everything was wrong, that Irene wanted it that way. He turned to him and asked, "Is that so?" MC nervously confirmed this, and Ilya suspiciously said that she didn't think so. Joshua suggested that everyone rest, since Irene was very tired, after which the guy and the girl sat down on a log. He took a couple of sips of water, and she, with a smile, invited him to go to their house. She and her father will go there soon. They couldn't stay here. He would only be training this year anyway, and training with her father would definitely help him. He agreed with her about this, but before he could answer her proposal, another girl's voice rang out, saying that he was not going anywhere. The flapping of huge wings was heard in the sky. MC looked up and was very surprised to see his sister riding a griffin.